Leveling Up and Becoming Undefeatable Chapter 479 to Chapter 559. Note, because the old cow made a mistake and missed out on 2 chapters, it was a little out of sync, so it was made up 4, 1, 2, 3. 18, 19. 33, is that all you're unconvinced? Luo Tian sneered, I want to fight 100 of them. Come at me some more. Starcy Immortal Sect, Imperial Immortal Sect, aren't you guys awesome? Come on, aren't you guys unhappy with Lousy? Come on, come up and hit me. Let's see if you bunch of trash can even hurt a single hair on Lousy's head. Ha ha ha, he had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. He directly said he would fight 100 of them. Awesome. Luo Tian was really like a madman. Was his brain rusty, or was he really crazy and didn't want to live anymore? Disciples continued to fly up to the stage, from all the great immortal sects. All of a sudden, Luo Tian had become the public enemy, and had offended all the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects. In less than a minute, the stage was filled with more than 100 people, and all of them were staring at Luo Tian. Cripple him. Let's see how long he can be arrogant for. Lousy is so angry. Looking down on the 10 great immortal sects, kid, even if the heavenly king comes, he won't be able to save you. The crowd clamored. It was also at this time Wang Daofeng glanced at Hong Yijin, who nodded slightly. Instantly, Wang Daofeng's 8 short blades flew towards the stage in unison, and his entire body also landed in an instant. Standing at the front of the crowd, he stared coldly at Luo Tian and shouted, Huashan Immortal Sect is truly amazing, to actually accept a madman like you. It seems like. Luo Tian did not wait for him to finish, and directly scolded, Trash, stop talking nonsense. If you have the guts, then come up and hit me. Come on, F***ck, come on. Luo Tian had a cheap expression on his face. It was as if he was a masochist. That expression was as cheap as it could get. Let me. A deep and resounding voice came from below the stage as Tong Yuming flew up to the stage. Both of his fists suddenly moved as he charged towards Luo Tian like a thunderbolt. He roared, I'm going to kill you. At the same time, the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects who were ready to attack moved at the same time. They all released their strongest power and directly attacked. Hundreds of people, although most of the elite disciples of the various sects were talented outer sect disciples, their strength was not to be underestimated. They were not something that the outer sect disciples of the Huashan Immortal School could compare to. Under such circumstances, even a profound sage realm powerhouse would have to be wary. However, Luo Tian, on the other hand, laughed excitedly. He took a deep breath and stood firm in his horse stance. His body completely relaxed, and he appeared to be in a breathing posture. He said loudly, Come on, you bunch of trash. Let me see your strength. Captain, be careful. Luo Tian, you brat, senior sister, what should we do? Captain will die. Even if he has an immortal body, he won't be able to withstand so many attacks. Senior sister, quickly think of a way. Yoni anxiously stomped her feet. Seeing those people rushing towards Luo Tian like a tide, her face turned pale with fright. Han Hua's gaze tightened as she looked at the excited expression on Luo Tian's face. She faintly said, We don't have to do anything. Don't have to do anything? Senior sister, what are you talking about? Han Hua was not sure, but she believed in Luo Tian and said, We just need to believe in him. Boom. 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 All kinds of powerful attacks landed on Luo Tian's body like a storm. Luo Tian's feet seemed to have taken root as they were firmly rooted to the stage. He allowed the attacks to land on his body without any defense. At this moment, his body crazily absorbed the immortal chi from the attacks. Luo Tian was also crazily refining the immortal chi. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 10 pieces, at the same time, he was refining. The clothes on his upper body had been torn apart, and there were countless wounds on his body. Blood flowed freely, and in the blink of an eye, he looked like a person who had just climbed out of a pool of blood. His face was pale. Although the giant god body was strong, these attacks would still hurt him. Very painful. Even so, Luo Tian's mouth still carried an excited smile. Come on. You only have this little strength? Didn't you eat? Do you want to call your mother to drink some milk before fighting? 10 immortal secs? A bunch of trash. With this little strength, you still dare to come up. You are simply too weak. I will stand here and let you beat me, but you still can't kill me. What's the use of you? You still act like a fool every day. Who gave you the courage? Luo Tian laughed. He laughed loudly. After a round of attacks, he became even more excited, and thought to himself, as expected of the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects, the immortal chi they cultivate is even more than the disciples of the Huashan immortal sect. No wonder they are so strong. The stronger they are, the more I like them, ha ha ha. In less than 10 minutes, he had refined more than 50 Nidens. This speed, it was simply asking for his life. The more they were mocked, the angrier the disciples became. A new round of attacks began. This time, it was even more ferocious than the previous one. Almost all of the immortal energy in their bodies were released. Each and every one of them was like a ferocious beast. Seeing them like this, Luo Tian laughed out loud, and said, "That's right, use all of your strength to drink milk. Come and hit me." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Rumble. Rumble, all sorts of powerful cultivation techniques, powers, moves, and even immortal artifacts were used. This time, Luo Tian directly refined 68 Nidens, and shouted excitedly in his heart, "Awesome!" At this moment, Luo Tian's body moved, and directly moved to a position. Then, he used a regeneration technique, and all the wounds on his body instantly healed, and all the blood that he had lost was regenerated. Looking at the group of immortal sect disciples who were panting, Luo Tian laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha. You trash want to hurt me? I'll stand still and let you guys hit me, but you can't even kill me. I really don't know what's the point of you living in this world." He couldn't understand at all. Was he too King weak? With so many people, even a profound sage realm expert would have died. This Luo Tian didn't seem to be injured at all, as if nothing had happened to him. Furthermore, he was very excited, and the more he fought, the more excited he became. Crazy, Luo Tian pointed at Tong Yuming, and said disdainfully, "Weren't you the ones who shouted the fiercest just now? Come on, hit me again. And you?" He turned and looked at Wang Daofeng, and said, "Aren't the two of you very awesome? Didn't you instigate the other immortal sect disciples to attack my Huashan immortal sect disciples? Now come, I'll stand here and let you kill me. Why don't you kill me?" The two of them had used all their strength just now, but it was completely useless. Even the immortal artifact Xian weapon only scratched his skin, not to mention killing Luo Tian. Seeing that they were not speaking, Luo Tian grinned, and said, "You guys aren't fighting anymore? If you guys aren't fighting, then it's my turn now. At least 5 chapters today. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. If you like it, please support me. Old Cow is extremely grateful." As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, everyone looked up, and many of them sneered in disdain. "Your body is indeed strong, but don't forget your cultivation base. You're only a level 2 mystique venerable rank. Who here isn't stronger than you? Your attack can't even scratch an itch, can it? Luo Tian, don't think you're so great just because you killed junior brother Dragon King. He's only been in the immortal ruling immortal sect for half a year, and his control of immortal energy is not as good as mine. You can kill him, but that doesn't mean you can hurt us." "That's right. Your dantian is broken, and you can't absorb immortal energy. So what if your body is strong? This is a world where strength is everything. What's the use of having a strong defense?" The crowd clamored. Clamoring rose from all directions. Listening to the analysis of some disciples who thought they knew, the disciples who were slightly nervous straightened their backs one by one. Their faces were full of disdain, and they all joined in the clamor and ridicule. Tong Yuming looked up to the sky and laughed, saying, "Kid, it doesn't matter how strong your body is. Can you hurt us? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, even if you call your whole family here, you can't hurt me." Wang Daofeng immediately chimed in, saying, "Brother Tong, don't even mention a strand of hair. He won't even be able to get close to us. He's just a 2nd-level mystique venerable rank piece of trash. Any one of us can force him to retreat with our aura. How dare he hurt us? You dog, I think you're thinking too much. Immediately after, Wang Daofeng's eyebrows shook as he spoke, and he shouted angrily, "Desolate blade bloodline, endless suppression, crush him." Hum. The sound of a blade rang out, and Wang Daofeng released an enormous amount of suppression. The suppression rushed toward Luo Tian like a tsunami. The two of them did not know that it was Luo Tian who had suppressed them with his suppression. No matter how strong a level 2 mystique venerable rank was, there was no way he could suppress them with his suppression, so they believed that Luo Tian wouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. Luo Tian showed a very scared expression. Before the pressure came, his face changed greatly. He held his head with both hands and shouted, don't crush me. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. I'm really scared. Don't crush me. His expression was realistic, and his actions were on point. In terms of acting skills, he was definitely top-notch. Even an Oscar winner couldn't compare to him. Seeing Luo Tian's appearance, Wang Daofeng's heart trembled slightly. He felt that something was wrong, but seeing Luo Tian's painful appearance, he didn't think too much about it. He laughed loudly, "Trash, now you know fear." Senior and junior brothers, his physical body is very strong, but his sea of consciousness is very weak. Just use your pressure to make him beg for death. It was as if they had found a breakthrough. Everyone instantly joined forces. A powerful coercion was released and directly rushed into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. Luo Tian's somewhat exaggerated acting skills made each of them extremely arrogant. Kneel down for me. Be arrogant again. Huashan immortal sect trash. Needless to say, Wang Daofeng and Tang Yuming were laughing so happily that they looked like idiots. Like idiots. When everyone thought that Luo Tian's sea of consciousness was about to be crushed and he was about to die, when everyone was laughing complacently, Luo Tian's body suddenly shook. He laughed and said, "A bunch of idiots, I lied to you." Ha 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 ha, Luo Tian laughed with Stephen Chow's signature laughter. Everyone's expression was shocked. Each of them looked as if they had swallowed a fly. Their faces were distorted and as ugly as they could be. They had been played. Just now, they were all arrogant like idiots. Now, they didn't even make a sound. Luo Tian sneered and said, "You like to use your coercion to attack me, right? Fine, I'll let you see what coercion is." Damn it, although Luo Tian hated coercion. However, he still liked to crush others. His eyes moved, he raised his head and roared, "Level 6 Berserk." Boom. 64. Times the attribute strength was released. Immediately, Luo Tian roared again, "Giant God Spirit, crush for me." Rumble. Luo Tian's sea of consciousness suddenly moved, and the pressure of the death god's way rushed out unscrupulously, directly suppressing everyone on the stage. Their bodies couldn't move, and they couldn't even breathe. Above everyone's mind, a sickle-wielding death god appeared. At this moment, Luo Tian moved in the air and flew into the air. With his body facing down, he released Xiaoyan's cultivation method, lion-tiger gold-shattering roar, and suddenly roared. Roar. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space, a black aura seeped out from the cracks in the void. At this time, all the disciples on the stage were bleeding from their 7 orifices. No one could withstand the suppression of Luo Tian's double strength. Ding. Ding. Ding, the system beep sounded like firecrackers, crackling non-stop. This feeling was too good. The most important point was the unbeatable bloodline value, it increased little by little. Although it wasn't fast, the 4th bloodline, the Black Tortoise bloodline, had advanced a step. Stop. Luo Tian, stop. You dare to be an enemy of the top 10 immortal sects? I think you're tired of living. Many disciples below the stage roared angrily. These people were stronger than those on the stage. The reason why they didn't go up was that they disdained to make a move. Now that they saw Luo Tian crushing their fellow disciples, the anger in their hearts erupted. Luo Tian revealed a sinister smile, looked at the people below the stage, and said, "You tell me to stop and I stop, then I have no face." As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian roared once again at the disciples of the immortal sect who were not completely dead. 10,000 lightning strikes. Kill this group of trash for me. Thunder clouds filled the sky, thunder and lightning shot down from the dark clouds, killing all the half-dead disciples. Their bodies were blown to smithereens, not even bones were left. Ding! Ding! Another series of system beeps sounded. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Mystique Venerable rank 3. Ha ha ha. I can't believe I leveled up. Killing people is so much better than killing monsters. No, killing these trash is so much better than killing monsters, ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed without restraint. Other than leveling up, he also obtained more immortal chi points. If he refined all these immortal chi points, he could refine many inner cores. What a great harvest, madman, he was a complete madman. At this moment, everyone from the top 10 immortal sects stared at Luo Tian, their killing intent soaring to the sky. Luo Tian didn't take it seriously at all. If looks could kill, he would have died countless times already. He sneered and said, "It seems that you are very unhappy. If you are unhappy, then get the hell up here for me." Humph. You bunch of brainless people, must you go up on stage to kill him? If you can't kill him, then kill his fellow disciples. You're all brainless. As soon as he finished speaking, a person suddenly descended, landing directly behind Yun Ling and Yun Yi, revealing a sinister expression like that of an evil spirit. Chapter 4. Lu Zonghai, the strongest disciple of the Xinghai Celestial Sect in the Heavenly Realm. He was also an honorary elder of the Xinghai Celestial Sect, an elite disciple of the Inner Sect, and one of the disciples who would participate in the competition next year. His appearance caused the aura that Luo Tian had suppressed to collapse instantly. Senior Brother Lu is here. Senior Brother Lu is out. Xinghai Celestial Sect's Lu Zonghai is already a second-level sage. Something is wrong, his aura seems to be stronger than half a month ago. Could it be that he broke through again in half a month? Third-level Profound Sage? Third-level Profound Sage of the Immortal Sect, too powerful. Senior Brother Lu, I love you. His appearance caused the surrounding Xinghai Celestial Sect disciples to boil. Everyone felt excited. Looking at Luo Tian, their eyes became playful. Hong Yijian frowned slightly, and there was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes, but on the surface, he still smiled and said, "Congratulations Senior Brother Lu for breaking through to the third-level Profound Sage. Next year, you will definitely get a high ranking in the competition." Lu Zonghai smiled faintly and casually glanced at Hong Yijian. He couldn't help but say, "Besides Senior Brother Morong, next year I will destroy your immortal Imperial Sect and let the Xinghai Celestial Sect return to the top of the top 10 immortal sects." Hong Yijian was a little displeased in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. He said, "Then Senior Brother Lu has to work hard. I'm only a second-stage Profound Sage, but I'm only a substitute at most. Those senior brothers in the sect are much stronger than me. Senior Brother Lu has to work harder if you want to beat them." Lu Zonghai smiled, then his gaze turned and coldly looked at the Xinghai Celestial Sect disciples. He said in a deep voice, "What did I teach you? If you can't win, you can start from the people around him? Thinking about these 5 trash, you can casually kill them. He killed your junior brother, can't you kill his woman? What a bunch of idiots." Lu Zonghai stood behind Yun Ling and Yun Yi, and his cold voice made the two of them tremble. One of the Xinghai Celestial Sect disciples said, "Senior Brother, in the Heavenly Realm, except on the competition stage, this is a rule set by the Ancestor. Whoever dares to break it will be punished by the other immortal sects." Bullshit. Lu Zonghai spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Then, his body moved and he threw out a slap. Bang, in an instant. Zhao Chen, who was seriously ill, didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying. He landed heavily below the stage and crashed into the wall below the stage. His face was ashen and black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he fainted. Lu Zonghai laughed coldly and said, "Let the old ancestors' rules punish me. Aren't there disciples of the 10 great immortal sects here? Come, come, come. Punish me. Rules are made by people. Of course, they are also broken by people." As they spoke once again, he struck with lightning speed. Su Shan was the same. Although he was prepared, he couldn't resist at all and was sent flying again. Everyone was in an uproar. Instead of stopping him, everyone was cheering. Lu Zonghai's gaze slightly lifted as he coldly stared at Luo Tian, and said, "These twins are truly beautiful. If I get them on the bed, they will definitely take my life. They are your women, right?" He laughed coldly. His expression was incomparably sinister. He licked his tongue and directly extended it to Yunling's ear. The moment his tongue was about to touch Yunling's earlobe, Han Hua suddenly moved. "Humph. Ugly bastard. Get the hell away from me." Lu Zonghai coldly snorted. Without even looking at Han Hua, he struck out with his palm. The palm wind was like a mountain, and before Han Hua could even get close, he was already sent flying. Several cracks appeared on his chest. Han Hua continuously spat out black blood as he shouted loudly, "Luo Tian, run." He was too powerful, he was no match for him at all. At this time, there was only one thing in her mind, which was to remind Luo Tian not to act recklessly and to quickly leave this place. Lu Zonghai's strength was too strong. As an orthodox immortal sect disciple, his sage realm was completely incomparable to the Dragon King's sage realm. The difference was like heaven and earth. Yunling and Yunyi also said in unison, "Captain, run, don't worry about us." Their bodies were completely bound by a force, and they could not move at all. Lu Zonghai laughed excitedly, he. "You guys shout, the louder you shout, the louder I shout, the more excited I am. Hurry up and shout loudly, let this damn trash escape. Let him run." Ha, incomparably sinister, Luo Tian stepped down from the stage and continuously used healing techniques on Zhao Chen, Han Hua, and Su Shan. They slowly woke up, and knowing that their lives were no longer in danger, they slowly walked up and stopped 10 steps away from Luo Tian. His gaze was gentle as he looked at Yunling. Yunyi said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Yunling's anxious heart suddenly calmed down. Yunyi was the same. They looked into Luo Tian's eyes and suddenly had a feeling that everything in the world did not exist. Only Luo Tian was looking at the two of them affectionately. Their hearts were instantly intoxicated, and they were completely captivated by Luo Tian. Luo Tian said gently, "Be good, close your eyes, it will be over soon." Yunling and Yunyi did as they were told. The two of them gently closed their eyes. Lu Zonghai laughed coldly and said, "Why do you want them to close their eyes? You don't want them to see you die? Since that's the case, then I'll let you see them die one by one." Waha, Lu Zonghai laughed sinisterly like a madman. His two hands moved, grabbing one of them in each hand, as if he was holding a chicken. His two hands heavily smashed together, wanting to smash the two of them to death. Lu Zonghai never cared about rules. He was a bloodthirsty madman in Star Ocean Immortal Sect. Countless people would tremble when they heard the name Lu Zonghai. Even the disciples of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect would shiver because he was truly terrifying. He had also killed some inner sect disciples in the Star Ocean Immortal Sect. However, he did not receive any punishment. The reason was simple: his talent, his bloodline, they were all superior to others. The more others were in pain, the happier he would be. He had always killed people from the people closest to you, killing all of them in front of you, making you feel pain, making you feel powerless. That kind of despair was what he wanted to see the most. However, Luo Tian's face did not have any of this. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile that caused his heart to turn cold, the smile of the death god. Lu Zonghai's gaze tightened, a strange fear surged in his heart. This feeling made him extremely unhappy. He could not help but coldly shout, "Luo Tian, watch them die." His two hands moved, grabbing Yunyi's head fiercely smashed against it. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tian's voice moved, "God of Death Domain, level up. Azura Domain. Spiral kill, out." The 5th chapter has been delivered. Brothers with tickets, please support me, thank you. His anger soared to the heavens. Touch my woman? Die for me. Luo Tian's anger soared to the heavens. He hated people who touched the people around him the most. Lu Zonghai had touched his reverse scale. Looking at his proud appearance, the anger in his heart surged out. At this moment, he did not hesitate to upgrade his death god domain. It was upgraded to a second domain, Azura domain. All of his strength had doubled, and it also had a spiral kill. this was the spatial cultivation technique that Tang San cultivated in the Dolua continent. It was extremely powerful. The cultivation technique that Luo Tian obtained was slightly different, it was even more ferocious and powerful than before. Lu Zonghai's gaze tightened, following which, he laughed coldly. The strength in his arms increased, and he did not let them crash into each other again. Instead, he placed Yunling and Yunyi in front of him and laughed wildly, "Go and kill your own woman, ha ha ha. Live in pain for the rest of your life, wahahaha," a sudden change. The hearts of the surrounding people immediately tightened. Lu Zonghai was truly too sinister. At this moment, he actually placed the two women in front of him. This way, no matter how strong Luo Tian was, it would be useless, he would not dare to attack. At this moment, he suddenly placed Yunling and Yunyi in front of him. How was Luo Tian going to attack a meat shield? If he wanted to kill Lu Zonghai, he would have to go through Yunling and Yunyi's bodies. The two of them would immediately die. This move was extremely vicious. Han Hua gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Zonghai, you are too despicable. As a disciple of an immortal sect, you are actually so despicable. If you have the guts, then fight openly with Luo Tian. Using his woman as a shield, what kind of hero are you?" Su Shan also scolded loudly, "Are all the disciples of Xinghai immortal sect such sinister and despicable people?" Lu Zonghai laughed towards the sky. His laughter was like the cry of a ghost. With a sinister expression, he said, "Despicable? Why do I feel that it is especially fun? Ha ha ha. What open and honorable. What sinister and despicable? These are all excuses of the weak. Luo Tian, aren't you very arrogant? Come and kill me, ha ha ha. Step over your own woman, ha ha ha." Crazy laughter, he was very proud of himself. Lu Zonghai was a third-level profound sage, so he wasn't afraid of Luo Tian at all. However, he wanted to use another method to make Luo Tian suffer. Seeing others in pain made him excited. His sinister mouth stuck to the back of Yunyi's head as he said malevolently, "Little beauty, open your eyes and watch. Either you die, or that trash dies, hee hee." The sinister laughter sounded as if it came from hell. It was extremely terrifying. Yunling and Yunyi couldn't help but tremble. However, none of them opened their eyes. Yunyi said firmly, "Just you wait, he will definitely kill you." It was very simple. Clenching her fists tightly, Yunling shouted, "Luo Tian, don't worry about us. We are not afraid of death. If there is a next life, we will definitely become your women." Yunyi nodded firmly. Wow. How touching. They even agreed to meet in their next lives. I'm so moved that I'm about to cry. Lu Zonghai became even more excited as he laughed maniacally. His gaze moved as he shouted, "Trash, do you have the heart to watch your woman die? Ha ha ha. If you don't want them to die, then kneel down for lousy." Lu Zonghai had everything in his hands. Ha ha ha, let's see what this brat does. He killed his own woman the moment he attacked. Senior brother Lu's move is quite brilliant, ha ha ha. If you kill your own woman, you will live in pain for the rest of your life. The more pain Luo Tian is in, the more excited senior brother Lu will be. This feeling of watching others in pain is too great, ha ha ha. The disciples of the Star Sea Immortal sect clamored. He thought that everything was in his hands. No matter what choice Luo Tian made, he had to die. The moment Luo Tian rushed out, he would either kill his own woman or immediately kill Luo Tian with a palm strike. Or he wouldn't appear. If that was the case, he would directly crush Yunling and Yunyi's heads, causing Luo Tian to be in incomparable pain before killing Luo Tian. Everything was in Lu Zonghai's hands, he had nothing to fear and was extremely excited about. But, ever since Luo Tian released the spiral kill, his figure disappeared. Holy sh*t. This cultivation technique is too damn strong. It's a true spatial cultivation technique. A spatial cultivation technique that's many times stronger than the Eternal Kingdom. It's indeed worthy of being Tang San's cultivation technique. In the void, Luo Tian was extremely excited. From the moment he released the Azura domain, his figure immediately disappeared and entered the void, becoming the ruler of space. It was as if he had transformed into an Azura, a true Azura domain, looking at Lu Zonghai, watching him block his woman in front of him. Luo Tian's eyes. darkened as he directly roared, "Explode for me." His voice exploded in the sky. A wave of energy that was like the cold winds of hell assaulted him, bringing with it the power of a spiral meat grinder as it rushed down towards Lu Zonghai's head, not waiting for him to react. Luo Tian's figure suddenly moved. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A powerful force directly pierced through Lu Zonghai's body, and Luo Tian's figure suddenly appeared behind Lu Zonghai. With a cold smile on his face, he coldly spat out a word, "Die." Bam! Lu Zonghai's body directly exploded. Everything happened too fast. It was so fast that no one could react. The disciples of the Star Sea Immortal sect and the Immortal God sect still had smiles on their faces. They thought that Luo Tian was about to die. In that instant, all the flesh and blood in his body turned into a bloody mist and floated down from the sky. Yunling and Yunyi's figures immediately fell down from the sky. The moment they landed, Luo Tian held the two of them in his arms and said gently, "All right, open your eyes." Hugging their snake-like waists, he looked at their exquisite faces. At such a close distance, he could directly smell the virgin fragrance emitted from their bodies, making him feel relaxed and happy. The two girls gently opened their eyes and looked at Luo Tian. She gently leaned on his shoulder and listened to his heartbeat. At this moment, their hearts were intoxicated. Every girl had this kind of fantasy. They were no exception. On the verge of life and death, Luo Tian's voice made them feel incomparably at ease. They completely believed in Luo Tian. The three of them directly landed. The two girls leaned on Luo Tian's body, forgetting everything around them for a moment. Until, hidden weapons. Luo Tian said with a smile. Yunyi's face turned red as she jumped away. It was also at this time. The system sounded out. Beautiful twin sisters, wow, it made Luo Tian feel a little uncomfortable. He almost couldn't suppress the killing intent between his legs. That pillar that soared to the sky felt as if it could break through the sky. However, fortunately, the system sounded out, causing Luo Tian's mind to tighten. His thoughts immediately shifted, and his killing intent weakened. He could not help but ask excitedly in his heart, what good things can this small boss drop? Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Lu Zonghai for obtaining 110,000 experience points, Immortal Chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining an item. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a critical gem. What gem? Hearing the system beep, Luo Tian thought that he had heard wrongly, and immediately opened the system to check. When he saw a dark gem that was emitting an explosive power, his heart suddenly sank. Holy sh*t. Is there really a critical gem in this world? Critical hit? In the game, this was a very powerful force. It was 1, 2, or even 3 times the power of a normal attack. This kind of power was too strong. Luo Tian understood the game very well. Critical hit was an indescribable power. He had once thought about whether there was such a gem in this world, and also thought about whether there was a critical hit cultivation method. If there was a critical hit, unimaginable. Therefore, when the critical hit gem dropped, he was incomparably shocked. Looking at the dark critical hit gem, he secretly clenched his fists and said, I wonder where this gem came from, if there are many of these gems. Immediately after, Luo Tian immediately checked the gem's attributes. Item, critical hit gem grade, heaven level description 1, unable to be embedded, forging type gem, there is a chance to increase the weapon's critical hit rate, successfully forging will increase the critical hit rate by 5%, description 2, forging can only be refined when it reaches the 9th step. As expected. System, I love you. You really dropped such a heaven-defying thing. Luo Tian was so excited that he almost peed his pants. A 5% critical hit rate did not seem high, but once it was released, it would be a fierce power. Furthermore, Luo Tian's attack speed was extremely fast. 100 punches only took a few seconds. Even 5 punches were critical hits, however, it was a bit troublesome to refine it. Luo Tian's smithing skill was only at level 6. There was still a long way to go before he could reach level 9. However, Luo Tian was not in a hurry. With the skill necklace, it would not be too difficult. This time, when I return to the Mount Hua Immortal sect, I will first cultivate the art of forging. I also need to upgrade some of my skills. They can't keep up with my leveling speed. The surroundings were quiet, the entire heavenly realm was terrifyingly silent. Everyone looked at Luo Tian with fear in their eyes. Those high and mighty emissaries of the Starry Sea and the emissaries of the immortal reigning sect all looked at Luo Tian with fear in their eyes. The third-level profound sage Lu Zonghai was instantly killed. This kind of strength was too terrifying. It was an unbearable horror. Luo Tian was only a level 3 mystique venerable rank. The difference between their cultivation levels was too great, but he was able to kill him instantly. What kind of power was this? How powerful was he? Everyone was puzzled. Ha ha ha, boss is mighty, boss is amazing, boss is domineering. Zhao Chen vented the suppressed anger in his heart and roared loudly. Su Shan and Han Hua stood up and looked at Luo Tian. Their faces were filled with smiles, extremely excited smiles. Su San was incomparably excited as he thought to himself, now I finally know why Elder Wu Nian used the Mount Hua divine token to keep him in the Mount Hua immortal sect. This brat is really too strong. Ha ha ha. I'm starting to look forward to next year's immortal sect competition. Luo Tian. You damn trash actually dared to kill someone from our Star Ocean immortal sect. I think you, not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian moved in the air and directly punched out, instantly killing the person who spoke. He coldly said, don't let me hear the word trash again. Don't let me hear it again. I'll be very unhappy. At the same time, Luo Tian's gaze swept across the crowd as he stared in the direction of the teleportation array. Then, Luo Tian sent a sound transmission, Old Su, is there any way to destroy the teleportation array? After pondering for a moment, Luo Tian said again, it would be best if it was a one-sided destruction, they wouldn't be able to leave. Su Shan's gaze darkened as he asked, Brat, what are you trying to do now? Luo Tian said excitedly, the disciples of the Mount Hua immortal sect were killed, the Mount Hua immortal sect was humiliated, and it's time to repay them for all these years of bullying. I want to kill all of them. The Mount Hua immortal sect was humiliated? What did this have to do with him? Luo Tian was just unhappy. The disciples of the 10 great immortal sects were all high and mighty, thinking that they were so awesome, which made him extremely unhappy. Lu Zonghai's insidiousness made him unhappy, and he was worried that something like this would happen again. If not for Lu Zonghai's carelessness just now, it would have been extremely difficult to kill him. The Azure domain was indeed strong, and the power of the spiral kill was indeed ferocious. However, if Lu Zonghai had not been careless and thought that he had everything under control, Luo Tian would not have been able to kill him so easily. The Sage Realm experts of the immortal sects were too strong. It was also because of this, Luo Tian could not allow Yunling and the others to be in danger again. Su Shan's face secretly changed, and said, you're crazy, do you know the consequences of doing this? The Mount Hua immortal sect will not be able to withstand it, and will be directly besieged by the 10 great immortal sects. In less than an hour, it will be conquered, and everyone in the sect will lose their lives. Huh? Luo Tian laughed lightly, and said, not only do I want to kill these so-called disciples of the 10 great immortal sects, I also want to destroy the heavenly realm. From the moment I entered the heavenly realm, I realized that the so-called heavenly realm is just an independent space, a space that I hate very much. Think about it. If the heavenly realm is destroyed, everyone inside will definitely die. Who will know that I did it? Take a step back. So what if the 10 great immortal sects know? The Huashan immortal sect is rotten to the core. Our disciples were killed while you guys were in the heavenly realm. The upper echelons of the Huashan immortal sect didn't even think about saving you guys. They only think about themselves. What's the point of the Huashan immortal sect existing? It's best if they're destroyed. Luo Tian said angrily. After seeing the unity of the disciples of the God-commanding immortal sect and the Xinghai immortal sect, Luo Tian was even more certain that if he wanted the Mount Hua immortal sect to become stronger, he would first have to destroy it, then rebuild the Mount Hua immortal sect, and instill new ideals. Otherwise, the Mount Hua immortal sect would be slowly eaten away by the 10 great immortal sects before the next year. Su Shan fell silent. He frowned, clenched his fists under his sleeves, and said telepathically, I know how to destroy the teleportation formation. Then, Luo Tian, I'll bet with you. I'll bet my life with you. Regardless of the outcome, my life will be worth it. He also wanted to change. After this incident in the heavenly realm, Su Shan's heart was also deeply stung. The Huashan Immortal School was already rotten. If this continued, it would really be as Luo Tian had said. Without waiting for next year's Immortal Sect Great Competition, they would be nibbled away by the other immortal sects. There had to be a change. Su Shan's expression calmed down as he asked. The teleportation array was created by the ancestor of the immortal sect using a supreme space ability. It's not that easy to destroy it, but I have a quick way. Luo Tian immediately asked, what way? Su Shan smiled coldly and said, the teleportation array can't be destroyed in a short period of time. It's no wonder that the teleportation points of the immortal sects can be destroyed by a slight change in the spatial cultivation method. They can't be teleported back. However, we can teleport in from the outside. Alright. It doesn't matter who comes in from the outside. In any case, they will all die if they come in. The more the better. Luo Tian was secretly excited, the 10 great immortal sects, right? I will pierce through the heavens of your 10 great immortal sects. It was also at this time. Hong Yijin's face darkened as he looked at Luo Tian with a heavy gaze, and then said, disciples of the Imperial Immortal Sect, listen up, all of you withdraw from the heavenly realm and come back to cultivate next time. Lu Zonghai's death caused Hong Yijin's heart to tremble. He also rejoiced. If it was him, he wouldn't have been able to withstand Luo Tian's spiral attack. Lu Zonghai's death made him see Luo Tian clearly. He couldn't afford to offend this person right now, but he remembered Luo Tian. He coldly snorted and said, next year's Immortal Sect Great Competition, I'll be waiting for you. The disciples of the Imperial Immortal Sect immediately gathered. Everyone strode towards the teleportation array. Luo Tian moved in the air, directly blocking Hong Yijin's path, and sneered, did I say you could leave? Hong Yijin's face darkened, and he couldn't help but say angrily, Luo Tian, don't go too far, this is the heavenly realm, we can come and go as we wish, it's not your turn to agree, I advise you to scram as soon as possible, you can't afford to offend the Imperial Immortal Sect. The number one immortal sect, who could afford to offend them, who could afford to offend the immortal sect of the true dragon's son? Hong Yijin was afraid in his heart, but he was very confident, because he was a disciple of the Imperial God Immortal Sect. Just the 4 words Imperial God Immortal Sect were enough to crush any disciple of any immortal sect, and anyone in the profound sky continent. Just because he was from the Imperial Immortal Sect, the dozens of immortal controlling sect disciples behind him also looked at Luo Tian with a contemptuous sneer. He was still acting all high and mighty. Luo Tian, you can't afford to offend the Imperial Immortal Sect. If you don't want to die, then scram. Offending the Imperial Immortal Sect will only hasten your demise. If you know what's good for you, then get lost. Don't think that you're so great. In front of our senior brother Lorong, you're not even an ant. Do you think you're so great just because you killed Lu Zonghai? You think too highly of yourself. Luo Tian coldly smiled and said, I didn't know before, but now I know very well that I have the final say in the current heavenly realm. Without my permission, none of you can leave, nor can you leave. Immediately after, Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and he shouted in a deep voice, Eternal Kingdom. A spatial rift was released. Luo Tian directly landed on the teleportation point of the teleportation array. Other than the teleportation point of the Huashan Immortal Sect, all the other teleportation points were destroyed. Buzz. 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 The halos of the teleportation point disappeared one after another. The disciples of the heavenly realm were obviously flustered. Hong Yijin's face was filled with anger as he shouted, Luo Tian, what are you trying to do? Luo Tian laughed coldly, and said, I don't want to do anything, I just want to settle the old debts you owe the Huashan Immortal Sect. To be clear, all of you here have to die. The moment his voice fell, Luo Tian directly released the 3 powers of the Giant God's body, Giant God's power, and Giant God's spirit, and then fiercely shouted, Level 6 Berserk. The disciples below the profound sage realm were instantly suppressed, the number of people who could move was very small. Luo Tian's eyes locked onto Hong Yijin, and in an instant, his palms directly transformed into a very thick devil flame, and the ancient power left behind by the ancient king in his sea of consciousness was also released. He sneered, and said, "You think the Imperial Immortal Sect is amazing? I, your father, will kill the people of your Imperial Immortal Sect." Hong Yijian's eyebrows sank, and he completely released his profound sage realm cultivation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Behind him, 8 flying swords appeared, and moved according to his thoughts. He heavily shouted, "Do you think I will be as careless as Lu Zonghai? 8 swords in one, cut for me." Using qi to control swords, the power was extremely fierce. Coupled with the fact that he was an orthodox second-stage profound sage, Hong Yijian's strength was indeed very strong, and this kind of strength gave Luo Tian a lot of pressure. The difference in cultivation between the two was very big. There was a difference of 9 levels. Even in the game, this level was very difficult to surpass, not to mention that Luo Tian did not have any good artifacts on him. The 7-star sword and the 7-star armor were completely useless to Hong Yijian, and he was not possessed by the devil. Therefore, in terms of equipment, Luo Tian had no advantage at all. In addition, Hong Yijian was going all out. The power that erupted out was even more terrifying. Hong Yijian's 8 swords moved, and his body directly turned into a sharp sword, directly turning into 9 swords that could cut through everything. He gravely shouted, "Dog, go die for me." A very sharp attack. Luo Tian's mouth turned cold, and his body did not move. He disdainfully sneered, "Relying on this attack, you can't even break my defense." Hong Yijian directly chopped down. With the gift of the Titan race and the stimulation of the Titan race's blood, Luo Tian's physical body had already reached a very strong realm. His body was completely relaxed, showing a breathing posture. Facing Hong Yijian's 9 swords in one, Luo Tian gritted his teeth and directly used his physical body to resist. He needed nadens, he needed a lot of nadens. Facing such a powerful immortal energy attack, Luo Tian did not want to miss it. Then again, Luo Tian had confidence in the giant god's body. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The 9 swords merged into one and directly slashed down from between Luo Tian's eyebrows. Buzz. The defense of the giant god's body erupted. At this moment, Luo Tian's body was like a titan, incomparably hard. His entire body released a surge of power from the Titan race, surging and surging, shocking 1,000 layers of slaughter. Huff, his body crazily absorbed. Luo Tian did not stop for a moment, and in a short moment, he had refined 13 nadens. Then, he sneered and said, "You said you couldn't break my defense, now it's my turn." The power of the giant god moved, 64 times the attribute power was released, and with a move of both fists, the heavy artillery attacked. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. It directly hit Hong Yijian's chest. Hong Yijian was sent flying. Without waiting for him to land, Luo Tian slid and moved again, landing directly behind Hong Yijian, and punched out with both fists. "Explode for me." In all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbreakable. Luo Tian's first punch succeeded, and without the slightest gap, the second attack directly smashed forward. Combo, there was no gap in the speed of light at all. A punch to the chest, a punch to the back, 2 attacks. Luo Tian used all of his strength. Facing the enemy, he would never hold back. He would use as much strength as he had. If he could kill them, he would definitely not cripple them. He would not give the enemy any chance to turn the tables. 2 punches once again landed on Hong Yijian's back. Hong Yijian spat out a mouthful of black blood and rushed forward. It had to be said, Hong Yijian's physical defense was very strong, even stronger than Lu Zonghai's. This was related to his innate bloodline. Black blood spurted out of Hong Yijian's mouth, and he screamed in pain. Then, he shouted loudly, 10 great immortal sects will join hands. If we don't join hands, then he will kill us one by one. If I die, then you will be next. Disciples of Sage Realm, don't hesitate. Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian's figure once again landed in front of Hong Yijian, and with a sinister smile, he said, "Third combo." Bam. 4th combo. Bam. 5th combo. 18th combo. Die. With his blood running low, Luo Tian clasped his fists together and chopped down with the force of an axe, directly smashing Hong Yijian, who was in midair, down. He landed heavily on the ground, causing the ground to crack and the entire heaven realm to shake. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Hong Yijin. The reward is 100,000 experience points, 9,800 immortal chi points. Congratulations player, ding! Undefeated value plus 1 inch nothing good dropped. Luo Tian was already mentally prepared for this, so he was not too surprised. Right now, all of his thoughts were on the Sage Realm experts who were eager to give it a try. With a roar, he roared, "Who still wants to leave this place?" A crushing sound was heard. Heaven Realm quieted down once again. Luo Tian smiled coldly and said, "I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you can kill me, you can leave. I'll stand here without moving. Whether you kill me or not depends on your ability." Naiden, it was still the Naiden. Luo Tian was very clear about the importance of the Naiden that even the Grand Elder urgently needed. Therefore, before these people died, he wanted to squeeze as much value out of them as possible. If he wanted to change, he had to make sufficient preparations, and the inner core was only one of them. The disciples looked at each other. "I can't make up my mind." Even Hong Yijin's power of 9 swords could not kill Luo Tian, so their attacks were even more useless. Seeing this, Luo Tian coldly snorted and said, "Since you don't want to make a move and don't need this chance to live, then I will make a move. Once I make a move, all of you will die. I will give you 3 seconds to consider. 3, 2. Attack together, kill him." "I don't think so. I don't believe that he can withstand the attacks of more than 200 of us." "That's right. Kill this brat. No matter how strong he is, he won't be a match for more than 200 of us. The formation has been destroyed, and we can't go back now. Rather than waiting for him to kill us, why don't we kill him first? When the time comes, the inner sect elders will come to rescue us. As long as we go out and announce what happened in the heavenly realm, it will be the time for the Huashan immortal sect to be destroyed." Everyone was afraid of death. These immortal sect disciples were even more afraid of death. Rather than waiting for Luo Tian to kill them, they might as well make a move first. Su Shan sent a sound transmission, "Brat, can you do it? There are more people this time, can your body take it?" Luo Tian laughed excitedly, "No problem. Old Su, protect them well. Don't worry about me." Following that, Su Shan moved closer to Han Hua and slowly retreated far away. Yunling frowned anxiously, and said, "Elder Su, is Captain really okay? Why did he do this? After killing the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects, can we still go back? Not to mention the 10 great immortal sects, even the elders of the Huashan immortal sect will not let us off." Han Hua slightly said, "Captain must have his reasons for doing this." Zhao Chen looked at Su Shan and said, "Elder Su, you must know, otherwise boss wouldn't know how to destroy the teleportation array. You must know something, hurry up and tell us, I'm about to die from anxiety." The 4 of them looked at Su Shan. Su Shan smiled excitedly and said 2 words, "Change." Luo Tian wants to use this matter as a foundation to stir up the 10 great immortal sections. The most important thing is to destroy the Huashan immortal sect. Destroy? The 4 of them were shocked. Their sense of belonging to the Huashan immortal sect had disappeared in this half a month. They wouldn't be too reluctant to leave the immortal sect that didn't care about their lives, but the Huashan immortal sect was, after all, a place where they had lived for a few years. Hearing the word destroy, their hearts couldn't help but tighten. Su Shan looked at the sky and smiled, "Only by destroying can we be reborn. A magnificent rebirth." Luo Tian's current strength is not enough to shake the Huashan immortal sect, so he wants to borrow the hands of the 10 great immortal sects and let them destroy the Huashan immortal sect, then he will rebuild the Huashan immortal sect from scratch. Rebirth from ashes, this is the only way for the Huashan immortal sect to become stronger. Hearing Su Shan's words, the 4 of them were shocked at first, then their eyes darkened and their hearts became incomparably excited. This was a huge gamble. If they won, the Huashan immortal sect would definitely rise completely under the leadership of Luo Tian. Even if they failed, in this world, life was to do as one pleased, at worst, they would just have to fight again. Han Hua sat cross-legged and pushed away all the distracting thoughts in her heart. She directly sensed the immortal qi in the heavenly realm, and her expression was incomparably calm. She knew very well that if she wanted to participate in this revolution, if she wanted to accompany Luo Tian, she had to become stronger. Only in this way could he help Luo Tian and be qualified to walk together with him, immediately after. Yunling, Yunyi, and Zhao Chen also sat cross-legged and began to absorb the immortal qi in the heavenly realm to cultivate. Su Shan smiled faintly as he watched more than 200 people besiege Luo Tian. Luo Tian's body was covered in blood, and his wounds were innumerable. Su Shan laughed excitedly. He muttered to himself, I haven't felt this excited in so many years. Luo Tian, thank you. Following that, he also sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. As for Luo Tian, in the crowd, Luo Tian was like a super boss that did not move at all. Other than his eyes, his entire body was covered in blood, but he was still extremely excited, and arrogantly roared, Is this all you have? The disciples of the 10 great immortal sects only have this much strength? I can't even kill you if I stand here and let you all kill me. Can you bunch of trash be any stronger? If you can't kill me, I'll kill you all. In Luo Tian's space ring, there was a pile of inner cores. Awesome, the 4th chapter has been delivered, there's another chapter at night. Brothers who still have monthly votes, please support Old Cow. Old Cow is extremely grateful, thank you. Using the body as a vessel. As an absorber. Using the Devil Sect's secret technique to refine Dawn, the more immortal qi he absorbed, the more Dawn he refined. Refining Dawn did not require any level or proficiency, as long as there was an endless supply of immortal qi, it was enough. This was different from the Devil Sect's elder who needed the death flower to make medicine. Luo Tian's method was more direct and more effective. The refined Dawn were all incomparably pure Dawn, without a single trace of impurities. 2 hours later, their attacks became weaker and weaker. Now, when their attacks hit Luo Tian's body, it was like a tickle, without any damage at all. During this period, some people retreated, and the result of retreating was being instantly killed. After several people were killed, those who did not want to die wanted to kill Luo Tian even more. It could be said that they used all their strength. Luo Tian also squeezed out as much immortal qi as possible from their bodies, refining a large pile of Dawn in his spatial ring. He could not help but be secretly happy, and said, I didn't expect this trip to Heaven Realm to be so fruitful, great. Seeing that they were all exhausted, Luo Tian shook off the blood clots on his body, laughed coldly, and said, I can't even stand here and let you guys beat me to death, now it's time for me to return it to you one by one. No. Don't kill us. Luo Tian, aren't you afraid that my Imperial Immortal Sect will kill everyone in your Huashan Immortal Sect? We are all disciples of the 10 great immortal sects, aren't you afraid of our immortal sect's revenge if you kill us? Everyone was afraid. While they were afraid, they were also trying to intimidate Luo Tian, bringing out the 10 great immortal sects to scare Luo Tian. The 10 great immortal sects, the strongest power in the profound sky continent. Other than the mysterious Devil Sect, no other power could go against them. In these years, the Devil Sect had gradually hidden, and the 10 great immortal sects had become more and more powerful, to the point where they could do whatever they wanted. Especially the Imperial Immortal Sect, the number 1 and 2 immortal sects in the Star Sea. They became even more arrogant and invaded without restraint. The marriage between Morong Wanjian and Li Shuer was also facilitated by them working together with the Soul Palace. Their goal was to unite the 3 factions and divide the profound sky continent. This was their ultimate goal, of course. The other immortal sects naturally didn't know about these things. They felt that this was a grand occasion for the human race. A female phoenix and a true dragon were a match made in heaven. It was the glory of the human race. However, they didn't think about the benefits behind this marriage. They all looked like pitiful worms. Luo Tian didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for them. The Huashan Immortal Sect had been bullied badly by them. Even the inner sect elders didn't dare to come out and fart. This was the cowardice of the Huashan Immortal Sect, but this couldn't cover up their domineering attitude. That was to disregard everything else. These people also deserved to die, it was the invincible bloodline, it was all for experience and the immortal energy that burst out from their bodies. Just because of this, the Luo Tian would not let them off. Luo Tian moved in the air and laughed coldly, saying, I'm scared. I'm really scared. Ha ha ha. You're all going to die. The heavenly realm will be destroyed by me. When that time comes, who will know that I killed you? So what if they know? Come up and bite me. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian stood in midair, revealing an aura that looked down on the world. He spread his arms and looked up at the sky. His eyebrows twitched, and he roared in a deep voice, 10,000 thunderbolts, boom. Rumble. 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 10,000 thunderbolts. 10,000 thunderbolts. 10 consecutive 6th level 10,000 thunderbolts fell, and the surrounding 200 disciples were all turned into dust. The moment the last system notification sounded, Yi Zichen was stunned. The system notification sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Mystic Venerable level 4. Haha. I leveled up again. The disciples of the 10 great immortal sects are indeed awesome. Each of them is worth tens of thousands of experience. This round, I got hundreds of millions of experience. This is too awesome. Luo Tian said excitedly. Then, he opened the system to check his experience slot. Looking at the long string of zeros, Luo Tian's heart felt stifled. Ascending to the 5th stage of the Mystic Venerable level requires 250 million experience. It's scary. It was indeed scary, however, if it was the same as today, then leveling up would be too easy. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up as he laughed excitedly. He thought to himself, the 10 great immortal sects, there should be at least tens of thousands of disciples in total. Wow, when the time comes, I'll definitely kill them one by one. Leveling up is simply easy. Buzz. The teleportation array suddenly sounded. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and he immediately released his strongest power, instantly killing the person who came in. Bam. Instant kill. Su Shan opened his eyes wide and was slightly moved. Although he was already prepared, he still couldn't help but worry about the fact that Luo Tian had killed so many immortal sect disciples. Luo Tian smiled faintly, Old Su, you guys should hurry up and cultivate. Leave everything else to me. While they were talking, once again, he destroyed the teleportation point that he had just established. Following that, Luo Tian's sea of consciousness moved, releasing a powerful idea that spread to every corner of the heavenly realm. He chuckled and said, the fish that escaped the net, one is enough, the rest are all going to die. There were still some people alive in the heavenly realm. They were all hiding, not daring to show themselves. Luo Tian purposely raised his voice, and said, Old Su, I will set up a formation now. I want to completely destroy this heavenly realm, and if I don't allow my Huashan immortal sect disciples to cultivate, then no one will be able to cultivate. Help me guard the teleportation array, and don't let anyone out. Right now, there is only one teleportation point, and it can only teleport to the Huashan immortal sect. Su Shan understood tacitly and said, Don't worry, everyone here is dead. Who can still escape? Luo Tian's gaze gently looked in a certain direction. Su Shan nodded lightly, then Luo Tian moved in the air and instantly disappeared. It was very difficult to destroy the heavenly realm, one had to have a strong enough power. After all, this was an independent space, and if one wanted to destroy it, they had to have a strong enough power. Luo Tian had already thought about it. With the inner pellet as a fulcrum, he would refine the immortal power ancient dragon slaying array. This kind of power could definitely destroy the heavenly realm. He moved quickly, constantly setting up and inscribing array formations in the teleportation array. Whoosh! A figure jumped out and instantly rushed into the teleportation array of the Huashan immortal sect. It was also here. Luo Tian returned to the original point, looked at Su Shan, and smiled. That disciple of the Wanjian immortal sect has left? Su Shan said, he left. Luo Tian, next, we will not only face the top 10 immortal sects, but also the Huashan immortal sect. After the matter here is exposed, our situation will be extremely dangerous, and the consequences will be difficult to estimate. We will definitely be hunted down by all the immortal sects. Indeed. This time, Luo Tian was going to become enemies with the entire world. Luo Tian laughed, laughing loudly, and also incomparably excited. This was the best. The 5th chapter has been delivered, just a little bit more and I'll surpass the previous one. Old Cow begs for monthly votes. Half a month later. The Huashan Immortal Sect's teleportation formation. Red light flashed as 6 people walked out of the formation. Luo Tian was the last to walk out. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. He wiped it off gently and said to himself, "What the f***ck, luckily, I ran fast enough. Otherwise, I would have been destroyed along with the heavenly realm. The ancient dragon-slaying formation refined by immortal energy is too powerful." The moment they entered the teleportation formation, Luo Tian triggered the formation and destroyed the heavenly realm. With the current strength of the Huashan Immortal Sect, they could forget about entering the heavenly realm to cultivate. Instead of letting the enemy grow stronger, it was better to destroy it. They're back? Luo Tian and the others are back? They're all back. The news spread quickly. In less than 10 minutes, everyone in the outer and inner sect knew. A large group of people rushed over. They all stared at Luo Tian without blinking. They'd broken through. Yunling and Yunyi have reached Mystique Venerable rank. Look at Zhao Chen. He's only a disciple of the Formation Hall, but he's already at Mystique Venerable rank. This speed is too terrifying. Senior Sister Yuehua is even more amazing. She reached Mystique Venerable rank 3. This time, after entering the Heaven Realm, their cultivation base has risen too quickly. In less than 2 months, they have already reached such a high level. Those who came back earlier did not even manage to absorb any immortal energy, let alone break through. In comparison, the gap is really huge. The outer sect disciples began to discuss softly. The disciples who had escaped from the heavenly realm looked terrible. They could not understand how Han Hua and the others had survived there. They could not understand how their cultivation had improved so quickly. Cultivating at the edge of the heavenly realm had thin immortal energy. No matter how talented one was, it was impossible to improve so quickly. Of course. These people did not know that they were cultivating at the center of the heavenly realm, where immortal energy was the densest. Other than that, Luo Tian had also provided them with an endless supply of inner pills. Thus, no matter how bad one's talent was, the speed of their breakthrough would be shockingly fast. He broke through again? Mystique Venerable rank 4. He broke through 2 levels in half a month. This speed is too fast. Is he still human? Everyone looked at Luo Tian. He found that Luo Tian's aura was very different from half a month ago. Not long after, Primordial Chaos Holy Man descended from a cloud of immortal clouds, his eyes slightly shocked. He did not believe that Luo Tian could come back alive. He was very clear about the cultivation levels of Lu Zonghai and Hong Yijian. They were both elite disciples of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect and the Immortal Reigning Immortal Sect. Luo Tian's cultivation level was only level 2 Mystique Venerable rank. He was no match for them. In the past half a month, there had been no news from Heavenly Realm. He thought that Luo Tian had died inside, but he didn't expect him to come back safe and sound. Moreover, his strength had improved even further, which made him incomparably shocked. Behind him was the second elder, the Tian Yuan Holy Man, who was crushed by Luo Tian previously. When he saw Luo Tian, his eyes revealed a cold, murderous intent. However, Luo Tian did not even look at him. Luo Tian walked at the front. Along the way, he did not look at anyone and just walked with large strides. Even if the great elder was beside him, he did not give him a second glance. Primordial Chaos Holy Man was a little unhappy and shouted, "Luo Tian, the sect master has something to say to you. Come with me to the Huashan main hall." Luo Tian smiled and turned to Su Shan, saying, "Old Su, I'll be back soon. You guys continue to cultivate. Go." Su Shan said. Han Hua, Yunling, and the other 3 also looked at Luo Tian. They were a little excited and worried. What happened in Heavenly Realm would be known by the 10 great immortal sects soon. The Wanjian Immortal Sect disciple who escaped from Heavenly Realm would definitely return to the sect in a few days. At that time everything would be exposed. The Huashan immortal sect would be besieged by the 10 great immortal sects. At that time, they did not dare to imagine. Luo Tian followed Primordial Chaos Holy Man directly to the Huashan main hall. The sect master, Celestial Master Yunji, was shocked. He smiled faintly and said, Luo Tian, you've saved the Huashan disciples. This time, you've made a great contribution. I really want to know how you saved them. What happened in Heavenly Realm? He wanted to know. Every one of them broke through. This speed was unbelievable. Obviously. They must have cultivated in the place with the densest immortal chi. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be so fast. Luo Tian said, Sect Master, if you want to know, you should go and see for yourself. You don't know how much they want you to save them. Although it's only 4 outer sect disciples and 1 outer sect elder, they are still members of the Huashan immortal sect. They were bullied and humiliated in Heavenly Realm. How much do they want you to save them? How dare you? Luo Tian, how can you say that? What do you mean by that? Are you criticizing Sect Master? Tianyuan Holy Man said directly. His words were filled with hatred. Luo Tian smiled faintly, Second Elder, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished speaking. Although they were disappointed, I told them that Sect Master sent me. I alone was more than enough to deal with the trash of the 10 great immortal sects. Look, didn't I bring them safely back to Huashan? You don't know how grateful they are to Sect Master. If it wasn't for Sect Master telling me to go, they would have died long ago. All of this is thanks to Sect Master's wise decision, unlike some people who are greedy for life and afraid of death, trying to stop me from entering Heaven Realm. His tone was very calm. But, his voice was full of mockery and ridicule. He was also criticizing Yunji. They were not fools. How could they not understand? The corners of Yunji's eyes narrowed as he smiled and said, All Heaven, what happened in the Heaven Realm? He really wanted to know. When he knew that Luo Tian had returned to the Huashan immortal sect, his heart skipped a beat. He was worried that Luo Tian had caused trouble again. This time, he had provoked the 10 great immortal sects. If that was the case, then the Huashan immortal sect. His position as sect master would be, Luo Tian played dumb and said, nothing happened. The disciples of the 10 great immortal sects were very kind. I reasoned with them that the immortal sects were a family. We should improve together and become stronger together. They agreed and finally allowed us to cultivate in the place with the densest immortal chi in Heavenly Realm. Huh? What? Nonsense. What a load of nonsense. All of the elders snorted coldly. Who would believe that? Even a deaf person would not believe that. Luo Tian put on a naive look and said, I'm telling the truth. I even said that the Huashan immortal sect can enter Heavenly Realm to cultivate anytime. Why would I lie to you? At this moment, a disciple anxiously walked into the hall and reported, Lord Sect Master, something bad has happened. Yunji's gaze tightened, and said, What happened? Luo Tian was startled, and thought to himself, the 10 great immortal sects can't be here so soon, right? I'm not ready yet. It couldn't be that fast, right? The Huashan immortal sect was more than 30 million kilometers away from the Wanjian immortal sect. Even if that person was a mystique venerable rank, he wouldn't be able to rush back in half a month. Could it be that he had a flying treasure? Luo Tian's heart tightened. While he was thinking about this, the disciple was looking at him. This made him even more nervous. However, he did not show it and continued to pretend to be innocent. When it came to acting, he was really invincible. Tell me, what happened? Primordial Chaos Holy Lord growled. The disciple immediately said, Sect Master, the teleportation portal malfunctioned and can't connect to the Heavenly Realm. What? Didn't you say that our Huashan immortal sect disciples could enter the Heavenly Realm to cultivate at any time? Could there be a mistake? Many elders began to question him. The disciple lowered his head and said, I personally verified it. It can't connect and can't enter the Heavenly Realm. I don't know if it's malfunctioning or destroyed by someone. Hehe, Luo Tian relaxed. As long as it wasn't the 10 major immortal sects, it was fine. He was not ready yet. Immediately, Luo Tian did not wait for the elders to speak. His eyes turned ferocious as he shouted angrily, Mother asterisk Kerr, these 10 major immortal sect scum. They said that they could let our Huashan immortal sect disciples enter the heavenly realm to cultivate at any time. I didn't expect them to destroy the Huashan immortal sect's teleportation portal right after I left. They're too despicable, too treacherous. The next time I meet them, I'll teach them a lesson. No. Sect Master, I suggest that we immediately launch a crusade against the 10 major immortal sects. The heavenly realm was first discovered by our Huashan ancestors. We can't let them occupy it for nothing. If no one wants to go, I'll go. Righteousness inspired reverence. His voice was sonorous and forceful, with a hint of anger. He felt injustice for the Huashan immortal sect. Even some of the elders were shocked by Luo Tian's words and greatly praised him. They're too despicable. That's right. It's bad enough that they bullied our disciples. Now, they even destroyed the teleportation portal. They're bandits and they still call themselves righteous people. Shameless. Sect Master, we can't just let this matter rest. The heavenly realm is something left to Huashan by our ancestors. Now that we've been chased out, I can't take this lying down. A few hot-blooded Fang gang members and some of the younger elders clamored. Yunji's complexion sank. He first looked at Luo Tian, wanting to see something from his expression. However, he couldn't see anything. He then said in a deep voice, I will send people to investigate this matter. I won't let it go like this. Primordial Dao Master stared at Luo Tian. He had a feeling that this matter must have something to do with Luo Tian. He couldn't help but ask, Luo Tian, what happened to you in the heavenly realm? Why did you destroy our Mount Hua immortal sect's teleportation array at this time? Luo Tian's face was full of innocence. He said with snot and tears, in all honesty, I reasoned with them. I didn't fight back when they hit me, I didn't talk back when they scolded me. In the end, they were all influenced by me. They almost knelt down and became sworn brothers with me. Really? It's absolutely true. You dare to swear? I swear to the heavens, if there is even half a lie in my words, let the heavenly lightning strike me to death. Luo Tian stretched out 3 fingers and swore, but in his heart, he sneered, swear. This ancient thing will never come true. I can swear 100 times without a problem. Primordial Dao Master looked at Luo Tian's sincerity and fell silent. Luo Tian couldn't stop smiling in his heart. How could these people know that the heavenly realm no longer existed in Tianxian continent? It was destroyed by Luo Tian, as for the disciples of the 10 great immortal sects. He. They had all turned into experience and immortal qi. Emperor Yunji frowned and said, Luo Tian, you can leave first. We need to discuss important matters. Yes, sir. Luo Tian cupped his hands. Just as he was about to turn around, he couldn't help but say, Lord Sect Master, if you want to attack the 10 great immortal sects, I am willing to be the first to participate. They are really going too far. Even a dog can't take it anymore. Before leaving, he didn't forget to ridicule him. If he endured it, he would be worse than a dog, finished. Luo Tian tiptoed out of the hall. After he disappeared, Primordial Dao Master immediately said, Sect Master, maybe it's this kid. Without waiting for him to speak, the hot-blooded young elders immediately shouted, Sect Master, we can't tolerate this any longer. They are all riding on our heads. If we continue to tolerate this, how will the Huashan immortal sect have the face to remain in the immortal sects? That's right. We absolutely can't take it anymore. I have always disliked Luo Tian, but today, I have completely changed my opinion of him. Although this brat likes to cause trouble, I agree with what he said today. The 10 great immortal sects have gone too far. For a moment. Other than a few older elders, all of them vowed to suppress the 10 great immortal sections. Emperor Yunji's frown deepened. Imperial Immortal Sect. What? The transmission array and the transmission array of the heavenly realm can't be connected? What exactly happened? Hong Yijian is still cultivating in the heavenly realm, and there are nearly 100 disciples of the Imperial Immortal Sect. Where are they now? Is there any way to reconnect? What's going on? Who is behind this? Don't let me find out, or else I will let him die without a burial ground. Xianxia Immortal Sect. Can't connect? What exactly is going on? Where's Lu Zonghai? Is he back yet? And the other disciples who are cultivating in the heavenly realm? None of them are back? The transmission array has never malfunctioned for tens of thousands of years. What exactly is going on this time? Who was the one behind all this? What's the situation over at the Imperial Immortal Sect? The 10 great immortal sections. All of them were the same. There was unrest. Whether it was the upper echelons of the immortal sects or the disciples, they were all discussing this matter. But no one knew what had happened, let alone that the heavenly realm had been destroyed. Want to refine the transmission array? Sorry, they did not have the ability to break into the void like their ancestors and use the supreme space technique to connect to special spaces, so they could not repair the transmission array at all. This matter happened very subtly. Gradually, this subtlety slowly expanded, and finally became a strong base point, which was also a strong explosive point. The heavenly realm was destroyed, and the 10 great immortal sects suffered the most losses. They could not find a place with denser immortal chi than the heavenly realm, which made the disciples of the immortal sects very angry. A few days later, at night. Wanjian Immortal Sect. The disciple who was purposely let go by Luo Tian finally rushed back to the Wanjian Immortal Sect, Du Gufeng. A huge force enveloped him. Luo Tian stood in the small courtyard, looking at the sky full of golden light. His eyes were gloomy, and his heart tightened with excitement. The second chapter has been delivered. Brothers, can I ask for a monthly ticket? He's here. The person who wants the inner core is here. When he came back from all heaven, he felt like he was being stared at by a pair of eyes. Without a doubt. The owner of this pair of eyes was the strongest boss of the Huashan Immortal Sect, the Grand Elder, Mad Sky Supremacy, Du Gufeng. The sky was filled with golden light. It was so dazzling that Luo Tian could barely open his eyes. A black figure landed and stood in the courtyard. The aura of the figure was illusory and could not be sensed at all. Luo Tian was currently unable to reach such a realm. Seeing this black figure, Luo Tian suppressed the impulse in his heart. He was really afraid that he would not be able to control himself, because the person in front of him was too tempting. It was even more tempting than twin sisters bathing together. Golden light radiated in all directions. The golden light was even more intense than the heavenly soul demon monarch. It was really dazzling enough to blind the titanium dog eyes. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to be able to return alive from the heavenly realm. I thought you would die in there. Who would have thought that not only did you not die, you even profited from the disaster and broke through 2 realms in just half a month. It seems like you have already experienced the wonders of using the inner core to cultivate. The black figure's voice was hollow, as though it came from outer space. Luo Tian looked at the black figure carefully. He could not help but think to himself, could it be an avatar? Not a physical body? He did not dare to express his doubts. He was extremely unhappy. The black figure's voice was filled with endless contempt and oppression. He was just a tool in the eyes of the black figure, an existence that was completely despised. This made him extremely unhappy. However, Luo Tian thought about it in reverse and sneered in his heart. He thought to himself, Grand Elder, right? Wait till I open the primordial battlefield. When I return from the primordial battlefield, you will be the first one to die. Now, you can be as arrogant as you want. Soon, you will no longer be able to be arrogant. Endure. Luo Tian could only endure. Everyone who looked down on him would eventually die in his hands. Endure it for now. If he kept the insults and taunts in his heart, it wouldn't take long for him to return them 10-fold, or even 100-fold. Just like the Dragon King, he killed the Dragon King in less than a year for the promise of 10 years. The cultivation of the Elder on the stage had reached a terrifying level. Luo Tian couldn't compete with him now, so he could only endure. Once Luo Tian obtained even more power and reached a higher realm, Luo Tian would become even stronger. This was the day of his death. Luo Tian's expression was calm, and he did not show any displeasure. He said, "This is all thanks to Grand Elder. Brat. Cut the crap. 2 months worth of inner cores and the help of a heaven realm expert. That's a total of 200 inner cores. If you miss even one, you'll die today. The black figure's eyes were like torches as he stared at Luo Tian with a pair of cold eyes under his black robe. Luo Tian clenched his teeth and held on. With a flip of his hand, he took out 2 million inner cores and said, I don't dare to forget, and I don't dare to be less. Here are 200 inner cores, please accept them, Great Elder. Anger flared in his heart, he scolded the 18 generations of mad Sky Sovereign's ancestors. Just you wait. Just you wait. I hope that these inner cores can help you break through. The higher the level, the better. When the time comes, I'll kill you even more happily, and the things that drop will be even better. Luo Tian said in his heart. The higher the level of the boss, the stronger he was, the better the items he would drop. This was directly proportional. Thinking of this, Luo Tian felt a lot better. He realized that he was raising a boss like raising a pig. When it was the new year, he would slaughter it with a single slash. The Black Shadow was slightly startled. He never thought that Luo Tian would really be able to take out so many inner cores. This was much better than the Devil Sect's inner alchemist. In the past, he only provided 10 inner cores a month, but he never thought that this brat would actually be able to provide so many inner cores a month. He was overjoyed and thought to himself, with these inner cores, my cultivation will be able to take another step forward. The supreme realm of profound God is one step closer to me. Ha ha ha, the Black Shadow laughed maniacally. Luo Tian frowned, revealing a troubled expression, and said, Very High Elder, these 200 inner cores are all my inner cores, the Great Clan Elder and the Primordius Holy Man also want my inner cores, I really have no other choice, please help me say it. The Black Shadow sneered, and said, This is your own matter, it has nothing to do with me. You dog, don't think that you can use my relationship to change anything. Finished. The Black Shadow slightly raised his head, revealing a cold smile, and said, You can even take out 200 inner cores, and double it next month. 100 inner cores a month shouldn't be a problem, right? Of course, you don't have to give it to me, but you know my methods, your friends might suddenly disappear one day. A person's greed could never be satisfied, you give 50, he wants 100, Luo Tian had already guessed this point. His gaze tightened, but he did not say anything. The Black Shadow sneered, Don't even think about resisting. No one in the Huashan Immortal sect dares to resist me, and the consequences of resisting me are worse than death. Everything you have is in my hands, including your most beloved woman, that female phoenix, Li Shuer, cluck cluck. Luo Tian clenched his fists, and his eyes instantly revealed a dense killing intent. Heh heh, it seems that the female phoenix is really important to you. With my current ability, killing her would be easy, so you have to work hard for me. Next month, 100 inner cores, not a single one less. The Black Shadow said coldly. At this moment, the Black Shadow disappeared, the golden light disappeared, and the powerful force on Dugu Feng also disappeared. Luo Tian fell to the ground. The supreme aura of the profound sovereign was about to crush his physical body to pieces. Too powerful, indescribable strength. Luo Tian roared in his heart, Kuang Tian, I will definitely kill you. I swear. Li Shuer was Luo Tian's reverse scale, venerable mad celestial was trampling on his reverse scale, the anger and killing intent in his heart could not be concealed. And it spread out, enveloping the entire Dugu Feng. It became abnormally cold, and not a single sound could be heard. The killing intent that made one suffocate, a few days later. Primordial Tao Sovereign also found Luo Tian to ask for inner cores. Luo Tian did not refuse, and readily gave it to him. Like Kuang Tian, Primordial Tao Sovereign also raised his request. Luo Tian smiled, without any anger, and nodded happily. This made Primordial Tao Sovereign somewhat confused, but who would refuse inner cores? Wait, all of you, wait for me, half a month later. Luo Tian did not take a step down from Dugu Feng, and continued to cultivate. In the space of the third floor of the skill necklace, Luo Tian wanted to cultivate all of these skills to the great perfection realm, and then fuse them all together. Right now, he had a feeling that the appearance of the heaven-melting cauldron was to fuse into a sure-kill skill, as usual. Luo Tian took a cold bath and changed into a clean set of clothes. Just as he was about to enter the skill necklace to cultivate, a message entered Luo Tian's mind, Xingtian Emperor, I'm here. His voice was soft, Luo Tian still heard it clearly, and his mind tensed up. Devil Sect Elder? Yes. Xingtian Supreme Emperor, that's me. I'm currently in Mingyuan Valley. The old man from the Devil Sect said. Luo Tian was excited. It was finally here, he didn't expect it to come so quickly. The only thing left to obtain was the Heavenly Dragon Pearl, immediately. Luo Tian said, alright, wait for me, I'll be there soon. Xingtian Supreme Emperor, before his voice could be heard, it suddenly stopped. It was as if someone had interrupted him. Luo Tian didn't pay attention to it either, and said with a smile, wait for me, I'll be right there. At this moment, he was extremely excited. His goal in entering the Huashan Immortal School was to enter the ancient battlefield to level up. Now that he had some clues about the 4 directions of blood, opening the ancient battlefield was just around the corner. When he thought about how he was crushed by the Supreme Elder and the Primordius Holy Man a few days ago, he felt extremely unhappy. Now the chance had come. I must open the ancient battlefield. I must go in and level up. When I come out, it will be the day you 2 dogs die. Luo Tian said fiercely in his heart. He then moved at full speed and arrived at the entrance of the Mingyuan Valley in less than half an hour. Without the ghost beast, the Mingyuan Valley was extremely quiet. It was so quiet that it made one panic. Looking at the surrounding towering trees, it was cold, moist, and carried a cold intent. It was completely different from the original aura. This kind of coldness carried another kind of aura. The smell of blood. Luo Tian frowned, his footsteps slowed down, and said, I'm here. As soon as his voice faded, several men in black robes immediately appeared in the surroundings. Each of them emitted a dense evil aura, a murderous aura, and a thick smell of blood. It was also at this time. The old man who taught Luo Tian the secret technique of refining inner pellets walked out, his face pale and incomparably weak. He looked at Luo Tian with a complicated expression, and finally shouted loudly, Great Emperor, run, they want to kill you. Suddenly, several people from the demon clan moved in an instant and released their killing move, instantly crushing over. Luo Tian frowned and said, as expected. The corners of his mouth curled up as he sneered, with just the 2 of you? So. His figure disappeared on the spot and moved to another location. Fulgurating shadows, the 4 devil assassins pounced on empty air. Just when they were slightly relaxed, Luo Tian suddenly rushed over and shouted, Level 6 Berserk, Heaven Soul Palm, die for me. He did not hold back. A palm strike struck towards the nearest devil sect assassin. Luo Tian came too fast, so fast that they had no way to react. Bang, he was sent flying with a palm strike. But, not hearing the prompt, Luo Tian's heart sank. He's not dead. If he's not dead, then let's do it again. Wind Shadow Steps, 8th stage. Phantom. Whoosh, his speed was shockingly fast. In the darkness of the night, it was impossible to see how Luo Tian's body moved. The moment his body moved, the sound of something breaking through the air exploded. Even if his brain reacted, his body would not be able to react. It was too fast. In this period of time, Luo Tian's every skill had been upgraded crazily. The Wind Shadow Steps was directly cultivated to the 8th level, an astonishingly fast level. Without waiting for the assassin to land, Luo Tian's fists moved, and like heavy thunder, he punched forward, die. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The body of the devil sect assassin was directly pierced through. He flew out and crashed into a towering tree. His body twitched a few times before he died. Ding. The system sounded out. Luo Tian did not care. He laughed coldly, looked at the remaining 3 assassins, and said, You want to assassinate this emperor with just the few of you trash? You're courting death. Pa, that's right. That's really not bad. Whether it's speed or strength, it's all beyond the standard of a mystic venerable level 4. With this standard, he would at least be an inner elite disciple in the Huashan Immortal sect, or an honorary elder, right? A black-robed old man walked out from the darkness. Luo Tian felt a terrifying aura from him. The black-robed old man walked forward, his face was cold, and he laughed coldly. Now you still call him Emperor Xingtian? Wu Xiao, you can be considered an elder of the devil sect, but you were fooled by the Huashan immortal sect's cheap tricks. I remember you said he was a mystic venerable level 5 last time, right? In just a few months, he broke through to mystic venerable level 4? You were really fooled. He can't be the reincarnation of the devil emperor Xingtian. If the emperor was reincarnated, he wouldn't be a trash like him. The black-robed old man kicked Wu Xiao's back. Wu Xiao suffered heavy injuries and was unable to resist at all. His body flew out heavily and landed beside Luo Tian. He spat out a mouthful of black blood and looked at Luo Tian, saying, "Great Emperor, I'm sorry, no one in the devil sect believes what I said, no one believes." While he was talking, tears welled up in his eyes. The feeling of not being believed by anyone was really uncomfortable. Luo Tian squatted down and asked softly, "Do you believe it?" Wu Xiao nodded his head firmly and said, "I believe it. In this world, no one knows Emperor Xingtian's decapitation strike, no one knows Panga God / only Emperor Xingtian knows, I believe it." Luo Tian laughed and said, "It's enough that you believe it." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian immediately used a regeneration technique and said, "It's been hard on you these past few days." Buzz. The regeneration technique had also leveled up. However, this skill was too difficult to cultivate. It consumed an extreme amount of immortal energy, and in this half a month, it had only leveled up by 1 level. However, the second-level regeneration technique was already quite impressive. After using the skill, the injuries on Wu Xiao's body immediately healed, and even the pain in his body completely disappeared. His entire body instantly recovered, and he was full of energy, without the slightest bit of discomfort. Star Sea Immortal Sect's secret technique, regeneration technique? The black-robed old man's face was once again filled with shock. Luo Tian chuckled, and said, "I didn't expect you to know your stuff, you even know about the regeneration technique." The black-robed old man frowned, his fists couldn't help but secretly clench, and said coldly, "Who exactly are you?" "You are in the Huashan Immortal Sect. But you have cultivated the secret technique of the Star Sea Immortal Sect, and even used the fake body of Emperor Xingtian to deceive Wu Xiao, disturbing our devil sect's invasion of the Huashan Immortal Sect. Who exactly are you?" he asked twice in a row. Luo Tian directly ignored him, looked at Wu Xiao and said, "Tell him who I am." Wu Xiao laughed wildly, and said, "He is the heaven-punishing devil emperor, the devil sect's war god." Bullshit. Wu Xiao, you are still stubborn even now, a devil emperor like him can't be reincarnated into his body. The black-robed old man shouted, and then he glared at Luo Tian, and shouted, "Kid, if you have the guts, transform into a devil emperor in front of me, and see if I can't see through your little trick." Luo Tian still didn't look at him, and asked, "How many types of blood have you collected?" Three. Other than the blood of the Eastern Titan, I have collected all of them, but they are all in his body," Wu Xiao said to the black-robed old man. Luo Tian looked up slightly and laughed excitedly. Chapter 4, there was one more chapter before 10 p.m. Everything was here. Luo Tian had the Titan's blood himself. He was only missing the other 3 types of blood, then there was the problem of how the Heavenly Palace God race was going to go. Without waiting for Luo Tian to ask, Wu Xiao took the lead and said, "I have also found the location of the Heavenly Palace God race, it is at the peak of Heaven Mountain." "Alright." Ha ha ha, Luo Tian could not help but laugh out loud in excitement. At this moment, the dragon egg in his body started to roll. It seemed that he was the same as well, and was excited. This was related to whether or not he could hatch it. How could he not be excited? After so long, he had wanted to hatch it for a long time. Unfortunately, he still lacked one thing, which was the divine dragon's soul. With such a thing, he could immediately hatch it. As for Luo Tian, other than obtaining the heavenly dragon pearl to open the ancient battlefield and hatching the dragon egg, there was another very important reason. SSS Super Quest, thinking about his reward made him drool. Directly rewarding him with a level, this meant that he would be directly rewarded with hundreds of millions of experience. There was also a heavenly dragon holy sword. This was going to be extremely awesome. In an instant, Luo Tian stared straight at the black-robed old man, and laughed sinisterly. "You want to see the demon emperor Xingtian, right?" "That's right. I want to see who dares to pretend to be our devil sect war god." No matter who it is, you won't be able to escape death today. The black-robed old man's tone was very unyielding. He had come with an order. Even if Luo Tian was really the reincarnation of the demon emperor Xianxia, he would still have to die, because the current devil sect no longer had the position of the Xiantian great emperor. There was no need for a person who had died for hundreds of thousands of years to appear again. This was the secret assassination order he had received. Wu Zhao's face darkened as he said, "Fourth elder, he really is the reincarnation of the demon emperor Xiantian. Don't doubt it. If you anger the great emperor, let's see how you deal with it." He was a fanatical worshipper of the demon emperor Xiantian. It was also because of this that when he saw Luo Tian transform into the Xiantian great emperor in the abyss cave, he knelt down without any hesitation. He had never doubted it, because he had no reason to doubt it. The black-robed old man laughed coldly and said, "Demon Emperor Xiantian? Is there a need for a person who has died hundreds of thousands of years ago? So what if he? With his current strength, what can he bring to the devil sect?" Wu Xiao. "Originally, I wanted to spare your life. However, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. This is fine too. You can die together with Great Emperor Xiantian." As soon as he finished speaking, the three surviving assassins suddenly moved. Wu Zhao's face darkened as he barked, "You dare to act rashly in front of Great Emperor Xiantian? You must be tired of living." When he was about to make a move, Luo Tian blocked Wu Xiao and said, "It seems like their purpose here is not to test whether I am the reincarnation of Xiantian or not, but to kill me directly. Your devil sect leader probably doesn't want me to exist, afraid that I will affect his current position. Fine, fine. I used to think that even if there was no place for me in the immortal sect, at least there would be a place for me in the devil sect. But now, it seems that no one can accommodate my existence. That's good, very good. Then I have nothing to worry about. As long as you are not my friend, then you are my enemy. All of you must die." In that instant, Luo Tian directly roared out, "Bedevilment." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. His body changed. His powerful physique, explosive power, and the aura of a king directly crushed everything around him. The surrounding dozens of kilometers were all enveloped in a murderous aura. Buzz. 100,000 gene-splitting heaven axe appeared in his hand. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up as he laughed coldly and arrogantly, and said, "Can you see it now?" Ha ha ha. Wu Zhao's eyes flashed with incomparable excitement. Although this was the second time he had seen Luo Tian transform into the heaven-punishing devil emperor, the fanaticism in his heart could not be concealed. He was so excited that he could not speak, and almost knelt on the ground to kowtow. Compared to the last time, the current devil emperor's body was even stronger. The aura was even more oppressive. The domineering aura of a king was completely revealed. During this period of time, Luo Tian had obtained the power of the giant god of the Titan race. His physical body was also of great help to the devil emperor Xiantian's physical body. His physique was even stronger than before. The black-robed old man's face suddenly darkened. He was extremely puzzled and his expression was extremely ugly. Really, heaven-punishing emperor? Now you know? Sorry. It's too late. Luo Tian's body moved. He grabbed the splitting heaven axe with both hands and took a step forward. Boom. The earth shook and the ground cracked. The three devil sect assassins were stunned. The black-robed old man gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "So what if you are the reincarnation of the devil emperor Xiantian? Your current cultivation is only at the 4th level of the mystic venerable rank. Do you think you can change anything with this little strength? Stop dreaming. You are just a piece of trash. What are you looking at? Cripple him for me." The three devil sect assassins looked at each other and instantly pushed away the distracting thoughts in their hearts. They unleashed their strongest strength. The three of them kept changing their positions, hiding their auras, and rushed toward Luo Tian at lightning speed. Devil flame soared into the sky, killing intent, and a violent aura spread out. Luo Tian took a light breath. His blood-red eyes suddenly darkened. A true power that belonged to the devil emperor Xiantian erupted from his powerful physique. He held the handle of the splitting heaven axe with one hand and roared, "Total annihilation." Boom. Under his release, the power turned into blazing flames. The flames exploded on the splitting heaven axe and directly turned into a giant flaming axe, sweeping out in 360 degrees. Bang! 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 Wherever it went, even the air was killed. The 3 devil sect assassins did not even leave behind ashes. They were instantly killed. Their bodies were swallowed by the void cut by the divine axe and disappeared from this world forever. Ding! 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 3 notifications sounded. Mighty. Too mighty. Xianxia Emperor is the #1 war god in the devil sect for thousands of years. This kind of power makes one's blood boil. Wu Zhao's eyes were incomparably fanatical, and his heart was filled with indescribable excitement. The black-robed old man was also shocked. Luo Tian's strength had once again exceeded his expectations. Moreover, the aura released by Luo Tian's body made him feel incomparable fear. He didn't think too much about it. The black-robed old man's figure blurred and directly turned into several blood shadows. He shouted in a deep voice, "Blood Shadow Great Art." Wu Zhao's face darkened as he immediately reminded him, Xianxia Emperor, he used the devil sect's secret technique, Blood Shadow Great Art. He wants to escape. Escape? Did I agree? I didn't agree. Even if you run into hell, it's useless. Luo Tian's arms bulged with an arrogant force. He grabbed the handle of the axe with both hands and jumped into the air. Without waiting for the blood shadow to appear, he slashed down. Explode for me. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Brothers, can this old bull ask for a monthly ticket? It's so miserable. I recommend another brother's book, The King of Martial Arts. With Cauldron Master in hand, I hope all the brothers can collect it. This old bull is extremely grateful. Decapitation strike. Kill. With a move of the heaven-splitting divine axe, the power that belonged to the devil emperor Xianxia burst forth. The emperor's aura instantly crushed down, and with a move of the divine axe, the black-robed old man who had transformed into a blood shadow was directly chopped into powder. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The valley of the Ming Abyss began to shake. The aura of the devil emperor Xianxia spread out without restraint. Luo Tian felt this powerful force and was shocked in his heart. Ever since he had broken through to the mysterious sovereign realm, the power of the devil emperor Xianxia had become stronger and stronger, reaching an extremely terrifying height. It was far stronger than his own strength, at this moment. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He thought of the secret technique that the black-robed old man had used just now, clenched his hands tightly, and thought to himself, explode for me. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Xianxia for obtaining 200,000 experience, 20,000 immortal chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the blood of the elves. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the blood of the barbarian clan. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the blood of the demon clan. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the devil sect's secret technique, Blood Shadow Great Art. Do you wish to cultivate it? Haha, it's out. Luo Tian did not hesitate, and immediately said, cultivate. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully cultivating Blood Shadow Great Art. Then, Luo Tian checked the attributes of the Blood Shadow Great Art, and his face revealed an excited smile. He thought to himself, as expected, as long as I cultivate to a certain level, I can condense a body with a drop of blood and turn it into a clone. Every drop of blood essence can be refined into a clone. In the future, I don't even need to go out to level up. This is too great. The most important point, the Blood Shadow Great Art turned into a sky full of blood shadows. Whether it was attacking or escaping, it was extremely sharp. Wu Xiao was extremely excited, and said with disdain, Xianxia, I have already reminded you to respect the Xianxia Supreme Emperor. If you anger the Great Emperor, can you still live in this world? While speaking, Wu Xiao trotted to Xianxia's side and searched him. He found it strange and muttered, why is there no blood? It was clearly on his body. How could it be gone? There's no need to look for it. I've already obtained 3 types of blood from him. Luo Tian coughed and said faintly, you did well this time, this emperor is quite satisfied. You should find a place to hide for the time being. I will go to the devil sect and make them kneel at my feet one by one. I will let them know that what you said is true, and everything you have done will be greatly rewarded. Thank you. Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you. Wu Xiao was so excited that he knelt on the ground. He wanted to prove himself and his words. He wanted to let those people from the devil sect see that everything he said was true. Immediately, Luo Tian's brows twitched. He thought of the giant demons in Baiming City and said, "Go to Baiming City and find the Baiming princess. Ask her to bring you to the soul-refining prison. There are some people you want to see in this life. When you see the Baiming princess, tell her that I told you to go." Wu Xiao immediately replied, "Disciple obeys." Soul-refining prison, where the giant demons were suppressed. Could it be that the Xingtian emperor had already rescued them? That must be it, that must be it. Only the Xingtian emperor could do it. Wu Xiao's blood boiled once again. He could already see a scene. Luo Tian brought the demon king from tens of thousands of years ago to stand at the peak of their demon clan, looking down on the world and looking down on the common people. Luo Tian also didn't have a good place for him to go. Whether it was at the Huashan Immortal School or letting him return to the devil sect, it was very dangerous. Wu Xiao had helped him before, so he would definitely not treat him unfairly. That was why he thought of letting him go to the Baiming city with those giant demons. Then, Luo Tian asked, "Tell me the route of the Heavenly Palace God race in detail again." "Yes, sir." Early in the morning. The sky was slightly bright. Dugufeng, in the dilapidated courtyard. Luo Tian took out the dragon egg, laughed excitedly, and said, "You will be able to hatch very soon, are you excited?" The dragon egg began to tremble. Waves of red light flashed, the dragon egg was extremely excited. After 10,000 years, it was finally about to hatch. Luo Tian's heart was even more excited than the dragon egg. He imagined himself riding on the Chinese dragon god, flying above Duantian city, holding onto the heavenly dragon divine sword, pointing at Murong Wanjian's nose and scolding, "Little bastard, you dare to steal my woman, are you courting death?" Damn it, it was too cool. Hatching the dragon egg was one thing, and completing the SSS level mission was also another. However, the most important thing for Luo Tian to do when he went to the Heavenly Palace God race was to find the Heavenly Dragon Pearl and open the secret realm hidden in the Huashan Immortal School. Enter the battlefield, level up crazily and unify the Huashan Immortal School. In the most arrogant and invincible manner, he would arrive at Duantian City. He wanted to crush Murong Wanjian to the ground and never stand up again. This was what he wanted to do. Morning. Luo Tian went down the mountain and walked to the achievement hall to find Su Shan. "Old Su. I'm preparing to go down the mountain." Before Luo Tian left, he had to give some instructions. He didn't know how long it would take for him to go to the Heavenly Palace God race. The 10,000 Sword Immortal sect definitely knew what happened in the Heavenly Realm. The 10 great immortal sects could join forces at any time and suppress the Huashan Immortal School. When would they come, Luo Tian couldn't say for sure. But, the matter of the Heavenly Palace God race was urgent, and he had to complete it. In this half a month, he had been training his skills. His level was still at the same level, so he had to raise his level. Only by increasing his level would he be able to obtain more power. Only then would Devil Emperor Xingtian's power be able to explode out even more. Su Shan asked, "Where are you going?" Luo Tian didn't hide it and said, "Heavenly Mountain." "Heavenly Mountain? Where is that?" Su Shan knew about Heavenly Mountain, but he didn't know what kind of place it was. Luo Tian smiled, "I don't know now, but I'll know soon. I came to inform you because I don't know when I'll be back. Also, it's almost time for the Heavenly Palace God race's inner sect examination. I don't want to distract Han Hua and the others, so I don't plan to tell them." They were improving crazily every day. With the Niden to cultivate, they improved at lightning speed. Su Shan was slightly taken aback. "You're not going to participate in the inner sect examination? If I can make it back, then I'll participate. If I can't, then forget it. It's the same whether it's the inner or outer sect. Sooner or later, the Heavenly Palace God race will." Luo Tian didn't continue. Su Shan nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of them." Luo Tian, "Okay. After giving his instructions, Luo Tian walked to the teleportation array. Heavenly Mountain didn't have a teleportation array, so he could only go to the closest place to Heavenly Mountain, Tongtian City. Luo Tian walked to the teleportation array. Primordial Chaos Tao Sovereign appeared, a new day, a new week. Old Bull asks for some recommendation tickets. If there are any brothers, please support me. Thank you very much. Robbery? Luo Tian looked at the big man very seriously and asked doubtfully, robbery? Yes, robbery. What, am I not tough enough, or do you not understand what I said? I said, fight. Tribulation. Ah. The fierce man's face was full of muscles, revealing a domineering aura that he thought was very arrogant, staring at Luo Tian fiercely. Luo Tian looked at the other two. Then Luo Tian turned his head and looked at the people eating at the other tables. They all acted as if nothing had happened. This made Luo Tian a little unable to change. He asked again, are you sure you really want to rob? In broad daylight, aren't you afraid of the law? Haha, I told you this kid is a foreign country leopard. Talking to me about the law? Kid, do you know who I am? I am the brother of the nephew of the general manager of the Tongtian mansion. You must be scared to death, ha ha ha. The fierce man had a smug look on his face. Luo Tian was expressionless. However, the faces of the people eating behind him all changed slightly. Many people trembled slightly when they heard the 3 words Tongtian mansion. Many people stood up and wanted to leave. Don't move. None of you are allowed to move. I will come one by one. None of you can leave. All of you sit down obediently. Seeing that the people around him were afraid of him, the fierce man's expression became even more arrogant and arrogant. I am from the Tongtian mansion. Hand over all your valuable things, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Lao Si, Lao Wu. Ha. 2 big men walked in again. Their eyes were like King Kong's angry eyes. They blocked the door and said fiercely, if you dare to go out, I will kill him. Suddenly, the whole restaurant quieted down. Is the Tongtian mansion that awesome? The brother of the general manager's uncle's nephew can scare so many people? Luo Tian felt a little funny. Looking at the trembling faces of the people eating around him, he could not help but laugh out loud. Pa! The fierce man suddenly slammed the table, causing all the dishes on the table to flip over. He stared at Luo Tian and shouted, Brat, what are you laughing at? Am I very funny? No. Sir, you misunderstood. I'm scared. When I'm scared, I can't help but laugh. Luo Tian explained and then laughed loudly, haha. Haha. The louder I laugh, the more scared I am. I am really scared. I'm scared to death. At this moment, Luo Tian wanted to slap the fierce man away. But before he could make a move, a chopstick flew out and stabbed into the Khan's throat. Cough, 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 you, help. Help. Blood gushed out like a fountain. He grabbed his throat with both hands and struggled. His face was getting paler and paler. When the other burly men saw this, they were dumbfounded. Not caring about the fierce man at all, he took to his heels and ran. So. 4 chopsticks flew out in a row, each of them stabbing into the back of their heads, instantly killing them. The technique was extremely fast, and the movements were quite sharp. It was so dazzling that no one in the restaurant could see clearly who did it. Of course. Except for Luo Tian. His heart was slightly shocked, and he thought to himself, what a sharp technique. However, this person's killing intent was extremely strong. It was just a few hooligans, but they used their killing moves the moment they attacked. Who is it? Even the people of the Tongtian mansion dare to act recklessly. They really don't want to live anymore. When the burly man fell to the ground, the surrounding people who were eating frantically fled like mice who had seen a cat. For a moment, only Luo Tian and a teenager with an evil look on his face were left in the restaurant. Luo Tian looked over. The first feeling the teenager gave him was evil. Obviously. He was the one who attacked just now. However, Luo Tian did not have the intention to thank him. He was even a little unhappy in his heart and muttered, "Damn, Lousy's 5 points of invincibility are gone just like that." "Sir. Sir. Ancestor, leave quickly. We don't want your money. Leave quickly. Don't stay here any longer. If you stay here any longer, I won't be able to open this small restaurant anymore." The shopkeeper ran over and almost knelt down in front of the evil youth. The evil teenager unhurriedly ate all the dishes on the table, then picked up the 2 big steamed buns and put them into his arms. He glanced at Luo Tian, who was not far away, and said faintly, "I'll spare your life. You pay for this meal." Luo Tian was stunned before he could say anything. Then the teenager disappeared. Luo Tian stood up. Damn. Looking at the scattered dishes on the table, he suddenly lost his appetite. He threw down some money and was about to leave when he couldn't help but ask, "Shopkeeper, how far is it from Tianshan Mountain?" The shopkeeper wanted Luo Tian to fly out of the restaurant right now, so he immediately said, not far, just another 3,700 kilometers to the south. Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave this place." Although Luo Tian was a little unhappy, but he didn't want to make things difficult for the shopkeeper. He quickly walked out of the restaurant. Since he knew the direction, there was no need to waste time. He could just go straight to Tianshan Mountain. Half an hour later, at the city gate. The Heavenly Wind team is short of a brother who knows healing magic. Brothers who want to go to Tianshan Mountain to make a fortune, come quickly. The Rainbow Snow Lotus is about to appear. The Bloody Battle team is recruiting Mystique Venerable brothers. Let's make a fortune together and do great things together. A large number of battle teams were recruiting all kinds of warriors. All of them were going to Tianshan Mountain for the Rainbow Snow Lotus. 3,700 kilometers. How much time would it take to walk? Luo Tian frowned, thinking that he should find a tool instead of walking. However, there were no flying battle pets in Tongtian City. Just when Luo Tian wanted to get a beast to replace his walking, he suddenly saw the evil young man in the restaurant just now. Discovering him wasn't something worth mentioning, but there was a plump old man standing beside him. The old man was dressed extravagantly, like an old landlord. What was worth noting was there was a golden exclamation point floating above the old man's head. This, mission standard? In the game, once such a standard appeared, it meant that there was a mission. Luo Tian walked forward tentatively and asked, "Do you need help?" The old man looked up at Luo Tian and asked softly, "What's your cultivation level?" "Huh?" Luo Tian was about to speak. The evil youth said coldly, "His dantian is broken. His cultivation level can't be very high." "Haha, you're the one." The old man was very excited. Like a tortoise looking at a green bean, he immediately took out a large silver ingot and said, "Follow me." Luo Tian was puzzled. Was this a level 1 newbie mission? The lower the strength, the better? It was very strange. The lower the level, the better. What kind of mission was this? How little would the reward for this mission be? To be honest, Luo Tian did not want to accept this kind of mission, and he did not have time to waste. He had to get to Sky Mountain as soon as possible, find the celestial race, hatch the dragon egg, and enter the ancient battlefield as soon as possible. Therefore, he did not want to waste any time. About that. Can I ask what kind of mission it is? Luo Tian was pulled by the old man and asked. The old man smiled. The mission is very simple, very simple. Don't worry, it's just an ordinary escort mission. It's very simple. The old man kept emphasizing the words very simple. The evil young man followed beside the old man. Obviously, he did not ask what the mission was. He was only concerned about one thing, the reward, moreover. He agreed because the old man paid him first. At this moment, a large group of people charged toward the killing path. The leader was a handsome young man. The young man had a cold smile on his face, and his face was cold and arrogant. He gave a man beside him a look. The man stepped forward and moved his arms. He gathered his strength and roared, "All of you, get lost. If you dare recruit members here again, I'll kill all of you immediately." The surroundings instantly quieted down, the old man's expression changed. He lowered his head, not daring to look up. The third young master of the sky-piercing residence. A peak mystique venerable rank powerhouse. You're not up to date at all. Just yesterday, he received an inner core from the divine commanding immortal sect and broke through to the mystique sage realm. This time, the sky-piercing residents must have gotten a lot of benefits from cooperating with the major immortal sections. Who doesn't want the rainbow snow lotus? The man frowned and said, I'll give you all a chance to join the third young master's team. You'll be rewarded handsomely. Someone in the crowd asked, don't the sky-piercing residents have many elite guards? What do you want us to do? Humph. What nonsense are you spouting? The man moved and killed the person who spoke with a palm strike. He teleported back and said with a fierce look, does anyone have any questions? No one spoke, there was no sound. The man's cultivation level was at the peak of mystique venerable rank. Who would dare to say anything? The man laughed coldly and said, good, very good. Now, all of you return to Heaven's Spam Prefecture. Suddenly, the eyes of the third young master on the golden armored beast turned cold. The whip in his hand suddenly moved, and with a paw sound, it directly hit the old man beside Luo Tian. The old man's body trembled, and the skin on his face immediately split open. Gao sneered and said mockingly, yo, isn't this Sunset City's chief steward Qin? The old man's face was dripping with blood. Gao's attack this time was very fierce. The crowd dispersed. Qin San's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He stared at Gao and said, Gao. Pa. Another whip lashed out, lacerating the skin and flesh on the other side of the old man's face, causing blood to gush out. He snorted in disdain and said, is my name for a lowly thing like you to call me by? Incomparably ruthless, Qin San was only an old man in his 60s. After these two whips, he almost couldn't stand. His body was trembling, his face was pale, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain. Even so, he didn't cry out, and his eyes were still fiercely staring at Gao. Gao sneered and said, Chief Steward Qin, are you here to recruit guards? Let me see. Let me see what realm you're recruiting guards of. Gao's gaze landed on the evil youth and couldn't help but laugh coldly, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mystic Adept Realm, what a powerful realm. Chief Steward Qin, your vision is really high. You actually recruited a Mystic Adept Realm expert. Are you trying to kill someone? The evil youth didn't move. Even his eyes didn't change, as if Gao wasn't mocking him. The old man's gaze tensed up. Gao's gaze moved and landed on Luo Tian, Pucci, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Dantian shattered, I really can't see through you. Chief Steward Qin, it's fine if you found a Mystic Adept Realm trash, but you even found a trash with a shattered Dantian. You're the Chief Steward of Setting Sun City, don't tell me you can't even afford to recruit 2 guards? If you don't have money, come find me. I'm the son-in-law of your Setting Sun City. Gao. Don't push your luck. Qin San was finally angry. Gao's expression turned sinister, and he raised the whip in his hand again as he coldly shouted, I'm pushing my luck, what can you do to me? Old thing, I think you're tired of living. Setting Sun City has already been destroyed, and you still dare to act like you're the chief steward of Setting Sun City in front of me. You're still alive. While speaking, the whip suddenly lashed out. This time, the power was even stronger. It carried a trace of the power of a Mystic Adept Realm. Die for me. Killing intent rose. At this moment, Luo Tian was already enraged. Just as he was about to make his move, the evil youngster suddenly moved, blocking in front of the old man, and said, Boss, I saved your life, can you increase the reward by 1 silver tael? Qin San was slightly startled, and said, hurry up and leave, don't lose your life because of me. All of you, leave. Qin San once again looked at Luo Tian. He knew that he was going to die. The moment he was discovered by Gao, he knew that he wouldn't be able to live for long. Pa. The whip fell. What was strange was that the whip did not land on Qin San's body, correctly speaking. The whip did not fall, but was caught by the evil youth with his back turned. Wow. Walala, the surroundings were in an uproar. This speed, this technique, this power, it was too fierce. Even Luo Tian was shocked, and could not help but think to himself, what a fast speed. The youth's strength was not that strong, but his speed was shockingly fast. Gao's face changed, and he coldly shouted, "You dog, you're courting death." His body moved. The profound sage power in his body suddenly exploded, and his right hand fiercely lashed out. The evil youth suddenly let go. Turning around, he revealed a trace of an evil sneer. Coupled with this evil sneer, his expression became even more evil. Gao did not lose his balance because of his sudden release. If that was the case, then his cultivation would not be at the profound sage realm. The whip flashed in the air, and with a piercing sound, he fiercely said, "Let's see how you're going to block it." At the same time, the guard beside Gao suddenly shouted, "Arrest the rebels of Setting Sun City." Everyone dispersed. They directly surrounded Luo Tian, the evil youth, and Qin San in the middle. An austere aura spread out. Qin San looked up, and fiercely said, "Gao, you will not have a good death." Gao coldly smiled, "Old thing, I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me the location of the entrance of the Heavenly Palace God race, and this young master will spare your life." The location of the entrance of the Heavenly Palace God race? Luo Tian looked up, and instantly became excited. He stared at Gao and excitedly laughed, "Hee, you're going to die." The 4th chapter has been delivered. There is still one more chapter in the evening. Brothers who still have monthly votes, please support me. Today's monthly votes are a bit pitiful, so I'll have to trouble you brothers. He never thought that the old man beside him would know the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God race. How could this be? Wasn't his purpose here to enter the Heavenly Palace God race? Staring at Gao, he sneered, "You're going to die." His voice was not loud. Gao also did not take Luo Tian seriously, so he did not hear what Luo Tian said. His gaze was still fixed on Qin San, his face sinister, and with a playful sneer, he said, "Old thing, I advise you to tell me the location of the entrance, otherwise you can forget about leaving Tongtian City today." That's right. I almost forgot, there's also the trash of Luoyang City. He's also in Tongtian City. Qin San's eyes tightened. Without waiting for him to speak, Gao laughed sinisterly, "My guess is right, that trash is really in Tongtian City. The most dangerous place is the safest place. I should have thought of this long ago. The two of you really made me look for you these days." Qin San's pale face changed again, and he scolded heavily, "How did Luoyang City raise such an ingrate like you, Gao? If not for Luoyang City, would you have the cultivation you have today? If it wasn't for the young miss taking a fancy to you, would you be where you are today? Destroying my Luoyang City, killing the city lord, and not even letting go of your own wife, you are really ruthless." Qin San's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was trembling with anger. Gao, however, had a smug sneer on his face, and said, "That's because your young miss is blind, and also because your Qin Zhan is blind. I married into Luoyang City in order to destroy it. None of you would have thought that my father is the city lord of Tongtian City, right? Ha ha ha, blame yourself for being too stupid. What do you mean by protecting the dragon clan? I think you are a brainless clan. You did not know how to use such a good resource like the Heavenly Palace God race. Now you have tasted the bitter fruit, right? Ha ha ha, old thing, you still have a chance. Today, as long as you tell me the location of the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God race, I can protect you from death, and I can also protect that trash from death. If you don't say it, it doesn't matter, I will find it sooner or later, it will just take some time." Gao looked as if he was going to eat Qin San. Actually, the rainbow snow lotus was very precious. It bore fruit once every 3,000 years, however, the purpose of the various celestial sects coming to Heaven Connecting City this time was not just for the 7-colored snow lotus, but for the Heavenly Palace Celestial Clan. Setting Sun City and Heaven Connect City were equal in strength. No one could destroy the other, but Luoyang City would rather die than reveal the location of the Celestial Palace's entrance to the Celestial Palace. Heaven Ascension City took this opportunity to join forces with the various immortal sects, and then with a little effort, completely annihilated Luoyang City. Only the steward and the youngest son of the Qin family managed to escape. These past few days, he had been searching everywhere. Who would have thought that the two of them would actually escape to Heavenspan City? Qin San threw caution to the wind and laughed wildly. bastard, even if you kill me today, I won't tell you. Don't even think about entering the Heavenly Palace divine race. Our dragon protector race will never betray us, unlike a bastard like you who can't even compare to pigs and dogs. You're courting death. The long whip that was gathering power in the sky suddenly moved. His speed was extremely fast, the ferocity of his strength, with a sound that could shatter the void, the whip lashed down. This power was more than 10,000 times more ferocious than before. The demonic youth frowned slightly and gently blocked Xianxia behind him, saying in a deep voice, "Retreat a bit first." The demonic youth was also somewhat apprehensive. Gao's cultivation was at the profound sage realm. The power of a profound sage was extremely ferocious. Coupled with the fact that he had repeatedly absorbed the immortal energy in the inner core these past few days, the power he used contained a lot of immortal energy. Luo Tian smiled and looked at the demonic youth, saying, "Can you do it?" The demonic youth was startled. He glanced at Luo Tian and smiled lightly, saying, "There's no time when a man can't do it." "Good. You've got character." His body moved, his speed was raised to the extreme. Within a radius of 5 meters, there were only illusions of him moving crazily. This speed was simply unparalleled. The instant the whip fell down, all the illusions disappeared. His 2 hands suddenly clasped together, directly clamping the fiery long whip between his palms. He had forcibly clamped it. Luo Tian's eyes widened in shock. When he looked at the demonic youth's arms, his heart sank. "He's injured." Under his sleeves, his 2 arms had been twisted into a fried dough twist. The power was too strong, and he couldn't withstand it at all. However, his expression was still evil, and there was not the slightest bit of pain on his face. There was a trace of coldness in his expression as he sneered and said, "Is that all you've got?" Gao's gaze darkened as he clenched his fists tightly. His anger soared to the heavens. The war beast beneath him also spat out thick flames from its nose. Its front claws dug into the ground as it charged towards the evil youth like a tank. Gao's entire body was filled with killing intent as he coldly snorted, "Brat, I think you're tired of living." The evil youth's eyes tightened. It was also at this time Xianxia stood in front of the evil youth and said, "Gao, if you want to kill me, kill me. It has nothing to do with him." "Grandpa Xianxia. Don't kill my Grandpa Xianxia." Suddenly, an 8-year-old boy ran out from the crowd. He stretched out his arms and blocked the war beast's path, wanting to block Gao. "Haha, I didn't expect you to come out as well." Gao laughed arrogantly, then his eyes darkened as he ordered coldly, "Smash him to death." "You dare to block my way? Even if you're the heavenly king, you still have to die." "Tian Tian." Xianxia shouted loudly, his voice trembling as he quickly ran over. "Gao, you bastard, how dare you? You old bastard, see if I dare or not. One old and one young, all the stray dogs of Sunset City, go to hell." Gao laughed sinisterly. He was extremely vicious. His method was to eliminate the roots. Even if it was a child or an old man, he would not let them off. As for the entrance to the Heavenly Palace divine race, he believed that he would be able to find it with a little time. So, he had set his mind to kill them. He would definitely not let them live. The little boy closed his eyes tightly. His body did not move at all as he continued to stand in front of the war beast. Bam! Bam! The war beast's footsteps were like thunder, and its ferocious aura crushed everything. Xianxia pounced over, his speed too slow. The evil youth's arms were crippled. At this moment, he couldn't make any movements at all. He couldn't even move. "Ha ha ha, remnants of Sunset City, go to hell." Gao laughed wildly in excitement, and the guards behind him also shouted in unison. The surrounding crowd did not dare to continue watching. They did not dare to interfere with the matters of the Tong Tian mansion. In this area, the destruction of Sunset City meant that Tong Tian City was the overlord. Even the children and the elderly would not be spared. The moment the war beast was about to hit the little boy, Luo Tian moved. Wind Shadow Step, 9th stage. Whoosh! He directly blocked in front of the little boy, his eyes staring at the incomparably arrogant war beast, his gaze sinister. Lion Tiger Gold Shattering Roar, 7th level. Lion's roar shaking the heavens. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Get down. Bam. The incomparably powerful eighth-step monster was directly knocked over by Luo Tian's lion's roar, shaking the heavens. Fierce? Who could be more fierce than Luo Tian? The 5th chapter has been delivered. Thank you to Love Regression Line for your 10,000 book coins again. This month, your reward is the most fierce. Tomorrow, I will specially add an extra chapter for you. Thank you, brother, for your strong support. Don't think it's too little. Recently, the time has been really close. My daughter Nyo Nyo is sick again. Sigh, brothers, give some monthly votes to support old Nyo. The war beasts but soared into the sky. Its head was stuck to the ground, and it was directly flipped over by Luo Tian's shout. It no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance. Like a frightened kitten, it didn't even dare to look at Luo Tian. Gao, who was on its back, was furious. He stepped on the ground with his right foot and flew out the moment it was flipped over, landing in the air. You dog, even you dare to go against Laozi? Get up. Rumble. The war beast flipped over. Luo Tian gently lifted his right foot, and the war beast just happened to land under his feet. The corner of his mouth drew back, and his eyes were wide open as he stared at the war beast, and shouted, "Try moving." He instantly stopped moving. He was extremely obedient and scared half to death, yet he still dared to move. The little boy behind him felt that he was being blocked by an incomparably tall body. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at Luo Tian's back. He felt that he was incomparably strong, like a giant. It was also at this time. Luo Tian turned around, looked at him, smiled lightly, and said, "Go to your grandfather's place." Qin Chong Tian obediently nodded, and said very politely, "Big brother, thank you." "You have to be careful too, brother-in-law." "No, he's not my brother-in-law. That man is very bad, very ruthless." Luo Tian gently stroked his forehead, and said, "Big brother is even more ruthless than him." Hee, no matter how ruthless Big Brother is, he's still a good person." Finished. Qin San also ran over and hugged the little boy in his arms. He looked at Luo Tian excitedly and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me." Luo Tian laughed, and said, "No need to thank me, I've taken your money, so I'll naturally do things for you. Don't worry, I won't ask you to increase the reward." While speaking, Luo Tian intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the evil youth who was not far away. At this time, the evil youth's eyes were filled with incomparable shock. He was so shocked that he was in a complete mess, and muttered to himself, "Pubis shattering can still be so fierce? This is too unbelievable." The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. Good boy. The sound wave attack actually knocked over a rank 8 war beast. It's really fierce. Fierce my ass. He's about to turn into a dead dog. Even the mount of Gao, the 3rd young master of Sky Connect province, was flipped over. I think he's tired of living. Sky Connect City is the overlord of this area. Offending Sky Connect province is tantamount to suicide. Isn't that so? For the sake of the 2 survivors of Luoyang City, even if he has some strength, his brain must be very stupid. This brat can overturn the beasts, but what about Gao? He's a profound sage. This brat is going to die. Meddling in other people's business won't end well for you. The current Skyspan Palace is no longer the same as before. It has joined forces with several great immortal sects to eradicate Sunset City in an instant. Who would dare to offend the Skyspan Palace in this area? They began to whisper to each other. They looked at Luo Tian as if they were looking at 4 people. Gao's gaze was incomparably ferocious as he shouted once more, "Bastard, stand up for this daddy." Luo Tian released his foot and said with a cold smile, "Try moving." The beasts that had been flipped over on the ground still didn't dare to move. They were really afraid of Luo Tian. Even in front of their master, they were still afraid of Luo Tian. This made Gao extremely unhappy. Turning his gaze, he coldly stared at Luo Tian. "No matter who you are, no matter what your background is, no matter what your relationship with the Qin family is, you will die in my hands today, and they will never be able to leave Sky Connect City." His killing intent was incomparably strong. His beasts were suppressed in front of so many people, which made him feel very embarrassed. Gao was very angry. Luo Tian gently patted the beasts and said, "Go over there and protect them." If anyone dares to touch them, tear them apart for me. Woo-woo, the beasts rolled on the ground and instantly got up. They were very obedient as they stood beside Xianxia and the others. Their eyes regained their primitive ferocity, and the aura of a level 8 demonic beasts erupted as they looked at the Tongtian city guards with hatred. This change caused the anger in Gao's heart to expand even more, causing him to grit his teeth in anger. Gao looked down from above, with an extremely arrogant expression. He shouted angrily, "Brat, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes today, you will not be able to escape death." Luo Tian did not even look at him, but turned around and looked at Xianxia. "Boss, do you want me to kill him, or kill him?" Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, the little boy Qin Changtian mustered his courage and said angrily, "Big brother, help me kill him." The evil youth's gaze tensed up as he reminded, "Be careful, his cultivation is much higher than yours." Xianxia's eyes turned sinister as he gritted his teeth and said, "Kill him, as long as you can kill him, I will do anything you want me to do." Luo Tian was overjoyed, and secretly thought, "I was waiting for you to say that." Then Luo Tian turned his body, staring at the incomparably arrogant Gao in the air. He extended his right hand, pointed at Gao and said, "Not to mention the Heavenly Emperor, even if your ancestors were to revive today, it would still be useless, you will still die." Incomparably arrogant, directly pointing at the third young master of the Tongtian palace, and directly saying you are going to die. This was the first time in the history of Tongtian city, and he had never seen such an arrogant person. Was this person crazy? Was he an idiot? Gao laughed wildly towards the sky, "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." The surrounding guards also laughed wildly. Many of the surrounding people who were watching the show could not help but laugh. They just felt that it was funny. Who would dare to say such words in Tongtian city? Even the disciples of the immortal sect would not dare to be so arrogant. Gao laughed crazily, as if he had heard the funniest joke in history. He pointed at Luo Tian and mocked, "A mere trash with a shattered pubis dares to say such words." I'm about to die from laughter, just as everyone around him was laughing out loud. Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. Gao laughed wildly, releasing the aura of a profound sage, and said disdainfully, "Trash, you also dare to." Suddenly, his eyebrows tightened. "I can't sense his aura." A profound sage couldn't sense his aura, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Luo Tian rushed out of the void, and his fists moved. Raging flame soared into the sky, and directly blasted towards Gao. Together with his fists, he directly penetrated Gao's body. It was a terrifying scene. Gao did not have any reaction at all, his body was penetrated, and he did not even have time to scream before he was killed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Gao. You have gained 200,000 experience points and 20,000 profound chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a Niden. Even a profound sage like the Dragon King could be killed in an instant, let alone a profound sage like Gao. Killing him was just a matter of seconds. The surroundings were completely quiet, so quiet that it was frightening. It was also at this moment that Xianxia suddenly shouted at Luo Tian, "Run." Chapter 1, A New Day Seeking Recommendation Tickets, Brothers, Support. Run? He has already been killed. What's the point of running? Luo Tian couldn't react for a moment. Xianxia had already rushed to Luo Tian's side, grabbing his hand and dragging him. "Run, run, run. The people from Tongtian province will be here soon. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." Dead. The third young master is dead. Damn it, don't even think about running away, not a single one of you. The guard leader was furious. No one thought that Luo Tian would kill Gao. And it was an instant kill. Before they could react, Xianxia's shout broke the silence. The surrounding people all woke up. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at Luo Tian. At the beginning, there were some people who said that Luo Tian was powerful. But now, they thought that Luo Tian was a dead man. A man who was about to die. He killed the third young master of Tongtian province. It's useless even if he runs to the ends of the earth. Crazy, crazy. This kid must be crazy. He even dared to kill the third young master of Tongtian province. Doesn't he know how powerful Tongtian City's lord is? He has lived for 1,000 years and has reached the mystic sovereign realm. Who can stop him? Run. It's useless even if you run to hell. The evil youth was excited. He didn't even see Luo Tian's instant kill. He always thought that his speed was unparalleled. He didn't expect that he still couldn't see it clearly. He clenched his fists. Ouch. Ouch, it hurts. He forgot that his arms were already twisted into a fried dough twist. Why are you running? You don't have to be in such a hurry. Isn't it just Tongtian City's lord? I'll take care of him for you. Luo Tian had never run. So what if he killed someone from Tongtian province? So what if Tongtian City's lord came? His personality was arrogant. If Gao didn't want to kill the little boy, if he didn't even let the old man go, Luo Tian might have been merciful. He didn't even let the little boy and the old man go. There was no need for him to be merciful. Xianxia didn't expect this, he never expected this. He thought that Luo Tian couldn't kill Gao, but he didn't expect that Gao would be killed in one move. This made him somewhat unprepared, and the only thing he could think of was to escape, the further the better. He didn't even have time to feel excited. Logically speaking, he should be happy with Gao's death, but he couldn't bring himself to be happy. He grabbed Luo Tian's arm tightly and said, "You have no idea how powerful Tongtian Prefecture is. How high is Tongtian's cultivation? Now that his most beloved son is dead, he'll definitely be furious. If he doesn't run now, he really won't be able to leave Heaven Connect City." Luo Tian couldn't help but ask, "How strong is Tongtian City's lord?" Xianxia glanced at Luo Tian and said, "Tongtian City's lord broke through to the Mystic Emperor realm 13 years ago. He's the absolute overlord of this region. No matter how strong you are, you're not his match. Moreover, he has the god-controlling immortal sect, Xianxia Immortal Sect, and the 10 great immortal sects by his side. Now that you killed his third son, will he be angry? A Mystic Emperor expert? What the F***ck? Then he'll definitely drop a lot of things, right?" Luo Tian couldn't help but get excited. He was really a madman. He didn't care about how strong Tongtian City's lord was, he only cared about what good things he could drop. The stronger, the more he liked it. Just like the Huashan Immortal Sect's Grand Elder. Every time he saw him, Luo Tian couldn't help but get excited. The feeling of facing a super boss, the feeling of watching him shine with golden light, made his heart palpitate inexplicably. Kill him, that was the only thing he wanted to do. Looking at Luo Tian's excited face, Xianxia was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but want to give Luo Tian a few slaps to wake him up. "Kid, what are you so excited about? Hurry up and run. You're now my employee. I order you to run and bring him out of Tongtian City." Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering a D-class quest. Escort Xianxia out of Tongtian City. Quest, escort Xianxia out of Tongtian City. Quest reward, 1000 experience points. Quest time, 1 minute. Note, if the quest fails, 100 million experience points will be deducted. Damn, it's really a newbie quest. D-class quest, the reward is only 1000 experience points. What a tall bird. Luo Tian grumbled in his heart. He couldn't help but frown, that can't be. Tongtian City is so strong, how can it be a D-class quest? When he saw the description of the quest, Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Holy sh**t. The reward is only 1000 experience points. If the quest fails, it will deduct 100 million experience points. System, F***cku. Luo Tian cursed in his heart. This was the first time he had received this kind of quest, so he couldn't understand it at all. However, he didn't want to waste a single second. The quest time was only 1 minute, and he had already wasted 10 seconds. In other words, he still had 50 seconds left. If he delayed any longer, I'll be damned. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched. Grabbing one of them with each hand, he instantly threw Xianxia and Xianxia onto the back of the beast. His gaze tensed up as he said in a deep voice, "Bring them out of Tongtian City." Roar. The beast dug its front legs into the ground and charged out crazily. It had seen the scene of Luo Tian killing Gao very clearly. Luo Tian's words were like the heavens. Even if it had 10,000 guts, it wouldn't dare to go against him. You want to leave? Don't even think about running away today. Die here. The leader of the guards instantly rushed out and blocked the path of the war beast. The war beast's nose was like flames, its eyes were red, and its speed was getting faster and faster. It had no intention of stopping at all as it fiercely charged forward. Its two fangs fiercely bit down, directly tearing a guard into pieces. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian instantly landed in front of the leader of the guards. With a move of his fists, the heavy cannon shot out and directly blasted him away. Just as he was about to quickly catch up to the war beast, he realized that the evil youth was still standing there motionlessly. He couldn't help but shout, "Damn, what are you still standing there for? Why aren't you running?" The evil youth laughed awkwardly, and said, I can't move. Holy sh*t. Luo Tian looked at the time. There were less than 30 seconds left. 100 million experience points, he was really going to be driven crazy by the system. Time was running out because of this, but even so, Luo Tian still quickly ran to the evil youth's side and used a regeneration technique, saying, "Hurry up and run, I'll cover the back." The evil youth's arms instantly recovered, and his face was once again filled with shock. His eyes lit up as he looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian immediately slapped the back of his head and shouted, "Your sister, hurry up and run." He was so annoyed that he wanted to die. Experience was his meat. 100 million experience was equivalent to cutting off a large piece of meat from his body. The evil youth reacted and turned into a wisp of green smoke, instantly disappearing without a trace. His speed was so fast that even Luo Tian could not react in time. He cursed loudly again, "Damn, you're running even faster than a rabbit's ancestor." At this moment, a large wave of guards rushed forward. Luo Tian looked at the time. There were still a dozen seconds left. 10,000 lightning strike, explode for me. Rumble. 10,000 lightning bolts fell. Luo Tian did not even look at them as he activated his level 6 berserk. Adding the wind shadow steps, stage 9, he rushed out of the Tong Tian city gate in the last second. It was also at this time that the system sounded out. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the quest. You've gained 1,000 experience points. System, your grandpa, I almost became a madman for 1,000 experience points. It was also at this time. Luo Tian's mind sounded out again. Ding. Chapter 2. Playing with my life. In just a short minute, Luo Tian was really playing with his life. He was almost broken by the system. Mission completed, 1,000 experience points reward. Mission failed, 100 million experience points deducted. What was this? He had never encountered such a thing before. I have never seen a system that would punish me for failing a mission. If you want to kill me, then do it openly. Luo Tian cursed in his heart. At this moment, the system beeped again. Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened. In the past, he loved to hear the system beep. But now, his heart was filled with sadness and pain. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining an A rating. You are rewarded with an additional 100,000 experience points. Luo Tian was overjoyed. He immediately opened the system and found a rating page. An A rating. In his previous life, many games had such a rating system. The higher the rating, the more rewards one would receive. There was even a chance to draw a big prize. Ha ha ha, at least you have a bit of conscience. Compensate me 100,000 experience points. Otherwise, I will really curse your 18 generations of ancestors. Luo Tian laughed in his heart. 100,000 experience points was not much, but it was not bad. But, what he did not expect was. At this moment, the system beeped again. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the second stage of the mission. Mission level, C mission, protect Qin Chong Tian for 10 days. Do not suffer any injuries. Do not die. Otherwise, the system will treat it as a mission failure. Mission reward, 2,000 experience points. Mission time, 10 days. Mission failure, 200 million experience points deducted. You. Luo Tian wanted to curse twice in a row. In the end, he had no choice but to endure it. He bitterly said, "System, you are my grandfather and I am your grandson. If you want to play me to death, just open your mouth and I will die in front of you. It's like this again, it really wants to kill me." Luo Tian felt very bitter. However, Luo Tian didn't have a choice because he didn't have a choice in this mission. In the previous missions, there would be a dialogue box saying, "Do you accept?" But this time, there was no dialogue box. It didn't give Luo Tian any choice, forcing it on him directly. "Alright. Isn't it just 10 days? I'll accept it." Luo Tian clenched his teeth and closed the system. He looked at Xianxia and asked, "Boss, where are we going now?" "Run. The further the better." "Little brother, thank you. Thank you for helping me kill the biggest enemy of Luoyang City. You helped Master, Young Miss, and the 367 people of the Qin clan take revenge. This old man is unable to repay you, so I'll kowtow to you." As he spoke, Xianxia directly knelt down. Qin Changtian, who was beside him, obediently knelt down as well. He lowered his head and kowtowed to the ground. When he kowtowed, Luo Tian was scared half to death. He directly used a force to hold Qin Changtian back as he anxiously said, "My little ancestor, you can't hurt even a little. My 200 million experience points are all on you." The system was dead. As long as Qin Changtian was injured even a little, he would consider the mission failed. This also meant that Luo Tian would lose 200 million experience points. This was equivalent to taking his life. "Hurry and get up. I'm a worker you hired. It's my duty to help my employer." "Where are we going next?" Luo Tian reminded. He always remembered what Gao said in Tongtian City. The Qin clan of Luoyang City was the Dragon Protector clan. They knew the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God clan. Luo Tian's purpose here was to enter the Heavenly Palace God clan and obtain the Sky Dragon Pearl to help the dragon egg hatch. However, he wasn't in a hurry to bring it up. He didn't even say that the Qin clan was exterminated. If Luo Tian asked, it would result in twice the result with half the effort. It might even arouse Xianxia's vigilance. Xianxia gasped for breath and said, "Tongtian City wants my and young master's lives. This matter has nothing to do with the two of you. You should leave. Don't be implicated because of us." "Huh?" Luo Tian was startled, and said, "If we leave, how far can the two of you go?" The evil young man also walked up, and said, "That's right. Tell us a place, and we'll send you there. We've taken your money, so we'll definitely do it for you." Qin Changtian raised his head and looked at Xianxia, and said, "Grandfather, these two brothers are not bad people. Let them come with us." Xianxia still didn't trust Luo Tian and Qin Jiao. It was also because of Gao. This was also reasonable. He couldn't completely trust Luo Tian just because he killed the enemy of Luoyang City. He was very clear. In this world, only two people knew where the entrance to the Heavenly Palace was. Could it be that Luo Tian also came for this? No matter what, Xianxia wouldn't easily believe it. It was just that he had no other choice. Just as Luo Tian said, the two of them would be caught by the Tongtian City in less than half a day. They wouldn't be able to live for more than a day. Xianxia's face sank, and said, "Alright, then I'll have to trouble the two of you." Oh, Qin Changtian jumped up in joy. Luo Tian smiled faintly. His heart relaxed slightly, and he secretly rejoiced. Luckily, he didn't have the entrance to the Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed him to follow them. Xianxia's vigilance is very heavy. He definitely wouldn't be able to force it out. There was only one way now, and that was to influence him. The evil young man's face was calm, and there was a faint evil chi on his face. However, the gaze he looked at Luo Tian with became extremely hot. The strength that Luo Tian had displayed had already convinced him. "Alright. Let's hurry up and leave Tongtian City's sphere of influence as soon as possible." Xianxia's brows shook as he helped Qin Changtian onto the back of the war beast. Luo Tian could not help but ask, where are we going? Qin San looked into the distance and said, Dark Forest. Tong Tian City, Tong Tian City. Ao. 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 Ji Tongtian's tears flowed down his face. In his heart, an evil rage was constantly being suppressed and erupting. The entire hall was being crushed by this evil rage. He was extremely angry. Gao was his youngest son, and also the son that he loved the most. He didn't expect that the white-haired man would actually die, moreover. He didn't even have a complete corpse. There were only a few pieces of flesh and blood. Looking at this scene, his heart trembled. He clenched his teeth and shouted, Send out all the assassins in Tong Tian City. I want all 4 of them to die, all of them to accompany my son in death. He gritted his teeth. It was incomparably fierce. It was also at this time that 2 middle-aged men walked over. Clasping his hands together, he said in unison, Father, I will definitely avenge 3rd brother, 2nd brother. It's just that the 7-colored snow lotus is about to mature, the elders of the immortal sect, not waiting for the 2 of them to finish. Ji Tongtian flipped his hand and slapped the 2 of them, directly flipping them over. A thick profound Emperor Battle Chi was released as he scolded, No matter how big the matter is, it is not as big as Aoer's death. Tell them to wait. Chapter 3. Ji Tongtian's love for Gao was beyond imagination. He slapped his 2 sons and said in a deep voice, I'm hitting you to make you remember that nothing is more important than a brother's matter. The immortal sect emissaries want to get the 7-colored snow lotus and enter the heavenly palace god race. These matters can only be discussed after I deal with those 4 people. Profound Sovereign Battle Chi was released. The entire heaven-connecting mansion became extremely oppressive. At this time, several immortal sect emissaries came forward. The one leading them was an emissary of the divine controlling immortal sect, an outer sect elder called Yang Jin. He looked to be in his 50s, but his actual age was more than 300 years old and had reached the profound sage realm. Yang Jin's expression was calm as he walked to the main hall and said, City Lord Ji, please restrain your grief. The dead cannot be brought back to life. It's a pity that your young master died. We who are still alive should do something for him. We can't let him die like this. Lu Zhen of the Xianxia immortal sect also said, That's right. Let's put aside the 7-colored snow lotus and the heavenly palace god race for the time being. Let's find the enemies who killed your young master and use their heads as a sacrifice to your young master's soul. The other 2 emissaries also expressed their opinions. They were very clear, in Heaven Connecting City, their immortal sect's influence was very weak. They had to borrow the power of Heaven Connecting Mansion. It was all because of Ji Tongtian, the profound sovereign realm was supreme. Even if they were orthodox sects, they didn't want to offend such an unfathomable old monster who had lived for thousands of years. At this time, they could only cater to him. Ji Tongtian's expression returned to normal as he said, Thank you for your understanding, emissaries. I will deal with this matter as soon as possible and won't affect your important matters. No hurry. Our matter is small. 3rd young master's death is more important. Seeing that Ji Tongtian had calmed down, Yang Jin took a step forward and said, 3rd young master's cultivation broke through to the profound sage realm a few days ago. Although he isn't from the orthodox immortal sects, the profound sage realm is still an invincible existence in this area. There aren't many people who can kill him in an instant. I believe that it definitely isn't someone from Heaven Connect City or Setting Sun City. Brother Yang's analysis is right. I have already sent someone to inquire about it. This person came out from the teleportation array. Clearly, he is a disciple of an immortal sect. As for which immortal sect he is, I am unable to speculate. However, I am certain that he is definitely not a disciple of our 4 great immortal sects, Lu Zhen said. Luo Tian did not deliberately conceal his whereabouts. From the teleportation formation to the restaurant, and then to the city gate, many people had seen all of this. It was easy to find out with a little investigation. Ji Tongtian frowned and murmured, Someone from the immortal sects? A trace of doubt crossed his face. Yang Jin immediately said, City Lord Ji, don't worry. It doesn't matter if he's a disciple or an elder of some immortal sect, we won't let him off. Touching someone from Connect Heaven City is the same as breaking the agreement signed by our ancestors. Even if he's a sect master, he won't be able to escape death. Alright. The two elders are truly worthy of being the elders of the first and second immortal sections. Truly admire you. Ji Tongtian shouted. Since that's the case, there's nothing for me to worry about. With the power of my Connect Heaven City, I will definitely be able to wring the heads of these four within 3 days. Within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, Connect Heaven City could cover the sky with one hand. Yang Jin said again, since it's someone from the immortal sects who broke the agreement signed by our ancestors, we can't just ignore it. Besides, this person was able to kill the third young master of the profound sage realm. His cultivation must not be simple. Lu Zhen also immediately said, I will let my eldest disciple and the 4 inner disciples of the Xianxia immortal sect cooperate with City Lord Ji. I will also let my eldest disciple cooperate. I will do the same. The 4 great immortal sects expressed their stance one after another. Ji Tongtian smiled happily on the surface, but he coldly shouted in his heart, what a bunch of old foxes. Are you afraid that I won't tell them about the entrance to the heavenly palace? Humph, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Indeed, when the 4 great immortal sects found out that 2 of the 4 people were the only ones who knew about the entrance to the heavenly palace, they immediately rushed over. They wanted to participate in this hunt. They were worried that Ji Tongtian would not tell them about the entrance. After all, this was Connect Heaven City, which was more than 10,000,000 kilometers away from the 4 great immortal sects. Even if there was a teleportation formation, it would be extremely inconvenient. No one was willing to stay in such a desolate place without any immortal chi. They wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible and return. Ji Tongtian cupped his hands and said, then this Ji thanks the 4 emissaries. Immediately after, Ji Tongtian walked to the entrance of the main hall and shouted in a deep voice, gather people and summon the Connect Heaven kill order for me. Anyone who finds traces of the 4 of them will be killed immediately if they don't report it. Let all the assassins in Connect Heaven City go out. I want to see their heads within 3 days. Yes. It was also at this time. The emissaries of the 4 great immortal sects also sent their eldest disciples to chase after them. Buzz. Xianhuan battle chi soared into the sky, and Ji Tongtian's aura spread out. He looked up to the sky and roared, Qin San, no matter where you hide, I will find you. I will make the 4 of you accompany my son in death. His voice spread out like a wave of air. It spread wildly. At the edge of the dark forest, Qin San's face darkened. He stopped for a moment, and said, old bastard Tong Tian is about to send out the Connect Heaven kill order. We have to quickly pass through the dark forest, and once we leave the dark forest, we will be out of Tong Tian Palace's sphere of influence. Luo Tian looked in the direction of Tong Tian City, his fists clenched tightly, his face revealing an unconcealable excitement. Profound Emperor Stage. This is the aura of a Profound Emperor Stage, so strong, killing him should be able to drop quite a few holy artifact, right? Gulp. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva heavily, and thought in his heart, I really want to kill him. Qin Chongtian looked at Luo Tian's excited expression, and said, Big brother Luo Tian, what are you thinking about? Old bastard Tong Tian is a Profound Emperor Stage ranker, even my father is not his match, thinking of his father. Qin Chongtian couldn't help but choke with sobs, Father. Father, I miss my father so much. Sigh, Qin San sighed lightly, his face darkening. He wanted to comfort him, but he couldn't find the words to comfort him. Seeing his father die in front of him, that kind of feeling was really hard to bear. He was the same, his father had also died under the swords of those assassins from Tong Tian Palace. Luo Tian squatted down, smiled lightly, and said, Tian, you have to be strong, no matter how strong the enemy is, no matter how high the cultivation, you have to be strong and live on. As for those bad guys from Tong Tian Palace, Big Brother guarantees that if 1 comes, I will kill 1, if 2 comes, I will kill 2. Qin Chongtian nodded heavily, and said, N. Luo Tian looked in the direction of Tong Tian City, and prayed in his heart, you guys better not come, you guys are experience points, unbeatable bloodline points, the more the better, he was a complete madman. Chapter 4. Tong Tian City. In a small courtyard. Yang Jin's face darkened as he asked coldly, "Did you find out which immortal sect it was?" To suddenly appear at this time and kill Gao, this is definitely not a coincidence. Could it be that another immortal sect discovered the secret of the Heavenly Palace God race? Lu Xun's face also darkened as he said, "It shouldn't be. At that time only the four of us were present. We are not fools. Who would spread this matter? Don't forget, we didn't even tell the sect master." "I didn't say it either. Whoever says it is a fool." The four of them looked at each other. A few months ago, the four of them appeared in the depths of the heavenly mountain range to search for the seven-colored snow lotus. Suddenly, they found a giant dragon, a heavily injured giant dragon. It was not a lizard giant dragon like the four-legged snake. It was a giant dragon like the dragon god. At that time, the giant dragon also discovered them. With just a glance, it completely knocked them out. When they woke up, the giant dragon had already disappeared. For this, they searched frantically and could not find any traces of the giant dragon even after searching the entire heavenly mountain. However, they were sure that this giant dragon would not live for long. Its injuries were extremely heavy and it was already on the verge of death. Dragon, the most mysterious and powerful species in the Xianxia continent. If they could fuse with the dragon god's bloodline, they would obtain the power of the dragon god and shock the entire world. Not only that, their cultivation would also receive an unprecedented increase. In the entire continent, there was no one who did not want to obtain the dragon god's bloodline. Morong Wanjian's appearance caused countless experts to search everywhere and kill the giant dragon. It was because he wanted to fuse with the dragon's bloodline and increase his cultivation base quickly. He wanted to obtain greater strength, a body that could destroy anything as easily as a dragon, and the king's power that could look down on the world and dominate the desolate universe. The four of them saw it. But they could not find it. After inquiring for a few months, they slowly found out about the Dragon Protection Clan in Luoyang City. They also knew that only the Dragon Protection Clan knew the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God race. And the Heavenly Palace God race was most likely the habitat of the Tianxian continent's dragons. Destroy the Qin family in Luoyang City. What they did not expect was that the people of the Qin family would not reveal the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God race even in the face of death. Kill them one by one. No one said anything. More than 300 disciples of the Qin family had been killed. The more they did not mention it, the more certain the four of them were that there was a giant dragon hidden among the Heavenly Palace Divine Clan. It was very likely that it was the injured giant dragon. They could not kill the living giant dragon, but they were absolutely confident that they could kill a dying giant dragon. For the sake of the dragon god bloodline, they were willing to take the risk. This was their chance to reach the heavens in a single bound. Done. No matter who that person is, he must die. If he finds out why we're here, we'll have nothing to do with it. Yang Jin frowned and said in a low voice, "Other than that person, the remaining members of the Qin family must also be controlled by us. This time, I spent 10,000 merit points to exchange for an elixir. As long as you make them eat it, they will tell you everything you want to know." Lu Xun smiled excitedly. "Brother Yang is really brilliant. This time, we will definitely be able to obtain the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God race. At that time, Brother Yang will be the first to obtain the Dragon God bloodline. I believe the other two brothers will have nothing to say." Of course. Senior Brother Yang contributed the most, so naturally he should be the first to try. Ha ha ha, junior brothers, in a few days, we will be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. At that time, the entire world will be shocked by us. Ha ha ha, in another place. In the secret chamber of the Tongtian residence. Ji Tongtian's face was cold. Standing behind him was his eldest son, Ji Tian, and second son, Ji Yuan. The four immortal sects' goal of cooperating with us is definitely not as simple as the seven-colored snow lotus and the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God race. The Heavenly Palace God race must be hiding some secrets. I want the two of you to secretly follow their four disciples. Ji Tongtian said faintly. Ji Tian immediately said, "This child obeys." Ji Tongtian continued, "As for the remaining members of the Qin family, no matter what, they must not be caught by their people. They must be controlled by us. This is our bargaining chip with the four immortal sects. I need a large amount of inner cores to break through to the third level of the Mystic Emperor realm. As long as I can break through to the third level of the Mystic Emperor realm, even if they enter the Heavenly Palace God race, they will not be able to leave alive. Remember this. Especially that little boy Xianxia. His identity is not ordinary. We must not let him fall into the hands of the four immortal sects. This child understands. The corner of Ji Tongtian's mouth turned sinister as he laughed coldly. For great immortal sects? Humph, you want to order me around in my, Ji Tongtian's, territory? Just you wait, you won't be able to escape responsibility for my son's death. Just you wait. After I investigate everything clearly, it will be your time to die. Each had their own ulterior motives. However, this was not a good thing for Luo Tian. Their goal was the same. No matter what, Luo Tian had to face two powerful forces. For great immortal sects, Tong Tian Mansion. Any one of them was an incomparably tyrannical existence. And the difficulty of Luo Tian's mission had become even more difficult. Thinking of the mission, Luo Tian cursed the 81 generations of the system's ancestors in his heart. Along the way, he protected Qin Chong Tian like he was protecting his ancestor, afraid that he would accidentally fall or break his skin. He was really worried. He was worried that the system would deduct his 200 million experience. A deadly mission. One day later. Tong Tian Mansion. The corner of Ji Tongtian's mouth turned cold, and the profound emperor's battle chi once again surged out. Every single assassin of Tong Tian Mansion sensed it, and bellowed, "They are in the dark forest, go and search." Profound emperor's battle chi, supreme and powerful. It could transmit sound from 1,000 miles away. The assassins of Tong Tian Mansion immediately rushed towards the dark forest like a tide. Ji Tongtian sneered in disdain, and snorted, "Qin San, do you think that I won't be able to find you just because you're hiding in the dark forest? Just you wait, my assassins will be here soon. You killed my son, I will use the cruelest method in the world to kill you. Elder, I've received news that Ji Tongtian has sent all the assassins to the dark forest. Good. Pass down my orders, have our men rush to the dark forest. We must find them before their men do. Yes, sir. For a moment, an undercurrent surged. Killing intent spread for 10,000 miles, in the dark forest. Luo Tian sniffed, and muttered to himself, I smell a killing intent, it seems like they are getting closer and closer to us, come. The more the better. Heh, Luo Tian laughed coldly in his heart, who was the prey, who would be hunted, Chapter 5. Roar. A dark demonic beast rushed out. Luo Tian took the lead. His body leaned forward, sticking close to the demonic beast's body. With a flip of his right palm, a pure force erupted from his palm and blasted out. Bang! The demonic beast's body was penetrated and died instantly. Brother Luo Tian is awesome, Brother Luo Tian is awesome. Qin Chong Tian clapped his hands excitedly, then smacked his lips and giggled, Brother Luo Tian, isn't it time to eat? Eh? Didn't we just eat? Why are you hungry again? Luo Tian said with a smile. He then turned his head to look at Qin San and the evil youth. They were also looking at Luo Tian with a sincere look, as if they were very hungry. Luo Tian looked at the sky. Smiling faintly, he said, all right, I'll make a more sumptuous dinner for you guys. Little Xia. Go and cut open this demonic beast's stomach and clean it. Luo Tian ordered, Boss Qin, go and collect more firewood. We might have to spend the night here. Little Xia did not say anything and immediately carried the demonic beast that Luo Tian had just killed and walked towards the stream. Qin Sam glanced at Qin Chong Tian, and did not stay any longer. Not long after. Luo Tian set up a bonfire and roasted the demonic beast's meat. While roasting the meat, he could not help but hum, you are my little barbecue, no matter how much I love you, it will never be too much, big brother, is this a secret manual for roasting meat? It sounds like it's very powerful. Gulp. While speaking, Qin Chong Tian was drooling. Looking at the oily and fragrant roasted meat, his eyes could not help but shine. Not only him, even Qin San and little Xia were the same. Especially little Xia, the evil expression on her face was completely gone, and she looked like she wanted to eat 100 gene of meat. Goo. Coo. Their stomachs grumbled. Luo Tian laughed. As he roasted the meat, he couldn't help but think of Fatty Lei and the others. He thought to himself, I wonder how you guys are doing now. I wonder if Fatty Lei and Xianxia have returned from their trip to the Yao realm. On the second day after Luo Tian left Heaven Sword City, the two of them left the Heaven Sword City and went to the Red River Demon Race. Feng Lei wanted to find his roots, he also wanted to know who he was, the powerful force in his body, and what the monster was. Was it really like what Xianxia said, that he was the ancestor of all demons? Luo Tian's eyes were filled with longing. Other than Fatty Lei, there was also Chun, Tang, Qin Yuer and the others. A year had almost passed and he wondered how they were doing now. Was Chun even more beautiful? Was the great Tang dynasty restored? And then there was Li Shuer. Luo Tian looked at the stars in the sky, and always had the feeling that she was by his side. His heart warmed, and he thought to himself, Shuer, wait for me, I will definitely not let you suffer any more grievances, I swear. Qin Changtian looked at the longing in Luo Tian's eyes, and could not help but ask, Big brother Luo Tian, who are you thinking about? Luo Tian regained his composure, gently touched Qin Changtian's forehead, and said, I'm thinking of a lot of people. Following that, he tore off a piece of meat that was charred on the outside and tender on the inside from the grill, and handed it over to Qin Changtian with a big leaf. He smiled and said, eat. Not long after, Luo Tian didn't even know how the demon beast ate the meat. Its stomach was only so big, how could it hold a few 100 kilograms of food, especially little Xia? This guy acted as if he hadn't eaten anything in 8 lifetimes. Late at night, from time to time, the roars of demon beasts would come out from the depths of the forest. Qin Changtian leaned into Qin San's embrace and fell into a deep sleep. He slept very soundly, and from time to time, he would reveal a faint smile. Qin San draped his coat over Qin Changtian's shoulders and revealed a kind smile as he whispered to himself, this is the best sleep he's had in the past half a month. Qin San raised his head and looked at Luo Tian, and said, thank you both, if not for you, I really don't know what to do, I'm afraid we would already be dead. While they were talking, Qin San laughed bitterly, looked at Luo Tian, and couldn't help but ask, you shouldn't be from Tong Tian Palace. You were able to instantly kill Gao of the Profound Sage Realm, which means that your cultivation has already reached an extremely terrifying level. I really want to know, what is your purpose in coming to Tong Tian City? Very direct. This was also what he had always wanted to ask. After a period of contact, Qin San gradually let down his guard. However, he wanted to know why Luo Tian had come, and why would he coincidentally appear by his side. Coincidence? There were no coincidences in this world. It was naturally not a coincidence that Luo Tian met him. If not for the yellow exclamation point above Qin San's head, he would not have walked up, and he would not have been hired. Luo Tian did not say it out loud, but said, for the mission, for myself, and for saving people. He did not lie to Qin San. He was indeed doing it for the mission, and for saving people. Little Xiao looked at Luo Tian, hesitated for a moment, and said, you are from the immortal sect. Luo Tian nodded, and did not deny it, I am a disciple of the Huashan immortal sect, but I don't think I will be very soon, hee. Thinking about the Huashan immortal sect, Luo Tian could only use 2 words to describe it in his heart, hee. Qin San's face sank, and he could not help but clench his fists, and said in a deep voice, the Qin family was destroyed because of Ji Tong Tian and the help of the 4 immortal sects. Those 4 people, even if I become a ghost, I will not let them go. 1/1 kill. So many people of the Qin family died in their hands. Every time, Qin San would dream of a bloody scene. Luo Tian's gaze tightened, and thought, there really are people from the other immortal sects in Tong Tian City. Luo Tian asked, why do the 4 great immortal sects want to deal with your Qin family? What do they want? The immortal sects have abundant resources, what do they not have? Why would they join forces with Tong Tian City to deal with your Qin family? Qin San laughed bitterly, for what? For the location of the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God race, for the Dragon God's blood essence in the Heavenly Palace God race, no matter how abundant the resources of the immortal sex are, they are not as tempting as the heavenly palace god race's dragon blood. Hee hee. While they were talking, little Xia suddenly clenched his teeth. Luo Tian could clearly see from the corner of his eyes that there was a thin layer of frost on little Xia's face. This coldness was condensed from a dense killing intent, and he thought, speaking of the dragon god's blood essence, he is so nervous, could it be that this person is also related to the heavenly palace god race? After Qin San finished speaking, he once again looked at Luo Tian seriously, and said, "Are you also here for the entrance to the heavenly palace god race?" Huh? Luo Tian actually didn't know how to answer for a moment, but since he had already said so much, there was no need for him to hide anything anymore, and directly replied, "Yes." Humph. I knew that there wasn't a single good person in the immortal sect. They are all here for the secret that my dragon clan has guarded for 10,000 years. Qin San's face suddenly changed. He protected the sleeping Qin Changtian, his eyes staring straight at Luo Tian. The vigilance that had originally disappeared instantly soared. Luo Tian's heart sank. At this moment, he did not have time to think, and shouted, "Be careful." The assassin had arrived. Chapter 6. This chapter is an update for the return of love. Thank you, brother, for your many rewards. The old cow is extremely grateful. Today's monthly votes are a bit miserable. Brothers, if you still have monthly votes, please support me. The old cow is begging you. Be careful. Luo Tian exclaimed. It was also at this time. Qin San's gaze was fixed on Luo Tian as he carried Qin Changtian and shot out. His speed was so fast that it made people click their tongues. Luo Tian's face darkened. Qin San's cultivation, F***CK. Stop playing around. Luo Tian's gaze tightened, and secretly thought, how can the butler of the Luoyang city's Qin family not have cultivation? He has always been pretending, and it's too deep. I really, sigh. It seems that no one in this world can be easily trusted. Qin San was a warrior. And his cultivation was not low, at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic venerable realm. He had never exposed himself. Even when he was in the Luoyang city, he had never exposed himself. Not many people knew that he was a high-level warrior. When he was whipped twice by Gao in Tongtian City, he could have dodged, but he still did not move. Such a deep shrewdness was indeed somewhat terrifying. Qin San carried Qin Changtian and shot out. In an instant, he jumped and disappeared into the darkness in less than half a breath. Little Xia was also slightly shocked. Luo Tian frowned, and said, "Little Xia, do you believe me?" Little Xia's forehead wrinkled slightly, and then gently nodded. His background was also very mysterious. Luo Tian was not sure, but he was very clear that this young man was not simple. There was no other way. Qin San already did not believe him. There were assassins everywhere in the dark forest. He was not worried about anything else. He was only worried that Qin Changtian would be hurt. Even if it was just a scratch, the system would consider it a mission failure, and deduct his 200 million experience. Who could he find to reason with? Luo Tian was very worried. He was quite worried that something would happen to Qin Changtian. If his 200 million experience was deducted, he would instantly drop a level. No. Luo Tian's heart trembled. He looked at little Xia and said, "Butler Qin is already wary of me. He probably doesn't believe me now. It's useless for me to explain, and I'm too lazy to explain. I'm different from those immortal sects. Little Xia, help me protect them. Leave this place to me." Brat. None of you can escape. Several black figures shot out from the darkness. They all wore the standard of Tongtian Prefecture on their chests. Each of them was a well-trained assassin, a professional assassin. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth turned cold. He smiled lightly and said, "How fast?" Turning to the side, he said, "Let's go quickly. Go and protect Qin San and the others." Little Xia gave Luo Tian a heavy glare before instantly transforming into a blur and disappearing in the blink of an eye. The two killers immediately chased after him. "Let's see where you can escape to." The moment they rushed out, Luo Tian moved and blocked their way. He revealed a grim smile and said, "Your opponent is me." Before he finished speaking, Luo Tian's attack had already been blasted out. Both his fists moved, bang, bang, with a single punch, each of them was sent flying. Ding, ding. Instant kill. You're courting death. The other assassins instantly surrounded Luo Tian. They exerted their full strength, and their vigorous power erupted. Their power formed a huge net of power, and firmly sealed Luo Tian's surroundings. It did not look strong, but it revealed an extremely strong killing intent. These killers had cultivated their killing intent for many years. It was just that, this kind of killing intent might be useful for many others, but it was completely useless against Luo Tian, who cultivated the death god's way. Killing intent? Humph. Luo Tian chuckled disdainfully. His eyes flickered as an illusory figure appeared behind him, wielding a scythe and wearing a black robe. It was the shadow of a reaper, formed from killing intent and divine sense. Even as the enormous net of killing intent closed in on Luo Tian's eyes flickered. The shadow of the death god moved. The huge scythe gently cut through it, as if it was cutting a watermelon. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian's fists moved, transforming into 64 illusionary palms in the night. He shouted coldly, 64 palms, heaven's illusionary divine palm, die for me. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. 64 palms, each of them filled with the power of the giant god, each of them unleashed with all their might. Pom pom instant kill, it was quite sharp. The 6 assassins who had surrounded him were instantly killed without any ability to resist. These people were only assassins who were close to the dark forest. They were just some small fries, and there would be stronger assassins coming soon. Luo Tian did not dare to stay any longer. He did not know if there was an assassin who had circled around to the front. Qin San's strength was not enough to protect Qin Changtian. My little ancestor. Luo Tian's figure moved. He immediately released his strongest speed and chased after them. Whoosh! Whoosh! They're right in front, quick, quick. Take revenge for the 3rd young master. Even if these people have 100 lives, they won't be able to survive against the 3rd young master of our Tongtian mansion. In the dark forest, killing intent filled the air. Those high-level monsters were all crawling on the ground, not daring to move. They were completely suppressed by the killing intent in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Those assassins were like fish leaping in the water, all of them madly chasing after Qin San and the rest. Outside of these assassins, there was an even stronger force. The disciples of the 4 major immortal sects, they hid their aura, and their speed was much faster than the Tongtian Mansion's assassins. After confirming Qin San's position, they directly released their immortal energy and shot out like arrows. In less than half a quarter of an hour, they saw Qin San's figure. It's the 2 of them. Master said that we have to capture them alive this time. Don't worry, the 2 of them won't be able to escape. Those idiots from Tongtian Mansion want to compete with us? This group of country bumpkins don't even know who we are. Hee hee, the 4 major immortal sects were very proud. They increased their speed. Qin San, where are you running to? A giant hand pressed down from the sky. At this moment, an evil force directly blocked the giant hand. Bang! Little Xia landed on the ground and said with a low voice, hurry up and leave. Huh? A little brat like you wants to block our way? You're courting death. The Imperial Immortal Sect's disciple directly released his immortal energy. His speed was fast, and his strength was relatively fierce. Mountain-splitting palm, die. 2 palms moved at the same time. A mountain-splitting force exploded from the center of his palm. Little Xia's eyes narrowed. She didn't wait for that person to attack and took the lead in rushing forward. Of all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbeatable. However, he was indeed fast, but he didn't expect that the Xinghai, Wanjian, and Shock Cloud Immortal Sect's 3 senior disciples would suddenly attack the moment the Imperial Immortal Sect's disciple attacked. Bang! 4 attacks landed on Little Xia at the same time. Pfft! Little Xia's face turned pale. She never thought that these sect disciples would be so despicable. The 4 of them sneered maliciously. The leader sneered, you piece of trash, die. His long sword moved and stabbed toward Little Xia's forehead. It was also at this moment that a figure landed. "You're really shameless." His figure landed. Luo Tian stood in front of little Xia with a cold smile on his face. Seeing Xianxia's sword stab towards him, the aura on his body suddenly erupted, and a powerful invisible force directly blocked the sharp tip of the sword. Then, Luo Tian turned around and cast a few healing techniques, and said, "You go first, leave this place to me." The pain on his body gradually subsided. Little Xia's complexion recovered slightly, but she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she stood in front of Luo Tian, pointed at Xianxiang, and roared, "I'm going to kill you." All of a sudden, the evil aura on little Xia's body suddenly changed into frost, and the leaves of the grass around her feet were directly covered with a thin layer of frost. Her aura suddenly changed, and her speed became incomparably fierce. Her right hand moved, a long ice sword appeared in her palm. It stabbed towards Qianchong. The sword in Qianchong's hand was blocked by Luo Tian's invisible force, and he couldn't attack. Feeling a chill in his heart, he made a prompt decision and jumped away, flying to a big tree. Supporting himself with his back foot, he used a sword technique and gently moved 2 fingers. The sword of a disciple behind him flew out from the void. Using qi to control the sword, this person's cultivation had reached the level of Hongyi Jian. Qianchong sneered, "Trash, you're courting death." The long sword transformed into several sword flowers that exploded in the air to form sharp sword intents. The sword intents seemed to have taken on a substantial form as they shot toward the oncoming little Xia like a series of sharp arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of air being torn apart sounded. A few thin gashes had appeared on little Xia's face, but no blood flowed out of them, as if they had been frozen by the frosty aura emanating from her body. A thin layer of frost had also appeared on her face, making her appear as if she were a frozen corpse. The evil aura was even more terrifying. "Be careful." Luo Tian wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Qianchong was an orthodox disciple of an immortal sect, and his control of immortal qi had reached an extremely high level. Moreover, the sword technique he cultivated was also extremely profound, and his body was exuding a dense sword qi. More importantly, this person was extremely sinister. Just now, the 4 of them had attacked at the same time because he had ordered them to do so. This time, the other 3 did not move. They had a complacent sneer on their faces. They probably would not attack again. But even so, Qianchong wasn't going to fight little Xia through normal means either. He placed one hand behind his back and wielded his sword with the other as he charged toward little Xia. Luo Tian's heart sank as he inwardly cried out, "Shit." However, it didn't matter how fast he reacted. Little Xia's ice longsword had already clashed with Qianchong's. Boom, sparks flew everywhere. A deafening boom rang out, and it was also at this moment that a sinister smile appeared on Qianchong's face. The left hand in his sleeve abruptly moved, and a burst of white powder abruptly sprayed toward little Xia's eyes. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, "Little brat, I'll let you have a taste of death powder." "Hold your breath." Luo Tian let loose a cry of surprise as he grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground. His right foot sprang forward, and he instantly landed beside little Xia before letting loose a ferocious roar. Roar. The huge force formed a strong gust of wind that quickly dispersed the powder. But even so. However, little Xia still inhaled quite a bit, and her expression instantly changed. Her lips turned purplish black, the speed of poisoning was too fast. It was clear how strong the poison of this death powder was. Haha, so what if he dodges? He'll die as soon as he comes into contact with it. Ha ha ha. This death powder of mine is refined from immortal poison grass. This little trash won't live for more than 10 breaths of time. Just wait for your death. Qianchong laughed proudly. Ha ha ha. Brother Qian is truly amazing. Look, that little brat is already foaming at the mouth. The death powder of the immortal imperial sect is famous throughout the immortal sections. This little brat's life is about to end. Everyone jeered. Luo Tian, however, clenched his fists tightly as his knuckles cracked. He knew that these people were despicable and sinister, but he didn't expect them to use such a despicable method. He suppressed the raging anger in his heart. He didn't know if his healing technique would be effective against poison. He didn't think too much about it. Since it was poison, then there must be an antidote. Thinking of this, Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared as he appeared beside Qianchong, who was laughing proudly, and sent a palm strike toward Qianchong's head. Humph. You're only a level 4 mystique venerable. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Qianchong's figure blurred. His speed was slightly faster than Luo Tian's and he dodged the attack. At the same time, Luo Tian threw the fine soil in his hand at Qianchong and shouted, "I'll kill you 3,000 times." The powdery black fine soil spilled out. Qianchong was shocked. Because he liked to use poison, he was very sensitive to these powdery things. His heart tightened, and he instantly held his breath and jumped away hurriedly. All his thoughts were on the fine soil. He didn't expect Luo Tian to have already fallen behind him. His arms moved violently. The power of the giant god poured in. His arms seemed to be filled with energy as they moved. His fists turned crimson red, and the power of the titan burst out. It was like a heavy artillery attack, and it blasted through Qianchong's body. Boom! His fists penetrated Qianchong's body, and then he tore it apart. Qianchong's face was sinister, his eyes bulged as he looked at Luo Tian. His nose twitched, and he said, "No poison, you, so despicable, shameless, despicable? Despicable your sister, compared to you, I'm far inferior." Luo Tian coldly snorted, and from the corner of his eyes, he looked at little Xia, whose skin was all black and purple, and thought to himself, "You must drop the antidote." Qianchong's body twitched a few times. Dead, instant kill. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Qianchong for obtaining 210,000 experience, 222,000 immortal chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining poison refining technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the antidote to the death powder. Thank goodness. Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief and immediately flew over to little Xia's side. He took out the antidote and poured it into little Xia's mouth. He pressed his palm against his chest and gently channeled his power, quickly dissolving the antidote into little Xia's mouth. Suddenly, Luo Tian's gaze suddenly tightened. Under his palm was something extremely rough. Upon closer inspection, scales, little Xia's chest was densely packed with scales. These scales were the same color as the scales on a dragon's body. He was astonished. He couldn't help but gently raise his palm and place it on little Xia's clothes again. He actually didn't want anyone to discover the secret on his body. Luo Tian didn't want to expose him either. Thinking back to the frost scales on his chest, he thought back to the dragons in the game in his previous life. Could it be a frost wyrm? Huff, Luo Tian was a little excited, and his power catalyzed the antidote. Little Xia's eyes opened slightly, and she looked at Luo Tian, and said 2 words in a quiet voice, "Thank you." It was also at this moment. A miserable cry sounded from the front. It was Qin San's voice. "Old cow would like to ask for some recommendation tickets. After using them today, there will be more tomorrow. Brothers, please give old cow a recommendation ticket every day. Something's wrong. Io. My little ancestor, you must not suffer even the slightest bit of injury. My 200 million experience points." Luo Tian was about to go crazy. If something happened to Qin San, the next one would be Qin Chong Tian. If he was injured, then 200 million experience points would be gone, and he would also have to face the pain of losing a level. It would really take his life. However, without waiting for Luo Tian to react, the other 3 disciples of the immortal sect led the rest of the people and quickly rushed out. They did not care about Qianchong at all, nor did they care about Luo Tian. To them, Qin San were far more important than Luo Tian. We can't let them take the lead. Elder Yang has given a death order. We must not let the people from Tong Tian Mansion snatch them away. If they snatch them away, we won't be able to explain ourselves when we return. You all know Elder Yang's methods. A few disciples anxiously said a few words. His figure soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. In less than half a breath of time, he disappeared into the darkness. Luo Tian's face darkened. It's all my fault for being too careless. The killer's target is not us, but Xianxia and the other two. Little Xia's brows also twitched, and said with guilt, it's all my fault for dragging you down. If anything happens to them, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. Luo Tian said, what are you talking about? A lifetime is very long, what's more, they might not necessarily be in trouble. While they were talking, Luo Tian shouted in his heart, level 6 berserk. Wind Shadow Step, Stage 9. Phantom. Swish, raising his speed to the limit, Luo Tian instantly disappeared into the darkness. Little Xia stood up and looked at Luo Tian's disappearing figure. He frowned and muttered to himself, does he already know my secret? His eyes narrowed slightly, and his entire body flew out in an instant. Humph. Remnant of the Qin clan, let's see where you can run to today. Ji Tian's vigorous aura firmly suppressed the surroundings. His eyes were wide open as he coldly stared at the dying Qianxia at his feet. He laughed coldly in disdain and said, Qianxia, you old thing, you actually dared to kill my third brother. Today, I will let you experience my, Ji Tian's, methods. Don't hurt my grandpa Qin. Qin Changtian had just woken up not long ago. His surroundings were pitch black, and he couldn't see far. However, when he heard Ji Tian's words, he immediately ran towards the voice, don't touch my grandpa Qin. If you dare to touch him, my big brother Luo Tian won't let you off. Immediately after, Qin Changtian looked around and asked curiously, third grandpa, where is my Luo Tian Gidge? Qin San's breathing was weak and his face was gloomy. He could not say a word. When he knew that Luo Tian was also here for the entrance of the Heavenly Palace divine race, he immediately became alert. Even if Luo Tian helped him kill Gao, he would not trust him. The reason why Luoyang City was destroyed by Tongtian City was because they trusted Gao too much. If not for him, Luoyang City would not have become like this. The 300+ people of the Qin clan would not have been completely killed in a day. Therefore, he did not trust Luo Tian. There was no reason for this distrust. It was just for Qin Changtian. He did not want the last seedling of the Qin clan to be in danger. Even though, he was grateful to Luo Tian in his heart, but he would not take the risk. This was not only related to the Qin clan's only seedling, it was also related to an even bigger secret. Ji Yuan's gaze moved, and a wave of ruthless killing intent came crashing down. His face was extremely cold, and in an instant, he wanted to crush Qin Changtian's small body. Ji Tian shouted in a deep voice, second brother, don't act recklessly. Have you forgotten what father told you? Ji Yuan retracted his aura and coldly snorted. It was also at this time. Ji Tian kicked Qin San's abdomen heavily, sending him flying 100 meters away. He only stopped when he hit a big tree. The big tree shook, and a leaf fell. Ji Yuan also moved in an instant, landing beside Qin San, and coldly shouted, I can't touch the little one, but the old one can, right? You old thing. You dare to kill my brother. Go to hell. Ji Yuan raised his right foot and fiercely stomped down on Qin San's head. Qin San kept spitting out mouthfuls of black blood as he shouted with great difficulty, run, Tian Tian. Run. Run? It's useless even if you run to hell. Ji Yuan's cold expression was like that of a malicious spirit. He fiercely stomped on Qin San's face, squatted down, and slapped him, cursing, you old thing, I didn't expect you to be so resistant to death. Pah! The slap fiercely landed on his face. Qin San could no longer feel the pain. Compared to the pain on his face, the injuries on his body were even more indescribable. He looked at Qin Changtian, who was stumbling in the darkness, and felt a sharp pain in his heart. He angrily shouted, you bastards will die a horrible death. Your Tongtian mansion will not have a good ending. Run, Tian Tian. He shouted with all his might. Qin Changtian heard the voice and couldn't help but cry, third grandfather, don't hurt my third grandfather. Third grandfather, where are you? I'm so scared. Ji Tian suddenly moved and landed beside Qin Changtian. He revealed a cute and amiable smile and said, Tian Tian, be good. As long as you tell me where the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God race is, I will let your third grandfather go. I promise I won't hurt him. Qin-san opened his mouth and was about to shout, but Ji Yuan covered his mouth. Wu no, he cried out loudly. He didn't know what he was talking about. Qin Changtian looked at Ji Tian seriously, his little cheeks puffed up, and angrily said, "You're a bad person. Father said I can't tell bad people the secret." Tian, be good. How can I be a bad person? I'm a good person. As long as you tell me, I'll immediately let your third grandfather go. I'll never find trouble with you again. Ji Tian said with a smile. Qin Changtian was silent for a moment, but still said resolutely, "You're a bad person, you and the dead Gao are both evil people, you're courting death." Ji Tian immediately lost his patience, especially when he mentioned Gao. The anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and he immediately slapped him. Pa! Qin Changtian was sent flying. The force was fierce and cruel to the extreme, at this moment. Luo Tian's heart sank into the abyss. The anger in his heart rushed to his head. He gritted his teeth and couldn't wait to grind Ji Tian's bones and scatter his ashes. Even a child was so heavy-handed, he was worse than a beast. It was just that, he couldn't care less about that now. Qin Changtian was slapped, and he didn't know if he was injured or not. Would the system recognize him as a failure? His heart was in his throat. Without waiting for Qin Changtian to fall, Luo Tian immediately used a regeneration technique. His figure moved, and he instantly caught Qin Changtian in midair, praying silently in his heart, "Please don't be injured, my little ancestor." Chapter 3. Afraid. This was the first time Luo Tian was so afraid of the system's beep. He was really afraid that the system would suddenly make a ding sound and then say that he had failed the mission. Deducting 200 million experience points. Then he would really go crazy. Leveling up was not easy. Experience points were extremely precious, even if it was just a little bit, it was earned by Luo Tian with his life on the line. Just now, he did not use the regeneration technique on little Xia because he was worried that Qin Changtian would be in danger. It could also be considered a backup plan. Seeing Qin Changtian being sent flying by Ji Tian's slap, he did not care whether he was injured or not and directly used it. The moment he caught Qin Changtian, Luo Tian closed his eyes, as if he was waiting for his judgment. After a few seconds, the system did not make a beep. Luo Tian grinned excitedly, his heart was relieved, and secretly said, "Fortunately, I came in time." Even if the slap did not hurt him, falling from such a high place, even if he did not die, he would still be half dead. He could not wait to put Qin Changtian into the spatial ring. But, the spatial ring was restricted by some rules and could not store people. If it was possible, Luo Tian would have already put Feng Lei and the others into the spatial ring. Having brothers by his side was such a good thing. Luo Tian let out a long breath. Qin Changtian opened his eyes and saw that it was Luo Tian, and immediately burst into tears. "Brother Luo Tian, you are finally here. Quickly save my third grandfather is about to die. They are all bad people." Lying on Luo Tian's shoulder, he cried. Luo Tian patted his back lightly, and said, "Don't worry, I will kill them all one by one." "Eldest young master, he is the one who killed third young master." An assassin whispered in Ji Tian's ear. Ji Tian's eyes suddenly twisted, staring at Luo Tian. The power that erupted from his body made him look very ferocious. On the other side, Ji Yuan did not think much. Like a raging demon beast, he directly rushed towards Luo Tian and roared, "Return my brother's life." Luo Tian was shocked. Third level profound sage? Ji Yuan didn't look old, but he had already cultivated for over 300 years. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the third stage of the profound sage realm, and his strength was abundant. Moreover, his Azura hands were extremely powerful. At this moment, his hands changed and turned pitch black, carrying a strong hellish aura. He shouted, "Shadow of death, Hades of hell, Azura's hand, slaughter all living beings." Boom. Hiss, a will-o'-the-wisp appeared under his hands. The power of the will-o'-the-wisp was the Azura power he had refined. Eerie, ferocious, with a brutal and vicious aura. After mastering the Azura's hand, he had killed countless people and refined the souls of the dead. When this move was used, it was like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. The surrounding assassins of Tong Tian Mansion had a drastic change in expression. Even Ji Tian was slightly shaken and couldn't help but take half a step back. With a complacent sneer, he stared coldly at Luo Tian and said, "Once the Azura's hand is used, someone will definitely die. Brat, you should have thought of such an ending for killing my third brother. Second brother. Strip his soul and make it impossible for him to reincarnate. Forever under your control, ravage his soul for eternity." Ji Yuan's eyes were cold as he sneered, "That's exactly what I was thinking." Phew, Luo Tian let out a sigh of relief as he stood sideways. With one hand holding Qin Chong Tian, he extended his other hand towards Ji Yuan and said softly, "Tian Tian, close your eyes. It will be over in a while." N. Qin Chong Tian nodded obediently and closed his eyes. It was also at this moment. The death god's killing intent on Luo Tian's body surged out crazily. Following that, he shouted, "Azura domain, I'll let you experience what the power of Azura is." The power of the death god's killing way surged out and directly spread out in the cultivation domain. It grew crazily and grew crazily strong. The two powers originally belonged to the same system, the power of the death and darkness system. When the powers superimposed together, it was like a river flowing in, becoming incomparably powerful. Luo Tian moved sideways, the power above his palm spinning. He did not use the profound qi. Luo Tian directly used the immortal power. The immortal power was spinning crazily, just like Naruto's Rasengan in his previous life's Naruto. The aura was stronger, the power was more ferocious, and the cross-shaped spiral was even sharper. The only drawback: Luo Tian could only use one hand. If it was both hands, the power of the spiral would double. However, he did not dare to put Qin Chong Tian down again. After what happened just now, he really did not dare to leave Qin Chong Tian again. Just now, he used the regeneration technique quickly, so fast that even the system could not react. Otherwise, he would have already failed the mission. He had no choice, he could only fight with one hand. But even so, Luo Tian was not afraid at all. Facing a peak third stage profound sage expert, he was calm enough. His 5 fingers formed a claw and fiercely grabbed. The power in his right arm suddenly moved, and the giant god's power surged into his palm. With a turn of his body, his power erupted as he fiercely swung his hand and roared, "Spiral kill." Clang. Boom. The sky shook, and everything in the surroundings was crushed by the spiral. The moment Luo Tian swung out, Ji Yuan's eyes were sinister, and his black hands rushed forward. "Azura Claw, die for me." The two forces collided in an instant. The moment the forces collided, time stopped. 2 seconds later. Boom. Boom. The space was about to explode from the two forces, constantly twisting and healing. Within 10,000 miles. All the demonic beasts did not even take a breath. It resounded through the 9 heavens. Even Heaven Connecting City was shaking violently. Ji Tongtian's brows furrowed slightly. Smiling coldly, he said, "Yuan'er's Azura hand. Looks like they have already succeeded. No matter how strong the person who killed Aora's cultivation is, he will also die under the Azura hand. This cultivation method is something I obtained from the netherworld abyss." Haha, third young master's revenge is finally going to be avenged. Yang Jin smiled faintly, but there was a trace of doubt between his brows, and he thought to himself, "I wonder if Qian Chong and the others succeeded. If Fox Ji snatched them first, I'm afraid those two people." Lu Zhen's gaze also secretly tightened. He was also worried that Ji Tian and the others would catch Qin San and the others first. Just now, this power erupted. They were also a little uneasy in their hearts. With this kind of cultivation, even their eldest disciple would at most be on par, not to mention there was a 4th stage profound sage Ji Tian. His cultivation was even more terrifying. Uneasy, anxious, the two looked at each other and nodded lightly. It was obvious that the two had reached a consensus. Dark forest. Luo Tian retreated dozens of steps, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and his face was slightly pale. Chapter 4, there is still one more chapter before 10 p.m. Brothers, please support me. Old Bull thanks you. Luo Tian's face was slightly pale. The power just now was somewhat beyond his expectations. Ji Yuan's Azura hand was very strong, and he had cultivated it to the point of perfection. The impact was also very fierce. However, Luo Tian's face was ugly. Ji Yuan, he was lying not far away like a dead dog, struggling at death's door. His face was ashen as he lay on the ground, spitting out mouthful after mouthful of black blood. His two eyes stared at Luo Tian, becoming more and more ferocious, more and more terrifying. However, he could not get up. Azura domain against Azura hand. Complete victory. Ji Tian's face changed, and he shouted, "Second brother." He instantly landed beside Ji Yuan, helped him up, and quickly fed him a few high-grade healing pills. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Luo Tian fiercely and said, "I'm going to kill you." Luo Tian smiled and said, "So many people want to kill me, who do you think you are?" What surprised him was that Ji Yuan was actually not dead. His heart skipped a beat. Looks like he has a protective armor on him. "Big brother, you're so strong." Unknowingly, Qin Changtian opened his eyes and giggled. He was very happy. Qin San lay on the ground, looking at Luo Tian with a smile. His smile froze there, unmoving. After eating a few healing pills, Ji Yuan's face turned slightly better, and his body recovered a bit of strength. He held Ji Tian's arm and slowly stood up. He looked fiercely at Luo Tian, gritting his teeth and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. You're not only a 4th-level mystic venerable, but I'm already a 3rd-level mystic saint. You can't win against me, absolutely impossible." Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, a few people walked out from the darkness. People from the 4 great immortal sections. One of them laughed coldly, glancing at Luo Tian from the corner of his eyes, and said disdainfully, "Because he's a disciple of an orthodox immortal sect, and cultivates immortal energy, that's why he could hurt you. He even used a despicable method to kill senior brother Qian. This person is very sinister and despicable. However, no matter how despicable and sinister he is, he can't be our opponent. Brother Ji, we both have the same goal. Why don't we work together?" While speaking, the disciples of the 4 major immortal sects all walked out. There were a total of 16 of them, and every one of them was at least at the Mystique Venerable rank. 3 of them were even at the early stage of the Mystique Sage rank. At the same time, little Xia quickly walked over with a dark look in her eyes as she reminded him in a soft voice, "There are assassins from the Heaven Span Palace all around us. There are at least 100 of them. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape." Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, his expression changed again when he saw the 4 great immortal sects disciples and Ji Tian and Ji Yuan. He softly asked, "What should we do?" He was surrounded by people from the Tong Tian prefecture. These assassins were all at the Mystique Venerable rank. They were well trained and were good at using the killing intent of cultivation. Their cultivation was not strong to Luo Tian, but their methods were extremely ruthless. He was worried that they would hurt Qin Changtian. Luo Tian's gaze sank. After thinking for a few seconds, he smiled excitedly and said, "There's only one way." Little Xia immediately raised her head and asked, "What is it?" The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up as he coldly spat out a word, "Kill." "Eh?" Little Xia was stunned at first, but then she smiled excitedly and said in agreement, "I like this idea." Luo Tian glanced at little Xia and said, "You deal with the assassins in the dark. As for these people, I alone will be enough." Qin Changtian clenched his fists and said, "Me too." After that, Qin Changtian looked in a direction and shouted, "Third Grandpa, we're coming to save you." Qin San did not reply. Luo Tian looked at Qin San who was lying on the ground in the distance and frowned. He sighed softly in his heart. Disciples of the immortal sect? That immortal sect? Ji Tian's gaze sank as he looked at the disciples of the Xinghai immortal sect. Then, he turned to look at Luo Tian. The eldest disciple of the Xinghai immortal sect was called Qi Ming. His cultivation was even higher than Qian Cheng's, at the peak of the 2nd level of the profound sage realm. Qi Ming laughed coldly and looked at Luo Tian with disdain. "Kid, tell me where you're from." "I never kill nameless people." Luo Tian did not wear the Huashan immortal sect disciple's uniform. Of course, he did not either. The Huashan immortal sect had never given him any clothes, monthly allowance, pills, or cultivation guidance. He was an invisible person in the Huashan immortal sect. No one would care about his life or death. He did not have any sense of belonging to the Huashan immortal sect. If not for the gratitude in his heart and the fact that the Wu Yandao master allowed him to stay, with his character, he would have killed countless Huashan immortal sect disciples. Qi Ming and the others could not tell which sect Luo Tian came from. Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, Huashan immortal sect. Although he did not have a sense of belonging. He wanted to rebuild the Huashan immortal sect, a truly powerful sect. Therefore, he was not ashamed to say Huashan immortal sect. Instead, he said it loudly and confidently. It would not be long before he made the Huashan immortal sect famous again. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, so it's a trashy sect. I thought it was some big sect. Huashan immortal sect, I was scared to death. A sect that does not even dare to participate in the immortal sect disciple competition, a sect that is about to be kicked out of the immortal sect ranks. How impressive, ha ha ha, mockery, loud mockery. Luo Tian knew it would be like this. He was slightly taken aback by the mockery and looked at them as if they were dead. Qi Ming sneered and said disdainfully, Kid, do you know which sect I'm from? Do you know which sect I'm from? How dare a piece of trash like you be so impudent in front of us? The person you just killed was an inner sect disciple of the Imperial God Immortal sect. If news of this gets back to the Imperial God Immortal sect, not just you, even your sect leader will have to kowtow and apologize. Today, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand that kid over to me. Then kowtow 3 times. If I'm happy, I'll spare your worthless life. Go back to your Huashan immortal sect and never come out again. If I see you again, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Haha, Huashan immortal sect, an immortal sect that was looked down upon by the disciples. Looked down upon by all the disciples. When they found out that Luo Tian was from the Huashan immortal sect, they laughed and mocked him. Luo Tian laughed as well. However, his laugh was a little special. It was the smile of the Grim Reaper. He said coldly, there will always be people who don't know what's good for them. If you have *ck their mother, they won't know that you're their father. I really don't know who gave you the courage. Those who show off in front of me usually only have one outcome. What outcome? A disciple asked curiously. Luo Tian sneered and said, death? Qi Ming's expression changed and he scolded, you dog, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Brother Ji, Brother Lin, Brother Luo, attacked together. I want to see how long he can be arrogant. The 4 of them were all profound sages. Luo Tian was fighting the 4 of them alone. Chapter 5. Luo Tian had never fought 1 against 4 before. Furthermore, he still only had 1 hand. He did not dare to put Xianxia down. These immortal sect disciples were all extremely sinister, and they were surrounded by the assassins of Tong Tian Palace. Once he was entangled and someone attacked Xianxia, he would not have the time to care. At that time, if he suffered any injuries, it would be terrible. System. You mother f***, if you want to kill me, then do it openly. Why do you have to make it like this? Luo Tian cursed in his heart again. He was very unhappy with this mission, and what made him even more unhappy was that he was worried that there would be a follow-up to this mission. And the stakes would only get bigger and bigger. Next was the B-grade mission. If he failed, he would lose 300 million, 400 million, 500 million. Whatever experience, that was really. This mission was 2F** ket up. At this moment, Luo Tian did not have the heart to think too much. His gaze darkened as he said coldly, Xinghai Immortal Sect is really awesome. The 4 of you working together is really shameless. Humph. Killing the 3rd young master and then using despicable means to ambush senior brother Qian. To deal with a sinister person like you, we should be the strongest. You're telling us that we're shameless? It's useless. That's right. Qi Ming snorted coldly and said, kid, we gave you a chance just now. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then don't blame us for being impolite. Impolite? Yo, when have you guys ever been polite? Luo Tian held Xianxia with his other hand and smiled faintly. I'm afraid the reason why all of you are attacking together is because you don't trust each other. All of you want to snatch this child first. The four great immortal sects really have a good plan. The three of you arrived before me, but you guys didn't come out. When I heavily injured Ji Yuan, you guys jumped out and borrowed my hand to cripple Ji Yuan. This way, the strength of Tong Tian Palace would be greatly reduced, and no one would be able to fight with you guys. Don't deny it. If you guys came out earlier and told Ji Yuan about my strength, I'm afraid he wouldn't have rushed over so recklessly. Your plan is really too perfect, really sinister. Now that you've joined forces with Tong Tian Palace to kill me, when I die, this boy will definitely be snatched by you guys, right? Luo Tian said calmly. These were all his conjectures. Qi Ming and the other two's faces secretly changed. It was just as Luo Tian had said. They had indeed arrived before Luo Tian, and they had indeed wanted to borrow Luo Tian's hand to cripple the Ji brothers. Even if it was just one of them, it would give them a huge advantage. They were determined to get Qin Changtian. Elder Yang had given a death order. No matter what, no matter the cost, they had to control the little boy. Even if they had to turn against the Ji brothers, they had to control Qin Changtian. For this reason. Just like Luo Tian said, they appeared a few minutes late on purpose. Ji Tian's gaze darkened as he looked at Qi Ming. Qi Ming quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Kid, are you trying to drive a wedge between us? Our four immortal sects are in an alliance with the Tong Tian Prefecture. It doesn't matter who gets the little boy. Why are you saying all this? I think you're scared, right? If the four of us work together, you won't have a chance to survive. Brother Ji, don't listen to his nonsense. If possible, I want to take the pain for the second young master. If we can catch up, how can we not save him? Don't forget, we're in an alliance." After he finished speaking, the two immortal sect disciples beside him immediately chimed in. Ji Tian's eyes flashed, but his expression was calm. He did not reveal anything, but in his heart, he was already estranged from the three. He thought to himself, father was right. None of the four immortal sects are good people. They must be hiding some secrets. On the surface, he smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I'm not a 3-year-old child. How can I believe him just because of a few words from him? It's useless even if this brat talks his way through the heavens. He is the murderer of my third brother. The hatred between us is absolutely irreconcilable." Ha ha ha, Brother Ji is indeed a wise man. Qi Ming laughed wildly. He then stepped forward and pointed at Luo Tian. He laughed coldly and said, "Huashan immortal sect's trash, your scheme was useless. Now, die for me." The four of them exchanged glances. They attacked almost at the same time. Luo Tian took 2 steps back. Before little Xia could rush forward, Luo Tian stopped her and said, "You're not their match. Be careful of the assassins in the dark. Aren't they just 4 profound sages? I want to test my limits." Little Xia's gaze tightened and she quickly retreated. She was also clear that she was not their match. Unless, little Xia's mind flashed with that idea, but she quickly dispelled it. She could not expose herself here. "Big brother Luo Tian, you can do it. I believe you can do it," Qin Changtian said. Luo Tian hugged Qin Changtian with his left hand and stretched out his right hand. His heart was incomparably firm as he watched the 4 of them charging towards him from 4 different directions, bringing with them a powerful Saint Realm energy. Luo Tian's heart was incomparably firm. Phew, Luo Tian gently exhaled. This was the first time he was facing 4 profound sages at the same time. In the past, it was 1-on-1, but now it was 1 against 4. Moreover, he was only using one hand. It would be a lie to say that he did not feel any pressure. However, Luo Tian's character was to fight if he was unhappy, no matter who the other party was. No matter how strong they were, his gaze tightened, and he directly shouted, "Rank 6 Berserk. Buzz. 9 dragons, 9 elephants, 4 stages." Boom. The 2 forces overlapped, and Luo Tian's body trembled. His gaze tightened, and without waiting for them to attack, Luo Tian took the initiative to attack. His target was the weakest person, the eldest disciple of the 10,000 Sword Immortal sect. His cultivation was at the first level of the profound sage realm. His right palm moved, and the immortal energy in his body was released, turning it into a heavenly soul palm energy, and he attacked. Brother Lin, be careful. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. A profound sage expert's reaction speed was extremely fast. When Luo Tian made his move, the other three also made their moves. If Luo Tian did not give up attacking Lin Heng, his back would definitely be hit by the three of them. Even if he could kill the eldest disciple of the 10,000 Sword Immortal sect, he would also be seriously injured. This was a very advantageous situation for Qi Ming. Qi Ming's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile, and he thought to himself, "Kid, you think you're a match for the four of us?" At the moment when they launched their attack, Ji Yuan's gaze moved, and he shouted in a deep voice, pointing at little Xia and angrily shouting, "Kill that kid for me." The death hands of the sky-piercing palace moved crazily in the dark. Little Xia's gaze tightened, and her body released an evil cold intent. She was on guard, and at the same time, she looked at Luo Tian and shouted, "Be careful of your back, quickly dodge." Three profound sages' attacks, if he did not dodge, he would die. However, Luo Tian had no intention of dodging at all, and his right palm still powerfully chopped down. At this moment, Ji Tian and the other two's attacks also fell heavily. Giant God Body, Titan Defensive Form. Let's talk about something. I've received news that from the 27th of this month to the 7th of October, the monthly votes will be doubled, which means that one monthly vote is equal to 2 monthly votes. Today is the 25th, brothers, keep your monthly votes for 2 days, and wait for the 27th. At that time Old Ox will also explode. Brothers of the Undefeated Legion, the battle at the end of the month is about to begin. Everyone, save your firepower, and wait for the enemy, 27th, to approach before attacking fiercely. Old Ox begs you, brothers. What was the giant god, Titan? When Luo Tian received the Titan race's gift, he received the giant god's body, giant god's strength, and giant god's spirit. These were all the powers of the Titan race, especially the giant god's body, which had a defense as thick as the sky. After half a month of Luo Tian's development, the Titan race's defensive power was released. He could release the Titan defense form. What was the Titan defense form? It was the Titan possession. Luo Tian roared furiously and his body abruptly grew in size before everyone's eyes. His whole body was like that of an ascendant immortal and he radiated with a formidable defensive power. 3 big attacks fell. Steel, steel, steel. It was like the sound of a thick steel plate. Their arms were numb, and the recoil almost broke their arms. It was extremely uncomfortable. They were instantly sent flying. Luo Tian's body rushed forward, and the Heaven Soul palm under his right palm hit Lin Heng accurately. Bang! Rumble! The palm force directly sent Lin Heng flying, breaking 4 towering trees in succession, and his body fell from midair. His body twitched a few times, and then there was no sound. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Lin Heng for gaining 180,000 experience points and 18,000 immortal energy points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for gaining. A few notifications sounded. Luo Tian turned around with a cold killing intention in his eyes. The moment he turned around, a crashing sound could be heard in the air. It was as if water was flowing down from his body. The huge Titan Phantom also turned around and stared at the 3 of them with torch-like eyes. Luo Tian sneered disdainfully. Come on, come on. Do you think I'm afraid of you just because the 4 of you have joined forces? Don't you know what the 4 of you are? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Qi Ming's expression changed. Looking at Luo Tian's huge body, the pressure in his heart was especially intense. His palms were red, and his arms were still trembling slightly. He spat out 2 words with difficulty. Titan? He was a little uncertain. However, Luo Tian's body didn't seem to have changed, but in their eyes, he was as strong as a tall building. Only a Titan had such strength. Luo Feng's expression also changed. He said in horror, "You found the Titan race that disappeared for 10,000 years?" Ji Tian's face darkened. He glanced at Qi Ming and Luo Feng and said, "Brother Qi, Brother Luo, what is a Titan? This brat's defense seems to be hard to break through." Qi Ming frowned and said, "The Titan race used to be the rulers of this continent, but for some reason, the Titan race became fewer and fewer. They disappeared 10,000 years ago. Who would have thought that this brat had obtained the Titan race's divine power? Brother G, things are getting a little tricky now. Why don't we? The defensive power just now made him feel a trace of fear. The three of them were very clear that although they hadn't used their full strength, they had still used 70% of their strength. When the three attacks landed on Luo Tian's body, it was as if nothing had happened to him. Even if they released 10% of their strength, it would still be useless. If he couldn't break through its defenses, how could he kill it? Ji Tian's brows tightened. After pondering for a moment, he said, "All right." All of a sudden, Ji Tian shouted in a deep voice and ordered, "Killers of sky-piercing residents, listen up. Attack in a suicidal manner." Ji Yuan was stunned and said, "Big brother, these are the elites of sky-piercing residents. Second princess, the four major immortal sects will definitely compensate you. When we came out, Elder Yang told us that if there were heavy losses, the four major immortal sects would compensate sky-piercing residents' inner core. I also know that it's not easy for sky-piercing residents to train these killers, but if we don't use that move now, not only will we not be able to kill him, we might even die here," Qiming immediately said. They were very clear. These killers of sky-piercing residents had all cultivated a very unique technique, self-destruction of the primordial spirit. They would expand all of their strength to the maximum, then charge at the enemy and self-destruct. The self-destruction of a Mystique Venerable rank powerhouse could severely injure a Mystique Sage powerhouse. This was the strongest point of sky-piercing residents' killers. There were hundreds of killers around. If they all self-destructed, not to mention the Titan body, even a real Titan would be blown to smithereens. All of this. It was all within Yang Jin's calculations. Ji Tian had no other choice. At this time, he had no other choice. If he did not use the killer's self-destruction move, he really did not know if he could kill Luo Tian. Faced with the revenge of his third brother, Gao, he hated Luo Tian immensely in his heart. He had to kill him. Little Xia moved wildly. She quickly jumped away and landed beside Luo Tian, saying, "They're going to use a suicide attack. This kind of attack can't be blocked no matter how strong the defense is. Moreover, there are hundreds of killers here. If they all self-destruct together, they can destroy the entire dark forest. Run. Run? Kid, it's too late now. You killed third young master and didn't even leave his corpse intact. You also heavily injured second young master just now. You want to run now? Let me tell you, there's no way for you to go to hell now. I'll turn you into ashes," Qiming said heavily, emphasizing the words "kill third young master." Ji Yuan shouted, "Kill." The killers of sky-piercing residents did not hesitate, and three of them flew out. Their bodies were bright red. The power in their bodies was expanding. Their primordial spirit, spiritual sea, internal organs, and every other part of their bodies were filled with power. This power was like 10,000 tons of explosives, and it directly pounced on Luo Tian. Luo Tian's expression darkened. He immediately pulled little Xia to his side and turned his back, using it to block the power of the self-destruction. At the same time, he was thinking of a solution. Boom, 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 the three killers detonated their primordial spirits without any hesitation. Ever since they became killers of sky-piercing residents, they had been instilled with the thought that their lives did not belong to them, but to the sky-piercing residents. They would not frown no matter what was asked of them. They were absolute death warriors. Buzz. Buzz, Luo Tian staggered back. The Titan's defensive form was trembling violently. He thought to himself, "Damn, the power of the self-destruction is so terrifying. 3 of them are already so powerful. If 8 or 10 of them come at once, I won't be able to block it. This won't do. If this goes on, I'll be exhausted even if I don't die." Luo Tian's mind tensed up. Seeing that Luo Tian was on the verge of collapsing, Qiming laughed excitedly, "Ha ha ha. Trash of Huashan immortal sect, continue to be arrogant. Let's see how arrogant you are now. Brother G, he's afraid, he's afraid." Although Ji Tian was unhappy, there was nothing he could do. He secretly laughed in his heart, "You dare to point your fingers in front of me? Once I cripple that brat, it'll be your turn next." Then, Ji Tian's eyes moved, and he shouted, 10 people, attack." It was also at this moment. Luo Tian put Xianxia down and handed him over to little Xia. He angrily turned around and roared, F***ck, I'm angry. Primordial spirit self-destruction was like a missile exploding on your body. That kind of huge impact and destructive power was something that Luo Tian could not withstand. But this was not the reason why he was angry. These people were all mystique venerable rank, they were all experience points, mystical chi points, and undefeated bloodline points. If they self-destructed like this, he would not be able to get anything. Wasn't this a waste of resources? His heart ached. Luo Tian turned around, his gaze became very gloomy. With a thought, he immediately retracted the Titan's defensive form. He shook his neck. Kiki, there was a critical explosion. He clenched his 10 fingers, and there was another series of explosions. He pressed down on his legs, and his entire body relaxed. As Luo Tian's power moved, his originally relaxed body tensed up like a huge bow. His entire body was like a bow that was pulled to a full moon. With a slight movement, he could release an extremely powerful force. Haha, this trash even retracted his defense. This time, his primordial spirit self-destruction will directly blow him up into the sky. He gave up resisting. Qi Ming's face was filled with pride, and he mocked, Huashan immortal sex trash, do you know how powerful primordial spirit self-destruction is? It's too late to regret now, you will be blown to smithereens soon, not even your bones will be left. Luo Feng also had a proud sneer, and said loudly, look at him, you can tell that he won't live long. There is only one outcome for going against us, and that is death. Huashan immortal sect is a trash immortal sect, and their disciples are all trash. Ji Tian's eyebrows twitched, and he gritted his teeth, brat, return my third brother's life. Subsequently, Ji Tian waved his hand and shouted, blow him up for me. In the distance, Qin Chong Tian shouted, big brother Luo Tian, do your best. Little Xia protected him with all her might, her entire body exuding an incomparably sinister aura. She was constantly on guard against their surroundings. Since Luo Tian had entrusted Qin Chong Tian to her, she could not afford to be careless. She no longer doubted Luo Tian. He realized that Luo Tian was really different from the people from the 4 great immortal sections. Under the tree, Qin San felt sorry for Luo Tian. Looking at Luo Tian's back, he muttered to himself, I'm sorry. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up as he beckoned the 10 assassins to come out from the darkness. He sneered and said, come, let me see your suicidal strength. Let's see if you're faster than me. He lifted his gaze and looked at Ji Tian, then Qi Ming, Luo Feng, Ji Yuan, and Luo Tian. He said playfully, every single one of you, don't even think about escaping. You want to be arrogant with me? You will soon know what I'm capable of. Before he finished speaking, the 10 of them had already rushed out. Qi Ming sneered. You think this won't kill you? I'll believe you. Ji Tian's face was cold and arrogant. Third brother, I've avenged you. Luo Feng sneered and said, trash from the Huashan immortal sect. The moment the 10 of them moved, Luo Tian's eyes darkened. His tensed body shot out like a bullet. His hands moved and his 5 fingers formed into a claw. He grabbed the air fiercely and a pure force like a wind blade was drawn from his fingertips. His gaze focused and he roared to the sky, die. 10 fingers, 10 waves of force. A pure physical attack, he attacked in an instant. Bang! 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 Every wave of force shot down an assassin as if he was shooting a bird. In the sky, one corpse fell, and another corpse fell. In less than a second, the 10 assassins were all killed by Luo Tian. They fell from the sky and lay on the ground motionlessly, no longer breathing. 10 notifications sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Not much experience, but no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. The 10 of them added up to 100,000 experience. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Qi Ming's eyes were about to pop out. He turned to Ji Tian and asked, why is it like this? Isn't the primordial spirit explosion of the Tong Tian residence's assassins invincible? Why? Why is it like this? Luo Tian laughed arrogantly. Just this bit of power? It's not enough. Come more, be more powerful. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Arrogant, quite arrogant. They couldn't understand at all. A second ago, their expressions were still very proud and arrogant. They looked at Luo Tian as if they were looking at the four of them. But now, their expressions were uglier than if they had swallowed 100 flies. Ji Tian gritted his teeth and his eyes were about to spit fire. The weakness of the primordial spirit explosion was that these assassins' cultivation was too low. They couldn't keep up with the speed and needed a little bit of time to expand the power in their body. This little bit of time was the weakness. Unexpectedly, Luo Tian could discover it so quickly. However, Ji Tian wouldn't admit defeat just like that. He shouted, 50 people, attack together. Yes. More. No matter how fast he is, it's impossible for him to kill 50 people at the same time. The 10 people just now were his limit. I don't believe he can be so fast, Qiming said angrily. Luo Tian sneered proudly. Come. 50 people are too little. Let's have 500. You guys come too. For major immortal sects, Tong Tian residents. Aren't you the overlords of this area? Don't you know how to attack together? Come again. Are you scared? You're really shameless to let these men have sacrificed their lives. What profound sage realm powerhouses? I think they're just bullshit powerhouses. A bunch of old bastards with skin thicker than a city wall. You're really shameless. They cursed loudly. No matter what. Luo Tian looked down on these people. The so-called experts, the so-called profound sage experts, were really too shameful. Luo Tian looked down on these kinds of people. Qiming's face became very ugly. His eyes stared at Luo Tian, as if he couldn't wait to eat Luo Tian alive. Luo Tian didn't even look at him. He just looked down on him, for major immortal sects? They were a bunch of despicable and sinister people. Despicable? Luo Tian could be more despicable, sinister, and shameless than them. Facing the 50 assassins, Luo Tian flung his sleeves and sneered. I'll let you guys have a taste of the power of a primordial spirit explosion. Kill him for me. Ji Tian roared. The 50 assassins didn't hesitate at all. The power in their bodies swelled, and their bodies turned red as they rushed toward Luo Tian. Luo Tian's eyes shook. His pupils suddenly changed, showing the shape of a magatama. He sneered. Sharingan, illusion. Buzz. The world of the 50 assassins was completely blood-red. Dark, cold, and filled with a thick bloody killing intent. All of them fell into Luo Tian's illusion. The second evolution of the Sharingan, illusion, Luo Tian used his life to cultivate this ability in the Huashan immortal sect. This was the first time he used it, and he felt incomparably good. With a thought, he looked at Qiming and the other two and revealed a deathly smile. Kill them. Can I ask for some recommendation tickets? The illusion was unleashed. The scene in the eyes of the 50 assassins changed. Luo Tian had become their master. Ji Tian had become Luo Tian. Immediately, the 50 of them immediately turned around and rushed towards Ji Tian, Qiming, and the others. As for the loss of experience, Luo Tian didn't care. Moreover, this was his illusion, which meant that these people would only die under his attacks. Therefore, the experience, Xianxia, and invincible bloodline points wouldn't be reduced. What's going on? Brother Ji, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and make them leave, hurry up, hurry up. Qiming's face changed greatly. Ji Tian's face was also very ugly, and shouted, what are you doing? Luo Tian is over there, I am your master, you dogs, do you all want to die? He cursed loudly. Those assassins did not listen to him at all. It was impossible for them to break the illusion of the Sharingan with their current strength. In an instant, the surrounding was in chaos. The disciples of the 4 great immortal sects and the guards beside Ji Tian all frantically fled as if they had seen a ghost. That expression, that look was as miserable as it could be, like a dead dog. Ha ha ha, this is too fun, too fun. Qin Changtian was the first to laugh out loud, clapping his hands. Brother Luo Tian, you're awesome, look at them all running around in fear, ha ha ha, this is too fun. Little Xia's gaze tightened, looking at Luo Tian's back. She was getting more and more confused. Just who is he? Is he really a disciple of the Huashan Immortal sect? Wasn't it rumored that the Huashan Immortal sect was in dire straits, and couldn't even send out disciples to participate in the Immortal sect competition? How could there be such a powerful person? And what kind of cultivation technique did he use just now? Why can't I see through it? His eyes are so special, even the experts of the Devil sect don't have this kind of ability, right? His heart was in turmoil. He couldn't figure out what kind of cultivation method Luo Tian had used just now. For him, he knew all kinds of techniques, but the techniques released by Luo Tian were all extremely unfamiliar. He had never seen the Titan's defensive form, nor had he seen the spiral kill. Just now, he didn't do anything, but those assassins suddenly changed. This must be a kind of supreme technique that he had never seen before. He had collected tens of thousands of cultivation techniques from all over the world. He had flipped through countless of them, but he had never seen Luo Tian's cultivation technique. He was even more curious about Luo Tian. At the same time, he became even more vigilant, feeling a trace of threat. Little Xia didn't know why Luo Tian wanted to enter the Heavenly Palace Divine Race, nor did she know what he would bring to the Heavenly Palace Divine Race. She didn't know, so she became vigilant. This was an instinctive reaction. Furthermore, the current Heavenly Palace Divine Clan was no longer the original Heavenly Palace Divine Clan. The situation inside was already precarious. If an external force were to enter at this time, it might. Many thoughts flashed through Little Xia's mind in just a few seconds. Boom, boom. Boom, a violent explosion erupted. Little Xia's train of thought was interrupted, and she stared at Luo Tian with her fists clenched tightly. I don't care who you are, I don't care how powerful you are. If you dare to do anything to the Heavenly Palace Divine Race, I'll do everything in my power to stop you. Beneath his chest, a thin layer of frost appeared, and the dragon scales beneath his robes exuded a frosty aura. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. So what if you're the four immortal sects? Aren't the immortal controlling immortal sect, the starry sea immortal sect, the myriad sword immortal sect, and the startling cloud immortal sect all bad *SS? Didn't you look down on my Mount Hua immortal sect? Isn't your heavenly palace the overlord of the area within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers? Come on, be more cocky. Luo Tian roared with laughter. He was very cocky at the sight of them scurrying away like dogs. He didn't even try to hide his cockiness. If he had to be cocky, then he had to be cocky. If he had to be cocky, then he had to be cocky. He had just been mocked, and now it was his turn to mock others. Luo Tian was just like that. He didn't try to hide his true colors. In life, if you don't like it, then do it. If you want to laugh, then laugh. If you give me a punch, then I'll give you a cannon blast. If you give me 10 primordial spirit self-detonation killers, then I'll give you 50. Cocky, there was only one outcome for cocky people in front of Luo Tian: death. Despicable. How can an immortal sect have a despicable and sinister person like you? Luo Tian, the Xianxia immortal sect won't let you go, and neither will the Heavenly Palace Divine Race. Your puny Huashan immortal sect will be destroyed. Qi Ming roared. Luo Tian roared with laughter. I'm despicable? Why didn't I say you were despicable when you attacked me with primordial spirit self-detonation killers? Now it's your turn to call me despicable. I'm despicable, right? Fine, I'm despicable, sinister, and shameless. Can you bite me? Come bite me if you dare, you piece of trash. All of a sudden, Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and he activated his illusion technique. His thoughts were transmitted to the minds of every killer. Blow him up. With a thought, all the killers rushed towards Qi Ming. Qi Ming was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His face was extremely pale. Surrounded by more than 10 killers, he had nowhere to run. He anxiously shouted, Senior Brother Luo Tian, Grandpa Luo Tian, spare me, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Spare your sister. Blow him up. F***ck, where will my experience come from if I spare you? Where will my immortal energy come from? Luo Tian cursed in his heart. He wouldn't let these people off. Rumble. 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 More than 10 killers self-detonated at the same time. Qi Ming used all his strength as a profound sage to defend, but even so, he could only block the first 3 primordial spirit self-detonation. The remaining 10 primordial spirit self-detonation blew him into pieces, not even leaving behind a single bone. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Qi Ming. You have gained 230,000 experience and 222,000 immortal energy. Congratulations to player, Luo Tian didn't stop at all. These people didn't even have the aura of an elite monster. Even if they exploded, they wouldn't be able to drop anything. He also didn't have the mood to stop at this moment. Seeing them scared like children was simply too satisfying. Haha, so satisfying. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. He then turned to Ji Tian and said sinisterly, "It's your turn now." Ji Tian's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Luo Tian, I'll fight it out with you. All the killers of Tong Tian Mansion, attack." Haha, come, the more the better. That's how satisfying it is. Luo Tian roared. Tong Tian City, Tong Tian Mansion. What happened in the dark forest? Why is there a series of explosions? This sound seems to be the sound of an assassin's primordial spirit self-detonation. Did something happen to them? Yang Jin looked at the loud sounds coming from afar and couldn't help but ask. Ji Tian's gaze tightened, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. At the same time, his figure moved, and he suddenly rushed out. Yang Jin's expression changed. He looked at the other 3 elders and said, "Let's go too." All the bosses were on the move. The 4th chapter has been delivered. The 5th chapter will be delivered tonight. Everyone, keep your monthly votes and firepower. On the 27th, we'll blow him up. At that time, Old Bull will definitely explode. They had been played to death, no. They should have been played to death by Luo Tian alone. The assassins of the Tong Tian Mansion had all become grenades in Luo Tian's hands, all of them under his control. The illusion technique moved. Even if those assassins were not prepared to self-destruct, they would still self-destruct. Rumble. Rumble. An explosion that could not be heard in the dark forest. Don't kill me, don't kill me, I am a disciple of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect. If you kill me, our Star Ocean Immortal Sect will not let you off. I'm the one who will kill you. You still dare to be arrogant in front of me, UF * King Dog. Luo Tian did not give him any face. Sooner or later, the 10 great immortal sects would be overturned by him. Sooner or later, he would have to kill him, and since he was so arrogant in front of him, he could not let him off. I am a disciple of the Imperial Immortal Sect, die. Grandpa Luo, let me go. I will definitely not spread this matter out. Spare my dog life. The outside world will definitely not know what is found here. From your words, it seems like you are threatening me. Then go and die. Luo Tian, you bastard. If you kill me, my father won't let you off. My father is a profound sovereign. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant for him. If you dare to touch a single hair of mine, he will, Ji Yuan, right? Go and die. One by one, they were played to death by Luo Tian. Just a moment ago, they were all high and mighty, but now, they were all scared to the point of peeing their pants, especially those disciples of the immortal sects. They were all crying and shouting, not to mention how miserable they were. There was no longer any look of a proper immortal sect disciple. 10 great immortal sects, dogs hit. Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of saliva, and said with disdain, all of you, die. With a thought. The surrounding assassins were all under Luo Tian's illusion technique. With a thought, they all rushed towards the living people without any regard for their lives. Dozens of assassins self-destructed together. The power soared to the sky. A mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and flames filled the sky. The surrounding thousands of kilometers trembled, and the massive shockwave toppled dozens of towering trees. The surroundings were in a mess, and a deep crater was blasted open. They were all dead. Luo Tian laughed excitedly and said, holy shit, this thing is so cool. It's like carrying dozens of divine cannons. Wherever I point it at, it's just too cool. Indeed. Just like modern weapons. The cannon blasted, crushing everything in its path. Regardless of whether it was used to kill people or monsters, it was quite fun. Luo Tian was almost addicted to playing. The Sharingan's Genjutsu is amazing, and this is only the second stage. If it's upgraded to the third stage, Mangekyo, Amaterasu, and so on, wouldn't it be amazing? Luo Tian was secretly happy, this skill was really useful. However, just as he was feeling great, his eyes returned to normal. The after effects of the Sharingan broke out. At this moment, Luo Tian's soul almost rushed out of his body in pain. His body sank, and the blood vessels all over his body exploded. Boom. Boom, 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 in a moment. Luo Tian became a person who climbed up from a pool of blood. His face was extremely pale, his eyes were unfocused, and his whole body was in incomparable pain. The feeling was as if he was going to die soon. 3 times using the Sharingan. 10 minutes of 3 life points consumed. This kind of consumption ignored Luo Tian's defense, and any skills were useless. It couldn't be resisted. Boom. Luo Tian's hands were on the ground, and his mouth spat out a large mouthful of black blood. He cursed in his heart, his mother, system, King made such a skill. It's very fun to abuse me, right? Even Naruto doesn't play like this. Unbearable, 10 minutes of 3 life points were consumed in an instant. That kind of pain was 10,000 times more intense than the aftereffects of the sky-piercing dragon-slaying art. Huff. Huff, Luo Tian gasped for breath, and continuously used dozens of healing techniques, causing the wounds on the surface to quickly heal. As for the internal injuries, he couldn't do anything about it. Originally, the regeneration technique could reduce the consumption of life points by 10%, but the cooldown time was too long. Not long ago, he used it on Xianxia, and now the cooldown time was not up yet. He could only use the regeneration technique to slightly heal the external injuries. Woo, woo woo. Third grandpa, what's wrong, wake up. Suddenly. Xianxia's cry came from not far away. Luo Tian stood up with difficulty, and walked over. When he arrived, he found that Qin-san was about to die. Even if he used the regeneration technique to save him, it was useless. His injuries were too heavy. Third grandpa, brother Luo Tian killed all those bad guys. Wake up and take a look. Xianxia shook Qin-san's arm, crying very sadly. Little Xia stood at the side, frowning. The moment Luo Tian walked in, Qin-san's eyes opened slightly, and he coughed lightly a few times. His lips moved, and he looked at Luo Tian holding Xianxia's small hand, and said with difficulty, Brother Luo, I'm sorry, I wronged you. Can you promise me one thing? Luo Tian hurriedly grabbed Xianxia's small hand, and said, Tell me, as long as I can do it, I will definitely promise. Qin-san's lips were pale, and he smiled faintly, and said, help me send him to the heavens, the heavenly divine race, eh? Luo Tian was shocked. He did not expect Qin-san to ask him to send Xianxia to the heavenly divine race. He could not help but ask, I don't know where the entrance is. Qin-san's voice became softer and softer. Luo Tian also frowned, and could not help but squat down, pressing his ear to listen. Qin-san said weakly, Tian, he knows where the entrance is, and must protect Tian well. He is a dragon's son. Finished. Qin-san no longer made a sound. Luo Tian, however, was stunned. His Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed heavily. He thought that he had heard wrongly, but he was very clear that he had not heard wrongly. Xianxia was a dragon's son, like little Xia. They were both dragons. Little Xia should be a frost wyvern. What kind of dragon was Xianxia? However, looking at his importance, he should be a type that was even stronger than little Xia. Luo Tian raised his head and looked at Xianxia, sensing the aura on his body. It was completely the same as a human's, there was no difference at all. Only at this moment, the dragon egg in his body trembled slightly. Luo Tian's mind tensed up. Third grandfather, Luo Tian hugged Xianxia and comforted him, third grandfather has gone to another world. Don't cry, Tian, you have to be strong. Following that, Luo Tian stood up. Little Xia looked at him and asked, where are we going now? Luo Tian did not hesitate, and said, "Heavenly divine race." A few hours later, Ji Tongtian was infuriated, the profound emperor's battle chi was released, and he roared towards the sky, "Luo Tian, I will make you pay the price." Rumble. Rumble. The entire dark forest collapsed. Profound Emperor Realm, an extremely terrifying existence, Chapter 5, requesting for recommendation votes. The old cow begs all the brothers to give me a free recommendation vote every day. I am extremely grateful. What a powerful force. At the foot of the heavenly mountain, Luo Tian looked in the direction of the dark forest, watching as the dark forest collapsed rapidly. The Xian Emperor's power covered thousands of kilometers, causing the beasts to roar. Luo Tian's heart sank, and he couldn't help but click his tongue. The Xian Emperor realm is indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, I changed the route. Luo Tian secretly said in his heart. Their original route was to escape the dark forest, using the fastest route to escape from Tongtian City's sphere of influence. However, Luo Tian changed the route at the last moment. Crossing the dark forest, they entered the heavenly mountain range. Subsequently, the three of them had all put on some simple disguises. Luo Tian had turned into an old man who was over 50 years old, and little Xia was a little special. She had turned into a young woman who looked quite charming, and her icy aura made her seem like an icy beauty. Qin Changtian also went through a simple disguise, turning into a little girl. Although little Xia was 100 times unwilling, she had no choice. The journey was dangerous, and if she didn't change her appearance, they would be easily discovered. If Ji Tongtian and the others caught up, they wouldn't be able to reach the entrance of the heavenly palace god race. Little Xia stood behind him, her eyes narrowed, and said in a low voice, "Killing 3 of his sons, his anger is boundless. Now, Ji Tongtian won't let us go easily. What are your plans?" Heavenly Palace God Race. Luo Tian said indifferently, "Change the route and enter the heavenly mountain range. We will be safe for the time being, and it will be difficult for them to find us. As long as we enter the heavenly palace god race, they will never be able to catch us." The entrance of the heavenly palace god race was very secretive. In this world, only Qin Changtian knew about it. If they could enter, they would naturally be safe. But, little Xia's eyes darkened, and said, "The heavenly palace god race is not as safe as you think. It might be more dangerous than here, and stronger opponents are waiting for us inside." Since she said that, Luo Tian didn't have any scruples, and asked directly, "You are from the dragon race, right?" Little Xia looked up at Luo Tian with a wry smile on her face. "Looks like you found out after all. You should have seen the ice dragon scales on my body when I was unconscious, right?" "I guessed it. At first, I thought you didn't know. It seems that you are much smarter than I thought. I'm a dragon. Descendant of the Frost Wyrm." While speaking, little Xia's brows furrowed, and the glacial frost dragon scales on her arms appeared one after another. They were translucent, exuding a powerful frosty aura. At the same time, her aura also became extremely heavy and powerful, as if she were a monarch. It was only for a moment. The power in his body was filled with a tyrannical aura. Gusts of cold wind rolled up around him, and the ground under his feet instantly froze. The air around him froze rapidly, and a thin layer of ice formed on Luo Tian's eyebrows and hair. The blood flowing through his veins slowed down, as if it could freeze at any moment. "I knew it." Luo Tian was only guessing. After all, there were all kinds of strange things in this world. Just like Feng Lei, beast scales would appear in his berserk state. He was already prepared for this, but hearing it from little Xia's mouth still shocked him. Wang. Little Xia suddenly withdrew her scales, and the frosty aura around him quickly disappeared. After this, his face became sickly pale, as if he was about to collapse. His lips were extremely pale, and he coughed a few times. Cough, 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 little Xia laughed bitterly. "I've made a fool of myself. I wanted to transform into a dragon, but I found that my body could no longer support my dragon form." Dragons, sigh, so what if you're a dragon? Outsiders call us the most powerful creatures in history, but in reality, we dragons aren't as powerful as you humans think. We used to be very powerful, but now, Luo Tian didn't understand. Seeing little Xia's helpless expression, he didn't ask. Looks like something big has happened to the Heavenly Palace God tribe. I wonder if this will affect my mission. I'll have to rely on this to hatch the dragon egg. If I can't find the divine dragon soul, then he won't be able to hatch it. If that's the case, with this in mind, Luo Tian's heart clenched. Luo Tian asked, "Do you know where the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God tribe is?" Little Xiao looked at Luo Tian with a serious expression. The Heavenly Palace God tribe is over 100 times more terrifying than the Heaven's Span Palace. Do you still want to go? Yes. I have to go. Luo Tian said resolutely. Before Qin San died, he told me that I had to send Tian Tian to the Heavenly Palace God tribe. Aside from that, I also have to enter the Heavenly Palace God tribe. I have to complete this task. Little Xiao was silent for a few minutes before saying, "All right, I'll take you to the Heavenly Palace God tribe." At the Heavenly Mountain Range. It was extremely majestic, and it was much larger than the Ghost Prison Mountain Range in Jade Mountain City. In the night, the mountain peaks were like ferocious beasts, opening their huge mouths to devour the darkness. It was a chilling sight. On the 9th day, Luo Tian, Little Xia, and Qin Cheng Tian arrived at a small town in the depths of the Heaven Mountain Range. This was a supply town. It provided supplies to the martial artists adventuring in the mountains. It was also the last town before entering the heart of the Heaven Mountain. In the past, there weren't many people in the town. Most of them were adventuring teams or solo cultivators. It was a place to rest during trials. But now, here, people came and went. The small town was filled with people, and their cultivations weren't low. Most of them were adventuring teams, and there were very few solo cultivators. Have you heard? The rainbow snow lotus will mature in a day or two. It only matures once every 3,000 years. This time, my Kunshin sect will definitely obtain it. The treasures of heaven and earth are obtained by those who are fated. Not to mention your Kunshin sect, even the Heaven Span Palace will have to rely on luck. That's right. There are no less than 300 adventuring teams nearby, and there are many experts among them. Even if your Kunshin sect is capable, can you compare to these 300 teams? There was a lot of discussion in the town. All the topics revolved around the rainbow snow lotus. Who wouldn't want a treasure that matured every 3,000 years? Apart from this topic, there was another topic. The 3 young masters of the Heaven Span Palace are all dead. Not only them, but more than half of the assassins of the Heaven Span Palace are dead. Even the disciples of the 4 major immortal sects are all dead. I heard that they were reinforcements invited by the remnants of the Qin family of Luoyang City. They are also disciples of the immortal sects. City Lord Ji had 3 sons at an old age, and now he has lost 3 of them. This is killing him. He's going to turn the world upside down. A kill order has been issued. Anyone who provides clues will be rewarded with 100,000 magnetite. Anyone who can catch this person will be rewarded with 1 million magnetite. Damn, if I catch this person, I'll be rich. At the same time, Luo Tian was sitting opposite them. He listened carefully and observed everything around him. There was only one thing on his mind right now, and that was to get through tomorrow peacefully and complete the damn C-rank mission. It was the end of the month. He knew that all of his brothers had monthly tickets, but he had to save them. He had to save his firepower for tomorrow's explosion. Sometimes, the more you want to keep a low profile, the more trouble you will encounter. Luo Tian and the other 2 just sat down. They asked for a pot of tea and prepared to rest for a while before heading deeper into Sky Mountain. However, before their butts could warm up, 2 big men who didn't have eyes walked up to them. One of them stepped on the bench Luo Tian was sitting on with a lewd smile in his eyes. He swallowed his saliva and looked at little Xia. Yo, I didn't expect there to be such a pretty girl in the wilderness. Little beauty, are you here for an adventure? Follow me. I guarantee that you'll live a good life. Pfft. Luo Tian could not help but laugh out loud. These days, as long as they met people on the road, little Xia would turn around 100%. That delicate little face and cold eyes could attract a large group of male animals. Since he entered the tea house, everyone's eyes were on him. This made him very uncomfortable. Qin Chong Tian could not help but laugh. He looked at little Xia and said deliberately, Sister little Xia, he wants you to follow him. Little Shui? That's a nice name. I like it. Little Shui, in Sky Mountain, our Kunchen sect is very powerful. Follow me and I will bring you to see the 7-colored snow lotus. How about it? Currently, only our Kunchen sect knows the whereabouts of the 7-colored snow lotus. The burly man said with a smile. He raised his eyes and peered down at little Xia's chest through her collar. The more he looked down, the higher he raised his body. Furthermore, he kept swallowing his saliva. His expression was as vulgar as one could imagine. Little Xia frowned and was about to get angry. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes moved. He pretended to be old and said, so it's an expert from the Kunchen sect. This is my daughter. She knows a little about martial arts, but her cultivation is not high. Can your Kunchen sect accept her? Hearing this, the man's eyes lit up. His attitude towards Luo Tian changed. He said respectfully, others can't. But as long as I, Zhu Dazhuang, say the word, even if she has never practiced martial arts, she can join our Kunchen sect. You are her father, right? That's great. I'm very satisfied with your daughter. As long as you agree, I can take her to the Kunchen sect right away. She doesn't need to take the examination and can become an external disciple directly. What do you think? This is an opportunity that only appears once in 1,000 years. It is also an opportunity for your daughter to ascend to the heavens in a single step. This is an opportunity that countless people can only dream of. It is only because I, Zhu Dazhuang, am kind. If it were anyone else, I would definitely not give you this opportunity. He acted as if he was a good person. As he spoke, his Adam's apple rolled again. He swallowed hard. It looked as if it wanted to swallow little Xia alive. Luo Tian held back his smile and said, Xiao Shui, why aren't you thanking this master? You'll definitely have a good life if you follow him. Ha ha ha, of course. Zhu Dazhuang laughed. Little Xia didn't know what Luo Tian was trying to do, so she could only repress the fury in her heart and nod in cooperation. She didn't dare to say anything in case she was exposed. After all, he was a man, so he could tell from her voice. Okay. Zhu Dazhuang rubbed his hands, and his eyes shone with a lecherous light. He swallowed hard and said, Come with me now. Luo Tian said softly, Master, I also want to cultivate and join your Kunchen sect. What do you think? If I don't join, my daughter will definitely. You? Zhu Dazhuang was a little displeased. He had never seen an old man in his 50s or 60s who wanted to join a sect. He couldn't help but mutter. However, when he saw little Xia's beauty, his brows relaxed and he said, Okay, all of you come with me. Luo Tian's eyes moved. Then, the three of them got up and followed Zhu Dazhuang out. Little Xia said telepathically, What the hell are you doing? I want to kill this damn fatty. Just looking at him disgusts me. Luo Tian teased, Don't, he likes you very much. He is completely attracted by your beauty. You don't even know how charming you are now, ha ha ha. Little Xia's eyes narrowed and she clenched her fists tightly. Her body emitted a cold aura. Luo Tian said seriously, Don't worry, the Kunchen sect seems to have some power. I just noticed that there are many assassins from the Heavens Pass mansion in the town. I'm afraid that the Heavens Pass City Lord and the people of the 4 immortal sects are not far from here. With our current strength, I'm afraid that we can't compete with them. Moreover, the 3 of us are too obvious. If we sneak into the Kunchen sect, it will be different. Luo Tian's goal was very simple. Sneak into the Kunchen sect. Avoid the assassins of the Heavens Pass mansion. Luo Tian wasn't sure that he could win against a profound sovereign. Unless he broke through to the profound sage realm, it was best not to meet him too early. Not to mention that Ji Tong Tian was accompanied by the elders of the 4 immortal sections. They were disciples of the orthodox immortal sects, and their cultivation was at the high stage of the profound sage realm. Their strength was not weaker than Ji Tong Tian's. There were 5 of them at once. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't be their opponent. He had to find a chance to level up or complete the task of hatching the dragon egg as soon as possible. Once the dragon egg hatched, it would be easy to crush them with the strength of the baby dragon. Luo Tian still remembered the power of the dragon egg in the ghost forbidden land. Little Xia's eyes narrowed, and she no longer spoke. He was also very clear. Ji Tong Tian also knew that this was the last town before entering the hinterland of Tianshan. Luo Tian and the others would definitely pass by here. After that night, Ji Tong Tian madly chased for 100,000 miles, but he didn't find any trace of Luo Tian and the others. Suddenly, he thought that Luo Tian had changed his route and was probably going to enter the hinterland of Tianshan. Moreover, there had always been a rumor that the entrance to the Heavenly Palace was in the depths of Tianshan. Thinking of this, he immediately changed his direction and sent the remaining assassins of the Heaven's Pass mansion to search in the direction of this town. This is the only way to enter the hinterland of Tianshan. They must have stopped here to rest with a child. This time, we must not let them escape. Ji Tongtian's face was gloomy as he said coldly. All three of his sons were dead, and the anger in his heart was boundless. Yang Jin's face was gloomy as he said faintly, City Lord Ji, if they leave this town and enter the hinterland of Tianshan, it will be difficult to catch them. Tianshan is so big that finding 3 people is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Lu Zhen added, City Lord Ji, we haven't found any trace of them for 9 days. Could it be that they ran far away? Or maybe they didn't even pass by here. You have to be clear about the contents of our agreement. If you can't find the entrance to the Heavenly Palace, humph. Lu Zhen snorted coldly. His eyes became cold. Yang Jin's mouth curved into a satisfied smile. He immediately laughed and said, Elder Lu, will City Lord Ji forget what you said? At this moment, a Heaven's Pass mansion assassin's figure flashed and landed beside Ji Tongtian, whispering a few words. Ji Tongtian's eyes widened in anger as he laughed coldly. Dog, let's see where you can run to this time. Kunshan sect, assembly point. Zhu Dazhuang's face was filled with pride as he brought little Xia along with him. Just like a new girlfriend. He raised his head as he walked, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know that there was a beautiful woman beside him. They walked to a tent. Zhu Dazhuang said, You guys wait here for a while. Little Shui, come with me first. His eyes narrowed. An evil smile appeared on his face. Little Xia didn't have much experience, and this kind of thing was even rarer. She couldn't tell what Zhu Dazhuang wanted to do, but Luo Tian was very clear. Luo Tian said indifferently, Little Shui, go with him. Remember to be obedient, don't let Master Zhu down. Little Xia was extremely unwilling, but she still followed Zhu Dazhuang into the tent. Luo Tian almost burst out laughing. Qin Chong Tian asked, Big brother, what does he want little Shui to do? Luo Tian said, You'll know in a while. It was better to say less things that were not suitable for children. Thinking of the scene of little Xia being XXXX by Zhu Dazhuang, Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Isn't this a bit too much? Little Xia is still a little man, what will happen when he encounters such a scene? Inside the tent, Zhu Dazhuang revealed his true colors as soon as he entered the tent. A lewd smile appeared on his face as he looked at little Xia's weak appearance. Rubbing his hands together, he said, I, Zhu Dazhuang, love ice beauties the most in my life. This kind of woman looks like an ice mountain, but once I get her on the bed, she will erupt like a volcano. That kind of slutty, that kind of flirtatious, no one can compare to her. After saying that, Zhu Dazhuang instantly hugged little Xia's small waist and laughed excitedly. Little beauty, come. However, the moment he made his move, little Xia dodged. It was also because he was a little nervous. This kind of nervousness was not because of fear, but because of this kind of thing. His feet slipped, and he fell directly on the ground. There was a blanket on the ground. The Frost Wyrm's body was as white as ice. Plus, he was very thin. As soon as she fell to the ground, her long and slender legs were exposed. Her skin was snow-white and tender. Zhu Dazhuang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He kept swallowing his saliva. His crotch was already pushed up to the sky, and his pants were about to burst. Little beauty. My little beauty, big brother is here. Mua, mua, his expression was disgusting to the extreme and could no longer be described with words. Little Xia's stomach churned, and she almost threw up. Why aren't you coming in? If you don't come in, I'll kill him. Telepathic transmission. Luo Tian held back his smile and immediately rushed in. He hugged Zhu Dazhuang and said loudly, "What are you going to do to my daughter? You can't do this to her. She is still a virgin." Master Zhu, Zhu Dazhuang's complexion changed. At this time, his evil fire was soaring to the sky. He didn't care about anything else. He grabbed Luo Tian's hand and fiercely flung it away. He said, "You old bastard, go die for your father. You dare to disturb your father's business. Believe it or not, I will kill you." He was already at the point where he had no choice but to release the arrow. How could he hold back? But he didn't think that his strength wouldn't be enough to fling Luo Tian away. Luo Tian was still holding on to his waist. Little Xia's brows furrowed tightly as the repressed fury in her heart erupted uncontrollably. Before Luo Tian had a chance to say anything, she raised a finger, and an ice arrow shot forth, piercing directly through Zhu Dazhuang's glabella. His eyes darkened. He was dead. "I can't pretend anymore," Little Xia said angrily. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Damn, how are we going to play now? He had wanted to use this opportunity to appease Zhu Dazhuang, then follow the Kunchen sect team into the hinterland of Tian Tian and find an opportunity to leave. He didn't expect Little Xia had actually killed him at such a critical juncture. His plan was completely disrupted. Luo Tian couldn't help but sigh. "I really have to hand it to you. All our efforts have been wasted. Our identities have definitely been exposed. Jitong Tian and his assassins will definitely come looking for us. We were going to use the Kunchen sect's power to sneak into the hinterland of Tian Tian. Then, Jitong Tian won't be able to find us." Little Xia wiped her hands and removed the disguise on her face. "Why don't you pretend to be a woman? I can't take it anymore. I can't help but slap this disgusting pig to death when I see him." "No need to slap him. He's already dead. Slap him a few more times if you don't like it." Luo Tian sat down on the ground. He was thinking of a way to leave this town. Starting from when they entered the town, Luo Tian's divine sense was constantly on alert. Not long ago, he had already sensed 5 incomparably powerful auras entering the small town. They were obviously Jitong Tian and the 4 immortal sect elders. From this, he deduced that their whereabouts had been exposed. Luo Tian had also underestimated the strength of the Tong Tian sect assassins. Bang, bang, Little Xia really kicked Zhu Dazhuang's corpse twice. She was very unhappy and said, "You're courting death." Luo Tian rolled his eyes at him and didn't say anything. At this time, Qin Chong Tian hurriedly walked in and said, "Brother Luo Tian, the disciples of the Kunchen sect are ready to go. I just heard 2 people say that the 7-colored snow lotus is going to mature early. They want to enter the heart of Sky Mountain in advance. They are already packing their things. Many people have already left." Luo Tian's gaze tensed up, and immediately said, "Okay. Little Xia, return to your original appearance. We will follow them and leave this place. There are a lot of people here anyway. Kunchen sect has recently recruited many unranked disciples in the town. We can sneak in. As long as we enter the heart of Sky Mountain, everything will be easy." Luo Tian's heart relaxed. Sky Mountain was too big. Even a profound Emperor Realm expert would not be able to find them easily. As long as Luo Tian leveled up the chance to hatch the dragon egg alive, that would be the end of this group of people. The days of being chased were really uncomfortable. At the very least, Luo Tian was very unhappy. If he was alone, he would definitely use another method to change it. But now he was 3 people, and there was also a dam system quest. If he failed, he would lose 200 million experience points. This made him extremely unhappy. The 3 of them walked out of the tent. Very quickly, they were called over. "The 3 of you must be new disciples. Hurry up and pack your things. We are about to enter the heart of Sky Mountain. These are all the inner sect senior brothers' supplies. None of them can be left behind." a disciple of the Kunchen sect said. Luo Tian was overjoyed and immediately went up. It was also at this time. An endless amount of pressure descended from the sky. With a heavy roar, he said, "All of you, don't move. Luo Tian, get the hell out here." A stern shout. An incomparably thick profound emperor battle chi exploded. Ji Tongtian's figure moved and landed heavily. A series of explosions sounded under his feet, directly crushing the 3 disciples of the Kunchen sect who were closer to him into powder. "They're here, the boss are all here, crap, the double monthly votes have come early. Brothers of the undefeatable army, Old Bull needs firepower. I need fierce firepower. Let's go. There will be more updates today, Old Bull is begging for a monthly vote. Let's go crazy. They're here, they're all here. Ji Tongtian, the elders of the 4 sects, they're all here." At the assembly point, the disciples of the Kunchen sect were in chaos. They were all covering their heads and running away. An elder of the Kunchen sect walked out and said unhappily, "City Lord Ji, what is the meaning of this?" Not waiting for him to finish, Ji Tongtian's index finger moved, and a finger sword shot out, directly exploding that elder's head. With a cold snort, Ji Tongtian released his Xian Emperor battle chi unscrupulously as he roared, "Get lost." Instant kill. That elder was also a profound sage. Although he wasn't from the orthodox sect, he was still an extremely strong existence. However, Ji Tongtian only raised his hand slightly and instantly killed him. Moreover, Ji Tongtian didn't even look at him. The elder was killed. The entire Kunchen sect was in chaos. Under the suppression of the mystic emperor battle chi, many disciples directly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Even more people fled in all directions. Impudent. Ji Tongtian, do you really think that there's no one in my Kunchen sect? Suddenly, with a shout, the current sect master of the Kunchen sect, Zhao Wudi, descended from the sky. A huge aura erupted from his body as he stared at Ji Tongtian angrily. Ji Tongtian snorted coldly and looked at him from the corner of his eye. He said disdainfully, "How dare a 6th-level profound sage be so impudent in front of me? Die." Overturning the sky with one hand. In the sky, a seal-like palm print suddenly fell. Zhao Wudi's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Ji Tongtian to kill him immediately. He could only resist with all his might. However, the difference in cultivation between the two was too big. There was no comparison at all. Moreover, the power of this seal was very strong. Zhao Wudi released his strongest power and met it with both palms. Rumble. Muffled thunder exploded. Zhao Wudi was directly sent flying. He spat out blood and his expression was dead. His 2 eyes stared at Ji Tongtian and said with difficulty, Why? My Kunchen sect didn't provoke your Tongtian prefecture. Why? Are you attacking us? Ji Tongtian ignored him and roared again, "Luo Tian, get out here." He was extremely furious. All 3 of his sons had died at the hands of Luo Tian. For the past 10 days, he had been suppressing the anger in his heart. He was like a madman, now. When he found Luo Tian, the fury in his heart erupted like a volcano. He couldn't restrain himself for even a moment. He wished he could tear Luo Tian into 108,000 pieces, strip his soul, and let him suffer in the blood sea purgatory for 100,000 years. Luo Tian's face sank. We can't avoid it. Since that was the case, Luo Tian laughed excitedly, "If you don't like it, then let's do it. I've been hiding for the past 10 days, and I've been very annoyed. Isn't it just a mystic emperor expert? I'll take this opportunity to see the strength of a mystic emperor, and teach the Huashan immortal sect a lesson." His eyebrows twitched. Thick killing intent erupted from Luo Tian's body as he said in a low voice, "Little Xia, take him and leave this place. Don't worry about me." Little Xia's expression darkened. "No. If we leave together. If we stay together. I'm a descendant of the Frost Wyrm. My dragon race will never betray our brothers." His battle intent soared. Little Xia's body was also emitting an extremely cold aura, and the ice-colored dragon scales on her hands faintly flashed. Qin Changtian's gaze did not move as he said, Brother Luo Tian, me too. I can protect myself. You guys go. At this moment, Luo Tian had no other choice. He definitely couldn't escape. Aside from Ji Tong Tian, the elders of the four major immortal sects were even more terrifying. Once he appeared, he would only be able to hold off Ji Tong Tian. The elders of the four major immortal sects would definitely chase after little Xia and the others. Rather than that, he would rather fight them head-on. Alright. Let's fight. Luo Tian's gaze became resolute. Immediately, Luo Tian laughed wildly and said arrogantly, Ji Tong Tian, old man, daddy is here. As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian directly landed not far away from Ji Tong Tian. With a maniacal smile on his face, he coldly said, What's wrong? Do you miss your three sons? Do you want me to send you down to reunite with them? Ah, Ji Tong Tian let out a mournful roar. His eyes were bloodshot, and the pain of losing his sons exploded in his heart like a bomb. Immediately, his long hair flew in the air and swayed wantonly. The robes on his body exploded as the profound emperor's battle chi soared to its peak. He roared hysterically, Go to hell. Yang Jin's gaze darkened as he thought to himself, as expected, the pubes is shattered. How did this brat cultivate up to this level? He's the Luo Tian who rejected the immortal controlling immortal sect in Heaven Sword City and killed the emissary of the Star Ocean immortal sect? The trash who used the Huashan divine token to force Emperor Yunji to accept with a shattered pubes and no innate bloodline? He's just a level 4 mystic sovereign. Looking at his expression, he looks like he's about to die. The four of them sneered coldly. In their eyes, Luo Tian was not even an ant. They only glanced at him for a moment before ignoring him. No matter how Luo Tian cultivated to the 4th stage of the Tao Profound Sovereign, he was still a piece of trash. With a shattered pubes, he was unable to cultivate immortal chi. To the disciples of the immortal sect, this was extremely useless. Without an innate bloodline, he was even more useless. Such a person could not possibly be a match for Ji Tong Tian, who was at the 3rd stage of the Profound Emperor. Then, Yang Jin's gaze darkened as he said in a low voice, Find that little boy. Don't let him escape. He's our only hope of entering the Heavenly Palace. Lu Zhen immediately laughed coldly, and said, Understood. The three of them moved in the air. They immediately dissipated on the spot. It was also at this moment that Ji Tong Tian had already made his move. The earthy yellow Profound Emperor's battle chi seemed to be pressing down on Luo Tian's mind. The power on his body was even more arrogant, and the blazing aura burned everything around him. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. A sea of fire appeared around him. Even the soil on the ground was burning. This power was terrifying to the extreme. Luo Tian moved his fists, and shouted in a deep voice, Level 6 Berserk. Boom. After releasing 64 times the attributes, his mind stabilized slightly, and he shouted again in a deep voice, Titan Defense. Wang. A huge Titan shadow appeared on Luo Tian's body. Die. Ji Tong Tian threw a flaming fist down. Luo Tian released his strongest defense. Bang. The Titan shadow was directly shattered by the punch, and the power of Ji Tong Tian's fist was only weakened by 30%. Luo Tian was shocked. Mother ***, this power is too strong. Mystic Emperor Realm, how strong was this power? Luo Tian was only at the 4th stage of the Mystic Venerable Realm. Even in the game, there was a difference of nearly 20 levels. How could he fight? There was no way to fight, but Luo Tian was never one to admit defeat. He forcefully took this blow, and a deep fist mark appeared on his chest. He was in extreme pain, and he flew out. He did not rush towards Ji Tong Tian, but landed beside the dying Zhao Wudi. He threw a punch at his head. Ding. Congratulations, player. Luo Tian looked at the experience, smiled coldly, and said, Enough experience. Level 7 Berserk. Come out. The 4th chapter has been delivered, brothers, monthly votes. The stronger the monthly votes, the more Old Bull will update. Throw in all the monthly votes. Leveling up from level 6 Berserk to level 7 required 170 million experience points. Luo Tian was still a little short, it was just enough to kill Zhao Wudi, who was a level 6 mystic sage. Luo Tian did not hesitate and leveled up to level 7 berserk. He was still nearly 100 million experience points away from leveling up. Even if he leveled up to level 5 mystic venerable rank, he would not be Ji Tongtian's opponent. The only choice was to increase the level of berserk. Hiss, hiss, Luo Tian's body emitted hot smoke, as if a piece of red-hot iron had been placed in water. Power, very, very strong power. The power of this goo was almost beyond Luo Tian's control. Level 7 berserk, 128 times the elemental power was released. How terrifying was that, even if Luo Tian had a level 4 mystic venerable rank body and a giant god body, it was still extremely uncomfortable. 128 times the elemental power was too fierce. Bang! Luo Tian took a step forward. Like a giant, he directly extinguished the flames on the ground. His entire body was red as he roared at the sky, "Damn it, come again if you have the guts." Arrogant and fearless, Ji Tongtian was a little dumbfounded. His power suddenly increased by dozens of times. This technique was too terrifying. Yang Jin's face darkened slightly. He thought to himself, this technique is a little scary. This kid's dantian is broken, but he still cultivates such a powerful technique. It would be great if we could extract the technique he cultivates. He was envious. Even if he was an elder of the Imperial Immortal Sect, the technique he cultivated was not as powerful as Luo Tian's. It started with the Titan's Shadow, and now it was level 7 berserk. Every one of them was an extremely fierce existence. In this world, techniques were king. A good technique could make many people jealous. Yang Jin was jealous, and so was Ji Tongtian. The difference between the two was, Ji Tongtian had cultivated an evil technique. He could extract the techniques of others and transfer them to himself. In other words, he could absorb the techniques of others and make them his own. Therefore, Ji Tongtian laughed coldly. He stared at Luo Tian with excitement and said, "You dog, no wonder you could kill my son. So you do have some strength. Good, good. Today I will strip you of all your cultivation methods. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Tongtian's voice suddenly disappeared. In the next second, he appeared in front of Luo Tian. How could 128 times of attribute power be just for show? The moment Ji Tongtian disappeared, Luo Tian's body moved as well. His fists were like lightning as they bombarded the place where Ji Tongtian landed. He shouted in a deep voice, "Magma Raging Fire, Stage 7, Fire Divine Fist, explode." Boom, the raging magma flames directly exploded. It was like a volcano erupting, completely unbridled. However, Ji Tongtian didn't move at all. His body didn't move at all. His lips curled into a sinister sneer as he laughed, "Ha ha ha. Little brat, you think you can hurt this old man with this little bit of strength? I forgot to tell you, this old man has the strongest defensive bloodline in the world, the thick earth bloodline." Walala, walala, while he was speaking, a large amount of soil fell from the place where Luo Tian attacked, and the soil was scorched black. After the soil fell, Ji Tongtian's body was unharmed, and he did not suffer the slightest bit of damage. Even his clothes were not damaged in the slightest. The moment the attack landed, a bright red mist appeared on top of Ji Tongtian's head. Obviously, the move just now did not injure Ji Tongtian at all. Luo Tian's heart sank, and his heart was incomparably shocked. Level 7 berserk, 128 times of attribute power can't even cause any damage. This profound Emperor Realm's defense is actually so strong. Just as he was thinking about this, his heart suddenly trembled. Crap. In that instant, Ji Tongtian struck out with his palm. Bam! A palm struck Luo Tian's chest, causing his chest to split open like a turtle. The wound was so deep that bones could be seen, and blood continuously gushed out from the wound. The pain was unbearable, and Luo Tian's throat was filled with the stench of blood, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Huff, huff, huff. He was panting like an ox. Luo Tian immediately released the regeneration technique, causing the wound to heal and the pain to quickly decrease. Secret technique? Star Ocean Sect's secret technique, regeneration technique? Yang Jin's face was filled with shock. He had seen the Star Ocean sect's experts use the regeneration art. Only the Supreme Elders were qualified to cultivate this secret art. Even Lu Zhen, an inner sect elder of the Star Ocean sect, was not qualified to cultivate it. How could a disciple of the Huashan Immortal sect like him cultivate a secret art of the Star Ocean sect? Suddenly, Yang Jin suddenly moved, leaned his body, and struck Luo Tian's chest, once again sending Luo Tian flying, and shouted, "Brat, how do you know the secret technique of the Star Ocean sect?" Bam! Luo Tian was sent flying, and after flying for several meters, his face became even more pale. Bai Qi spat out another mouthful of black blood, and climbed up from the ground, coldly laughing, "What do you care?" In an instant, Luo Tian gritted his teeth, and once again roared, "Rank 7 Berserk. 9 dragons, 9 elephants, 6 phases. 6 dragons, suppress the power, come out for me." Rumble. The two forces overlapped. Luo Tian's body directly turned red, like a piece of burning iron, and the power in his body raged. He could not control the power of the rank 7 Berserk, and now with the addition of the 6 dragons, it was even harder to control. But, he had no other choice, Jitong Tian was too strong. The Mystic Emperor realm was a realm that he could not reach, and the difference in strength was too great. Yang Jin was the same. The difference in cultivation between the orthodox immortal sects and the 8th stage of the profound sage realm was too great. Luo Tian was only a youth who was not even 20 years old, and they were all monsters who had cultivated for thousands of years. How could they compare? Huh? It's another half-flourishing stage cultivation technique. Just how many powerful cultivation techniques has this kid cultivated? Yang Jin's face darkened, and his heart was filled with shock. At this moment, Jitong Tian took a step forward and directly attacked, laughing coldly in excitement, "Ha ha ha. All the cultivation techniques are mine, all of them are mine. Brat, come on, ha ha ha, great absorption art. Strip it for me." Jitong Tian was extremely excited. The stronger the cultivation technique, the more excited he was. Luo Tian's cultivation technique made him extremely excited, as if he was afraid that Yang Jin would kill him first. He could only use the great absorption art to strip Luo Tian's cultivation technique first. F***ck. Luo Tian cursed angrily. The arrogance on his body grew even more. Even if he could not control it, even if the difference in cultivation level between him and Jitong Tian was too great, Luo Tian was not afraid at all. If he was unhappy, he would do it. If he could not win, he would do it. Gritting his teeth, Luo Tian's eyes darkened, and he shouted in his heart, "Azure Dragon Blood, come out." At this moment, without waiting for the power of the Azure Dragon Blood in Luo Tian's body to erupt, a giant golden dragon soared into the sky. The 5th chapter has been delivered, there will be an update at night. Brothers, Old Cow urgently needs the support of monthly votes, requesting firepower. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. The sky was filled with golden light, sprinkling down on the earth. A huge figure crushed everything in the world. The strongest creature in the Tianxian continent had appeared, it was worth mentioning. The golden dragon's body was the same as the western dragon's body, but it was hundreds of times larger than the western dragon's body. Its body emitted an incomparably berserk aura, and on the back of the golden dragon was an unconscious frost wyrm. On the verge of death, without waiting for the golden dragon to rush down, Lu Zhen ran out covered in blood and shouted, "The golden dragon is that child." Of the 3 immortal sect elders, only he ran out alone. He would never forget what he had just experienced for the rest of his life, 2 huge dragons. A frost dragon and a golden dragon stood in front of him, causing an indescribable shock. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Jin's expression was abnormally excited. As expected, they must be the huge dragons that escaped from the heavenly palace divine race, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. We must not let them escape. Excitement, he was incomparably excited. His purpose for coming here was to find the giant dragon's blood vein. Looking at the golden dragon that rushed into the sky and descended from the sky, the blood in Yang Jin's body began to boil crazily. Ji Tongtian's expression darkened as he thought to himself, the dragon race in the teleportation does exist. These people from the immortal sect already knew about it, but they didn't tell me. None of the people from the immortal sect are good people. Just wait. You can't escape responsibility for the deaths of my 3 sons. Ji Tongtian's face was gloomy. However, this gloominess flashed past as he laughed. Elder Yang has hidden it well. Can you tell me your purpose for coming here? Yang Jin smiled faintly and said, City Lord Ji, as you can see, we're here for the Heavenly Palace's divine race's dragon race. That brat killed your 3 sons, so if you kill him, you won't have any business here. Hurry up and leave. There was no need for Ji Tongtian now. Even if he couldn't find that injured divine dragon. As long as he could obtain this golden dragon's blood vein, he could still go against the heavens. Although it couldn't compare to Murong Wanjian's true dragon's blood vein, once the fusion was successful, his cultivation would soar. Moreover, a golden dragon's blood was extremely large. If that was the case, if he could control the golden dragon bloodline, he would be able to become an honorary grand elder of the god-controlling immortal sect. He might even be able to establish his own sect, and it would definitely be a powerful one. Ji Tongtian's expression darkened as he sneered, You want to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Yang Jin snorted disdainfully and said, What? Could it be that City Lord Ji wanted a share of the good soup? Why don't you take a look at yourself? What right do you have to share with me? I can destroy your clear sky city in a matter of minutes. Do you think you're amazing just because you're a 3rd-level mystic sovereign? Don't forget, I'm from the orthodox lineage of the immortal sect. Even if you break through another level, you won't be a match for me. Hurry up and scram, lest you embarrass yourself later. He did not give any face at all. Why would an elder of the imperial immortal sect need to give face to a mere city lord? Yang Jin didn't care about such a city at all. The giant dragon bloodline was a treasure of heaven and earth. Who would be willing to share such a treasure with others? Not to mention, there was also Lu Zhen from the Star Ocean immortal sect. What could the 3 of them get if they split it? Human. Forever greedy, Ji Tongtian's face turned extremely ugly, and his gaze turned cold. Elder Yang, you're really ruthless. Although you're from the orthodox lineage of the immortal sect, a Saint Realm expert, and have cultivated immortal energy for hundreds of years, so what? I can't kill you with my cultivation, and you want to hurt me with your cultivation? Lu Zhen anxiously ran over and said anxiously, The 2 of you, stop arguing. This golden infant dragon is very strong. While they were arguing, Luo Tian looked up to the sky, and his heart was overwhelmed with shock. He thought to himself, Qin Chong Tian is indeed a dragon's son. Seems like the Heavenly Palace divine race must have suffered a huge change. Otherwise, they wouldn't have placed the dragon's son in the Qin family of the Luoyang city. His heart tightened. Luo Tian suppressed the power of the Azure Dragon bloodline. At this moment, he did not want to expose himself too early. The Azure Dragon bloodline was his final trump card. Once it was exposed, he would definitely kill all of them. However, even if Luo Tian released the power of the Azure Dragon bloodline, he might not be their match. No matter how strong the power of the bloodline was, it was still limited by the level. In the end, the level was still too low. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. Level, I must frantically increase it. In that instant, the huge dragon swooped down and sent a message to Luo Tian, Brother Qin Tian, jump onto my back. The moment it swooped down, the huge dragon spat out a ball of golden flames. Even the space was about to be burned, constantly twisting. Loud sounds continued to erupt in the sky. Yang Jin's face darkened. He released all the power of an 8th stage profound sage and dodged in an instant. Ji Tongtian's face was also filled with shock as he quickly jumped away. Even he would not be able to block such a golden flame, the power to burn the void was too strong. A golden infant dragon already had such a strong power. What about the adult dragons of the Heavenly Palace divine race? Luo Tian's heart sank. Thinking of the dragon egg in his body, if it was a Huasha divine dragon, how strong would it be? What the F***ck? I must hatch it. Luo Tian was a little impatient. The moment the huge dragon spat out the flames, Luo Tian jumped heavily and landed on the huge dragon's back. Looking at the dying frost Wyrm little Xia, Luo Tian frowned and continuously used several healing techniques. Brother Luo Tian, it's useless. Brother little Xia is injured, ordinary healing techniques are useless. the huge dragon transmitted. Then, it flew into the sky and said in a deep voice, "Brother Luo Tian, hold on tight, I'm going to rush into the void and escape." Eh? Luo Tian's heart clenched. He had thought that he would be able to easily deal with Ji Tong Tian and the others, but who would have thought that he would try to flee? His heart jolted with shock, and he immediately thought back to how little Xia had almost died trying to transform into a dragon. Not good. They're going to escape. We can't let them escape. The three of them were anxious. They all flew into the sky and chased after him as fast as lightning. However, it was also at this moment that the huge golden dragon soared into the sky like a fighter jet. The huge dragon's mouth uttered a series of dragon words, and then a black hole-like barrier appeared in front of it, and it flew directly into it. Dragon entering the void? Chase! Yang Jin roared hysterically. However, their speed was much slower than that of the huge golden dragon. Luo Tian looked at the three of them standing on the back of the huge golden dragon and roared, "Ji Tong Tian, Yang Jin, you guys wait for me, I'll make you pay for what you did today 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times." Boom, the void gate closed. Luo Tian's vision went black, and then a dazzling golden light flashed. He flew out of the void and happily said, "Good job, Tian Tian." Luo Tian, brother, I can't hold on any longer. His voice was incomparably weak. His body fell vertically like a kite with a broken string. 10,000 meters in the air, 200 million experience, this was the rhythm of death. The 6th chapter has been delivered. Can I ask for a monthly vote? Save one, give old Neo some strength. Brothers who want to explode tomorrow, please use your monthly vote. 10,000 meters in the air, freefall, how terrifying was that? Moreover, there were also 2 incomparably huge dragons. The most frightening thing was that the golden dragon could not be injured in the slightest. If it was injured, his 200 million experience would be gone. Right now, it was only a few hours away from the time set by the system. If he was injured at this time, it would be a huge loss. Hey, Tian Tian, Tian Tian, little Xia, Luo Tian called out a few times, but they were powerless to respond, as if their entire bodies had collapsed. Rumble, 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 the sound of the wind was like thunder, and it was like a blade blowing on his face. It was very uncomfortable. If I fall like this, even if I don't die, I'll still be half dead. Luo Tian's brow sank, and then, with a movement in the air, he directly flew out and shouted, "Level 7 Berserk." Buzz. 128 times the attribute was released. Following that, Luo Tian swooped down, and directly flew to the golden dragon's abdomen. He raised his arms heavily, and the veins on his forehead bulged. The muscles on his arms directly burst open his clothes, and the veins on his arms were like earthworms, bulging out one by one, clearly visible. Hundreds of thousands of tons of golden dragon, free fall from a height of 10,000 meters, this kind of impact was even stronger than the impact of a nuclear bomb. Ah, Luo Tian screamed hysterically, releasing all of his strength, heavily supporting the falling speed of the golden dragon. It was just that his body was too huge, and in free fall, the weight was directly proportional to the speed. The heavier it was, the faster it was. Luo Tian's strength only slowed down a little. Damn, level 7 Berserk, 8 million profound cheese usage, only slowed it down a little, and if the follow-up strength can't keep up, then the power just now would have been wasted. Cluck, cluck, Luo Tian clenched his teeth, his eyes glared, and roared, "Alright, I'll fight it out with you." Level 7 Berserk. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom. He used it again, slowing down the speed of his fall once again. Level 7 Berserk. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom. Level 7 Berserk. Level 7 Berserk. Luo Tian was like a madman, constantly releasing the level 7 Berserk. His body was constantly being ravaged by the attribute power, which was 128 times stronger than his body. It was extremely uncomfortable. This power was not something his body could bear. Once he used it, he would be seriously injured. But now he had no other choice but to continuously use rank 7 Berserk like a madman. That was the only way. It slowed down the speed of the golden dragon's descent. It was not only for the 200 million experience points, but also to find a way to enter the heavenly palace celestial race. When he thought of Jitong Tian, he was infuriated. Profound sovereign realm, Jitong Tian was incomparably powerful and terrifying. Even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to withstand it. Jitong Tian's arrogant, and insufferably arrogant expression made him extremely unhappy. There were only two ways to kill him: breaking through to the Saint Realm. The next step was to hatch the dragon egg. These two methods had one thing in common, which was to enter the Heavenly Palace God clan. He had to go in, the dragon egg had to be hatched. If the golden dragon could release such a powerful power, then the dragon egg on his body would definitely be extremely powerful. Standing on the dragon's head, roaming the world, and arriving at Duan Tian City. Using the strongest power to crush Murong Wanjian. Crushing the Immortal God sect and the Star Sea Immortal sect, all of this required him to enter the Heavenly Palace God clan, so Luo Tian could not let Xianxia Tian and Little Xia die. He definitely could not. Level 7 Berserk. Luo Tian did not know how many times he released the level 7 Berserk. At this moment, his mouth, nose, and ears were all overflowing with scarlet blood. The backlash of the level 7 Berserk was extremely powerful. It was fine once, but after using it several times, his body was like a huge battlefield, crazily being crushed. Uncomfortable, incomparably uncomfortable. But Luo Tian still gritted his teeth and held on. He roared in his heart, Jitong Tian, you son of a bitch, I will not let you off. Yang Jin. For great immortal sex, just you wait. The anger in his heart soared to the heavens. If not for Jitong Tian, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. He was continuously being chased. Luo Tian was extremely unhappy, and said fiercely in his heart, if I don't get rid of you, I won't be surnamed Luo. He had to get rid of him. A boss of the profound Emperor realm would definitely be very happy to drop it. Level 7 Berserk. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Pfft, Luo Tian could no longer hold it in as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the profound chi had also been used up, leaving only a few tens of thousands of points, and he could no longer support the level 7 Berserk. Fortunately, he was about to land on the ground. Both of his arms were trembling as he used the last bit of his strength to support the golden dragon, allowing him to land steadily. Following that, he rolled on the spot, and immediately leaned against the golden dragon's body as he panted heavily. Huff, huff, huff. Sweat poured down like rain. His entire body was drenched, and he was in a sorry state. From the moment he transmigrated until now, Luo Tian had never been in such a sorry state before. Big brother Luo Tian, thank you, thank you. The golden dragon slightly opened its huge eyes and said weakly. Luo Tian waved his hand, and said, it's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine. The golden dragon slightly closed its eyes, and its body quickly changed. 10 seconds later, it returned to the body of a little boy, but his entire body was naked, and his body was incomparably weak. Luo Tian quickly took off his coat and wrapped it around him. Not far from him was the frost wyvern, Little Xia. He also quickly turned into a human body. Not equal. Luo Tian could only take off his underwear and put it on him. Compared to Xianxia Tian, Little Xia's body was much weaker. Moreover, she had sustained serious injuries. Most likely, she had sustained those injuries during the battle with Lu Zhen. Luo Tian let out a sigh of relief and used several healing techniques. However, he discovered that they were all useless. Then he thought of what Xianxia Tian had said, ordinary healing techniques were useless against him. Not long after, Xianxia Tian slowly woke up, his eyes were weak, his face was pale white, he coughed lightly a few times, and said, Big brother Luo Tian, Big brother Little Xia needs the rainbow snow lotus to cure his illness, his goal this time is for the rainbow snow lotus. Luo Tian was slightly startled, and said, you already knew that he was a dragon? Xianxia Tian said weakly, I found it a long time ago. Grandpa Qin-san also knew about it. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you. Luo Tian laughed, and said, it's fine. He was naturally very familiar with his own species, and Qin-san was also from the Dragon Protection clan, so he definitely knew about it. The existence of the dragon race itself was a secret, and Luo Tian was just an outsider, so it was normal for him not to tell him, then. Qin Changtian cried and begged, "Big brother Luo Tian, can you save him?" A trace of tears flashed in his eyes. Qin Changtian said, "Big brother little Xia was injured like this because he saved me, can you save him?" At this moment, the system suddenly sounded out 2 notifications. Ding. Quest completed, obtained 2000 experience reward. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining an S-rank quest score. The system rewards you with a big lottery. Do you wish to begin the lottery? The first chapter has been delivered, brothers. Other people's monthly votes are increasing by a few hundred, but we don't even have 50. Is it because we can't do it? Can a man say no? Absolutely not, not even if he dies. The old cow is hysterically begging for monthly votes. C-rank mission completed. The reward was negligible, but he received an S-rank rating. This was an extremely high rating. It could be considered as a 4-star rating. The simpler the mission, the harder it was to get a high rating. Luo Tian initially thought that as long as the mission did not fail and did not deduct 200 million experience, he would be thankful. He did not expect to receive such a high rating. This was closely related to the countless times he used level 7 Berserk to protect Qin Changtian with his life. Mission completed. Received a chance to draw the lottery. Do you wish to draw the lottery? Begin. The exciting moment had arrived. Luo Tian entered the system. The system showed a screen similar to a slot machine. There were all kinds of things in the screen. Seeing these things, Luo Tian's saliva almost flowed to the ground. Wow, wow. Peerless Godly Sword. Upgrade by 1 level. Sky-flipping God Seal. All kinds of treasures, all kinds of powerful treasures. Of course, other than these, there were naturally some inferior items as well. There were definitely Tier 1 healing pills, Tier 2 cultivation techniques, and the like. In the center of these treasures, which was also the slot machine's gate of heaven, there was a flame-like thing. At first glance, there was nothing special about it. Luo Tian had played slot machines in his previous life, and knew that the position was usually the best thing. Immediately, when Luo Tian took a closer look, his eyeballs were about to pop out. His expression was as excited as it could be. It was as if he had climaxed 10,000 times in a row. He repeatedly swallowed his saliva and muttered to himself, "Heavenly flame, heavenly flame, heavenly flame." Mamma mia, the heavenly flame that Xiaoyan practiced in Battle Break the Heavens, oh my god. It actually appeared here, it appeared in the lottery. Incoherent words. Luo Tian was so excited that he couldn't even speak properly. Luo Tian was so excited that he couldn't even speak properly. The world was turning upside down, his blood was boiling, the sky was falling, and the earth was cracking. A million alpacas whizzed past, whizzed back, and whizzed past again and again. Luo Tian's heart was simply too happy. He swallowed his saliva heavily, and his heart began to become incomparably nervous. His eyes stared at the heavenly gate's heavenly flame, and he couldn't look at anything else. What peerless divine sword! What heaven-flipping seal! Luo Tian was a Dupo fan. If he could practice the heavenly flame that Xiaoyan practiced, how great would it be? The most crucial point, the deviant flame's attack was very powerful, and it was divided into hundreds of types. Each of them was an extremely powerful existence. As long as he got it, Luo Tian would be able to kill Ji Tongtian, who was at the mystic sovereign realm, in a matter of minutes. He said excitedly in his heart, "The third way to kill Ji Tongtian is here. God, please let me get it." Asterisk asterisk asterisk, Teacher Ozawa, Sister Longza, Teacher Hatu, come on. Pray for me, bless me. I've loved you all for so many years, I even have limited edition movies. I'm willing to love you all for the rest of my life. Give me strength. He silently chanted in his heart. Then, with a thought, he activated the lottery switch. At this moment, Luo Tian's heart was thumping madly, unable to stop at all. Looking at the flashing lights, his heart was on the verge of collapsing. He couldn't bear to watch any longer. This was too frightening. It was even more frightening than the quest of protecting Qin Changtian, which cost him experience points. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Luo Tian closed his eyes, not daring to continue watching. He was afraid that he would have a heart attack. Clenching his fists. Clenching again, he prayed in his heart, heavenly flame, it must be the heavenly flame. In a short few seconds. To Luo Tian, this was even longer than 100 years. He was excited, and also tormented. He wanted to just skip it, but he was afraid that he would get a trash item. The items in this kind of lottery draw were random. It wouldn't be these items every time. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be any more. Ding! The sound stopped, and the light stopped at one spot. Luo Tian's heart tensed up, and his thumping heart suddenly stopped beating. The exciting moment had arrived, and his eyes slowly revealed a thin slit. Carefully, as if facing a great enemy, he gently opened his eyes. Following that, his entire body was stunned. His expression was sluggish. F***ck. I didn't get anything? How could this be? Luo Tian's face was filled with shock. There was no light on the screen of the slot machine, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. System, F***ck your grandpa, what are you doing? When Luo Tian was cursing, the lottery slot machine suddenly flashed, and a small box of light was suddenly thrown out. With a boom, it accurately hit the heaven's gate's flame. With a boom, it was as if endless thunder from the 9 heavens was wreaking havoc. Luo Tian's expression froze once again. Everything happened too suddenly. It almost scared him to the point of pissing his pants. Strange flame, I got it. Luo Tian was so excited that his lips were trembling. He was so excited that tears were about to come out. If there weren't people here, he would definitely roar towards the sky. Too excited, the system immediately sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for drawing Strange Flame Level 1. Do you wish to cultivate it? Cultivate. How can I not cultivate it? Damn it, Strange Flame, Xiaoyan's strongest cultivation method, how can I not cultivate it? Luo Tian almost cursed out loud. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully cultivating Strange Flame Level 1. Following that, Luo Tian quickly opened the system. There was an additional skill in the cultivation method column. Cultivation method, Strange Flame grade, High God level 1, Green Lotus Core Fire, cooldown, 12 hours consumption, 10 million profound chi points description. This cultivation method is the first level of the Strange Flame, called the Green Lotus Core Fire, cannot be leveled up, only one, the higher the cultivation, the greater the power of the Green Lotus Core Fire. This cultivation method is extremely terrifying, please use it with caution. Only the first level? Luo Tian frowned slightly. According to his memory, there should be over 100 types of Strange Flame, and the Green Lotus Core Fire that he obtained was only one of them. Looking at the skill description, it could not be leveled up, which meant that even if the other Strange Flames were leveled up, he would not be able to obtain it. After thinking about the Strange Flame in battle through the heavens, Luo Tian felt relieved. Over 100 types of Strange Flame were obtained by Xiaoyan from various places and were not cultivated in one go. Green Lotus Core Fire was the first Strange Flame that he had obtained, and Luo Tian had classified it as the first level. Although it was the first level, it was ranked 19th among the Strange Flames, a very high existence. He knew this. Luo Tian was secretly happy, and secretly said, awesome, give me enough time, I can also gather those 100 types of Strange Flame. However, if there were a few more big lottery draws, and his luck was off the charts, hee. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. It was also at this time. The system sounded out again. Ding! The second chapter has been delivered, Xiaoyan's strongest cultivation method Strange Flame has come out, don't tell me you guys aren't going to vote and cheer? The old cow requests for even more intense firepower, throw the monthly votes to the old cow, thank you to the brothers who tipped me today, the old cow is extremely grateful, thank you for your support. The system sounded out again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Mission level, B, mission content, save Little Xia. Mission objective, Rainbow Snow Lotus mission time, 3 days mission reward, 5,000 experience points. Mission failure, 500 million experience points deducted. It was this kind of mission again, At this time, Luo Tian was not depressed at all, nor did he complain. High investment, high risk, high reward. With an S-rank score, he would be able to get a big lottery draw. With 100 points of luck value, wouldn't he be able to get something good from the lottery draw? Otherwise, how could he obtain the Cyan Lotus Hellfire, the gate of heaven? Anyone who had played slot machines before would know that this thing was too difficult. Alright. This time, I'll get another S-rank score. When the time comes, I'll get another Deviant Flame and the strongest too, she Ancient Emperor or something. Then I'll be rich, ha ha ha. Luo Tian was laughing in his heart. He never thought that he would get a Deviant Flame. This skill was simply a heaven-defying existence. An existence that could even kill a Dodi in battle through the heavens. Then Luo Tian's eyes shook, and said, even if you didn't say it, I would have thought of a way to save him. It's just that I don't know where the Rainbow Snow Lotus is, do you know? This was the key. With how big Heaven Mountain was, where could he find it? Plus, there were only 3 days left, which made it even more difficult. Qin Changtian said weakly, I know, it's at the entrance of the Heavenly Palace God. Race, I can sense it, but Big Brother Luo Tian, that place is already heavily surrounded, and there's even an incomparably powerful guardian beast. That's not right. To be exact, it should be a dark angel. When he said the words dark angel, Qin Changtian's eyes were filled with hatred for some reason. He himself did not know why, but it was as if this hatred was innate, and naturally erupted from his heart. Birdman? Luo Tian was slightly shocked. He never thought that there would be angels in this world. Birdman? What a strange name. Qin Changtian couldn't help but ask, why is he called Birdman? Luo Tian smiled and said, he looks like a human and has a pair of wings on his back. Isn't that a birdman? Hee hee, yes, it's a birdman. Luo Tian Gij, you're too talented. Qin Changtian said with a smile. Then, he continued, other than a dark angel, no, a birdman, there are also many adventurer teams. Furthermore, Ji Tongtian and the 2 elders from the Immortal Gate are here too. Thinking about what had happened not long ago, Qin Changtian's expression could not help but turn gloomy. Ji Tongtian was terrifyingly powerful. A 3rd-level mystic sovereign was extremely terrifying. Even ordinary low-level adult dragons were no match for him. When Luo Tian was crushed by Ji Tongtian, he also saw how difficult it would be to obtain the 7-colored snow lotus. He might even die. Qin Changtian's eyes darkened as he said, Big Brother Luo Tian, why don't we think of another way? I believe there must be another way to save Big Brother Luo Tian. That place is simply too dangerous. Ji Tongtian is also here? And the 2 elders from the Immortal Gate? Luo Tian laughed. He laughed excitedly. In his heart, he thought, F***ck, I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find these 2 boss. I didn't expect them to actually rush there. Good, very good. This time I will definitely beat the shit out of you. He immediately thought of using the Green Lotus Core Fire to destroy Ji Tongtian's chrysanthemum. Thinking about how he was crushed at the Kunshan Sect's assembly point, Luo Tian's heart was filled with a strong anger. He could not wait to rush to Ji Tongtian's side and use the Deviant Fire to kill him. Go. Luo Tian said resolutely, I have to go. How could he not go? The boss, he had to kill it, besides, the quest had already been accepted. Luo Tian could not back down. A deduction of 500 million experience was equivalent to 2 levels of experience. Luo Tian could not afford to lose it, not to mention. If he successfully completed the quest and obtained a higher grade score, SS grade 5-star score, or SSS grade super score, what kind of big lottery would he get? All of them would definitely be divine equipment. Thinking of this, Luo Tian immediately became excited. Qin Changtian looked at Luo Tian's determined expression and felt a wave of emotion in his heart. He said, thank you, Brother Luo Tian. Little Xia also woke up in a daze. Her lips moved and said, don't go, Luo Tian. You can't go. It's too dangerous there. Don't worry. Beauty Xiaoshui, I will definitely save you. Luo Tian said jokingly. Immediately, Luo Tian stood up and said, Tian, how far are we from the 7-colored snow lotus? Qin Changtian said, go east from here. You will reach it in about 300 kilometers. That's very close. You can feel it in half an hour. Luo Tian thought about it carefully. It was useless for him to go there now. The seven-colored snow lotus had not fully matured, and there were many adventure teams. If he went there, it would only be a chaotic battle. Since he wanted to complete this mission perfectly, he had to use some methods. The most important thing was his profound chi had already dried up. He only had a few tens of thousands of points left. He couldn't even release a single level 7 berserk. He had to replenish it as soon as possible. Heaven Mountain Range, one of the top 10 mountain ranges in the profound sky continent. There were countless demon beasts and all kinds of spirit herbs. It was a natural treasure trove. Luo Tian was not afraid of not being able to recover his profound chi here. To Luo Tian, there were endless resources here. Tian. You stay here and take good care of little Xia. I need a day to prepare. Luo Tian said. One day, he had to replenish his profound chi within a day. Although Qin Tian did not know what Luo Tian was going to do, he still nodded his head heavily and said, Big brother Luo Tian, I will take good care of big brother little Xia. Luo Tian did not waste any time. He flew out in an instant and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Your Highness. Little Xia stood up with difficulty and knelt down heavily, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well. Qin Tian immediately went forward to support him. Big brother little Xia, what nonsense are you talking about? You have already done very well. He was the young lord of the dragon clan. Little Xia sat on the ground, his face incomparably pale. He looked in the direction Luo Tian disappeared and asked, Your Highness, will he come back? Humans are not trustworthy. They had experienced many things together, but he had always maintained a vigilant attitude towards humans. Although he knew that Luo Tian was different from other humans. Qin Tian revealed an innocent smile, saying, Big brother Luo Tian will definitely come back. He is different from other humans. Furthermore, he has an aura similar to that of our dragon race. This aura is stronger than mine, stronger than yours, and even stronger than father's. It is like the aura of a dragon god. Luo Tian, once again, he fell into a frenzy of killing. Revenge is a dish best served cold. I am not a gentleman, so I will not wait for revenge. Jitong Tian, you just wait for me. Chapter 3. Thank you to Love Regression Line for another 10,000 book coins, Piao Hong, for becoming the 4th Alliance Master of this book. Thank you brothers for your support. I went out this afternoon because I had something urgent to attend to. I only came back at 3 o'clock. However, today's update will not be less than 7 chapters. Brothers, if you still have the monthly votes, please vote for Old Bull. In the depths of the Heavenly Mountain Range, there was a huge mountain called the Divine Sky Peak. It was the tallest mountain in the Heavenly Mountain. It was also the tallest mountain in the entire Xianxia continent. The mountain towered into the clouds. It was impossible to see how tall it was. People only knew that it was the place closest to the sky on the continent. At the foot of the mountain, there were all kinds of adventures and battles. In a big tent, Jitong Tian looked unhappy and said in a low voice, Haven't you figured out the exact location of the 7-colored snow lotus? City Lord, the location of the 7-colored snow lotus is constantly changing. We can't figure out where it will appear. Not only us, but everyone can't figure it out. Also, there's a guardian beast on the Divine Sky Peak. We can't get close at all. Trash. What's the use of raising you? Jitong Tian waved his sleeve and a profound sovereign battle chi burst out, turning that person into dust. The few people in the tent were as quiet as cicadas in winter, not daring to make a sound. Yang Jin said softly, Spiritual treasures of heaven and earth are nurtured by heaven and earth. Such things have their own spirituality and independent thoughts. It's definitely difficult to find it. However, once it matures, it will definitely appear. That's the best time. The Divine Sky Peak is not big. With City Lord Ji's cultivation at the 3rd level of the profound sovereign realm, it shouldn't be too difficult to reach it. While they were talking, Yang Jin smiled and said, I don't care about the 7-colored snow lotus. City Lord Ji wants to get it as soon as possible. I just want to know when you'll find the entrance to the heavenly palace divine race and when I'll find the escaped golden dragon. Lu Zhen also shouted coldly, you can't afford to waste our time. City Lord Ji, I think you should spend more effort on the entrance to the heavenly palace divine race. Humph. You two still have the nerve to talk here. If you didn't hide something from me, would things have turned out like this? You want to burn the bridge after crossing the river. The people of the immortal reigning sect and the celestial sect of Xinghai are really amazing. Ji Tongtian said coldly. He was very unhappy. Luo Tian escaped, he didn't get to absorb the cultivation method he cultivated, and he didn't avenge the death of his 3 sons. This made him very unhappy. He had killed at least 100 people along the way. Even so, the anger in his heart did not lessen in the slightest. Instead, it raged even more. Other than Luo Tian, he hated Yang Jin and Lu Zhen to the extreme. However, with his cultivation, he was not confident that he could kill them. Yang Jin's face sank, and his gaze turned ferocious. Our alliance has no obligation to provide you with these things. Moreover, you don't have the right to share them with us. Who do you think you are? Ji Tongtian, if it weren't for you, I would have entered the heavenly palace and obtained the dragon's blood. Why would I continue to wait in this damned place? He was also very unhappy. No one would be happy to see the meat in their mouths fly away. Lu Zhen tried to be the peacemaker, stop arguing. The most important thing right now is to find that golden dragon. City Lord Ji, if you want a share of the good soup, then you must show some sincerity. Your people can no longer search for the 7-colored snow lotus. They must find that golden dragon instead. The dragon entered the void and instantly teleported to another location. I believe it is still in Celestial Mountain, perhaps not far from here. While speaking, Elvision glanced at Yang Jin. Yang Jin snorted coldly and did not speak. Ji Tongtian sneered, Elder LV, you finally said something reasonable. All right. I will send out all the assassins in Tongtian Prefecture. We will definitely find that kid's whereabouts. However, the most important thing right now is to help me get the 7-colored snow lotus. Your immortal sect elders naturally don't care about this kind of thing, but it's still very good for me. Ji Tongtian said. Elvision and Yang Jin looked at each other. Anyway, 1 or 2 days wouldn't make a difference. They nodded and said, okay. All of a sudden, the 3 of them formed an alliance again. This time, their goal was the same. Yang Jin had nothing to hide. If he wanted to find the entrance to the heavenly palace, he would need Ji Tongtian's help. They were too few people. Celestial Mountain was so huge that it would be difficult to find it even if they searched for 100 years. Kill. Luo Tian's fist blasted out, directly blasting off the head of a rank 8 monster beast. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Mountain Splitting Fire Beast for obtaining 12,000 experience, profound chi values 10,000 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Mountain Splitting Fire Beast's Demon Core. Do you wish to devour it? Yes sir. Ding. This kind of demon beast did not have much experience, and this was also because Luo Tian's level was too high. Against this kind of demon beast, he could directly kill it in an instant, and the experience gained was very little. However, the profound chi values were very rich, and could be considered a form of compensation for the experience. And then there was the demon core. The demon core of the 8th step monster contained a very dense profound chi. Although the increase was very slow, it was the best to replenish the profound chi. Luo Tian did not let a single demon beast go, not to mention a rank 1 demon beast. Luo Tian did not even let go of an ant under his feet. No matter how low the experience was, it would still be a little. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. No one was rich, and experience was accumulated. It was impossible to reach the heavens in a single step. Luo Tian's figure moved, his right shoulder leaned, and directly sent a demon beast flying. F***ck, you want to sneak attack me like this? Another instant kill. Luo Tian swept his gaze across the area, and quickly gathered the surrounding spirit grass. The idea sensed that there were no demon beasts around, and then began to crazily refine pills. In 10 minutes, all the spirit grass that he had just collected had been refined into pills. Consume them all, the profound qi had risen by a large amount. Following that, Luo Tian once again rushed out ferociously, searching for more demon beasts. It's going to be a day soon. Will he really come back? There's not even a shadow of him today. Little Xia said in a low voice. He believed in Luo Tian, but at the same time, he did not dare to believe it. The deception of the human race towards the dragon race had caused the dragon race to be deeply hurt. Even if Luo Tian had saved him before, even if he had used his life to save him, there was still a trace of doubt in his heart. Qin Changtian's gaze was resolute, and he said, yes, big brother Luo Tian will definitely come back. Little Xia muttered, and said, I hope so, but even if he doesn't come back, it's normal. Who would take the risk for 2 injured dragons? It's already fortunate that he doesn't drain all the blood from our bodies. These stupid humans don't know that their bodies can't withstand our blood. Once they fuse with it, they will only explode. Little Xia laughed coldly. Then, Little Xia continued, I don't know what he wants to do by entering the Heavenly Palace divine race, but his ability is very special, his pubis is broken, and he can still unleash such a powerful force. The cultivation techniques he cultivates are also very varied, and all of them are extremely powerful. If he were to harm our dragon race, we would be the eternal sinners of our dragon race. That won't happen. Big brother Luo Tian definitely won't do that. Qin Changtian muttered. On Luo Tian's side. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Ding. Congratulations player, the profound qi is full. Ji Tong Tian, I'm going to die. Luo Tian's eyes darkened, turned into a ball of light, and quickly rushed back. Chapter 4, he was only 30 monthly votes away, 15 during the double period, and he would be able to explode the chrysanthemum in front of him. Brothers, the old cow urgently needs firepower, explode, in addition. I forgot to say earlier that I will add another chapter for the 4th Alliance Master's Return of Love to express my gratitude. Divine Sky Peak. Luo Tian was alone, moving stealthily. He did not bring Qin Changtian and Little Xia. This time, this was a treasure hunt. If Qin Changtian and Little Xia were here, they would be a burden to him. Furthermore, it was very dangerous this time, and Luo Tian did not want them to take the risk. After hiding them in a secret place, Luo Tiancheng rushed over in a frenzy. There were adventure teams everywhere. Their strength was around Mystic Venerable, and a small number of them were Mystic Saints. Their strength could not be compared to Ji Tongtian's. However, facing a treasure of heaven and earth, everyone wanted to try their luck. What if the opportunity came? It was hard to say. When they saw Ji Tongtian, they were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they were looking for an opportunity. Not to mention, the location of the 7-colored snow lotus was uncertain. This was even more dependent on luck. Suddenly, a ray of dazzling holy light shone down from the top of the divine sky peak. The holy light gave off a pleasant feeling like a spring breeze. However, no one was enjoying this feeling right now. Everyone's heart tightened. It was about to be unearthed, the 7-colored snow lotus was about to be unearthed. After the holy light scattered, it suddenly gathered at a point. That point was constantly changing like a searchlight. At the same time, an extremely enchanting snow lotus flashing with 7-colored radiance was also constantly changing its position. A treasure of heaven and earth. It could not be described with common sense. Snow lotuses should grow on the surface of soil. However, this 7-colored snow lotus grew in the depths of the earth's core. It had been nurtured for 3,000 years, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and contained endless power. It was rumored, whoever could swallow it would be able to break through immediately. Their cultivation would be even more profound. Of course, this was just a rumor. However, no one would let go of even the slightest bit of hope. Breaking through in an instant and gaining enlightenment was an extremely difficult realm. Some warriors had been stuck in a certain realm for decades, or even hundreds of years. The 7-colored snow lotus might be an opportunity to change their fate. Buzz. The holy light let out a buzzing sound, and then landed in a place. It shone in a cave. Suddenly, the cave was filled with red light, constantly releasing 7-colored light. Dense Xianxia crazily overflowed in all directions, and there was also a rich fragrance of the snow lotus. It appeared. It's unearthed. It's about to ripen. Ha ha ha. The 7-colored snow lotus is mine. He's mine. For a moment, the surrounding adventurer teams were in complete chaos. They all rushed in without any regard for their lives. They were like ferocious beasts. Their faces were flushed with excitement, as if they could all obtain the 7-colored snow lotus. It was also at this moment. A powerful mystic sovereign battle aura soared into the sky and landed directly at the entrance of the cave. Ji Tongtian shouted in a deep voice, "The Tongtian prefecture is handling some matters. All of you, get lost." Immediately after, dozens of assassins from the Tongtian prefecture landed, emitting cold killing intent. After that, Yang Jin landed next to Ji Tongtian and said with disdain, "The Imperial Immortal Sect is doing something. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. Whoever dares to take one step in here will be going against the Imperial Immortal Sect and will die." The combined forces of the sky-piercing prefecture and the divine reigning immortal sect instantly stunned the hundreds of people around them. Everyone's faces were filled with unwillingness. His eyes were filled with fear, unwillingness, and deep resentment. Humph. Ji Tongtian flicked his sleeves and took the lead to walk into the cave. "Don't let anyone in." Yang Jin followed in. The assassins of the sky-piercing prefecture surrounded the entrance of the cave. In the crowd, Luo Tian was not in a hurry. He was just a little puzzled and thought to himself, where did the elders of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect go? Why didn't they appear? He had an ominous premonition in his heart. Immediately, he let out a voice from the crowd. Heaven and earth spirit treasures are obtained by those who are fated. The sky-piercing prefecture is too overbearing. Someone made a sound. Someone immediately responded and shouted, "That's right. The people of the sky-piercing prefecture are too overbearing. What right do they have? Brothers. The divine reigning immortal sect is more than 10 million kilometers away from here. Even if someone comes, they won't be able to reach here. What's there to be afraid of? Once we get the 7-colored snow lotus, our cultivation will increase greatly. Who do we need to be afraid of?" "That's right. Damn it, I've been waiting here for more than half a year. You want me to lead with just a few words?" "I'm not convinced." More and more angry voices from the crowd. The resentment in those people's hearts grew stronger and stronger. Luo Tian fanned the flames everywhere. Seeing that the time was right, he suddenly shouted, "Let's go together and kill them. Enter the cave and snatch the 7-colored snow lotus. No matter how strong Ji Tongtian is, he won't be a match for us." Rumble. Luo Tian's words were like a fuse, igniting 10,000 tons of explosives in an instant. All of them charged forward without any regard for their lives. The assassins of the sky-piercing prefecture were all men of sacrifice. They were absolutely loyal to Ji Tongtian. But when they saw these adventurers charging forward like a tide, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They looked at each other and revealed a trace of fear. Luo Tian's figure moved and directly killed an assassin of the sky-piercing prefecture. Kill. Immediately, the entrance of the cave was like a flood. All of them charged in without any regard for their lives. The assassins of the sky-piercing prefecture could not resist at all. Greed could make people erupt with endless potential. Ji Tongtian's actions would only cause public anger. These people were extremely unhappy. Luo Tian laughed sinisterly in his heart. The more chaotic, the better. He was not in a hurry to enter the cave. It did not matter who got the 7-colored snow lotus. He only needed to pay attention to who got the 7-colored snow lotus. Whoever got the 7-colored snow lotus would die, he would directly drop it. This was the advantage of the system. He believed that his 100 points of luck would definitely drop it. Hiding in the crowd, he would secretly kill 1 or 2 people from time to time. He would incite the anger of those people. Everything was under his control. Inside the cave, rings of 7-colored light shot out one after another. Luo Tian entered and his expression changed. A birdman stood in the air, quietly guarding the 7-colored snow lotus. At the root of the 7-colored snow lotus was a black hole of nothingness. The black hole emitted a strong dark aura. But this was not what excited Luo Tian the most. It was the golden light that erupted from the dark angel. The golden light was extremely dazzling. Behind the angel were two large black wings. Luo Tian stuck out his tongue and excitedly said, "I haven't eaten braised chicken wings in a long time. Hee hee. 1 boss, 2 bosses, 3 bosses. Haha, this is great." The entrance to the heavenly palace divine race. It was unknown who suddenly burst out. Yang Jin's face suddenly darkened. At this moment, Ji Tongtian's expression also secretly changed. He looked at Yang Jin and said, "Elder Yang, we've found the entrance. Isn't it time to show some sincerity?" Suddenly, standing in the air, the dark angel's eyes abruptly widened. His ghostly green pupils emitted a soul-stealing power, and he gloomily shouted, "Endless darkness, netherworld annihilation, all die." The power was berserk, terrifying to the extreme. The boss had shown his might. The 5th chapter has been delivered. There will be an update tonight, brothers. There are only 10 votes left, which is 5 monthly votes. Old cow begs for firepower. 1 boss, 2 boss, 3 boss, so many. Moreover, they were all super bosses that glittered with a golden light. They would definitely drop a bunch of bosses, and they might even be rewarded by the system. Luo Tian, who was in the crowd, drooled as he watched. It was as if he had seen 3 super beauties naked in front of him, without a single piece of clothing on them. None of the 3 powerful boss were easy to deal with. Then again, the cooldown time of the deviant flame was too long and could only be released once. Even if he killed one of them, there were still the other 2. It was not worth it. What Luo Tian wanted was to kill 3 boss. Only then would he feel good, so he immediately retreated out of the cave. Then, he quietly left the room. However, his divine sense still remained in the crowd, quietly lurking. It was very difficult to discover his divine sense in the crowd of hundreds of warriors. "Let's fight. I feel like the more intense the fight, the better, hee hee." Luo Tian laughed sinisterly at the entrance of the cave. Inside the cave, the dark angel unleashed the power of the netherworld extermination, which was a type of pure dark energy. When this energy was released, it was as if 10,000 ghosts had appeared at the same time, emitting waves of ghostly cries. Yang Jin sneered, and said, "City Lord Ji, don't be in such a hurry to make a move. Don't these people all want the rainbow snow lotus? Let them snatch it." Yang Jin retreated a few steps. Ji Tongtian also laughed coldly, and then retreated a few steps as well. At this moment, the dark angel's wings suddenly flapped, and he let out a mournful cry, "Kill." As he gave the order, Li Yundong was stunned. The ferocious ghosts that were wreaking havoc in the air instantly rushed out. Defense. Suppress. Block it, block it, block it all for me. I'm going to pick that snow lotus. That's my rainbow snow lotus. Just the few of you are worthy of obtaining the rainbow snow lotus? Scram to the side. All of a sudden, the dark angel's netherworld 10,000 ghosts continued to crush these warriors, and on the other side, many warriors also pounced towards the rainbow snow lotus without any regard for their lives. The worst part was that these people even started to fight, and no one was willing to let anyone get the rainbow snow lotus. "Ah, ghost! Help!" Screams rang out one after another. In less than half a minute, half of the 300 adventurers had died. The other half were still resisting, but they had no intention of leaving the cave. They continued to move towards the rainbow snow lotus. The dark angel's green pupils abruptly contracted, and he shouted coldly, "Lowly humans, you think you can get your hands on this sacred item? You are courting death." While speaking, the dark angel waved his right hand, summoned a black angelic sword, and slashed down. On the sword edge, the dark flame sword aura seemed to cut through the void. Under the blade of the sword, the souls of several mystique venerable rank martial artists were ripped out and merged into the black longsword. Their souls struggled, but it was useless. The dark angel is too powerful. He used even less of his power of darkness, which was incomparably powerful. Another minute passed. Of the 300+ people, only 30 or so remained. That was less than 1/10 of them. There were dead and injured everywhere. The corpses were all intact, but everyone's eyes had turned white, and their mouths were open. It was as if they had been petrified. Their souls were all stripped away. What a powerful power of darkness! Xianxia could not help but exclaim, but there was a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. Yang Jin also sneered, and said, "It's useless no matter how strong it is. This kind of power of darkness is much weaker than that of the devil sex powerhouses. This dark angel is at most at the peak of the Saint realm. City Lord Ji, it should be easy for us to deal with him if we work together." "Hee, brother Yang, that's exactly what I was thinking." Xianxia chuckled. "Kill him, get the Rainbow Snow Lotus, and then enter the Heavenly Palace God clan. When that time comes, brother Yang will obtain the dragon bloodline and soar in the immortal ruling immortal sect. You might even be promoted to an honorary Grand Elder. I can also reap some benefits and use this opportunity to raise my cultivation to a higher realm." Well said. Yang Jin was very excited, as if he could already see his glorious tomorrow. He said, "Brother Ji, it's about time for me to make my move." Xianxia took a step forward. At this moment, the 30 or so martial artists came to a complete realization. They realized that the Dark Angel was not someone they could deal with at all. The extremely beautiful Rainbow Snow Lotus had nothing to do with them. At this moment, their legs were trembling in fear. However, before they could escape, Xianxia and Yang Jin suddenly attacked. Profound Sovereign Battle Chi burst forth, the power of an orthodox high-level profound sage of the immortal sect erupted. Both of them held long swords and moved back and forth in the crowd. Wherever the sword light went, blood spurted out. Death was shrouded, in less than 2 breaths of time. More than 30 martial artists were all lying on the ground. Yang Jin laughed coldly and said, "You bunch of trash also want to leave? The secret of the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God clan must not be leaked. Do you really think that I will let you leave? What a bunch of trash who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Xianxia's hands were covered in blood. He said disdainfully, "Not only are they trash, but their brains are also filled with shit. How dare they be presumptuous in front of me? They are courting death." Their methods were extremely cruel. They knew very well that the secret of the entrance to the Heavenly Palace God clan must not be leaked. These people must die. The world of martial artists was like this. The strong preyed on the weak. "If you don't kill me, I will kill you." Luo Tian's heart sank. He couldn't help but think to himself, what cruel methods. The so-called powerhouses are really stepping on piles of bones. Luo Tian once again recognized what kind of world this was. There were only 2 people left in the huge cave. Xianxia, Yang Jin. There was also a birdman, the Dark Angel. After dealing with more than 30 martial artists, Xianxia took a few steps forward, looked at the Dark Angel, and sneered. "Are you going to surrender yourself, or do you want me to do it myself?" "Humph. I always thought that the power of darkness was the cruelest power in this world, but compared to you, I realized that the cruelest power is the human heart." The Dark Angel sighed, and then his pupils shrank. His wings flapped again, and the dark aura on his body rose again. He shouted, "Just the 2 of you want to enter the Heavenly Palace God clan? Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's go." Yang Jin took the lead and took a step forward. With a deep shout, his long sword moved, and a thick immortal power burst out. At the same time, an inner core in his left hand exploded. The immortal power collided again, and the sword chi on the long sword was like a beam of light that crushed forward. So powerful, Xianxia's face darkened. The power of the immortal sect is indeed amazing. At this moment, he did not dare to fall behind. With a flip of his right hand, a huge palm appeared directly above the Dark Angel's head. "Heaven flipping palm, crush for me." Outside the cave, Luo Tian was grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 6, I am still writing. There will be an update around 10. Old Cow wants to say, "Brothers, do you still have monthly votes? Please support me." Sometimes, Luo Tian was really sinister, even he himself felt sinister. The 3 bosses started fighting each other. To him, the Oriole, this was simply too much fun. Fight, fight. The fiercer the better. Luo Tian smiled sinisterly. He knew very well. The Dark Angel was not easy to deal with. His HP was 300,000 more than Ji Tongtian's and 200,000 more than Yang Jin's. Obviously, he was the strongest of the three. Ji Tongtian and Yang Jin did have an advantage when they worked together. But, to kill the Dark Angel, they had to pay a price. Regardless of whether they paid a price or not, just the HP consumption alone was huge. His divine sense was quietly probing. Closely observing everything inside, he was really worried that one of the three bosses would die first. This would be a huge loss for him. Inside the cave, the three of them went back and forth, fighting fiercely. Every time they attacked, they used all their strength and used all their strength. They were all trying to kill. Their HP was also rapidly decreasing. He's about to die. Brother Yang, put in more effort. Ji Tongtian panted heavily. A large hole had been pierced through his shoulder. Black flames were burning on the wound. It was very hot and was devouring his body. He raised his head and swallowed a few high-level healing pills before charging forward again. Yang Jin also suffered quite a bit of injury. The Dark Angel's cultivation was beyond his expectations. However, the Dark Angel's injuries were even more serious. The feathers on his wings were almost all plucked out. His abdomen also suffered a heavy blow. Black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and his face was extremely pale. Soon. Soon. Everything will be over soon. A sheen of sweat appeared on Luo Tian's palms as excitement welled up in his heart. This was the first time he had encountered these three bosses. If he could slay them, obtain the Rainbow Snow Lotus, and complete the mission to save little Xia, what grade would he receive? It would at least be grade S, right? Another big lucky draw. Wow. Luo Tian was faintly excited as he thought of this. At this time, all of his experiences were in the cave. Not far away. A black shadow flickered gently in midair before landing. Looking at the mess around him and hearing the sounds of fighting in the cave, his heart sank. It hasn't been settled yet? These two are too lousy. Lu Zhen was here, the elder level of the Star Ocean Immortal sect. Another big boss. However, little Xia was on his left, and Qin Changtian was on his right. At this moment, both of them were unconscious and completely powerless. Their bodies were limp and powerless, and there was still a trickle of black blood trickling from the corners of little Xia's lips. Her injuries were extremely severe. Luo Tian's attention was on the inside of the cave. Although he had hidden himself well at the entrance of the cave, he did not notice that Elvision had brought Qin Changtian and little Xia. By the time he noticed, Elvision had almost entered the cave. Elvision didn't notice that there were people around. Suddenly, Luo Tian's eyes darkened, and he secretly shouted in his heart, "This is bad." He never thought that Elvision would be able to find Qin Changtian and the others so quickly. From the moment he realized that Elvision was not around, Luo Tian had a faint feeling that something was going to happen to Qin Changtian and the others, but he never thought that it would happen so quickly. His heart tightened. It was already too late to kill him. Elvision had already entered the cave. Holy sh*T. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly, and said in his heart, "This time, how could I be so stupid?" Luo Tian was a little resentful. He had hidden Qin Changtian well enough, but he did not expect to be discovered. This made Luo Tian extremely angry. At this moment, Luo Tian became anxious, but even so, he did not move and continued to hide. Inside the cave. Ha ha ha, these two pieces of trash have finally been caught. There's no need for them now. Throw them to the side. Elder Lu, take care of this dark creature first. Ji Tongtian laughed loudly. Yang Jin was also very excited. A golden dragon and a frost wyrm, the blood vessels of these two dragons were abnormally strong. As long as they fused, their cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. With the three of them working together, the pressure on the Dark Angel was even greater. However, when he saw Qin Changtian, he laughed wildly, and an even thicker dark aura erupted from his body. Son of Tianyu, ha ha ha. Do you think you can escape this calamity just because you're in the human clan? Ha ha ha. He was very clear of Qin Changtian's identity. His purpose here was to protect the seven-colored snow lotus, and to kill the son of Tianyu, now that he didn't need to do anything, Xianxia was already crippled. How could he not be excited, suddenly? Xianxia frowned, and said, "Where's that dog Luo Tian?" Elvision was startled, and said, "I didn't notice him." Yang Jin immediately retreated to the side. His consciousness moved, and immediately sensed a strand of consciousness hiding in the cave. His face became sinister, and he laughed coldly. "That trash from Huashan immortal sect is nearby. You dog, scram out here." He had been discovered, there was no need to hide any longer. Luo Tian didn't think that because of Elvision's appearance, he would be completely exposed. Luo Tian instantly moved, and walked into the cave. Standing very close to Xianxia and little Xia, he smiled and said, "Seeing that you guys were fighting so happily, I didn't want to disturb you. How is it, did you miss me?" Xianxia, 58 HP. Yang Jin, 65 HP. Elvision, 1. 29 million HP. Dark Angel, 200,000 HP. The four bosses' HP were all in his eyes, and he could see them clearly. At this moment, the battle stopped. Dark Angel stared at the dying Xianxia on the ground. Xianxia stared at Luo Tian, who had killed his 3 sons. Yang Jin stared coldly at Dark Angel. Elvision looked at the 7-colored snow lotus. Everyone's thoughts were different. For a moment, the cave quietened down, and the aura of battle instantly disappeared. However, the air became strangely oppressive. Luo Tian was calculating, he was calculating crazily, and at the same time, his thoughts were frantically spreading out. He was sensing if there was anyone else around, he had to ensure that no one alive would know when he released the Azure Dragon blood. The deviant flame instantly killed 1 person. There were still 3 people left. If he wanted to kill all of them, he had to release the Azure Dragon blood. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to kill them. These people's cultivation was too strong, and the difference between Luo Tian's own cultivation was too great. Suddenly, Xianxia coldly said, "Brother Yang, Brother LV, you guys deal with this dark demon beast. I want to wring this brat's head and bury it with my 3 sons. Let's do it." Xianxia roared, and heavily roared, "Luo Tian, give me your life." Luo Tian didn't hesitate, and with a gloomy face, he directly shouted, "Deviant flame, green lotus core fire, come out for me." Chapter 7 delivered. Old Bull asked for more firepower, and crazily attacked. Seeing Xianxia charging at him with Xian Emperor Battle Chi, aggressive and murderous, he was determined to kill Luo Tian in 1 hit. To be honest, at that time, Luo Tian was furious. Without any hesitation, he summoned his molten green lotus core fire. His first target wasn't Xianxia, since he had the lowest HP among the Dark Angels. His plan was to insta-kill Yang Jin from the God-commanding immortal sect first. But now, the anger in his heart was unstoppable. When he thought of how he was crushed by Xianxia, he wanted to kill him. Molten green lotus flame. Go! Luo Tian roared, and a strong flame aura burst out. A huge flame lotus bloomed in front of him, and instantly swallowed Xianxia, who was charging at him. Rumble! Rumble! Inside the cave, flame soared to the sky. Even the 7-colored radiance on the 7-colored snow lotus was overshadowed. The incomparably powerful fire element was crazily devouring, like a ferocious beast roaring, tearing the earth apart. Strong, there was no other word to describe it. The power of the flame was too strong, too shocking. Luo Tian was shocked. He muttered to himself, "Damn, does it have to be so strong?" Xianxia, who was engulfed by the molten green lotus, couldn't even react in time. The moment he was engulfed by the flames, he didn't even have the chance to scream before he was burned to ashes. Even his soul was burned to ashes. Too strong. Molten green lotus flame, the strongest chi method that Shaoyan practices, heavenly flame. This chi method is simply too awesome. Luo Tian saw the hundreds of thousands of HP above Xianxia's head being drained in an instant. It was even stronger than the taboo skills in games. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Xianxia for gaining 580,000 EXP and 600,000 Xianqi. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for undefeated bloodline +1. Damn. Nothing else? The system's voice didn't sound out again. This made Luo Tian somewhat puzzled. He listened carefully, but he still didn't hear the system's voice. He couldn't help but curse. In any case, it's a mystic sovereign realm boss. Why didn't it drop anything? System, what the hell are you doing? How could this be? He couldn't figure it out. Ji Tongtian was the first Mystic Emperor stage boss. Normally, he would drop a lot of loot. However, other than experience and mystic chi, he didn't drop anything. This didn't make sense at all. Luo Tian opened the system and saw a series of red words. His face darkened. Holy sh*t, the molten green lotus flame swallowed everything, destroyed everything, and burned everything. Not even the cultivation technique was left behind. This skill, the molten green lotus flame, was too powerful. Ji Tongtian's Dharma treasures, techniques, and experience were all incinerated. He was so strong. Luo Tian was a little displeased, and said, "Fine, you win." His heart was bleeding. A boss was gone just like that. What was this called? While Luo Tian was feeling bitter, the other three were dumbfounded. The attack stopped. Six eyes stared at Luo Tian as if they were looking at a monster. Their eyes were dull, and their brains stopped working. They couldn't react at all. Yang Jin stuttered, You, what did you do to him? Mystic Sovereign Realm. Even if he wasn't an orthodox immortal sect, he was still a supreme existence. How could he be killed just like that? Lu Zhen swallowed hard, and a thin layer of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It can actually kill the Mystic Sovereign City Lord Ji. Kid, who are you? Huashan Immortal Sect can't have such a heaven-defying cultivation technique. Otherwise, they wouldn't be bullied by the 10 great immortal sections. Dark Angel couldn't help but say, I've never seen it before. It's even stronger than the Phoenix's undying flame. Shock, unparalleled shock. They were all dumbfounded. They originally thought that Ji Tongtian would be able to kill Luo Tian in one move, but the tables were turned and Ji Tongtian was killed in one move. A level 4 Mystic Sovereign killed a level 3 Mystic Sovereign in one move. No one would believe it if they said it. They wouldn't believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Of course. The molten green lotus was indeed powerful, but it was also because Ji Tongtian was heavily injured and only had a little over 500,000 HP left. If he was at full strength, it would be impossible to kill him in one move. After all, the molten green lotus that Luo Tian cultivated would become stronger as his level increased. He was only a level 4 Mystic Sovereign, and the molten green lotus wasn't very powerful. Even so, his damage was still around 1,000,000 HP. A bright red -980,000 damage value appeared above Ji Tongtian's head. It was an instant kill. A damage of 1,000,000 was truly amazing. Luo Tian looked at their stunned faces. Their eyes were filled with fear. Obviously, they were afraid. This was also the moment when their defense was at its weakest. Suddenly, Luo Tian moved at full speed, level 7 Berserk. Azure Domain. Spiral kill. Shadow was like lightning, violently rushing out, and a strong spiral attack in his hand viciously attacked Yang Jin. Between the two humans, Yang Jin only had less than a third of his HP left. If he could heavily injure him, then he would definitely win this time. However, he underestimated the level 8 mystic sage Yang Jin too much. The moment Luo Tian suddenly moved, Yang Jin's face darkened, and he snorted in disdain, You're courting death. The Orthodox Immortal Sect. His reaction speed was much faster than the average person. Seeing Luo Tian rushing over, Yang Jin was also worried that he would release the invincible devouring flames just now. For this reason, he directly burst out his bloodline power. Thunder Beast Bloodline, Thunder Shock. Die for me. Kid, trash like you without bloodline talent is just an ant in front of me, Thor Beast. You're not even an ant. As soon as he finished, Yang Jin's body suddenly superimposed a gigantic demon beast. Its entire body was covered with lightning, and the black lightning carried a destructive power. With a point of the sword, a black lightning shot out. At the same time, the spiral attack in Luo Tian's hand was blasted out. Bam! Boom! The two forces collided, and the power of the spiral attack was instantly defeated. The huge impact directly sent Luo Tian flying, crashing into a thick rock, directly smashing the rock into powder, and his entire body caved in. His face was pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Luo Tian slid down and struggled to get up from the ground. Humph! Trash will always be trash. Without bloodline talent, you still want to fight with me. Didn't those trash from the Huashan Immortal sect tell you the importance of bloodline talent? Yang Jin sneered complacently. Luo Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes burned with passion as he cursed, "Damn it, looks like you really don't believe that I won't release my bloodline power. Azure Dragon Bloodline, come out." Many brothers knew that Old Cow was a farmer. Today, he suddenly had to harvest rice. In the morning, he was in the field, and in the afternoon, he took advantage of the rest time to quickly write a chapter. In the afternoon, he still had to harvest rice. But even so, today's update was at least 6 chapters, including the chapter added by the Alliance leader. "Brothers, don't you want to give me a monthly ticket to support me?" He was always said that he had no innate bloodline. It kept on and on until Luo Tian was a little annoyed. In the Immortal sect, innate bloodline was very important. Innate bloodline was a symbol of status in the Immortal sect. Even if your cultivation was a little weaker, if your innate bloodline was strong, you would still be valued and nurtured. After countless years of accumulation of experience. If one's innate bloodline was strong, one would be able to break through to a higher realm in the future. Even, the most important point was that innate bloodline also had a certain chance of breaking through. For example, an ordinary ant bloodline could also break through to the Ant King bloodline, or even the God Ant bloodline. This was also because the stronger the bloodline, the more important it was, and gradually became a symbol of status. Just like Morong Wanjian, the moment he was born, his home was surrounded by the various immortal sects. Those sect masters and supreme elders couldn't wait to kneel in front of his father and ask him to join their immortal sect. The bloodline was very strong. It was the foundation of every immortal sect's disciple. Due to Luo Tian's deliberate concealment and the fact that his dantian was shattered, no one was able to detect his bloodline. Looking at Yang Jin's sneer. Looking at the thunder beast phantom on his body being released without restraint, his entire body was wrapped in thunder and lightning. On the long sword, black lightning raged. The power of his innate bloodline was quite strong. And it wasn't an ordinary thunder beast. It was like the innate bloodline after a breakthrough. "Brother Yang, your bloodline has broken through before?" Lu Zhen was overwhelmed with shock. It was very difficult to break through bloodline. It wasn't something that could be broken through just by cultivating desperately. It required the gathering of various opportunities. Yang Jin smiled proudly. "That's right, my innate bloodline was passed down from my ancestors. My ancestor was once a Thor beast, but after 10,000 years of inheritance, the Thor beast's bloodline became thinner and thinner. However, I relied on my own great opportunity to finally break through the bloodline in my body. Although it can't compare to my ancestor's Thor beast's bloodline, it's very close. It's more than enough to crush this kind of trash." While talking, Yang Jin turned his eyes and looked at Luo Tian disdainfully. He snorted and said, "Luo Tian, your dantian is broken, and you don't have a gifted bloodline. Since you killed the emissary of the Star Sea, everyone in the world knows this." "What did you say just now? Azure Dragon bloodline?" Ha ha ha, Elder Lu, was he shocked silly by my black lightning?" Lu Zhen also mocked loudly. "He is indeed crazy. The Azure Dragon bloodline? I even have the bloodline of the true dragon, the bloodline of the dragon god. What are you dreaming about?" Both of them were laughing heartily. There was only one person. The Dark Angel's expression turned grave. He stared at Luo Tian and his gaze suddenly sank. What a familiar aura. This aura, she didn't wait for him to finish. Luo Tian's eyes widened as he roared, "Azure Dragon's might, come out for me." Roar. An earth-shaking dragon's roar erupted. All the beasts in the Tianshan mountain range instantly prostrated themselves on the ground in fear. No matter if it was a Class 8 monster beast, a Class 9 monster beast, or even a great perfection stage monster beast that could transform into a human form, they were all afraid. The dragon's roar resounded for millions of kilometers, reaching the ninth heaven, and then exploding in the sky above the Xianxia continent, inside the cave. A ferocious cyan dragon was entrenched on Luo Tian's body. Although it was just a shadow, it looked more like a real dragon entrenched on Luo Tian's body. The visual impact and shock were incomparable. Azure Dragon? It really is the Azure Dragon. More than a month ago, there were 2 dragon roars in the northern underworld sea. Could it be that you have awakened the bloodline power in your body? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Huashan Immortal School should have tested your blood. If it was the Azure Dragon bloodline, it would be impossible for my Imperial Immortal sect not to know. In any immortal sect, there were spies of the Imperial Immortal sect. As long as a disciple with a powerful bloodline appeared in any immortal sect, the Imperial Immortal sect would be the first to know. In all these years, the Huashan Immortal sect had not produced a disciple with a good bloodline. This was a well-known fact in all immortal sects. If a disciple with the Azure Dragon bloodline appeared in the Huashan Immortal sect, they would definitely be proud. How could they not even dare to participate in the competition between immortal sect disciples? He could not understand, Yang Jin could not understand. Lu Zhen could not understand either. Was their recruitment envoy's judgment too bad? Why was only Dao Master Wu Nian willing to risk everything to keep Luo Tian in the Huashan Immortal sect? Could it be that he knew all along? Now was not the time to think about this. Yang Jin's eyes darkened. The Thunder Beast illusion on his body had been crushed beyond recognition by the Azure Dragon's aura. It trembled continuously and let out a low roar. The raging lightning on its body had turned into small sparks. The fierce Thunder Beast had turned into a frightened kitten. Luo Tian sneered and pointed at Yang Jin's nose. F*CK, isn't your bloodline awesome? Didn't you have a breakthrough? How did you become a dead dog now? Come, show me more awesome. Luo Tian's anger rose. The Azure Dragon's ferocious face roared again. Woo, the Thunder Beast on Yang Jin's body directly crashed into the void and did not dare to come out again. No matter how he summoned it, it was indifferent. It was so scared that it peed and did not dare to come out at all. This made Yang Jin's expression very ugly. His gaze turned cold, and he said in a low voice, Luo Tian, don't be too proud. So what if you have the Azure Dragon's bloodline? You're just a piece of trash at the 4th level of the Mystic Venerable rank. Even if you burst out the power of the Azure Dragon, you're still no match for me. He was still arrogant. He still did not put Luo Tian in his eyes. Lu Zhen was the same. Indeed. Their cultivation was too high. They were all at the high level of the mystic sage realm. There was a difference of more than 10 levels between them. They were not afraid of Luo Tian at all. Luo Tian sneered and said, "You're no match for me, are you? Go to hell." While they were talking, Luo Tian shouted again, "Level 7 Berserk." Boom. 128 times the attribute power burst out, and the Azure Dragon's shadow became several times stronger. Its face became more ferocious, and the Azure Dragon's aura that it released was incomparably sharp. Luo Tian's figure moved, and he directly rushed out. At this moment, the Azure Dragon's shadow also moved. It opened its dragon mouth and directly swallowed. Yang Jin immediately moved. With the control of his left hand, he crushed 5 inner cores. His immortal power was vigorous, and his body directly let out a deafening sound of thunder. His sword transformed into tens of thousands of sword shadows, and the sword shadows erupted with invisible sword chi, turning into a giant sword that soared into the sky. The giant sword rose into the sky, and lightning bolts were added to it. It cut through the sky, and the sword ruthlessly slashed down. Thunder slash. Powerful force, the entire divine sky peak was trembling. Luo Tian's eyebrows sank, and he excitedly shouted, "Azure Dragon dominating the sky, attack." Chapter 2, I just came back from the field, and my body was covered in mud. I quickly came to write. Old Niao is so desperate. Brothers, can I ask for a monthly vote to support me? Azure Dragon dominating the sky. The Azure Dragon bloodline had its own move. With a thought from Luo Tian, the Azure Dragon on his body rushed into the void. In an instant, it rushed down from the void above Yang Jin's head. Huge dragon body, endless azure dragon pressure. That kind of power was simply explosive. Rumble. Rumble. Yang Jin raised his eyes, the skin on his face rippled like earthworms moving quickly under his skin. Seeing the incomparably huge azure dragon crushing down from above his head, he let out a loud roar. Ah, lightning slash. Split. Luo Tian's Titan defense burst out in an instant, completely ignoring Yang Jin's attack. He commanded the azure dragon with his mind, gritted his teeth, and said, "Crush him for me." His Titan defense was instantly broken. Luo Tian's feet shook, and his legs directly pierced into the rock, not retreating even half a step. The lightning wreaked havoc and ravaged his body crazily. His whole body felt indescribably uncomfortable, but even so, he gritted his teeth and endured it with all his might. The power of an 8th-level profound sage from an orthodox immortal sect was really too strong. It was so strong that he almost couldn't bear it. If it weren't for the Titan's defense, the giant god's body, and the 7th-level berserk defensive power, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. It was very uncomfortable, and half of his body felt like it was being dragged into hell by Oxhead and Horseface. Even so, Luo Tian stubbornly endured it, not retreating a single step. This was his only chance. If he endured Yang Jin's lightning slash, then he would also have to completely endure the attack of the azure dragon dominating the sky. Rumble. The entire azure dragon crushed down. Yang Jin's hair was disheveled, and his long hair flew wildly like a madman. His robe was also crazily exploding, and his whole body was enduring the explosive power of the azure dragon dominating the sky. His face was incomparably pale, and he was already injured. Coupled with the powerful force of the azure dragon, he only lasted for 3 seconds before his whole body was sent flying, in a flash. Here's my chance. Luo Tian grinned sinisterly, and then shouted, "Wind Shadow Step, Stage 9. So. In a flash, Luo Tian landed behind Yang Jin with incomparable accuracy. Both of his fists turned into magma flames as he shouted ferociously, "Fire God Fist. Combo 100. Bang. 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 Bang, bang." The speed of his fists was indescribably fast. The physical defense of a profound sage was extremely strong, and Luo Tian's punches didn't cause too much damage. However, his speed was extremely fast, and he didn't give Yang Jin any time to react. He absolutely couldn't give him any time to react. While he was sick, he had to kill him. As long as such an expert could catch his breath, all their previous efforts would be for naught. He punched out. The moment he was sent flying, Luo Tian immediately chased after him with wind shadow steps and launched another series of attacks. The only thing he wasn't happy about was that he couldn't create a critical hit effect. Back at the Huashan Immortal Sect, he wanted to use the critical hit gem to forge a weapon. However, in the end, he didn't succeed. The success rate was too low. Moreover, he didn't have any suitable materials to forge a Xian weapon. If there was a critical hit, that would be awesome. Bang. Weren't you arrogant in front of me? Isn't your immortal controlling sect amazing? Don't you have an innate bloodline that allows you to break through? Weren't you going to team up with Ji Tongtian to kill me? F***ck. Why don't you try being arrogant in front of me again? Luo Tian was like a madman. He was arrogant and lawless. He punched Yang Jin down from the sky and sat on his body. Then, he ruthlessly punched Yang Jin's face with his fists. Bang, 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 madman. He's definitely a madman. Lu Zhen's face was filled with shock. His body trembled slightly, and fear rose in his heart. Luo Tian wasn't Yang Jin's opponent. Even if he had the power of the Azure Dragon bloodline, he still wasn't his opponent. The difference in cultivation between the two was too big. Not to mention that Luo Tian didn't have good control over the Azure Dragon bloodline. However, Luo Tian dared to go all out and seize the opportunity. He definitely wouldn't let it go. A series of heavy blows. Yang Jin, who was at the 8th level of the profound sage realm, couldn't fight back at all. His entire head was smashed into a pile of meat paste. From his original defense, he was now a dead dog. There was no longer any arrogance on his face. There was only fear, panic, and incomparable panic. Boom. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Yang Jin for gaining 630,000 experience and 70,000 immortal chi. Congratulations to player, Luo Tian didn't listen. He didn't have time to care about what had happened. He got up from Yang Jin's body and stared at Lu Zhen, who was about to walk out of the cave, and said with a cold smile, "Dog, did I say you could leave?" Lu Zhen's eyes darkened, and he shouted, "Luo Tian, don't be too arrogant, I am an elder of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect, if you dare to touch me, the Star Ocean Immortal Sect will not let you off, your small Mount Hua Immortal Sect will not dare to protect you." Luo Tian's fist was still dripping with warm blood. He laughed coldly and said, "I have already killed the elder of the Imperial Immortal Sect, why would I be afraid of you, an elder of the Second Immortal Sect? Your Star Ocean Immortal Sect's bullshit emissary, elder, and disciple, I have already killed a lot of them. You." Lu Zhen's gaze turned cold, and he shouted, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? A piece of trash like you. Trash your whole family." Luo Tian hated to hear the word trash the most. The moment Lu Zhen said that, his whole body rushed up, and his eyes suddenly changed into the second-order seduction Sharingan, and he shouted, "Sharingan, Jinjutsu." Buzz. Lu Zhen's world turned blood red. There was a slight movement. In a flash, Lu Zhen directly bit his tongue, breaking Luo Tian's illusion. This was also the difference between their levels. If it was a mystique venerable, it would be impossible to see through Luo Tian's illusion. But, even if Lu Zhen saw through Luo Tian's illusion in a very short time, it was still a little too late. Luo Tian's left and right hands crushed 20 inner cores, and powerful immortal energy was poured into his fists. His fists moved, and the heavy blows were like thunder. Boom. There was a huge explosion. Lu Zhen was directly sent flying, and Luo Tian once again used the spirit of take the opponent's life when he's down. His fists released 20 inner cores of immortal energy, and he threw out punch after punch, not giving Lu Zhen any chance to breathe. Arrogant? Arrogant with me? Motherf asterisk cur, say trash to me again. Luo Tian was like a madman, and his two fists bombarded without any pattern. In just a short minute, he threw over 1,000 punches, and Lu Zhen's health of more than 1 million was directly reduced to 0. It was also at this moment that the system notification sounded. Ding. Luo Tian still did not care. He stood up, pointed at the Dark Angel, and said with a sinister smile, "You're next." Domineering beyond belief, the monthly votes were getting less and less, and the opponent was getting fiercer and fiercer. Old Niu asked, "Can you give me another monthly vote? Can you be fiercer, can you? Strike while the iron is hot," and the same goes for killing. The Azure Dragon bloodline was activated. The Sharingan illusion was activated. Both of these powers had side effects, and they would bring great pain to Luo Tian. He was afraid that if he stopped, he would not be able to kill the Dark Angel anymore, and he might even be killed by him. He was not alone now. There was also little Xia and Qin Chong Tian. The most important point was that if Luo Tian wanted to enter the Heavenly Palace, he had to kill the Dark Angel. In the game, the Dark Angel was like a boss guarding a level. He had to be killed to enter the next level. This was not a game, this was the real world. However, the Dark Angel controlled the entrance to the Heavenly Palace, so he had to be killed. Luo Tian's voice was filled with endless domineering aura, and the power on his body spread to every corner of the cave. It was abnormally powerful. 3 consecutive attacks, 3 different techniques, and all of them were incomparably powerful. The instant kill of the strange flame. The crushing of the Azure Dragon bloodline. The killing of the Sharingan illusion. These 3 techniques were something that Kataru had never seen before. He was shocked. His 2 eyes stared at Luo Tian, and his mind tightened. How many divine-level techniques has this human cultivated? I have never seen any of the techniques he cultivated. Even the library of the Dragon Clan does not have any records. Is he still human? He was extremely shocked. When Luo Tian walked in front of him, Kataru's eyes turned sinister, and he said coldly, "Human, you'd better leave. I'll give you a chance to live. Leave the 2 of them behind, and you can leave." He was not afraid. From his eyes, Luo Tian did not see any fear. Luo Tian smiled and asked, "Are you going to commit suicide, or do you want me to do it myself? You saw my strength just now. Do you think a two-winged birdman like you can be my opponent?" Birdman? Kataru's face changed. This was the first time he heard such an adjective to describe their angel clan. The word birdman made him unhappy. He said in a deep voice, "Boy, watch your words." "All right, Birdman. Birdman, you still haven't answered me. Are you going to commit suicide, or do you want me to do it myself? If I do it myself, I will pluck out all the feathers on your body. Then, I will turn your big wings into roasted chicken wings." No, it should be roasted birdman wings." Luo Tian arrogantly sneered. "You're courting death." Katla couldn't take it anymore. The black sword in her hand suddenly moved, and with the screams of 10,000 ghosts, she suddenly stabbed at Luo Tian. Dark power surged. It rushed towards Luo Tian like thick smoke. Luo Tian's azure dragon phantom was still there. With a roar, the azure dragon directly shook the dark flames into nothingness. With the disappearance of the dark flames, the true body of the black longsword was also revealed. It was a sword made of skeletons. All kinds of souls were sealed within the skeleton. The souls struggled and screamed, but they couldn't break free. It was because of the power of these souls that the skeletal longsword was so powerful. Luo Tian frowned. Darkness belonged to the power of evil. What kind of cultivation technique should I use to suppress these evil forces? Immediately, Luo Tian didn't even think about it, and directly roared, 9 dragons and 9 elephants, 6 stages, 6 dragons and elephant, Saint Elephant trample. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The power of the 9 dragons and 9 elephants was the power of the dragon elephant, and the dragon elephant was the power to suppress all evil. This power was added to Luo Tian's body, and it immediately resisted the skeletal longsword. Furthermore, a series of dragon roars and elephant roars erupted from Luo Tian's body. This was the first time such a sound had been made. It was also because of Katlu's skeletal longsword. Another cultivation technique that is close to the god level, and it's a pure yang cultivation technique that suppresses evil. Katlu's expression secretly changed. Her 2 black wings suddenly trembled as she let out a shrill roar, "Lowly human, if you anger me, you will be consigned to eternal damnation." Black feather thousand illusion needle. All the black feathers shook off. They directly turned into incomparably sharp steel needles. The tip of the needle flashed with a cold light, and with a dense dark power, they shot towards Luo Tian like a torrential rain. Densely packed, it covered the sky, and there was not a single gap. If one was hit, they would directly turn into a sieve. Luo Tian's figure stabilized, and he stood in a horse stance. He did not want to retreat, and first used the Titan defense. Humph. The Titan race's defense is not enough to block my black feather thousand illusion needle. Prepare to die. Katlu revealed a complacent sneer. He was very clear that Luo Tian's Titan shadow was purely a physical defense, and could not block the black feather thousand illusion needle. He looked at Qin Chong Tian and little Xia, and excitedly laughed. "One is the dragon race's young lord, the other is the dragon race's general's son. This time I have done a great service, ha ha ha." So. The needles were like arrows, falling heavily. Just as the Dark Angel said, the Titan defense was very weak against this cultivation technique, so weak that it could be ignored. Luo Tian frowned. "These black feathers are also dark power. If that's the case, golden bell cover. 7th level, Hongzhongyu Tian." Clang, a deafening sound of a bell rang out. Next, a golden bell engraved with runes appeared around Luo Tian's body. The golden bell shone with a pure yang light, and the black feathers were completely blocked, making it impossible for them to penetrate his body. It was completely suppressed. All the skills that Luo Tian cultivated had been upgraded. Even if it was a weak cultivation technique, even if it was a useless cultivation technique, Luo Tian was the same. He did not give up on cultivating it because he was afraid of wasting some profound qi. Lore. The light of confusion was also good. The puppet technique was also good. This time, the golden bell cover was also good. All of them had been cultivated to a very strong level. With the golden bell cover on his body, the feather steel needles had completely lost their effect. Katlu was dumbfounded. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. Birdman. Now it's my turn. Luo Tian's gaze froze, and shouted again, 7th level berserk. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Luo Tian clenched his hands into fists and sank them down. Raging flames ignited on his fists. Looking at the frightened Catalu, Luo Tian grinned, you like to fly, right? I'll first roast your wings. Both fists moved. Flame soared to the sky. Using the golden bell cover, Luo Tian pressed forward step by step, and then suddenly moved, both fists directly blasted out. Bam! It accurately bombarded the pair of wings that had lost all their feathers. Both wings were red. Luo Tian laughed wildly, give me some more seasoning. Leg whip. Previous chapter next chapter boom. His right leg turned red, and hot magma dripped down. Aiming at Catlu's cold and arrogant face, his leg soared into the sky and fiercely smashed down. Previous chapter next chapter bam. Add some more cumin. Both fists sank, and all the power in his body suddenly converged, directly pouring into both fists, aiming at the Dark Angel's abdomen and fiercely blasting. Roasted Angel, complete. Ding. Chapter 4, I'm still writing, and there's an update tonight. Brothers, can you still continue with your monthly votes? Thank you Return of Love Line for your bounty again. Thank you brothers for your strong support. Braised Angel. Luo Tian's fists directly pierced through the Dark Angel's abdomen. Carter's eyes bulged out as he looked at Luo Tian in fear, and then let out a sharp scream. At this moment, the system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Dark Angel Kataru. The reward is 590,000 experience, and the profound chi is 60,000 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Wings of Darkness. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Dark Soul Refining Sword. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Dark Critical Gem. A series of notifications. The only thing that was lacking was that it did not trigger the system reward. Otherwise, it would be even better if it was directly rewarded with a great artifact. When he heard about the critical gem, Luo Tian laughed excitedly, and said, awesome, the more of these things the better. When the time comes to forge a critical divine sword, this will be awesome. Then, Luo Tian opened the system to check what Yang Jin and Lu Zhen had dropped. God-level cultivation technique, Thunder Slash. Cultivate. Star Sea Strike? It's another god-level cultivation technique. If I continue to cultivate, I won't be afraid of too many cultivation techniques. Quite a few things dropped. There was a demigod artifact, 2 deity-tier cultivation techniques, and a few heaven-tier Xian weapons and equipment. However, Luo Tian didn't care about them at all. He was just waiting for the right time to fuse them with the sky-melting cauldron. What made Luo Tian curious was the Dark Angel's Wings of Darkness. What is this thing? Could it be that it's the same as the accessories in the game, and there's a pair of big wings on the equipment? This kind of fancy thing doesn't have any practical use. Luo Tian muttered a few words, and then opened it to check. Item, Wings of Darkness grade, semi-god level effect, double the speed. Description, this pair of wings can only be used by Dark or Demon Clan characters. It can double the speed. Note, Tier 1 Wings of Darkness double the speed, Tier 2 Wings of Darkness double the speed, Tier 3. Tier 8 Wings of Darkness 10 times the speed. It's still useful. It's perfect for Xianxia's body. With such a huge demon emperor body and a pair of huge wings, the absolute shock will definitely be able to mesmerize a bunch of beautiful girls. Hee. Luo Tian laughed. Other than Jitan Tian, who was instantly killed by the molten green lotus core fire, these 3 bosses were not bad, and their drops were not bad. Especially the dark wings and the critical hit gem. These 2 things were quite useful. It was also at this time. Luo Tian's body suddenly sank, and his face instantly turned sickly pale. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. F*CK, it's acting up again. This damn system, why did it set up such a skill? The backlash of the Azure Dragon bloodline. This was mainly because Luo Tian was still unable to fully control the power of the Azure Dragon bloodline. Furthermore, he had used it for too long, and his body could not bear it, causing the backlash of the Azure Dragon bloodline. If it was anyone else, they would have been directly swallowed by this power. Luo Tian's body was strong, and he could bear it. No matter how painful it was, he could grit his teeth and endure it. Other than the backlash of the Azure Dragon bloodline, there was also the aftereffect of the Sharingan. Every 10 minutes, his life was depleted. The two types of pain stacked together was even more unbearable. Luo Tian was in so much pain that he almost knelt on the ground. Who, system your uncle. If you were a human, I would definitely explode you until you don't even have your underwear left. Pain was pain. Luo Tian's consciousness was still very clear, and he did not forget the purpose of this trip. He came with a mission. At this time, Xianxia and little Xia were still unconscious. To complete the mission, he had to use the 7-colored snow lotus to save them. Luo Tian endured the pain and walked forward. Looking at the last petal of the 7-colored snow lotus blooming, a rich fragrance of the snow lotus wafted out. Suddenly, the pain on Luo Tian's body immediately lessened, and his heart sank. Looks like this thing must be very powerful. Just by smelling the fragrance, it can heal the pain in my body. If I use it to refine pills, what kind of immortal grade pills would I refine? Luo Tian was only thinking about it. Even if he could refine pills, he couldn't do it. This was something that was used to take little Xia's life. It was not only related to the mission, but also related to a human life. It should be the dragon's life. Along the way, little Xia gave Luo Tian a pretty good feeling. He could be considered a friend. Moreover, when he was angry, he was also someone who could risk his life. This was very similar to him. It was also at this time. Xianxia slowly woke up, as if he had just woken up. He rubbed his eyes, and when he saw Luo Tian, he was shocked, and said, "Big brother Luo Tian, Tong Tian Mansion's assassins are here to ambush us." When he calmed down, he looked around and said in shock, where is this? 7-colored snow lotus, big brother Luo Tian, you got the 7-colored snow lotus? Xianxia immediately became happy. Luo Tian smiled, and grabbed the 7-colored snow lotus's roots and plucked it. Then, the sound of a stone door opening suddenly came out from under the roots of the 7-colored snow lotus. Walala! A dazzling white light shot out from the stone door. It was extremely dazzling. The entrance to the Heavenly Palace Divine Race. The Heavenly Palace Divine Race is inside. Luo Tian suddenly became excited. The dragon egg in his body also trembled violently, as if it had returned home, and was very excited. Luo Tian could feel the dragon egg's excitement, and said, don't be excited, I promised you, and I will definitely do it. Now, just stay here properly. The dragon egg immediately quieted down. Luo Tian was not in a hurry to enter, but took the 7-colored snow lotus and walked to Xianxia's side, and said, Tian, the 7-colored snow lotus is in our hands, how do we save him? Xianxia said, it's very simple, you just need to pluck a fingernail-sized piece of the snow lotus and let him eat it, and all the pain on his body will be healed. This thing matures once every 3,000 years, and contains a very strong power. Luo Tian, keep the rest for yourself, this thing is very good. Luo Tian smiled faintly, and touched Xianxia's forehead, and then followed his instructions, plucking a small piece of the snow lotus and giving it to little Xia. It had to be said, this thing was simply too miraculous. She woke up in less than 3 seconds after ingesting a tiny bit of it, and her entire body was brimming with vitality. She didn't seem to be in any pain at all, and she also transformed into a frost wyrm in an instant. Damn! This 7-colored snow lotus is too miraculous. I have to check its attributes, who knows what kind of heaven-defying pills it can concoct. Luo Tian muttered in his heart, and then opened the system to check. If he did not look, he would not have known, but when he looked, Luo Tian's soul almost jumped out of his body. I'm rich. The 5th chapter has been delivered, there is still one more chapter before 11 o'clock. After harvesting rice for the whole day, Old Cow is very tired, but since I said that there will be 6 chapters today, I will definitely complete it. Brothers, if you still have votes, please support Old Cow. What an awesome attribute, Luo Tian was so shocked that he almost peed his pants. It was not because there were many types of rainbow snow lotus, but because of the system's description. Note, this item can be used to refine experience pills alone. 100 pills. Experience pills. 100 pills. This is going against the heavens. Luo Tian was so excited that he almost fainted. He was excited. No wonder there are rumors that the rainbow snow lotus can help people break through instantly. To me, it's useless even if the rainbow snow lotus can help me break through 10,000 times in a second. What I need is experience. The rainbow snow lotus is just a natural treasure that can help people break through suddenly. This breakthrough has nothing to do with me. I only need experience. Only experience could level up. This could be Luo Tian's strength, but it could also be his weakness. Of course. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Otherwise, Luo Tian would not be able to break through to Mystique Venerable rank in just over a year. This speed was unparalleled. The rainbow snow lotus could help ordinary warriors break through instantly. If he obtained this item, the system would definitely measure it well. That was why it appeared as an ingredient to refine experience pills. This was also a form of compensation. Experience pills, how much experience does one experience pill give? If it's 1 million per pill, then 10 pills would be 10 million. 100 pills would be 100 million. If it's 10 million per pill, then 100 pills would be 1 billion. If it's 100 million per pill, 10 billion experience. Is this the rhythm of leveling me up to Mystic God or Mystic Emperor? Luo Tian's blood was boiling. He could not wait to refine it immediately. If he consumed 100 experience pills in an instant, he would level up 5, 6, 7, or 8 times. That would be awesome. Of course. This was all Luo Tian's guess. How much experience did the experience pills refine actually give? No one could say for sure, he himself could not say for sure. However, there was one thing. In the game in his previous life, the experience pills that he played were at least 3 million experience. If he calculated according to this standard, it was equivalent to 300 million experience, which was enough to level up one level. This was also very heaven-defying. Thank you. Luo Tian, no, big brother Luo, thank you for saving me again. I can't thank you enough. This is an ice dragon's heart that my father gave me. Little Xiao looked at Luo Tian with a grateful expression, and she didn't know what to say. If it wasn't for his pleas, he would have died long ago. When Luo Tian saw the entrance of the Heavenly Palace Shen clan, Luo Tian didn't go in first but saved him first. This showed that Luo Tian regarded him as a brother. Luo Tian was very grateful. When he thought of his previous words of distrust towards Luo Tian, he felt a little guilty. Holding the ice dragon's heart with both hands, he placed it in front of Luo Tian. It was also at this moment. A notification sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the B-level mission. The reward is 5,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a C-rank mission rating, 1,000 EXP reward. What? Why is it only C rank? Sir System, are you mistaken? Luo Tian was very confused. Could it only be such a low rating? The time was brought forward by a day. Furthermore, he had killed Ji Tong Tian, the Dark Angel, Yang Jin and El Vision who had captured them. Logically speaking, it should have been a perfect rating. Why was it so low? Luo Tian couldn't understand why it was like this. He still wanted to draw the lottery again and gather all the other types of exotic fire seeds. Who would have thought, Luo Tian was secretly annoyed. Actually, the crux of the mission was not the time, nor was it the number of people he had killed. Rather, it was whether or not he had protected little Xia and Qin Chong Tian well. Luo Tian's greatest mistake was that he had allowed El Vision to find the two of them and even injure them. This was also the reason why the system gave him a C-rank rating. Luo Tian focused all his energy on time and killing his enemies. Looking at the ice dragon's heart in little Xia's hand, a piece of ice that looked like a crystal, sparkling and translucent, it was incomparably beautiful, any girl who saw it would be mesmerized. Luo Tian immediately thought of Li Shuer. If this thing was worn around her neck, it would definitely be very beautiful. Thinking of this, Luo Tian did not refuse, and thought to himself, it just so happens that on the day of the wedding, I will directly propose in front of the 10 great immortal sects, in front of all the strong warriors in the world, using this ice dragon's heart to propose. Wouldn't it blind those people's dog eyes? Immediately, Luo Tian received it, and laughed, then I won't be polite. Seeing Luo Tian receive the ice dragon's heart, little Xia felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and instead said heavily, thank you for accepting the ice dragon's heart. Qin Tian giggled at the side, Big Brother Luo Tian, this is a godly item left behind by Big Brother Xiaoxia's ancestors. We don't know its specific uses, but this is the ancestral treasure of Big Brother Xiaoxia's family. Huh? In Luo Tian's hand, he felt a cold aura seeping into his body, and his entire person instantly calmed down. He was incomparably clear-headed, without a single strand of distracting thoughts, giving people a feeling of clarity, and secretly thought, good stuff. Then, he opened the system to check. Item, Ice Dragon's Heart Grade? Effect? Description? They were all question marks, and there was no explanation. Luo Tian could not help but feel that it was strange, but he was sure that this ice dragon's heart was definitely a good thing. He had a feeling that Li Shuer would trigger its attributes if he wore it. With such a good thing being given to Luo Tian, no matter how thick-skinned Luo Tian was, he still had to pretend to refuse, and said, Little Xia, this thing is too precious, I can't accept it. Qin Tian directly said, Big Brother Luo Tian, just accept it. Our dragon clan will definitely not take back a gift given by us. Moreover, our dragon clan is indebted to you. You saved me, you saved Big Brother Xiaoxia, and you even helped us kill the dark angel Catlu, who had guarded the entrance for more than 3,000 years. You killed him well, you killed him very well. The words had already come to this point. Even if Luo Tian was unwilling, he was very unwilling to return it, he still had to silently accept it, and said, alright, then I'll accept it. Now that the entrance is in front of you, what do you plan to do? Go in or leave? I must go in. I have a reason why I must go. Heavenly Dragon Pearl, Dragon Soul, SSS rank mission, these were all reasons why he must go. Even if they didn't go, Luo Tian would still go. Qin Tian took a deep breath, and looked at little Xia, then at Luo Tian, and said, we'll go. However, Big Brother Luo Tian, the Heavenly Palace God clan is not as good as you think, and we also don't want to drag you into our dragon clan's war. I hope you can leave this place, otherwise you may very well die in there. Little Xia's face also darkened, but she mustered her courage and said, Big Brother Luo, our dragon clan may perish. Chapter 6. This chapter is an update for the Alliance Master's Return of Love. Old Bull once again thanks my brothers for their great support. I'm really tired, thank you all for your tips, monthly votes, subscriptions, thank you. Thank you all, brothers, to have your company is Old Bull's greatest happiness, and also the luckiest thing. There are only 2 more days until this month ends, I must hold on to the monthly votes. Our dragon clan may perish. This sentence was very heavy. After little Xia said it, her eyes darkened and she fell into pain. Qin Tian was slightly startled and could not help but ask, where is my father? Little Xia fell silent and did not speak. Qin Tian's eyes immediately became wet and he rushed out, rushing directly into the entrance of the Heavenly Palace God clan. Your Highness! Little Xia was shocked and quickly chased after him. Luo Tian did not expect the Heavenly Palace God clan to be so chaotic. Dragon clan, it could be said that the strongest creature in the Tianxian continent, the Dragon clan's leader, was dead? Damn. No wonder it is an SSS rank mission. This step might be stepping into the gates of hell. Luo Tian's heart tightened. Seeing the 2 of them walk through the stone door, he did not hesitate, not to mention the gates of hell, even if it is hell, I will still charge through it. Egg, I am risking my life for you. When you hatch successfully, if you don't treat me better, I will definitely kick you far away. The dragon egg rolled gently. As if it was acting cute, trying to please. Luo Tian rolled his eyes and chased after it. Wait for me. The moment Luo Tian stepped into the Heavenly Palace God clan, the system immediately sounded. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the first stage of the SSS rank mission, entering the Heavenly Palace God Clan. Reward, 1 million experience points, 100,000 mystical chi points. Ding. Second stage of the mission, help the Dragon Clan solve the crisis. Reward, 5 million experience points, 500,000 mystical chi points. The second stage of the mission had been triggered. Just by looking at the quest reward, one could tell how difficult this quest was. In the past, S-rank players would only be rewarded with 1 million experience points. But now, he was rewarded with 5 million experience points. The difficulty of this quest must be very high. Luo Tian took a deep breath and entered the Heavenly Palace God Clan, the most mysterious and powerful place in the Xianxia continent. The strongest creatures lived here. In the profound sky continent, they were known as the gods of domination. After the fall of the Titan clan, they were the first clan to dominate the continent. 10,000 years ago, when the 10,000 clans were in conflict, the Dragon Clan had also participated in the war. However, for some reason, they withdrew from the war and quickly went into hiding. It was also at that time the power of his innate bloodline began to erupt. For a moment, countless experts had awakened their innate talents and bloodlines. In just a few short years, there were mystic sovereigns, mystic gods, and even the supreme mystic the Arch who had broken through. The strength of the human race had greatly increased, and they had taken over most of the land on the continent. Even the sea was the same. Their breakthroughs were all related to the innate bloodline hidden in their bodies. The reason why the dragon race suddenly went into hiding was also because of their innate bloodline. What was unknown was that it was the Dragon Clan who had inadvertently introduced the power of their innate bloodline into the profound sky continent, triggering the ancient bloodline of the entire continent. The trend of martial cultivation crazily swept through the entire continent. At that time, the Dragon Clan had realized the danger in advance. If they did not hide, they would definitely be hunted down because their blood was a high-grade bloodline. After that, the Dragon Emperor used the power of the entire clan to create a barrier that was above the profound sky continent. It existed within the Tianxian land, yet it was above it. Back then, other than the Dragon Clan, there was also the Dragon Clan's ally, the Angel Clan. The barrier created was shared between the two clans. However, he did not expect that after 10,000 years of evolution, the Heavenly Palace Divine Clan was no longer as harmonious as it had been in the beginning. War broke out everywhere, constant disputes. The source of these wars was the product of the combination of the Dragon Clan and the Angel Clan, the eight-winged golden dragon, the strongest combat power, the strongest physique. He was also the strongest warrior of the two clans. However, no one would have thought that he was also the most terrifying existence. The two strongest forces created a war maniac, extremely ferocious, and the power he cultivated was all the power of darkness. In addition to the Dark Angels, there was also the Dark Dragon Clan under his command. The Dark Angels had the Nether King. The Dark Dragon Clan had the Black Dragon King. Both of them were once the strongest warriors of their respective clans, fierce and peerless existences. The goal of the second stage of Luo Tian's SSS level mission, Solve the Dragon Clan Crisis, was to kill these two incomparably powerful bosses. Phew, Luo Tian looked at the world in front of him, and his eyes sank slightly. Smoke rose everywhere, and the flames of war flew everywhere. The earth was scorched black, the sky was scarlet red, the forest was burned, and the town was like a ghost prison. There was not a trace of life, and everything was shrouded in the darkness of death. How could this be? When I came out, this place was fine. How did it become like this in less than a month's time? Little Xiao looked at everything in front of him in a daze. He clenched his fists tightly, and his heart was filled with incomparable pain. Qingchong Tian was the same. This used to be Tianyang town. There's nothing left, it was a scene of devastation. There were no signs of life. This place was not just a baptism of war, it was simply a disaster that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Luo Tian walked behind the two of them, gently patted their shoulders, and said, "Everything will be fine." At this moment, Luo Tian was even more anxious than the two of them. With the Heavenly Palace divine race in this state, there was no longer any semblance of the Heavenly Palace. Where am I going to find the heavenly dragon pearl? Where am I going to complete the mission? Even the strongest creature in the profound sky continent has been trampled to such a state. This mission, too changed. Too abnormal. Luo Tian's heart sank, and said, now is not the time to grieve, isn't it just a war? Until the last second, no one can be sure what the outcome will be. The two of you, buck up, what we need to do now is to find the Dragon Clan's stronghold. Let's go there to understand the situation first. Big brother Luo Tian is right, we can't give up until the last second. Qin Chong Tian said firmly. Little Xia identified the direction, and directly went to a huge mountain in the distance, and said, when I came out, my father had stationed troops on Dragon Mountain, I wonder if they are still there. We'll know when we get there. Luo Tian and the other two quickly advanced. Along the way, there were all kinds of burnt dragon corpses, all kinds of broken limbs, and blood flowed like a river. On the corpses stood some big black birds, pecking at the rotting flesh on the dragon corpses. In the Heaven Sword City, when the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord attacked the city, he could be considered to have personally experienced the war. However, compared to this place, the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord was simply as cute as a chihuahua. Luo Tian's heart sank, so cruel. More than 2 hours later, the three of them came to the foot of Dragon Mountain. The surroundings were quiet, and did not look like an army at all. Have they retreated? Or were they beaten back by the Black Dragon King? Suddenly, Luo Tian's mind was shocked. He protected little Xia and Qin Chong Tian behind him, and shouted, be careful, there's an ambush. His chrysanthemum was about to be destroyed, could he ask for a monthly ticket? There's an ambush. 8 huge auras suddenly burst out from the surroundings. Luo Tian was caught off guard, and instinctively protected Qin Chong Tian and little Xia behind him. His eyes narrowed, and he instantly released the level 7 berserk, releasing 128 times the attribute power. Boom! A dull sound exploded in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! 8 figures landed. Little Xia immediately smiled and said, they are my father's subordinates, the Ice Dragon Warriors. Immediately after, little Xia stood out and said, Uncle Karen. 8 people, should be 8 dragons. Their bodies were covered in ice crystal dragon scales, but they did not go berserk in dragon form. Their appearance was similar to humans, but their skin was different. Their eyes were also different, like frost. As soon as they appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted. It was incomparably cold, and even Luo Tian, who had reached the 4th level of the mystic venerable realm, couldn't help but shiver. Karen's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly stepped forward with a smile. Yundi, why are you back? Did you find His Highness? It was also at this time Qin Chong Tian walked out. They immediately knelt down. Greetings, Your Highness. Luo Tian was secretly shocked, he didn't expect Qin Chong Tian to be the young master of the dragon race. Qin Chong Tian also scratched his head and smiled. I'm sorry, big brother Luo Tian, I didn't tell you in advance, it's just that my identity is a bit special. Luo Tian didn't mind, and said, it's okay, you're still the same Qin Chong Tian. Karen stood up and glanced at Luo Tian. She was satisfied that Luo Tian had protected little Xia and the others behind him, and smiled in a friendly manner. Thank you, human, were you the one who escorted them here? Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, Qin Chong Tian immediately said, big brother Luo Tian is amazing, he alone killed 2 profound sages, a profound sovereign, and Catalu. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been able to come back. Little Xia nodded in agreement. Uncle Karen, it's a good thing that we had big brother Luo's protection along the way. Otherwise, we would have already died. Karen smiled in a friendly manner again and fished out a sparkling and translucent crystal core from her bosom. This is a dragon crystal. Thank you for taking care of them these past few days. This is a small token of my appreciation and can also be considered a gift of thanks. You can leave now. The last sentence left Qin Chong Tian and little Xia stunned. Luo Tian was also a little surprised. Qin Chong Tian didn't understand and asked, Uncle Karen, big brother Luo Tian can help us, his purpose for coming here, purpose, while speaking. Qin Chong Tian raised his head and looked at Luo Tian, big brother Luo Tian, what is your purpose in coming to the Heavenly Palace Divine Race? They only knew that Luo Tian had a reason to come to the Heavenly Palace God clan. As for what it was, they didn't know and had never asked in detail. Little Xia was also looking at Luo Tian. He also wanted to know why Luo Tian had come. Luo Tian opened his mouth to speak, but Qin Chong Tian turned and said, "Uncle Karen, big brother Luo Tian is my friend, I hope he can stay." Karen frowned and said, "Your Highness, he is a human." The word human was especially emphasized. Karen looked at Luo Tian. He couldn't see through this human youth. His eyes were deep, like a bottomless abyss, directly telling him that this youth was not simple. Moreover, the moment they were exposed, they were detected, and he also reacted instantly. The strange effects on his body suddenly increased by several times. His reaction was fast, something he had never seen before. The meaning of Karen's words was clear: humans could not be trusted. Qin Chong Tian acted as if he didn't understand and said, "I know he is a human, but he is also my friend, my benefactor, and also the benefactor of my godfather's family in Sunset City. I want him to stay." Resolute and decisive. Little Xia couldn't help but say, "Uncle Karen, big brother Luo is different from other humans, just let him stay." Karen looked at Luo Tian, frowned, and directly sent a sound transmission to him. "Boy, I don't care who you are, and I don't care what happened outside. Don't try to play any tricks. With your strength, you were able to kill Carter, profound sages, and profound sovereigns? I'm not a child like your Highness, you can't fool me." If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Karen was very clear about Carter's strength, as well as the strength of profound sages and profound emperors of the human race. With Luo Tian alone, it was simply impossible. Moreover, he could see at a glance that Luo Tian's dantian was broken. This was even more impossible. It was very likely that Luo Tian was putting on an act, and that he had arranged everything meticulously. Saving Qin Chong Tian and Little Xia was also meticulously planned. Now that the dragon race was on the brink of destruction, Karen had to be very careful, and it was even more so for unfamiliar humans. Luo Tian gently smiled, but didn't say anything. He didn't want to explain. No matter how much he explained, it was useless. If a person didn't believe you, no matter how much you explained, it was useless. Sometimes, 10,000 words couldn't compare to one thing. Karen saw that Luo Tian didn't say a word, and was more and more sure that he was right, and couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. The ice dragon warriors beside him were the same, coldly staring at Luo Tian with hostility. Qin Chong Tian didn't pay attention to this, and held Luo Tian's hand, saying, "Big brother Luo Tian, don't mind it, Uncle Karen is just thinking about the safety of the dragon race." Luo Tian smiled, and said, "I know." Little Xia asked, "Uncle Karen, where is my father? Let the entire dragon race know that your Highness is back, and there is hope for the dragon race." Karen immediately nodded, and said excitedly, "Your Highness is back, the dragon race really has hope." Hope, it could make people excited, and let them see the light. The 8 ice dragon warriors were incomparably excited, as if this war was about to end. It was just that, Qin Chong Tian couldn't help but lower his head, like a child who had done something wrong, and said in a low voice, I still haven't comprehended the profoundness of the heart of Heavenly Dragon. I'm useless, I've let everyone down." All of a sudden, other than Luo Tian, everyone felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads, and they couldn't say a single word. Only the profoundness of the heart of Heavenly Dragon could kill the 8-winged golden dragon Tai Long. If he did not comprehend it, then the dragon race's defensive line would be broken through by the Tai Long army in less than 10 days, and the entire dragon race would perish. The dragon race of the profound sky continent would disappear. The remaining dragon race was only the Dark Clan. This was a very heavy piece of news. Karen forced a smile, and said, "Your Highness, don't worry, we still have time. Maybe you will be able to comprehend the profoundness of the heart of Heavenly Dragon tomorrow?" At this moment, the dragon egg in Luo Tian's body suddenly rolled. Luo Tian couldn't help but ask in his heart, "Eggy, what are you trying to do now? Could it be that you know the profoundness of the heart of Heavenly Dragon?" The dragon egg rolled rapidly. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. "The second chapter has been delivered, all right, there was no need to harvest rice tomorrow. After 2 days of tiredness, he had originally planned to rest for a while, but looking at the situation, he couldn't rest. His chrysanthemum was about to explode, and if he could get 200 votes today, then he would only lack 73 votes, double 146 votes, monthly votes. As long as he could get 200 votes, he would definitely be able to get 10 votes tomorrow. Whether or not he could get 10 chapters would depend on his brothers. The dragon egg was very valiant. From the first time it displayed the power of a meat grinder, Luo Tian found that it was an incredible master. When he found out that it knew the profoundness of the heart of the heavenly dragon, Luo Tian was not surprised at all. He was just a little excited. He was also not in a hurry to tell the secret of cultivating the profoundness of the heart of the heavenly dragon. The 11-man team headed towards the depths of the Dragon Mountain. After they left, at the spot where Luo Tian had been standing, a head dripping with blood poked out from the ground. His long tongue licked his lips as he looked in the direction where Qin Chong Tian had disappeared, revealing a sinister smile, as though he was an evil spirit. Not long after. Bloodsea City. The Nether King and Black Dragon King's face sank. The Nether King was a dark six-winged angel. The Black Dragon King's body was covered in shiny black dragon scales, and his entire body flowed with an incomparably powerful dragon aura. When the two knew that the Dragon Clan's young master had returned, their faces darkened. When the two of them knew that Qin Chong Tian had not comprehended the profoundness of the heart of the heavenly dragon, they could not help but sneer. The Black Dragon King said, relying on a little brat and wanting to change history, treating him as the star of hope, really a bunch of brainless trash. Do they really think that the profoundness of the heart of the heavenly dragon is so easy to comprehend? Who doesn't know that the profoundness of the heart of the heavenly dragon is the profoundness passed down by the dragon god? Just based on that brat's talent, the #1 person of the dragon clan can comprehend it. Really funny. Humph. The six-winged angel Nether King also sneered. Black Dragon King, is the profoundness of the heart of the heavenly dragon really that strong? To be able to kill the master of the 8-winged golden dragons? One must know that his lord's current cultivation has already reached an extremely terrifying stage. The Dragon Emperor was defeated in just 2 moves in front of him. Moreover, the Dragon Emperor was forced to retreat from the Heavenly Palace's divine race in a sorry state. He was only half dead. How can the profound of the heart of Heavenly Dragon be his lord's opponent? The Dragon Emperor. The #1 expert of the Dragon Clan, but he was only able to withstand 2 moves in front of Tai Long. The second move directly blasted the Dragon Emperor into the void and sent him flying out of the Heavenly Palace. This was also seen by Yang Jin and the others. He fled back with heavy injuries. Because of that incident, he was bedridden and didn't have the slightest bit of combat power left. The Dragon Clan retreated in defeat, all the way from Dragon God City until they retreated to the depths of Dragon Mountain. However, Dragon Mountain was also surrounded by the Dark Army. It was only a matter of time before the defense line was broken. The Black Dragon King raised his eyes and said indifferently, "The heart of the heavenly dragon is the dragon god's divine ability. Its power is incomparably great and can kill any dark creature in the world. It has only been recorded once in the history of the dragon race. He is also the only person besides the dragon god who has comprehended the heart of the heavenly dragon. In the ancient world, he only used 1 move of the heart of the heavenly dragon to kill the strongest expert in the ancient world, the martial god." The Dragon Clan also shocked the entire ancient world at that time. That was also the Dragon Clan's most glorious time. It was also because of that time that the Dragon Clan's blood essence greatly increased. The Dragon Clan of the profound Sky Continent also took advantage of the situation and rose to become the strongest overlord of the profound Sky Continent after the Titan Clan. After that, Black Dragon Wan became silent. The Nether King was also slightly shocked as he muttered, "Is it that powerful? The profound Sky Continent is a lower plane, and the primordial world is much stronger than here. The profound gods and profound emperors here are as numerous as dogs in the primordial world. They are the weakest existences, and 1 move of the heart of the heavenly dragon could kill the strongest primordial world expert." It was too unbelievable. How could the inheritance of the dragon god's divine ability not be strong? The Black Dragon King smiled faintly and said, "These are all historical records. No one knows if it's true or not. There must be some exaggerations. If it's really that awesome, the dragon clan wouldn't have become like this. Wrong. The heart of the heavenly dragon is indeed that strong. Suddenly, a blood shadow appeared in the Blood Sea Hall. The blood shadow flashed and a red light appeared. A man who looked to be in his 30s sat on the throne. The man did not have any aura and looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. There was nothing special about him. His appearance caused the aura of the hall to suddenly change. The Nether King and the Black Dragon King knelt down at the same time and said, "Greetings, Master." Eight-winged golden dragon, Tai Long smiled slightly and said, "All of you, get up." The profound meaning of the heart of the heavenly dragon is indeed that strong. If he were to comprehend the profound meaning within, even I would not be able to withstand that kind of powerful attack. Haha, Tai Long sneered and said, "That old dragon emperor really underestimated the difficulty of the heart of the heavenly dragon. That brat's talent is even inferior to mine. If I can't comprehend it, it's impossible for him." Back when he was in the dragon clan, he had secretly flipped through the profound meaning of the heart of the heavenly dragon. It was a taboo cultivation method. He had been comprehending it for nearly a year. Not to mention comprehending anything, he couldn't even understand a single word. He didn't even know what profound meaning it was, and even thought that it wasn't a cultivation method at all, until the Dragon Emperor discovered him. At that time, he was a dragon warrior, so the Dragon Emperor wasn't angry. Instead, he let him continue to comprehend. Just like that, another 3 years passed. Still nothing. For the sake of comprehending the profound meaning of the heart of the heavenly dragon, he had wasted 4 years of his time. He had not comprehended anything at all. It was definitely the most difficult cultivation method in the world. However, Tai Long did not doubt its strength in the slightest. He believed in what happened in the ancient world, because he had once entered the ancient world, he had been to the place of that battle, and when he saw that scene, his heart was trembling. The Nether King's expression changed slightly, and said, "Master, since that's the case, I'll immediately send elites to assassinate them. We definitely can't let them return to the Dragon Clan's stronghold." Tai Long smiled faintly, and said, "There's no need to rush this matter. The Blood Ghost has sent news that there's a human among them, and he killed Carter Liu. The 7-colored snow lotus was also snatched by him, and the 4 human experts were all killed by him. This human, hee. Interesting. Suddenly, he really wanted to see what this human looked like. Immediately, Tai Long shouted slightly, and said, "Nether King, send out the Blood Ghost to assassinate the elites and bring that brat and that human back to me. I want to study them properly." 4th-level Mystic Sovereign, with a shattered Dantian, can actually cultivate, and can even kill a powerhouse of the profound Emperor realm. This human is very unusual, I want to study him properly. The Nether King immediately said, "I'll do it right away." Deep in the forest of Dragon Mountain. Achoo, Luo Tian sneezed 3 times in a row, and cursed unhappily, F***ck, who the F***ck is talking bad about me behind my back. Can you be softer? Karen glared at Luo Tian, this is not your human trash world. If you want to live, then be softer. This is the Heavenly Palace God race, do you understand? Heavenly Palace God race. Humph. Lowly creature. A few ice dragon warriors also revealed looks of disdain. Luo Tian was a little unhappy. Chapter 3, currently 76 votes, 124 votes left. If you can do it, the old cow will do it tomorrow even if it dies. Brothers who want 10 chapters, please throw in your monthly votes. Full 200 votes, 10 chapters will be updated tomorrow. Thank you to Love Return Line for once again 10,000 book coins, Piao Hong, for your support. Thank you very much. Again and again. If not for giving face to Qin Chong Tian, Luo Tian would have acted alone a long time ago. Luo Tian immediately glared back, and said disdainfully, "If this was the human world, you would already be dead." He said without any trace of politeness. Everyone has 3 fires. I've tolerated you twice, and you're still trying to be a bitch. The 3rd time. Then, I don't need to give you any face anymore. This kind of person is a classic example of giving face but not taking it. What did you say? You dare to say that to our commander? Trash, I think you're tired of living. Before he could finish, Luo Tian suddenly moved, and immediately released the 7th level berserk. Adding the power of the 9 dragons and 9 elephants, his right shoulder suddenly leaned forward. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. An ice dragon warrior was sent flying. At this moment, Luo Tian frowned. Wind shadow step, stage 9. Phantom. Whoosh. Without waiting for the ice dragon warrior to land on the ground, Luo Tian had already rushed behind him, and with another kick, he kicked him into the air. In that instant, Luo Tian moved again, leaped into the air, and kicked the ice dragon warrior to the ground. Luo Tian immediately followed suit and rode on the man's body, the power in his right arm bursting out. Stop! Karen shouted loudly. Luo Tian sat on the ice dragon warrior's body, coldly looked at Karen, and sneered in disdain. Then, his gaze became gloomy, and he stared at the ice dragon warrior on the ground. Don't kill me. I beg you, I beg you. The ice dragon warrior begged for mercy. Karen shouted angrily again, I told you to stop. Luo Tian did not even look at him, his fist turned into scarlet lava, and heavily smashed down. Rumble. The ground cracked, and a deep fist imprint was left under the fist. Luo Tian stood up, and said coldly with disdain, Ice Dragon Warrior, you can't even withstand a single blow. Finished. He didn't even look back as he walked back to his original position. He didn't even look at Karen, as if he was ignoring her. The ice-cold warrior lying on the ground was trembling all over. His eyes were filled with fear and his crotch was wet. If that punch had landed, he would have definitely died. However, Luo Tian didn't land the final punch. Shocking, they were all stunned. Karen stood motionless with an ugly expression on her face. None of them could compare to the strength, speed, and ability to connect their movements. To be able to make so many attacks in a short second, his speed was simply too powerful. Ridicule? Now, he felt like a joke. Luo Tian's combo was like a slap to their faces. They couldn't utter a single word. Karen was the same. She kept thinking about how she would have reacted if she had been in his position. He kept thinking. However, after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of a way to break Luo Tian's lightning attack. There was no other way, with his current cultivation, he was completely unable to crack it. Cluck, cluck, Karen clenched her fists tightly, causing her joints to crack. Her expression was extremely ugly as she coldly shouted, "What are you still lying on the ground for? The Ice Dragon Warrior's face has been completely lost to you, why aren't you getting up and hurrying along?" After angrily rebuking, Karen turned around and looked at Luo Tian, unable to say a word. Qin Chong Tian also said with a serious face, "Uncle Karen, big brother Luo Tian is my friend, everyone should respect each other a little." Little Xia also said, "His strength is much stronger than yours." Karen did not say anything. She looked at the few ice dragon warriors who were still in a daze and said, "What are you guys in a daze for? If you're not convinced, then go ahead. If you don't dare, then hurry up." A few ice dragon warriors immediately lowered their heads and walked up quickly. For a moment, the team was silent for a long time. None of them said a word. It was just that those ice dragon warriors were intentionally or unintentionally looking at Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not mind. As long as they dared to act recklessly, he would definitely not show mercy like before. Just now, he was just reminding them not to behave atrociously on the tiger's head, not to mention that this kind of tiger was a tiger that would only go crazy. They walked in silence. Their walking speed was not fast, and the team led by Karen was also constantly on guard. It was as if they were afraid of being followed. Luo Tian was a little puzzled. Little Xia said in a low voice, "Tai Long has a blood ghost assassination group under him. They are good at hiding, disguising, and assassinating. They can turn their bodies into nothingness, blending into the soil, trees, and even the air. Many of our dragon race's experts have died in their hands." Luo Tian trembled slightly, and could not help but ask, "Since it's so difficult to deal with, why don't we quickly pass through?" Karen said in a deep voice, "The blood ghost assassination group is not something that you can avoid quickly. The faster we go, the faster the smell on our bodies will expose our location. They can smell our smell and find us. If they find our stronghold, then the dragon race's last habitat will be gone. If we slow down, the smell will slowly disappear. Xianxia added. Luo Tian sighed slightly, and thought, such a big dragon race was scared to this extent by an assassination group. It seems like this dragon race is really a tiger that has fallen from the sky. I wonder if the heavenly dragon pearl is in the dragon race's stronghold, and if the divine dragon's soul can be found. How did it become like this? This was completely different from what he had imagined. Everyone knew that the heavenly palace divine race was mysterious and powerful, but they did not expect that this place was actually a world of blood and slaughter. Dragon race? The dragon race was now like a tortoise hiding in its shell. They were even afraid of an assassination group. Suddenly, Karen moved his right hand, indicating for everyone to stop. Then, he frowned, and the idea spread out like a wave. He closed his eyes slightly, sensing the abnormal aura around him, as well as the unique smell of the blood ghost. He stopped for a few seconds. Karen put down his right hand and said, "It's a bit strange, but I don't feel any blood ghost. After walking for a few more kilometers, we will enter our dragon race's defensive area." The hearts of the 7 ice dragon warriors relaxed slightly. "We're almost home. We're finally almost there." Karen said, "Your Highness, do you want to rest for a while before continuing? This path is still very safe, so it doesn't matter if you rest for a while." Xianxia looked at everyone and realized that they had been extremely focused the entire way. Now that they were relaxed, they were a little tired and could not help but say, "Then let's rest for a while." Just as Karen was about to speak, Luo Tian suddenly made a shushing gesture. Shoo, the space between his brows moved. Giant God Spirit, release. Buzz. Tens of thousands of Titan giant souls were added to Luo Tian's sea of consciousness, and his perception ability was several times stronger than his current cultivation. Suddenly, he sensed that 12 ideas with blood were approaching them. His expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "They're here." 118 votes, 82 votes away from the full 200 votes. Tomorrow, the 10 chapters will explode. Brothers, work harder, there's still one more chapter tonight. Who's here? Little Xia asked. Luo Tian looked at Karen and said, "The people you mentioned just now are here." "Who am I talking about? The Blood Ghost Assassin Group?" Karen could not help but blurt out. She was stunned and immediately said, "That's impossible. I used my knowledge see to sense them just now." "Kid, you're very strong, but your cultivation is only at 4th level Mystic Venerable rank. At this level, no matter how strong your knowledge see is, it can't be stronger than mine." Luo Tian did not say anything else. Instead, he looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's gaze tightened and he immediately said, "Battle form." He believed in Luo Tian. He believed in him unconditionally. Along the way, Xianxia felt that Luo Tian was not only strong, but also a powerful aura. This aura was very familiar, and he believed that it was not the aura of the Azure Dragon bloodline. It was another mysterious, familiar, and indescribable aura. Karen frowned and glared at Luo Tian, saying, "Your Highness, don't listen to his nonsense. I used my knowledge see to sense that there is no one from the Blood Ghost Assassin Group within 100 kilometers. How can his knowledge see be stronger than mine?" "That's right. Your Highness, Commander Karen is a mystic sage. Her knowledge see is stronger than any Mystic Venerable rank powerhouse. It can't be wrong." Xianxia did not say much and immediately said, "As the young master, I order you to enter battle form." "It's too late. They're already here." Luo Tian laughed bitterly. If it was not for this damned mission, he would not have cared about this at all. Immediately, his gaze shifted and he stared at one direction and laughed coldly, saying, "Since you're from the blood race and I've already killed your ancestor, the blood demon, you brats still dare to show off in front of me." Humph. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian suddenly roared, "Demon transformation." Boom. His body rapidly changed and he directly turned into the demon emperor Xianxia. The heaven-splitting divine axe moved and chopped down heavily from the sky. He said arrogantly, "Die for me." Boom. Everyone was dumbfounded. This included Xianxia, Little Xia, and Karen. What is he doing? Who is he? Is he from the devil sect? Do you really think you're a god? Even Commander Karen couldn't sense it. As a Mystique Venerable Level 4, you won't be able to sense the Blood Ghost Assassination Group no matter how strong you are. At this moment, Luo Tian pulled out his axe and rested it on his shoulder. His gaze once again locked onto a spot as he said disdainfully, "Still not showing yourself?" The ground cracked open. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the surroundings were dyed red. "Vampire Assassin Squad, Vampire Assassin Squad, battle, battle, battle form," one of the warriors said. Karen was shocked and immediately shouted, "Protect His Highness." Almost in an instant, the 8 of them instantly transformed into their ice dragon forms. Their huge bodies were sparkling and translucent, just like ice crystals. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly as the 8 of them surrounded Xianxia and little Xia. Karen took a step forward. Luo Tian shouted, "You just need to protect the 2 of them. I can handle these little ghosts alone." "Huh? You alone? You have to be careful. These blood ghosts' attacks contain blood poison. Don't let it touch you," Karen reminded. The ice dragon warriors beside her were confused. Can he really do it alone? Yes. Commander, should we go and help? It seems like there are quite a lot of them this time. It's an entire group. This is the first time I've seen an entire group of blood ghosts. He's only a Mystique Venerable Level 4. Should we help? Qin Changtian said, "No need. If you go, you'll just be a burden to him. Brother Luo Tian can do it alone. He's trained in the demonic arts and understands the blood ghosts very well. He'll definitely be able to handle them." He wasn't sure. However, since Luo Tian had said so, he believed that Luo Tian would be able to handle it. He thought to himself, "Brother Luo Tian, be careful. Kiki, I didn't expect a human like you to be able to sense us from so far away. It seems like Master was right, you're not simple. However, no matter how complicated you are, you'll still have to die today." All of a sudden, the 10 blood ghosts revealed their true bodies. Their gazes were gloomy, and their bodies looked as if they had crawled out of a pool of blood. The position they stood at just happened to surround Luo Tian. Of course, this was also the position that Luo Tian had purposely stood at. Luo Tian laughed coldly, and said to Karen via idea, "There's still one more blood ghost that hasn't appeared. He has completely hidden his aura, so I can't confirm his location. You guys have to be careful of his sneak attack." Karen's face shook, and she felt a little uncomfortable. She had treated Luo Tian like that, but Luo Tian still reminded them. She was extremely grateful, and immediately said, "You have to be careful too. When we return to the stronghold, I'll treat you to a drink." Luo Tian smiled lightly. In the blink of an eye, a blood ghost suddenly snorted, "Blood net killing formation." Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. The figures of the 10 of them changed, and directly fused together to form a gigantic blood net. The blood net was filled with dense venom, and with a flash of red light, it pounced towards Luo Tian at an incomparably fast speed. Luo Tian moved his cleaving heaven divine axe, and chopped down with it. The blood net was split apart, and in the blink of an eye, it merged back together. "Ha ha ha, Devil Sex Patriarch, War God Xing Tian, no matter how strong your axe is, it's impossible for you to cut through the blood net. We are liquid, so no matter how hard you try, it's useless." A cold and complacent voice sounded from within the blood net. Luo Tian raised his eyes, but did not retreat. He kept his cleaving heaven divine axe, and the corner of his mouth drew back, revealing a death god smile, and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll let you experience the devil sex secret technique, and let you brats experience what the blood shadow great method is." Instantly, Luo Tian roared, "Secret technique, blood shadow great method." Previous chapter next chapter boom. His body suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. It directly pierced through the gigantic blood net, and then crazily fused together. Bit by bit, it gathered together and once again fused into Demon Emperor Xing Tian's body. Luo Tian's brows twitched, and arrogantly said, "Explode for me." Rumble. The blood net began to crackle and explode crazily. The blood ghosts were blown out one after another. They were all blown out of shape, like dead dogs. When the blood rain passed through, Luo Tian left behind a patch of blood on the blood net. With the control of the idea, he directly released the second level of the blood shadow great method, blood explosion, and directly blew up the 10 blood ghost. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian 4 killing blood ghost 4 obtaining 300,000 experience, 30,000 profound chi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian 4 obtaining the blood soul bead. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian 4 killing. A series of system beeps rang out. Luo Tian's face was filled with arrogance as he roared heavily, "Stop hiding, come out." There were still 60 votes left. "Brother, just give me a little more strength." First, he instantly killed one person. Then, he used the blood shadow great art to instantly kill 10 people. There was still one person alive in the blood ghost assassination group, and he was also the captain of this group. However, he had hidden himself very well, and there was no aura at all. Luo Tian swept his gaze coldly, and sneered, "Come out, is there a need to continue hiding?" His voice was suddenly startled. Karen and her ice dragon warrior all held their breaths, their eyes constantly scanning the area. At this moment, their hearts were incomparably shocked. The blood ghost assassin group had killed countless dragon race powerhouses without anyone noticing. Their camouflage and stealth were impeccable, but in front of Luo Tian, it was as if they were standing in front of Gautama Buddha. There was nowhere to hide. So strong. He's too strong. I've never seen such a strong human before. Even the Frost Great General isn't this strong, right? They said in their hearts. In the beginning, when Luo Tian displayed his strength and defeated one of their Ice Dragon Warrior in a short second, it was only a slight shock, because the Ice Dragon Warrior was one of the weakest existences in the Dragon Clan, and being able to defeat it was not something to be proud of. But this time was different. Luo Tian had instantly discovered the location of the blood ghost and used the Devil Sect's secret technique to instantly kill 10 of them. It was too shocking, and the impact on their hearts was too strong. When Luo Tian said that there was still one more person, they did not dare to relax in the slightest and immediately became cautious. Karen said in a deep voice, "Blood Ghost Assassination Group, a group of 6 people, a large group of 12 people, 11 of them died, and there is still a captain lurking around, everyone be careful." While they were talking, Karen looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian's eyes moved slightly. Karen understood and took a small step forward, revealing a relaxed aura, and instantly transformed into her human body. In a split second, a huge blood shadow flew out. Tsk tisk, with a sinister laugh, a blood-red light soared to the sky, bypassing Karen and rushing towards Qin Changtian, who was surrounded. A blood soul giant hand grasped at Qin Changtian's throat, and said coldly, "Die for me." It was so fast that no one could see it clearly. Even though Karen had intentionally let down her guard, he didn't react in time. His expression turned to shock as he subconsciously cried out, "Your Highness, be careful." Jia, too late. Die. The sky was dyed red with blood, turning into a thick killing intent that could kill Qin Changtian in an instant. The order he received was not to capture Qin Changtian alive, but to kill him. The Nether King had deliberately changed Tai Long's order. He would never allow anyone who could threaten his lord to exist. Even if Qin Changtian was unable to comprehend the mysteries of the heart of the heavenly dragon, he would still kill him. No matter what, any threat must be nipped in the bud. Everything he did was for the sake of his lord, therefore, Blood Ghost seized the opportunity and rushed towards Qin Changtian. Shadow shift. Illusion. As Luo Tian's voice fell, his body turned into a black shadow, and his real body appeared in front of Qin Changtian. His speed was extremely fast, it was so fast that it was unimaginable. He sneered sinisterly, "You finally came out. Decapitation strike. Kill for me." With a move of his arm, the heaven-splitting divine axe cut through the air and heavily chopped down. This series of actions were completed in an instant. No matter how fast Blood Ghost was, he was still half a beat slower than Luo Tian. Blood Ghost's face changed. It was impossible to kill Xianxia now. At this moment, he could only fight head-on with Luo Tian. The blood in his body moved, and a huge blood hand smashed towards Luo Tian. Blood Soul Palm. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Without waiting for his palms to rush out, Luo Tian's heaven-splitting divine axe had already chopped down. Walala. It directly split Blood Ghost into two. But even so, his Blood Soul Palm attack was still unleashed, heavily smashing onto Luo Tian's chest, causing him to fly out. His chest was on fire, and the Blood God's armor was faintly discernible, emitting a dark green smoke. Poison! Poison! Luo Tian was shocked, and thought, fortunately, I have the Blood God's armor, otherwise, I would have been crippled by the Blood Ghost's poison. Blood God's armor. Who exactly are you? Blood Demon Ancestor has already been dead for 10,000 years. His Blood God set has already disappeared, and it is impossible for it to appear again. Who exactly are you? Blood Ghost, who had been split into two, could still speak, and it was as if he had not suffered any injuries. Luo Tian's face could not help but darken. With a sneer, he kept the heaven-splitting divine axe and took out the Blood God sword. He sneered, so what if you have the Blood God's armor? I even have the Blood God's sword. I was the one who killed your Blood Demon Ancestor's remnant soul. What? The remnant soul of the Blood Demon Laozi who was imprisoned by the human Emperor Hong Wanfu outside the Sky Sword City was killed by you? Blood Ghost's body that had been split into two did not heal, and stood up separately. Both eyes stared at Luo Tian at the same time, and shouted, Brat, I will remember you, not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian suddenly moved, you remember me? Damn, I'm so scared. The Blood God sword transformed into a scarlet sword flower and directly pierced towards Blood Ghost. Blood Ghost's body turned into a pool of blood and quickly fell to the ground, disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Luo Tian's forehead became anxious, you want to run? With a toss of the Blood God sword, Luo Tian moved in the air and directly flew into the air. Holding the sword hilt with both hands, he fiercely stabbed down. Ah. Ah. Brat, I will definitely be back. Just you wait, just you wait, just you wait, all of you dragons, just you wait. A pig-like roar came from the depths of the earth. Under the sword hilt, a stream of blood spurted out, turning into a bloody hand. F***ck. He managed to escape. Luo Tian said in a bad mood. Blood Ghost had entered the ground, and his speed was too fast. His speed was already terrifying enough, but he did not expect that he would only be able to kill one hand. Luo Tian was not afraid that he would run back to report anything. It was just that. That was a small boss, with a few 100,000 experience points. He was not far away from leveling up. Every bit of experience was incomparably precious. Sigh, Luo Tian kept the Blood God sword and instantly transformed into his human form. He said angrily, at least you ran fast, otherwise I would have exploded you. Oh my god. Of the 12 people in the Blood Ghost assassination group, only the captain escaped, and he escaped with a broken hand. This power is too terrifying. Idol, you are my idol. The Ice Dragon warriors all surrounded him, their eyes filled with worship and admiration. This was how the world was. Strength was the ruler. Every member of the Dragon clan worshipped the strong. The strength that Luo Tian had displayed made them admire him greatly. Even Karen's eyes were burning with passion as he laughed excitedly and said loudly, good boy, when we return to the stronghold, I will treat you to a drink, the strongest wine in our Dragon clan. Luo Tian also laughed. Xianxia grinned and said while giggling, killing these Blood Ghost is nothing, big brother Luo Tian still has an even stronger power that he has yet to unleash. Luo Tian laughed, keep a low profile, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Suddenly, a large wave of powerful aura crazily approached Luo Tian and the others. The old cow could only laugh bitterly as his chrysanthemum exploded with blood. I won't ask for votes, and I won't ask for votes in October either. Everyone is free to do as they please. If you like it, then support it. Old cow has more than 20 mu of rice to harvest in October. He can't let his parents suffer anymore. He should help his family finish the farm work and take this opportunity to rest. Today is the last day of September, and there will still be 5 chapters. No matter what, I have updated more than 150 chapters this month, and I can say that I have updated more than the majority of authors. Maybe you guys say that this is not an explosion, but I have done my best, and I am still being scolded every day. There are even people who incite people not to vote for me. There is no holiday, and I have very little time to accompany my daughter. You guys can finish a chapter in 1 or 2 minutes, but I have to write for 1 or 2 hours, and I am still being scolded. There is no profession more miserable than an author. This is the last time I nag. I will not nag again in October. Everyone be careful. More people are coming. Luo Tian frowned and immediately said, there are more people this time. Karen's face changed and shouted, battle form. Boom. Boom. In another instant, all the ice dragon warriors transformed into ice dragons. A strong ice dragon aura shot out and quickly protected Qin Changtian and little Xia behind them. There's a situation in front. Quick, quick, quick. It must be the Blood Ghost Assassin group again. I can smell the blood on their bodies. Dozens of dragon warriors flew out from the forest. When they saw Karen and the others, their faces changed and they couldn't help but say, I was wondering who it was. So it's the great commander Karen who was beaten into a dog by the 4-winged angel Fred. Ha ha ha, one of the 10 commanders under the Frost Great General was beaten into a pulp by a 4-winged angel. The ice dragon race's face has been completely lost by him. He still has the face to live in this world. If it was me, I would have killed myself long ago. Continuous ridicule. The skin of the more than 10 dragon warriors was gray. They should be another type of dragon race. What did you say? Florence, if you have the ability, go ahead. You know the situation at that time. If you didn't see it, don't talk nonsense here. If it was you, you might have lost your life. The ice dragon warrior shouted in a bad mood. Tisk. Even if I don't come back alive, I will fight to the death. I won't be like some disgraceful thing, crawling back. I heard rumors that someone knelt on the ground and begged Fred to save his dog life. Florence sneered disdainfully. The faces of the ice dragon warriors changed, and the frost on their bodies became even more intense. Karen was their leader. They were incomparably respectful. Furthermore, the situation at that time was extremely dangerous. They had seen it with their own eyes. If Karen hadn't knelt on the ground, their team would have been completely annihilated. Every one of the ice dragon race felt incomparably sorry for Karen. Karen shouted in a low voice, don't say any more. Her eyes turned sinister as she glanced at the ice dragon warriors and said indifferently, I have indeed lost. This is the truth. Ha ha ha, look, he said he was defeated. I really don't know why you're still defending him. A defeat is a defeat, and a terrible one at that. He crawled back like a dog. No, comparing you to a dog is really inappropriate. You're even worse than a dog. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Florence laughed crazily, and the Earth Dragon warriors behind him also laughed loudly. Karen clenched her fists tightly before loosening them slightly. Luo Tian glanced at him and couldn't help but say, do you want to? No. Karen knew what Luo Tian wanted to say. She immediately refused with a smile, saying, it's just a few words of mockery, it's not like we'll lose anything. The dragons can't afford any internal strife in their current situation. Otherwise, we'll be defeated before Tyrone's dark race army arrives. Luo Tian couldn't help but admire him. Admiration from the bottom of his heart, he had experienced such a scene countless times. Basically, he would not be able to hold back and would instantly kill. For the dragon race, for the Ice-Cold clan, what Karen had done was truly great. However, Luo Tian's personality was different from his. He couldn't tolerate it. His life motto was, if you're unhappy, then do it. If you want to do it, then just *ck it over. Human. How could such a lowly creature appear in the heavenly palace god race? Florence turned his gaze and stared at Luo Tian. The disdain on his face became even more intense as he said with disdain, lowly race, get out of the heavenly palace god race. This is not a place for trash like you. Before the word thing could be said, Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. In that instant, Luo Tian instantly appeared in front of Luo Sa and slapped him hard on the face. Pa! An incomparably loud slap in the face. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Even Florence himself did not react. His face was burning hot, and a 5-finger palm print appeared. His eyes were wide open as he roared madly, "Sneak attack me, you trash, Pa!" His left hand slapped down fiercely again. This force was even stronger, and it directly slapped Florence until he almost fell to the ground. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with incomparably cold murderous intent. He stared at Florence gloomily and said, "I'm not Uncle Karen, nor am I a member of your dragon race. If you dare to say anything that pisses me off again, I'll kill you. Kid, don't you dare." Florence was not a 3-year-old child. He would not be frightened by Luo Tian's harsh words. His expression was still arrogant. Luo Tian's eyes moved, and the power of the death god's path was instantly released. A huge death god's shadow appeared behind him, holding a scythe. The scythe shone with the cold light of death. He snorted and said, "See if I dare." Gulp. A gloomy and cold air spread out. It forced Florence's face to become extremely pale. His eyes were unfocused, and his body was trembling nonstop. His lips were trembling, and he could not say a word. He quickly retreated and almost fell into the arms of an Earth Dragon warrior. He turned his head to look and realized that the Earth Dragon warrior behind him had recovered slightly. He immediately shouted, "Go, kill him immediately." More than 10 Earth Dragon warriors immediately moved. Karen bellowed, and also became angry, and said, "Let's see who dares." At this moment, the 7 Ice Dragon warriors immediately rushed to Luo Tian's side, their eyes filled with ferocity. Only those Earth Dragon warriors dared to rush forward, they would not hesitate to counterattack. Luo Tian's 2 slaps just now were too satisfying. In their hearts, Luo Tian's position had once again risen to a new height, and they worshipped him even more. Luo Tian had done something that they wanted to do but did not dare to do. Yanran had become the hero in their hearts. If someone wanted to harm the hero, they would not hesitate to stand up. Florence's gaze turned cold, and sneered, "You want to contend against my Earth Dragon battle team with just the few of you? I think your brains are full of shit. What if you add me?" "Me too." Xianxia walked out with a displeased look on his face, and his transformed little Xia followed closely behind. Your Highness?" Florence's expression was extremely ugly, as if he had swallowed a fly. "Frost Great General's son, Frost Young Master. They are back." Little Xia bellowed, "Why aren't you kneeling when you see His Highness?" Florence hesitated for a few seconds. He was somewhat unwilling, but still knelt down. With a trace of hatred in his eyes, he said in a deep voice, "Greetings, Your Highness." The Earth Dragon warriors behind him also knelt down, and said in unison, "Greetings, Your Highness." Xianxia suppressed the anger in his heart, but he knew the position of the Earth Dragon warriors and Earth Dragon kings in the dragon race. He could not help but reveal a smile and said, "Rise." Luo Tian had been paying attention to Florence all along. He thought to himself, he seems to be very surprised, different from Karen. It seems like he does not want to see Xianxia return. Seems like there are various forces in the dragon race. This is going to be difficult. Things were getting more and more complicated. The difficulty of the mission was gradually increasing. Luo Tian didn't have a detailed plan. He knew nothing about the Heavenly Palace divine race, and the same about the Dragon clan. Was the Sky Dragon Pearl dropped by the boss, or was it somewhere in the Dragon clan? Did the divine dragon soul essence have to be completed to be rewarded? Could it be obtained in other ways? Luo Tian wasn't clear about this. Luo Tian sighed in his heart and secretly said, "Let's take one step at a time. Let's put aside the matter of the Sky Dragon Pearl and strive to complete the SSS level mission first and hatch the dragon egg as soon as possible. This way, even if I encounter a strong opponent, I won't have to worry." The SSS level mission was divided into 3 parts. Luo Tian had completed the first part, and now it was the second part, solving the Dragon Clan crisis. The standard for completing the mission: kill the Underworld King and the Black Dragon King, the 2 bosses under the 8-winged Golden Dragon. It was very simple, they were both awesome bosses, a 6-winged Dark Angel, and a dragon warrior who was once the strongest dragon warrior of the dragon clan. Both of them were powerful existences, and it was not easy to kill them. Even the Dragon Emperor was not sure if he could kill both of them at once. However, the more difficult the mission was, the more excited Luo Tian was and the more he looked forward to it. The two bosses of the killer would definitely drop something very gorgeous, and he had a feeling that the 8-winged golden dragon might be the boss that would trigger the system reward. Return to the stronghold. Everyone, keep up. Idol, you go first. Be careful of the stones on the ground. Idol, your 2 slaps just now were so cool. I have never seen such a handsome person. I also have a sister named Aishi. Do you want me to introduce her to you? Aishi? Ice Archer Aishi? Ice Archer? She usually likes to shoot arrows or something. Idol, do you want me to introduce her to you? What's that? Luo Tian whispered, okay, I'll go with you later. I also have a sister. Idol, you should also accept my sister. My next-door neighbor's uncle also has a daughter. Idol. Idol. Accept her too. For a time, all the Ice Dragon warriors were familiar with Luo Tian, and they all fought to betroth their sister to Luo Tian. Luo Tian also had a headache, but when he heard the name Ike, his eyes were shocked, and he couldn't help but drool in his heart. She was his goddess in LOL. If only, gulp. Luo Tian swallowed hard and couldn't help but get excited. Goddess, a woman with the name Ike must be a goddess, and she's also from the Ice Dragon clan. Maybe she really is the LOL type Ice Archer Ike. Wow. Luo Tian was instantly excited. Florence looked at Luo Tian's group with an unhappy face. His tongue moved in his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He said coldly, you dog, just you wait. I will take your dog life. Humph. Immediately after, Florence said softly, take a detour and quickly return to the stronghold to inform the Earth Dragon King. Even if the Dragon Emperor's son has returned. Understood. An Earth Dragon warrior quickly took a detour and left. Florence spat out another mouthful of blood and muttered in a low voice, what is Tai Long doing? He can't even deal with a little brat. Blood Sea Hall. The blood ghost with a broken hand ran back in a sorry state. In the hall, Tai Long laughed with interest and said, interesting, interesting. A mere inferior human was actually able to kill 11 blood ghosts in an instant, and even accurately know their location. This kind of sea of consciousness has already surpassed the peak of the profound sage realm. What's more interesting is that he was actually able to transform into the supreme war god of the devil sect, Xianxia, wearing the blood god armor, holding the blood god sword, and also cultivating the devil sect's secret technique, the blood shadow technique. This human is really not simple. Master. I will immediately send someone to kill him. The Black Dragon King stood up and said, it's just a lowly race. Killing him will be a piece of cake. Tai Long smiled and said, no hurry. Since this human has come to the heavenly palace, the god race will definitely die. It's just a matter of time. The two of you should focus on surrounding the Dragon Mountain. When the time is right, we will annihilate the dragon race in one fell swoop. As for that human brat, hee. Tai Long laughed coldly and said indifferently, didn't the Earth Dragon King want us to help him ascend the throne? If he wants our help, he has to pay a price. Let him deal with this brat. Hee, perhaps, we can annihilate the dragon race without spending a single soldier. Earth Dragon King, oh Earth Dragon King, I hope your performance won't disappoint me, ha ha ha, Tai Long laughed wildly. In the depths of the Dragon Mountain, the stronghold of the dragon race. Rather than calling it a stronghold, it was more like a group of aboriginal tribes. It was extremely crude. Whether it was the defense or the housing, they were all incomparably crude. Even the aboriginal tribes could not compare. Luo Tian's brain could not help but twist. In the movies in his previous life, the dragon race loved cleanliness, loved enjoyment, and loved shiny things. Luo Tian thought that coming to the dragon race would be the same as going to the gnome tribe, taking away a large number of good things. He was secretly glad that he changed to a very large space ring that could store everything, but he did not expect the scene in front of him to be like a big pigsty. Something shiny and shiny, not a single one. Big brother Luo Tian, this place is a little crude. The place we used to live in was very luxurious, but now. Qin Chong Tian secretly sighed. At the entrance of the tribe, he saw Karen return. Other than the people of the Ice Dragon race, everyone else revealed a look of disdain. Karen pretended not to see. His Highness is back. His Highness is back. Suddenly, the entire stronghold was in an uproar, like a tide flocking over. Everyone's gaze was on him, incomparably hot. Qin Chong Tian was their only hope for survival, the only motivation they had to persevere for so many years. Now that he was back, the dragon race could be saved. Qin Chong Tian clenched his fists under his sleeves, looking at their burning gazes. He hated himself incomparably. Why did I not comprehend the profound meaning of the heart of the heavenly dragon? Why? His heart was crying blood. Luo Tian gently patted Qin Chong Tian's shoulder, and gently smiled. Don't be afraid, I'm here for everything. Qin Chong Tian raised his head and looked at Luo Tian, his gaze could not help but become firm. The dragon egg in Luo Tian's body suddenly rejoiced. It looked very happy. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Does it feel good to be back home?" The dragon egg suddenly stopped rolling. Luo Tian could not help but say, "No? Then why are you so scared? Could it be that your parents are here?" The dragon egg still did not move. Luo Tian was too lazy to guess, he did not know how to speak, he only knew how to move around, who knew what he was thinking. Seeing that Luo Tian did not guess, the dragon egg jumped even more intensely, its entire body glowing red, flashing, as if it was about to hatch out of its shell. "Dopey, what are you trying to do? How am I supposed to know what you're trying to do when you're moving around and not talking?" The dragon egg kept moving around agitatedly. It glowed red and moved under the eggshell as if it was about to break out of the shell. Luo Tian became excited after seeing this and couldn't help but ask, "Don't tell me you are about to hatch." F***CK. Dopey, if you can hatch it, then hatch it quickly. Don't wait anymore. I've been waiting for you for so long that my hair is turning white. If you can hatch it, then hurry up. If it really hatched, then it would be great, in that case, everything would become much simpler. However, the moment Luo Tian finished speaking, the dragon egg stopped moving. It did not seem to have any intention of moving at all. It was obvious that he was not going to hatch it. Luo Tian rolled his eyes and shouted, "If you're not going to hatch it, then what are you being so cocky for? Stay here obediently. If you dare to be cocky in front of me again, I'll beat you up." The dragon egg rolled slightly, as if it was afraid of Luo Tian. Just as it was about to roll again, Luo Tian glared at it. The dragon egg did not dare to move again. Luo Tian did not care about it anymore. Returning to the heavenly palace, the celestial race would inevitably be excited. If Luo Tian returned to Earth, he would also be very excited. This was human nature, a very normal thing. Therefore, Luo Tian did not think too much about it. After all, it was useless if it could not hatch. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" An old man hurried over. The scales on his body were like flowing water. The old man's white eyebrows were like a beard that almost reached his waist. He looked at Qin Chong Tian with incomparable excitement. Qin Chong Tian looked at the old man and was also very excited. He quickly ran over and said, "Grandpa Merlin. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Merlin's eyes glistened with tears. He gently stroked Qin Chong Tian's head and said kindly, "It's good that you're back. Don't leave this place again. Your father is still waiting for you. Hurry up and follow me." After saying that, Merlin then pulled Qin Chong Tian into the largest building. Qin Chong Tian was also thinking about his father. When he found out that his father had been injured by Tai Xing, he was even more eager to see him. He didn't think about anything else, so he ignored Luo Tian and hurriedly walked in without saying anything. Little Xia also missed her father. He had risked his life to leave the heavenly palace god race, but the moment he stepped out, he was severely injured by Kata Lu. His journey had been extremely difficult, but he had finally found Qin Chong Tian and brought him back to the heavenly palace god race. Little Xia also hurriedly left. Only Luo Tian, Karen, and a few ice dragon warriors were left. The physique of the dragon race's people was very tall, and Luo Tian seemed a little small when standing in the middle of them. Human? The most despicable and sinister race? Karen, have you been beaten silly by Fred? How dare you bring a human back to the stronghold? This is a difficult time, why did you bring a human here? This human might be a spy sent by Tai Long Brat, you better get out of Dragon Mountain immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The dragon race had a strong enmity towards the human race. Back then, it was because the dragon race had activated their innate bloodline that the human race suddenly became strong. The humans did not know how to sense them, and instead wantonly hunted them, wanting to obtain their dragon blood to merge with. Fortunately, their dragon emperor had foresight, and used the power of the entire race to create an independent space above the Tianxian continent. The Heavenly Palace God race, in the hearts of many dragon race. They were hiding here because of the humans, the despicable and sinister humans. Therefore, most of them had a deep enmity towards humans. Karen was the same at first, but after a period of contact, she found that Luo Tian was different from other humans, and that the dragon race was a very strong race. Their strength and physique were extremely strong. Because of this, they were the race that worshipped the strong the most on this continent. Other than Karen and the others, all of them stared at Luo Tian with hostility. Luo Tian did not speak. Karen said, "He is Her Highness' friend, and also Her Highness' savior. He is also my savior." On the way back, we encountered the 12 Blood Ghost Assassination Group. If it wasn't for him, we would have died on the way back. Big Brother Luo killed 11 blood race all by himself in an instant. He's too powerful. Brother Luo Tian also killed Carter Lu, who was guarding the gate of the Heavenly Palace God race. He also killed 2 high-profound sage powerhouses from the Orthodox Immortal sect. He is now my idol. You have no idea how strong my idol is. The Ice Dragon warrior said excitedly. However, without waiting for them to finish, these people laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, he can kill blood ghosts, and 11 of them at once. Karen, are you sure you didn't see wrongly, that the 11 blood-sucking mosquitoes were the Blood Ghost Assassination Group? That's right. How could a 4th-level Mystique Venerable human kill the Blood Ghost Assassination Group? Do you think we are all fools? Killing Carter Lu, killing profound sage powerhouses from the Immortal sect? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue if you boast like this? Humans are always boasting and arrogant. What a joke. No one believed it. The Ice Dragon warrior emphasized, what we said is true. Brother Luo is really strong. Even the Earth Dragon Commander Luanza is not his opponent. If you don't believe it, then don't slander my idol. They defended Luo Tian with all their might. Luo Tian smiled gently and said, when one person doesn't believe you, you can try to explain. When a group of people don't believe you, you don't have to explain anymore. Because even if you explain, no one will believe you. The best way is to prove everything with strength. Good. Prove everything with strength. Humph. Suddenly, a group of people walked over from not far away. They were a group of people with very strong physiques. The leader was a strong man around 40 years old. The man had an extremely strong aura. With every step he took, faint yellow waves shot out from under his feet. It was a very domineering power. Beside him, Luanza's face was still red and swollen. He stared coldly at Luo Tian. The crowd quickly moved aside. Most of them bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, great General Earth Dragon King." The Earth Dragon King walked forward and glanced coldly at Luo Tian. He said disdainfully, "You're the one who hit my subordinate?" He looked down from above. His expression was extremely cold and arrogant. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and said with the same disdain, "Your subordinate? I thought it was a dog." Dog? Who are you calling a dog? Luanza was instantly furious. Luo Tian's mouth cracked open. He was not afraid at all. He pointed at Luanza's face and said arrogantly, "I'm talking about you. Calling you a dog is already flattering you. You're not even as good as a dog. Not giving me face, why should I give you face?" Luo Tian was like this. "How dare you?" The Earth Dragon King's eyes were filled with anger. A berserk power surged out like a tide. Boom. The pressure was like the sea, breaking through the sky and directly pressing down on Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. Luo Tian's eyes sank. The divine might of the giant god's force reached its peak and heavily met the attack. Just at this moment, another pressure like 10,000-year-old ice directly blocked the Earth Dragon King's pressure, but it couldn't hold on for much longer. Earth Dragon King. He is the savior of His Highness. It's not good for you to treat our savior like this, right? On the other side of the crowd, a dragon-scaled man with ice crystals all over his body strode out to follow little Xia, and his entire body emanated a frosty aura. Needless to say, this person was little Xia's father, Frost Dragon King. People called him Ice Dragon King. He controlled the ice dragon warriors of the dragon race. The ice dragons were once the strongest and most numerous race of the dragon race. But a few months ago, the ice dragon army he led was suddenly ambushed, and 100,000 of them died in one night. Even he was heavily injured and was on the verge of death when he returned to the stronghold. Even now, he had a sickly look on his face. The ice dragon army was defeated, and his status in the dragon race declined. The second race was the earth dragon race. They quickly rose and became the strongest race of the dragon race. The Earth Dragon King suddenly broke through a few days after the Ice Dragon army's defeat and became the #1 dragon warrior of the dragon race. The Dragon Emperor was injured and his life was hanging by a thread. The Ice Dragon King had suffered heavy injuries and would not be able to recover in a short period of time. The entire dragon race had become unstable, and the internal division of power was extremely severe. Among them, the Earth Dragon King was a very important reason. His current status had already reached a terrifying level. If the Dragon Emperor died, he would become the new Dragon Emperor. The Earth Dragon King snorted and said mockingly, "Ice Dragon King, why didn't you rest at home and come here? If I were you, I wouldn't jump out and interfere with something I shouldn't interfere with." The Ice Dragon King was furious. When did anyone dare to talk to him like this? The Earth Dragon King used to walk with his head lowered, but now he didn't put him in his eyes at all. The Ice Dragon King held back and said with a smile, "Earth Dragon King, I'm just reminding you that the Dragon Emperor is still here, and His Highness is also back. This little brother is the savior of His Highness. You are a great general of the dragon race. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others by releasing dragon's aura?" Humph. The Earth Dragon King snorted heavily and thought to himself, "Bastard, using the Dragon Emperor to pressure me. Just you wait, that old thing is going to die in a few days. When the time comes, you will be the first one I will slaughter. Just you wait." Immediately after, the Earth Dragon King said, "I don't care who he is, or whose savior he is. I only know that my subordinate was beaten by him. The dragon warriors are never afraid of anyone. If they are beaten, they must fight back." "Florence!" Earth Dragon King shouted. Florence took a step forward and shouted, "Your subordinate is here." The Earth Dragon King coldly glanced at Luo Tian and said, "Hit him back the same way he hit you. If anyone dares to interfere, I will directly cripple them." "Understood." Florence sneered and rolled up his sleeves. He stared at Luo Tian and said, "You dog, you dare to hit me? I think you're tired of living." The Ice Dragon King immediately shouted, "Earth Dragon King, this is the dragon tribe. You dare to instigate your subordinates to attack? Don't forget, private fights are not allowed in the tribe. If anyone violates it, they will be severely punished." The Earth Dragon King didn't even look at the Ice Dragon King as he shouted, "Ice Dragon King, I naturally wouldn't forget the laws of the Dragon Clan. However, don't forget that this is a brother of the Dragon Clan. He's just a lowly human. This is not in the Dragon Tribe's laws, is it?" Finished. The Earth Dragon King shouted again, "Florence, do it." "Yes, sir." The Ice Dragon King shouted again, "How dare you?" The Earth Dragon King frowned and shouted coldly, "Ice Dragon King, I'm teaching a reckless human a lesson. Do you want to interfere? You have to consider the consequences. If I'm not happy, none of you will be happy." The Ice Dragon King's face darkened. The Earth Dragon King was currently in power, half of the military power was in his hands, and a third of the elders of the dragon tribe were supporting him. If he did anything, the dragon tribe would definitely be in chaos, and at that time, they would not be able to defend against Tai Long's dark army. The moment he hesitated, the Earth Dragon King laughed coldly and said, "Do it. Stop." Suddenly, Merlin supported a sickly old man and walked out. The old man's entire body was glowing with a faint golden light. It was not the light of a boss, but the light from the scales on his body. He was the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Tribe. The Earth Dragon King frowned slightly. Everyone bowed. "Greetings, Dragon Emperor." The Dragon Emperor's body was a little unstable, and his face was incomparably pale. He looked at Luo Tian and smiled politely. "Brother Luo, thank you for taking care of my son along the way. You are an honored guest of the Dragon Tribe, no one dares to do anything to you." Luo Tian also smiled politely and said, "Thank you." The Earth Dragon King's face was filled with displeasure, and he could not help but say, "Dragon Emperor, he is just a human. Even if he saved His Highness, he insulted my subordinate in public and slapped him twice. This kind of humiliation is simply a great humiliation to us, the Dragon Tribe. We must take revenge for this, or else, how can I convince the masses? How will my clansmen view me? If they take the opportunity to cause trouble and something happens to the defensive line, who will bear the responsibility?" His voice was neither soft nor loud. However, he was being aggressive. The meaning was clear. "If you don't let me kill this kid today, I will immediately flip out." The Dragon Emperor's face darkened. The Ice Dragon King immediately shouted, "Earth Dragon King, are you threatening the Dragon Emperor?" The Earth Dragon King sneered and said, "I don't dare, I'm just stating the truth. As the leader of the Earth Dragon Tribe, I have to think for them. Otherwise, how can I lead them to resist the Dark Army? You." The Ice Dragon King was so angry that he could not speak. At this moment, Luo Tian finally understood the internal conflict of the Dragon Tribe. He could not help but smile faintly, took a step forward, and said, "You want revenge, right? Sure, I will accompany you, but you must have the strength to do so. You want to slap me, right? Come, I will stand here and not move. Come at me if you can." Luo Tian stood directly in front of Luo Sa. The Earth Dragon King snorted coldly, and did not care about the Dragon Emperor and the Ice Dragon King, and directly ordered, "Do it, beat him to death." Luo Sa grinned sinisterly, "Damn trash, die for me." With a raise of his palm, the dragon power burst out. This slap was meant to kill. If it hit, his neck would be broken. However, the moment he raised his palm to slap down, Luo Tian's body suddenly burst out with a powerful force, the power of the Azure Dragon bloodline. With a roar of the Azure Dragon, the entire tribe shook violently, and the incomparably arrogant Azure Dragon's might crushed out. Luo Tian raised his palm fiercely, and channeled all of his strength into his palm. "I will slap you to death." Pa. Luo Sa's head rolled down, domineering. "Thank you to Love Return Line for the tip again. Thank you to all the brothers for your comments and support. Thank you, October. Old Cow will write slowly. Everyone, take your time to read. If you want to vote, vote. If you don't want to, I will not force you. Finally, happy National Day. Good night everyone." The Azure Dragon suppressed him forcefully. The power of the slap was incomparably fierce, and with a ruthless slap, it directly broke Luo Sa's head. Blood spurted out. Half of his body was still standing there, blood spurting out like a pillar, spraying everywhere. Luo Sa's head kept rolling until it reached the feet of the Earth Dragon King. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the Earth Dragon King. Dead, one slap, instant kill. The surroundings instantly became silent. The entire tribe was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. He looked at Luo Tian with his eyes and mouth wide open. Luo Sa is dead? He broke his head with a slap. Was that a dragon's roar just now? Why have I never heard of this kind of dragon's roar? It's somewhat similar to the dragon gods. Could it be that this brat? His voice was shaken, stuttering, and his thoughts were distorted. At this time, Luo Tian raised his gaze slightly, looked coldly at the Earth Dragon King, and snorted, "Calling him a dog is an insult to dogs. Are you unhappy? If you're unhappy, come again." Direct provocation, there was no retreat. Since he wanted to solve the Dragon Clan's crisis, he had to settle it internally first. The Earth Dragon King was currently the strongest, and from his eyes, Luo Tian could see his ambition, viciousness. As long as he was given the slightest chance, he would take the opportunity to take over the entire Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan covered the sky with one hand, then it would be difficult for him to complete the mission and find the Heavenly Dragon Pearl. Moreover, if he controlled the Dragon Clan, his SSS-level mission would fail. The Earth Dragon King's gaze became sinister. An incomparably surging dragon aura erupted from his body. His entire body was suffused with an earthy yellow light. The soil beneath his feet faintly floated up. His entire person had fallen into a state of rage. Fierce, it was extremely fierce, indescribable. The great general of the Earth Dragon King is angry. What a terrifying dragon aura. His cultivation has already reached an extremely terrifying level. This human killed his subordinate in front of him. This is completely not giving him face. He definitely won't be able to live for long. Great General, kill him. Take revenge for Commander Luo Sa. Kill him. It's not the turn of a lowly human to run rampant in the dragon tribe. This damned thing. Kill him. For a moment, the warriors of the Earth Dragon Clan all began to curse. The Ice Dragon King frowned. Karen took a step forward and stood at Luo Tian's side. The Ice Dragon warriors under him were the same. They took a step forward and stood on the other side of Luo Tian. Their gazes were calm and their fists were clenched. As long as the Earth Dragon King dared to make a move, they wouldn't care about anything and would directly block any fatal attack for Luo Tian. Luo Tian had saved them before. The Ice Dragon race was a race that knew how to repay a favor. They would not hesitate to repay it 10 times or even 100 times. Furthermore, Luo Tian's arrogance, domineering aura, and powerful strength had convinced them and made them worship him. For the sake of Luo Tian, they didn't hesitate to fall out with the Earth Dragon Clan. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The surrounding 100 Earth Dragon warriors were also glaring fiercely, their eyes filled with cold killing intent. Luo Tian wasn't afraid at all as he stared at the Earth Dragon King. The Earth Dragon King was also looking at him. In terms of aura, Luo Tian wasn't weak at all. The sickly Dragon Emperor suddenly stomped his foot. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A powerful force burst out from under his feet, his entire body flashed with a golden light, and the golden dragons might instantly envelop the surroundings. He shouted heavily. Luan Sa made the first move. He deserved to be killed. Earth Dragon King, are you going to stand up for him? His eyes stared. An incomparably valiant might directly pressed down on the Earth Dragon King. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor was incomparably valiant, and his strength was so strong that it made everyone feel afraid. Was this still the injured Dragon Emperor? There were no signs of injuries at all. The Earth Dragon King frowned, and thought to himself, isn't he seriously injured? How can he still release such a powerful golden dragon's might? Could it be that Tai Ran lied to me, or did he recover a long time ago and was just pretending to be sick? Old fox, I didn't expect you to be so sinister. Humph. Just you wait, I'm going to kill you sooner or later. The Earth Dragon King's heart tightened, then he revealed a hypocritical smile and said, if the Dragon Emperor wants to protect him, I have nothing to say. But Dragon Emperor, you have to see clearly, he's just a human, and humans are our Dragon Clan's biggest enemy. The reason why our Dragon Clan is holed up in the Heavenly Palace God Clan is because they're humans. You're making our Earth Dragon Clan bitterly disappointed for a human, is it really worth it? His tone was calm. But it still carried a strong threat. The Ice Dragon King's eyes turned sinister as he shouted, Earth Dragon King, what do you mean? If you have something to say, just say it. The Dragon Emperor's face was red, and his voice was deep as he said, are you threatening me? The aura on his body suddenly changed. The pressure of the golden dragon's might surged out, directly causing the Earth Dragon King to be unable to breathe. The Dragon Emperor frowned and shouted, I've said it very clearly just now, Luan Sa's death was his own fault. He dared to jump out when his skills were inferior, humph. The Earth Dragon King felt very uncomfortable being crushed. He was now more and more sure that the Dragon Emperor had always been pretending to be sick. Even at his peak, he did not have such a dense golden dragon's might. His heart immediately sank as he said, I don't dare. Immediately after, The Earth Dragon King turned around and said, "Let's go." When he turned around, he coldly glanced at Luo Tian and sneered, thinking, "Brat, just you wait." The Earth Dragon King left with the Earth Dragon warriors. The Ice Dragon King's face was filled with joy as he immediately walked forward. "Big brother, your injuries have healed?" The Dragon Emperor did not say anything, but looked at Luo Tian and said, "Follow me." Luo Tian did not think too much about it, but his brows were tightly knitted. Others might not know, but he was very clear that the Dragon Emperor's HP had dropped from 110,000 to 30,000, and it was still decreasing, drop by drop. The injuries in his body had once again erupted. The golden dragon's might just now had caused his blood lipids to drop by 50,000. If the Earth Dragon King did not leave, or stayed for a few more minutes, the Dragon Emperor would definitely not be able to hold on. "Don't follow me, I want to see him alone." The Dragon Emperor's face darkened, his body trembled slightly, and he had been desperately holding on, afraid that he would give himself away. At this time, he could suppress the Earth Dragon King, but once his injuries erupted, no one would be able to stop the Earth Dragon King. At that time, even without Tai Long taking action, the Dragon Clan would collapse. He had to arrange everything now. The only thing he wanted to do was to preserve a trace of the Dragon Clan's bloodline. The only thing he could rely on was Luo Tian. He was very clear that the Dragon Clan's current strength was simply unable to resist the Dark Army. Luo Tian silently followed. When he walked to the middle of the tribe, a gigantic dragon stone pillar began to beat intensely again. The dragon stone pillar was so large that one could not see the end of it. 108 eight-clawed golden dragons were entrenched on top of it. The dragon egg began to beat crazily, causing Luo Tian to be a little annoyed. He had no choice but to use the system to check the dragon stone pillar's attributes. Damn. Supreme Divine Weapon. A Supreme Celestial Weapon. What the F***? CK Luo Tian's mouth formed an O shape. He was shocked beyond words. He had dropped a celestial weapon before. He had dropped a celestial weapon, killed all kinds of powerful bosses, entered the Shadow Mountain Corpse City, destroyed the Gnome tribe, created the Ghost Forbidden Grounds, went to the Celestial Trail, found the Titan in the deep sea of the northern underworld, and now came to the most mysterious place in the Xianxia continent, the Heavenly Palace Celestial Clan. Luo Tian could be considered to have seen the world. But, he was so shocked that he stood there like an idiot, motionless. Powerful. It's too powerful. Luo Tian swallowed a big mouthful of saliva. His eyes were shining. He wanted nothing more than to bring the soaring dragon pillar home, but this pillar was too powerful. It was so thick that he could not see the top of it. At the base were 108 ferocious heads of the eight-clawed golden dragons. The carvings were so lifelike that they looked like they were alive. They looked like they were moving, giving people a strong sense of deterrence. The dragons were entrenched. The dragon scales moved. Every part of it was emitting a strong aura. It was as if the might of the 108 golden dragons was hidden inside. Luo Tian could not help but think of a familiar novel in his past life, Journey to the West. This soaring dragon pillar was the sea-stabilizing needle in the Journey to the West, which was Sun Wukong's Rui Jing Gubang. Thinking of this, Luo Tian swallowed again. They're both in the Dragon Clan. One is from the East Sea Dragon Palace, and the other is from the Heavenly Palace Celestial Clan. My goodness, could it really be the Rui Jing Gubang? This is too. Luo Tian frowned slightly and muttered, "There's no Journey to the West in the novels on my computer, but there are a few prehistoric novels with Sun Wukong as the main character. It can't be. Damn, Sir System, do you have to be so awesome?" Immediately. Luo Tian immediately asked, Dan, you were so excited just now because of this, right?" The dragon egg immediately rolled. Luo Tian was shocked. He opened the system again to check. Item, Heavenly Dragon Pillar Grade, Supreme. Attributes. Description, the dragon race's supreme divine weapon, refined by the dragon god. The description was so simple that it made one's hair stand on end. Luo Tian asked in his heart, this divine weapon was refined by your ancestor. Is it the weapon that made him famous? The dragon egg continued to roll. Luo Tian asked doubtfully, this thing is so huge. How do we use it? Thinking of the Rui Jin Gubang, he immediately asked, can it shrink? The dragon egg jumped excitedly again, as if it was praising Luo Tian. F*ck, it can't be true, right? Luo Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, do you know how to make him smaller? The dragon egg rolled again. Luo Tian laughed out loud in his heart, revealing an evil smile, and said, then let's steal him tonight, and then you can teach me how to become small. With this supreme divine weapon, I will still be invincible in the world, find the dragon god's soul, and hatch you. Won't that be an easy task? The dragon egg did not roll. 2 balls, it doesn't seem good for you to drop the ball at this time. It is a waste for the dragon race to not use such a good divine weapon. In my hands, it can still be used, and I can also help the dragon race to resolve the crisis. It is a win-win situation. Luo Tian immediately analyzed. Supreme divine weapon? There was probably no other one in the entire Tianxian continent. What an awesome existence this was. With it, he could crush Morong Wanjian and increase his chances of winning. He would also have something to show off. But 2 balls actually dropped the ball. Seeing that 2 balls did not move, Luo Tian said again, what's the situation? 2 balls, this thing is great for me to use. Could it be that I can't use it? The dragon egg rolled again quickly. Luo Tian's face changed, and said in a low voice, you said I can't use it? The dragon egg rolled again. Luo Tian immediately felt that there was no hope in life. Everything in the world was *ket up. He finally found a supreme divine weapon, and it was placed in front of him, but in the end, he was told that he couldn't use it. Wasn't this too *ket up? This was like a girl trying to seduce you. She took off her clothes and posed in all sorts of flirtatious and charming poses. Her perky and tight buttocks, her snow-white skin, emitted an alluring aura. She seduced Luo Tian's little brother. The tent was set up, filled with killing intent, and ready to fight. But at this time, the girl said, my period is here. Wasn't this asking for his life? Luo Tian immediately wanted to curse, do you have to be like this? Why are you so excited and happy? This has nothing to do with me. I can't use this thing, so why are you guiding me? Luo Tian was no longer in the mood to look at the dragon's stone pillar. The dragon egg was also like a child that did something wrong, not daring to move at all. Luo Tian let out a breath, calmed down, and asked, I can't use it, but can you use it? At this moment, the dragon egg started to roll again. Alright, this is something that your ancestor refined, so it's reasonable that you can use it. Once you hatch it, you can do it yourself. Luo Tian sighed in his heart, like a cool eggplant. In fact, he was happy. It was just that he had just flown to heaven and suddenly fell to hell, so he couldn't react for a moment. Come in. The Dragon Emperor's voice was a little low, as he urged Luo Tian at the door. Seeing Luo Tian standing under the dragon stone pillar in a daze, he couldn't help but say, it is something that we left behind. 10,000 years ago, when the dragon race created the heavenly palace god race, most of the power was used to move it to the heavenly palace god race. For it, tens of thousands of elite dragon warriors died. Luo Tian regained his composure and asked, Dragon Emperor, do you know how to use it? The Dragon Emperor was slightly startled, and said, use? It is only a totem stone pillar of the dragon race, and has no other use. It is also because it is something left behind by our ancestors that we moved it to the heavenly palace god race. Luo Tian was startled, and thought, it seems like he doesn't know that the dragon stone pillar is a supreme divine weapon, and even the Dragon Emperor doesn't know how terrifying it is. No one in the entire dragon race knows, but the dragon egg knows very well. Could it be that the dragon egg is the son of the dragon god? Dragon god. 2 balls, oh 2 balls, your background, so mysterious. I'm looking forward to it. Luo Tian's heart became filled with anticipation, thinking that if he could hatch it as soon as possible, he would definitely be incomparably eye-catching. Huff, where is the dragon god's soul? Luo Tian's heart sank, and then followed the Dragon Emperor into the tent. Pfft, the Dragon Emperor immediately spat out a mouthful of black blood, his body went limp, and he fell to the ground paralyzed. If not for Luo Tian supporting the Dragon Emperor, he would have already fallen to the ground. Luo Tian frowned, and immediately used the regeneration technique. Buzz. The regeneration technique was used, but the Dragon Emperor's HP did not increase at all. Luo Tian's face changed, and thought, how can this be? The Dragon Emperor smiled and said, it's useless, I'm going to die soon. Half an hour later. Luo Tian walked out with a calm expression, as if nothing had happened. Outside the house. Many Dragon Clan warriors looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed, and said, the Dragon Emperor is going into closed-door cultivation, and will not appear for a short period of time. Actually, the Dragon Emperor was already dead, and his corpse was in Luo Tian's space ring. If the current Dragon Clan were to announce this news, the Dragon Clan would definitely be in chaos, and no one would be able to suppress the Earth Dragon King. Other than this, Luo Tian also knew that the Earth Dragon King was colluding with Tai Long. This way, he could not let the news of the Dragon Emperor's death spread out. Closed-door cultivation? Isn't it not the right time to go into closed-door cultivation? The Dark Army has already surrounded the Dragon Mountain, who is in charge of the Dragon Clan? Why didn't you tell the elders? There were many doubts in the voice. Among them, there was no lack of people from the Earth Dragon King's side. It was indeed a bit sudden for the Dragon Emperor to go into closed-door cultivation at this time. Luo Tian walked to Qin Changtian's side, and said, from today onwards, the matters of the Dragon Clan will be managed by Your Highness, Ice Dragon King, Earth Dragon King, and when the Dragon Emperor comes out of seclusion, he will explain to everyone why he broke through closed-door cultivation. Following that, Luo Tian took out the Dragon Emperor token and handed it over to Qin Changtian. Everyone's face immediately changed. They all knelt down in an instant, their expressions solemn. The Dragon Emperor token was sacred and inviolable. Qin Changtian looked at Luo Tian, his eyes flashing slightly, and there was a trace of pain between his brows. Luo Tian's palm gently patted his shoulder, and the idea sent a sound transmission, stay strong, your father believes that you can do it, don't let him down, you can definitely do it, I believe in you too, do your best. He didn't know how to comfort her. Qin Changtian knew that his father was dead. His gaze tensed up slightly, revealing the aura of a superior. He held the Dragon Emperor token in his hand and roared towards the sky, releasing a loud roar. The golden dragon's body crazily transformed, its body emitting the might of the Dragon Emperor. At this moment, all the dragon warriors in the tribe transformed into their dragon forms and roared towards the sky, forming a resonance of dragon roars. The entire Heavenly Palace divine race was trembling, and so was the Blood Sea city that was thousands of miles away. Tai Long's face darkened. His expression turned grave as he asked doubtfully, 10,000 dragons crying in unison. Could it be that the old dragon monarch is already dead, and the new dragon monarch is born? It's that snotty brat. Could it be that snotty brat's return isn't because he cultivated the heart of the heavenly dragon, but because he wants to succeed the throne? Something's wrong. It's impossible for the old Dragon Emperor to die so quickly. He still has at least a year. Abdicate? How can a little brat suppress those powerful elders of the Dragon Clan? For a moment, Tyrone could not understand. He thought he knew exactly what the Dragon Emperor was thinking and every step of the plan was clear. However, the sudden ascension of a new Dragon Emperor made him a little confused. What exactly was the Dragon Emperor trying to do? The Black Dragon King's face changed as well, and he said, my lord, what exactly is the Dragon Emperor doing? It doesn't seem to be the right time to abdicate. The Dragon Clan is in constant internal strife. Who can suppress those elders if they abdicate at this time? The Nether King smiled coldly, and said, my lord, this is an excellent opportunity. At this time, the Dragon Clan's morale is definitely unstable. We can kill them all in one go and unify the Heavenly Palace God Clan. The next step is to rush out of the Heavenly Palace God Clan and conquer the Tianxian continent, restoring our position as the overlord from 10,000 years ago. Tai Long frowned, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, this matter is not that simple. Let's bide our time and see what news the Earth Dragon King will send. The Dragon Emperor, that old fox, is not that simple. He definitely has a backup plan. To let his youngest son succeed the throne at this time unless he's really crazy. Because he understood. Hence, Tai Long was extremely careful. And also because of this, the Dragon Emperor had seen through him. Dragon Clan Tribe. The succession ceremony continued 3 days later. In these 3 days, Qin Changtian had countless meetings to attend. All the matters of the Dragon Clan required his discussion and decision. On the surface, it was calm and peaceful, as if nothing had happened. However, there were undercurrents surging in the dark. Many people, including the elders of the Dragon Clan, were secretly searching for the place where the Dragon Emperor was in seclusion. The elders did not allow Luo Tian to participate in most of the meetings. Luo Tian also did not force himself to participate. At this time, he needed to rely on his own ability. If he helped him with everything, then how could he grow? If he could withstand the pressure now, then no matter how difficult the situation was in the future, he would be able to walk on with determination. In these 2 days, Luo Tian was very idle. He walked around the Dragon Clan tribe, and every time he walked in front of the soaring dragon stone pillar, he could not help but sigh softly. Sigh, I can't use the supreme divine weapon. Dan, why didn't you give me some instructions on where to find the dragon god's soul? Even if I can't find the dragon god's soul, give me some hints on how to find the heavenly dragon pearl. Luo Tian did not forget his purpose for coming here. Without the heavenly dragon pearl, he could not open the ancient battlefield. If he could not quickly raise his level, how could he fight Morong Wanjian? The Huashan immortal sect still had a few super strong bosses that suppressed him to the point that he could not breathe. If he did not deal with them this time, he would probably be dealt with by them. The pressure was huge. Hero. Just as Luo Tian was in a daze, an ice dragon warrior walked up. This warrior was Karen's subordinate. Luo Tian smiled, and said, Alan, the patrol is over? Alan nodded his head, yes, hero, I told my sister about your deeds. She really wants to see you, and told me that she has already fallen in love with you. I wonder if you have time to meet my sister. Ice Archerike? Goddess. Luo Tian had forgotten about this matter. It was not that he had really forgotten about it, and immediately said excitedly, I have time, I have time. No matter how busy he was, no matter how important it was not as important as meeting the goddess. Thinking of the Ice Archerike's cold expression and round twin peaks in LOL, and then that tight and perky butt, which made any male animal filled with fanciful thoughts, Luo Tian could not help but swallow his saliva. Alan, lead the way, we will go now. Luo Tian said impatiently. Alan said happily, really? Hero, idol, are you really willing to meet my sister? Of course. Is there something wrong? Luo Tian laughed, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Goddess, I am going to meet the ice goddess. Wow, I didn't think that transmigration would have such a benefit. To be able to meet a character from the game in my previous life, this is too awesome. Alan was a little excited and immediately led the way. As he walked, he said, Idol, my sister may not be the most beautiful, but she is definitely the most gentle. If you marry her, you will definitely be happy. Sexual happiness, I will definitely be happy. Luo Tian laughed and said, it's not just sexual happiness, this is the rhythm of not being able to get out of bed. Goddess, I am coming. Goddess. Luo Tian was filled with anticipation. Ice Archerike, one of the goddesses in Luo Tian's heart. Alan walked on the road with a face full of excitement, thinking about how exciting it was for his sister to marry his idol. Walking on the road, he kept telling the other brothers, Idol is going to see my sister. Idol is going to marry my sister. Idol is going to. He was extremely excited along the way. Along the way, many people looked at Luo Tian with strange gazes, occasionally giving him a thumbs up and smiling at Luo Tian. The smile was a little strange. Luo Tian scratched his head, but he didn't think too much about it. His mind was currently focused on his previous life's LOL Ice Archerike, thinking about her breasts, her small but her frosty expression, and the thought of being able to push her down on the bed. This must be something that every man would want to do. So, he didn't care about the strange gazes of the people on the road. Half an hour later, Alan pointed to a small tent in front of him and said with a smile, Idol, we're here. That's the small tent where my sister lives. Finished. Alan ran up excitedly and shouted, Ike, Ike, come out quickly. Look who I brought back. Come out quickly. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the other side of the tent. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. The sound of footsteps got closer and closer. Luo Tian stood there and couldn't help but tremble. He thought to himself, who is it that is transforming into a dragon in the dragon tribe? Big brother, I'm here. The rough voice was just like the voice of a fierce man. Next, Alan turned around to look at his sister, Ike, and said, come quickly, I brought my idol here. I'll introduce him to you. Her? Ike? Luo Tian suddenly had the urge to die. Ike, your sister's she. Her waist was thicker than a bucket, and she was even uglier than a flower. Her butt was indeed very big, like a millstone, and her chest. It was so drooping that it was impossible to look at it directly. Luo Tian instantly felt as if he had been struck by lightning, tender on the inside and charred on the outside. Goddess Ike's image was instantly destroyed. Luo Tian's body was trembling. How could this be? How could this be? How could this be? Even if she's not a goddess, she's still called Ike. Can you not insult the word Ike? His heart was bleeding. This was the first time that Luo Tian had looked forward to meeting his goddess so much. But he never expected that he wouldn't meet his goddess, nor would he meet a tomboyish woman. Instead, she was. Looking at Ike's appearance, Luo Tian was truly unable to find words to describe his feelings. She was stunned. He looked at Luo Tian, picked his nose, dug out a big lump of black stuff, and stuffed it into his mouth. He sucked on his finger and grinned. 2 of his front teeth were missing. He shouted in high spirits, idol, idol, after that. He dashed towards Luo Tian as fast as he could. Bang! 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 His footsteps were like thunder, and the ground was shaking. The sound of his body weighing a few hundred kilograms was quite terrifying. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Fear flashed in his eyes. This was the first time in his life that he was afraid. His face changed as he suddenly shouted and pointed to the sky, look, a flying saucer. Ike and Alan were slightly stunned as they looked at the sky at the same time. Level 7 Berserk. Previous chapter next chapter boom. 9 dragons and 9 elephants. Azura domain, form displacement shadow. Wind shadow step, 9th stage, phantom. Luo Tian unleashed all of his strength and used all of his strength to increase his speed to the limit. He turned around and fled crazily, extremely crazily. He finally understood the feeling of hating his parents for not giving him a pair of legs when he was running away. If he could change, he would instantly change and leave. Whoosh, 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 with a flash of his figure, he disappeared with a few ups and downs. Ike regained her senses and muttered, what is a flying saucer, Where's my idol? Brother, did you see my idol? Alan looked around, but did not see Luo Tian. He could not help but ask, where did he go? Could it be that he was shocked by my sister's beauty? A few hundred miles away, at a cliff. Luo Tian held onto an ancient pine tree and vomited, Ugh. Ike, I will never believe that this world has any connection with Earth. Even in the game, there will be no relationship at all. Goddess? She's simply a neurotic goddess. She looks like she's playing around. I won't love her anymore. Ugh, after saying that, Luo Tian vomited again. He vomited everything he had eaten for the past few days. His expression was incomparably uncomfortable. Huff. Huff. I would rather fight 10 profound god rankers than look at Ike again. My heart is about to break. Luo Tian muttered in his heart, almost vomiting out his stomach acid. 10 minutes later. Luo Tian's complexion slightly recovered. He did not vomit again. It was just that there was a demon imprinted in his mind. Luo Tian pulled himself together and prepared to leave. A bloody aura came from afar, faintly rushing towards the direction of the cliff. Luo Tian frowned, blood ghost? Immediately after. Luo Tian immediately retracted his aura, his figure changed, and instantly jumped onto the ancient pine tree, hiding behind a thick layer of needles. He held his breath and stared at one spot. The bloody aura was getting closer and closer. When he was still a distance away from the cliff, he stopped. He did not reveal his true body and hid in a certain place. Just like Luo Tian, his body was also hidden. Not long after, another thick aura rushed over. The one who came was none other than the Earth Dragon King. The Earth Dragon King frowned and said, "Blood Ghost, come out." Tsk, a bloody head slowly emerged from the ground, and then his entire body drilled out from the soil. His entire body was covered in blood, and it was impossible to see what he looked like. Earth Dragon King. Blood Ghost said sinisterly. The Earth Dragon King glanced at Blood Ghost and asked in a deep voice, "Blood Ghost, why are you in such a hurry to hand me over? This place is less than 100 miles away from the tribe. If we were to meet here, it would be over." Although the Earth Dragon King controlled a lot of power, he was the leader of the Earth Dragon race. However, most of the dragon warriors in the Earth Dragon race swore to protect the dragon race with their lives. Once the news of him colluding with Tai Long spread out, his position would be shaken. Blood Ghost said coldly, "Master wants to know why a new Dragon Emperor appeared? Where did the old Dragon Emperor go?" The Earth Dragon King did not hide anything, and said, "His Highness returned and became the new Dragon Emperor. As for his father, he said that he was in seclusion, but I have been investigating the place of his seclusion, but I have no clue. This old man really knows how to hide." Humph. Blood Ghost's eyes moved, revealing a sinister smile, and said, "Seems like Master's guess is right, the Dragon Emperor is really dead." Earth Dragon King, your chance has come. Dead? Impossible. He even suppressed me back then, how could he be dead? I say, did your master really injure him? The Earth Dragon King was slightly shocked, and was in disbelief. Blood Ghost said coldly, "If not for using the Dragon Emperor's might to suppress you, he might not have died. But now, I am sure that he is already dead." Really dead? Suddenly, the Earth Dragon King became excited. "Tomorrow is the succession ceremony, the show is about to start, hee hee." 2 hours later. Outside Dragon Mountain. Luo Tian leaned against an ancient tree, his eyes slightly sinister as he sneered, "Blood Ghost, come out." There was no sound around him. Not a single sound could be heard. Luo Tian's figure moved, and heavily stomped down. He sneered in disdain, "Do you think I didn't notice you?" Beneath his feet, there was a movement in the soil. Then, a bloody human head popped out from the soil. Its eyes were cold as it stared straight at Luo Tian, and said, "Who are you? I don't think I know you." The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and said, "It doesn't matter who I am, you just need to know that I am the one who is here to kill you." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian immediately released the most common cultivation technique of the Earth Dragon clan that he had obtained from killing Luan Sa, the Earth Wind Palm. At this moment, Luo Tian moved his fists, causing sand and rocks to fly around him. The thick palm force carried a trace of the Azure Dragon blood veins power. If one did not carefully study it, they would not be able to see it at all, and would only think that it was the power of the dragon race. His palms shook as he sneered, and said, "Die." His speed was extremely fast. Blood Ghost's eyes were startled, he snorted in disdain and shouted, "You want to kill me with just you? Even if you are in your dragon form, you won't be able to kill me." Before he could finish, Luo Tian's speed suddenly changed, and both of his palms directly struck Blood Ghost's chest. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Blood Ghost's eyes bulged out, his face was extremely ugly. He looked at Luo Tian in shock and said, Why did your speed suddenly increase? Who exactly are you, and why do you want to kill me?" Luo Tian slowly walked forward, the earth around his palms, the sand and stones moved with him. "The incomparably exquisite Earth Wind Palm, our great leader will be able to control the dragon race tomorrow. We don't need to rely on your lord anymore. When our great leader becomes the Dragon Emperor, the dragon race will be able to fight against your lord. Your doomsday will come, ha ha ha." However, our great leader needs a few days to consolidate his position. During these few days, he doesn't want anyone to leak out what happened to the Dragon clan. "So, you should know very well why I'm here," Luo Tian said slowly. He didn't say it out loud. It wouldn't be good to say it out loud. Anyone with half a brain would know who the great leader he was talking about was. Blood Ghost frowned, his face darkening. Luo Tian's strength increased, and an even more ferocious earth wind palm struck out. Blood Wraith's eyes widened. His body turned into a bloody mist and dissipated. You want to kill me? You don't have the strength. Trying to escape? Take another one of my palms. Luo Tian's strength was very strong, and he did not show any mercy. He struck down with a palm and shouted, "Die for me." He made a killing move. However, his target was not the vampire's fatal spot, but the arm. Boom, the blood mist trembled, and an arm fell off. Blood sprayed out, and the blood mist grew even thicker. In that moment, the blood mist shrank and vanished. In the air. Earth Dragon King, just you wait. Tomorrow will be the anniversary of your death. Luo Tian retracted his aura, looked in the direction where the blood ghost disappeared, and laughed coldly, muttering to himself, there really will be a good show to watch tomorrow. Following that, Luo Tian immediately turned around and rushed back to the tribe. Tomorrow was the inauguration ceremony. The news of the Dragon Emperor's death would make Qin Chang Tian extremely dangerous. He had to make preparations in advance. Returning to the Dragon tribe, Luo Tian did not look for Qin Chang Tian, but went straight to the Ice Dragon King. In another place, the Earth Dragon King shrank the defensive line and mobilized a large number of Earth Dragon elites back to the headquarters. Tomorrow, it will be my big day. The position of Dragon Emperor will definitely belong to me, the Earth Dragon King. The Earth Dragon King sneered sinisterly. His palm gently moved two different shaped pearls, one of which was carved into a dragon's head. Heavenly Dragon Pearl. Leader, according to your arrangements, Matthew and the rest have all rushed back and are on standby. They are only waiting for your order. Good. The Earth Dragon King laughed excitedly and said, pass down my order. Tomorrow, during the ceremony in front of the dragon pillar, let them lie in ambush and act according to my gaze. As long as I give the order, they will rush out immediately. After this matter is done, all of you will be promoted. Understood. Bloodsea City, Bloodsea Hall. Master, the Earth Dragon King is too despicable. Tomorrow's inauguration ceremony will become his inauguration ceremony. He wants to become the Dragon Emperor and get rid of us? Humph, I think he is thinking too much. With his strength, he dares to go against my dark army? Master, the Earth Dragon King will definitely shrink the defensive line. This is our best chance to annihilate the dragon tribe. In the hall, the elders were discussing. Tai Long supported his head with 2 fingers and frowned. He was thinking about every detail that the blood ghost said. He did not believe that the Earth Dragon King would dare to send people to assassinate his people. However, he did not dare to not believe it completely. After thinking for a while, he still could not make a conclusion. He could not help but ask, are you sure that he is from the Earth Dragon tribe? I am sure. This subordinate is 100% sure. He used the Earth Wind Palm and even had Dragon Chi. I am sure that he is from the Earth Dragon tribe. The blood ghost gritted his teeth and said, Master, a despicable person like the Earth Dragon King cannot be left alive. Only the Earth Dragon tribe can cultivate the Earth Wind Palm. He must be from the Earth Dragon tribe. Master, the Earth Dragon King cannot be left alive. At this moment, the Black Dragon King took a step forward and said, I just received news that the Earth Dragon tribe's defensive line has shrunk quite a bit. It can be seen that they will make a move in tomorrow's inauguration ceremony. Master, the Dragon Emperor is already dead. The Dragon tribe is in chaos. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. How can we let it go? The Nether King clasped his hands and said, the Black Dragon King is right. Master, let me annihilate the Dragon tribe tomorrow. And me. And me. After tomorrow, Master will be able to unify the entire Heavenly Palace God tribe. Long live the Master, long live the Master. Tai Long drew back the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly. He no longer thought about the matter of the blood ghost being killed. He stood up and shouted, Black Dragon King, Nether King, listen up. Your subordinate is here. Tomorrow, the 2 of you will attack together from the east and west. I want the Dragon tribe to be completely annihilated. Not a single one of them will survive. Yes sir. Heh, what Dragon Emperor, what Earth Dragon King, what Ice Dragon King, they are all bullshit in front of me. Tai Long. A strange light flashed across Tai Long's eyes. He did not belong to the dragon tribe, nor did he belong to the angel tribe. If Luo Tian was here, he would definitely be shocked. Because, the strange light in Tai Long's eyes was shockingly similar to the power of the ancient king of the Panga Cave, the ancient world. Tai Long had once set foot there, and from that time onwards, his temperament had changed greatly. No one knew what had happened. He was so tired that he wanted to die, but he would still update. Every day, there would be 3 chapters, and they would basically be delivered at night. He didn't have time during the day, so he would turn into a cow in the fields every day. At dawn, many people in the tribe started to get busy. Today was a big day for the Dragon Clan. It was the day the new Dragon Emperor took office. It was the most important day for the Dragon Clan. Everyone was dressed neatly with a faint smile on their face. His Highness took office. Although he is still young, he handled everything wisely these 3 days. He will definitely bring the Dragon Clan to a new peak in the future. Of course, who in the history of the Dragon Clan became the Dragon Emperor at such a young age? You may not know, but His Highness is the only one in the Dragon Clan who cultivated the heart of the heavenly dragon. Legend has it that this profound could kill the strongest in the ancient world. If Tai Long dares to come, he will be beaten to a pulp. We are going back to the Dragon Palace. No matter what others think, I think highly of His Highness. Me too, me too. Early in the morning. The surroundings of the soaring dragon stone pillar were filled with people. They were all talking about Xianxia. Everyone had a happy smile on their faces. Xianxia's performance these days had shocked many people. This was not something an 8-year-old child could do. Those elders who purposely made things difficult also admired him. Xianxia had convinced many people in a short 3 days. Some of the elders who were originally neutral were now leaning towards him. For an 8-year-old child, this was not easy. Wang. The sun rose. An ancient bell hung under an ancient tree in the tribe. The sound of the bell rippled and spread out. The entire Dragon Clan tribe was silent. After a few seconds, in the tallest building, the door was pushed open. Xianxia, dressed in dragon robes, walked out step by step. Behind him were Merlin and the Ice Dragon King. There was no sign of Luo Tian. He's here, he's here. His Highness is here. The ceremony is about to begin. After the ceremony, it will be the Dragon Palace. After that, he will be the new Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan. I believe that under his leadership, the Dragon Clan will be glorious tomorrow. Xianxia walked to the front of the dragon pillar. The surrounding people were silent. There were 8 people standing around the dragon pillar. These 8 people were the 8 elders of the Dragon Clan. They were also the leaders of the Dragon Clan. The Earth Dragon King looked at Xianxia and could not help but smile. Merlin was stunned for a moment, then he said sternly, "The ceremony begins." Crash! Xianxia was the first to kneel before the soaring dragon stone pillar, followed by the 8 elders, followed by the surrounding dragon warriors, and finally the other clansmen. The ceremony was very simple. After a round of kneeling, he silently prayed for the dragon race. Immediately after, it was the new hall. Merlin said solemnly, "The succession ceremony shall now begin." Without waiting for Merlin to finish, the Earth Dragon King interjected, "I disagree." The Earth Dragon King stepped forward and smiled at Merlin. "I'm sorry, I couldn't help but interrupt you. I don't want you to waste your breath. I don't agree. I don't agree with him becoming the new Dragon Emperor." While speaking, the Earth Dragon King pointed at Xianxia's nose and looked down at him with a look of disdain. He sneered, "What qualifications does he have to be the Dragon King? Who was he? Was he His Highness? Who can prove it? That wild brat from the mortal world is His Highness? I don't believe it. Any random Tom, Dick, or Harry can become the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Clan hasn't fallen to such a state yet, right?" Humph. After saying that, the Earth Dragon King snorted again. His eyes were filled with disdain. The Ice Dragon King's face turned sinister as he shouted, "Earth Dragon King, what are you trying to do? Can you bear the crime of ruining the succession ceremony?" The crowd was in an uproar. The Earth Dragon King is right. He left the Heavenly Palace God clan when he was born. No one has seen him before. Who can prove that he is His Highness? The Dragon Emperor isn't here either. Who can prove it? The aura on his body is clearly dragon breath. So what if it's dragon breath? He's in the dragon clan every day. No matter what, his body will absorb dragon breath. It's normal to sense dragon breath. There was a lot of discussion. Xianxia's expression was calm. He looked at the Earth Dragon King and said, "How do you want me to prove it?" The Earth Dragon King smirked. Without waiting for him to speak, Xianxia's eyes darkened. He shouted in a low voice, "Dragon transformation!" Boom! Golden light soared into the sky as his wings spread out. His entire body was emitting an incomparably dense golden dragon aura. It was exactly the same as the previous Dragon Emperor's golden dragon aura. The Earth Dragon King's face changed slightly. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar again. His Highness. It's definitely His Highness. The Golden Dragon Clan. If it's not His Highness, who else can it be? The faces of those who were tempted earlier sank. Xianxia returned to his human body and smiled gently. "Earth Dragon King, may I ask if this is considered proof of my identity? Can the succession ceremony continue?" Merlin opened his mouth to speak. The Earth Dragon King interrupted again and sneered, "No." The Ice Dragon King scolded, "Earth Dragon King, that's enough." The Earth Dragon King didn't even look at him as he snorted and said, "Even if you are the Imperial Highness, you still can't become the Dragon Emperor. Your father is indeed the Dragon Emperor, but the Dragon race's Dragon Emperor position isn't hereditary. Why should he pass it to you just because he said so? What qualifications do you have? What strength do you have? Since it's the succession ceremony, you should at least show us your strength, right?" His tone was aggressive. The Earth Dragon King had a sinister smile on his face as he looked at Xianxia sinisterly. The Ice Dragon King glared at the Earth Dragon King and shouted, "Based on his golden dragon body, based on the fact that he is the only one in the dragon clan who has cultivated the profound meaning of the heart of the heavenly dragon, based on the fact that he has the Dragon Emperor token in his hands, Earth Dragon King, are these enough?" Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The Earth Dragon King raised his head and laughed 3 times. Following that, the Earth Dragon chi on his body was released. The dense energy seemed to have solidified as it flowed around his body. He shouted, "There are also trash in the golden dragon body." The Dragon Emperor token was given to him by his father. Where is his father? Maybe you don't know yet? The Dragon Emperor, who is also his father, is already dead. The voice was deep and resounding. The entire dragon clan could hear it. The surrounding people's faces immediately changed. The Ice Dragon King was incomparably furious as he shouted, "Earth Dragon King, what nonsense are you talking about? The Dragon Emperor is in seclusion. He is not dead at all. Everyone, don't believe him." Suddenly, the Earth Dragon King suddenly moved, directly grabbing onto Xianxia's throat. With a slight force, he roared, "The golden dragon's blood is connected, the father can immediately feel the pain of the son. Dragon Emperor, if you don't appear, your son will die soon. Stop. Earth Dragon King, what are you trying to do? You're crazy." Cough cough, Xianxia's cultivation was too low, he was completely powerless in the hands of the Earth Dragon King. His face became paler and paler, his breathing became hurried, and he couldn't even use the dragon transformation. Just as he was about to die, the Earth Dragon King suddenly released his grip and laughed coldly. "Everyone has seen it. If the Dragon Emperor is still alive, it is impossible for him not to appear when his son is about to die. It is obvious that the Dragon Emperor is already dead, and all of this is his plan. He wants him to succeed and take over the Dragon Clan. Let me tell you another piece of bad news. This brat has not comprehended the profound mysteries of the heart of the heavenly dragon. What can he use to resist the Dark Army? What can he use to kill Tai Long?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was not a single sound in the surroundings. Everyone stared at the pale Xianxia. The Earth Dragon King had a complacent look on his face. Earth Dragon King was very pleased. Extremely pleased. Everything was under his control. Not only did Blood Ghost tell him that the Dragon Emperor was dead, he also told him that Xianxia did not comprehend the profound meaning of the heart of the Heavenly Dragon. In other words, Xianxia was a complete trash without any ability. A mere trash. What was there to be afraid of? The Dragon Emperor was dead again. Who in the entire dragon race could stop him? None, not a single one. He had calculated everything perfectly. For today, he had been dormant for decades. At this moment, his heart was incomparably excited, incomparably emotional. The crowd was in an uproar. All of them knew that Xianxia cultivated the profound meaning of the heart of the Heavenly Dragon. This was their hope. Now that they heard that he had not comprehended the mysteries of the heart of the Heavenly Dragon, every single one of them felt as though they had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Instantly, they were dumbfounded as they looked at Xianxia with dull eyes filled with disappointment. He did not comprehend the profound meaning of the heart of the Heavenly Dragon. The Dragon Emperor is also dead. It's just a golden dragon. Without cultivating the profound meaning of the heart of the Heavenly Dragon, he can't stop the Tai Long army. Even if he has the Dragon Emperor token, he doesn't have the qualifications to become the new Dragon Emperor. I also disagree. The Dragon Emperor should be the strongest person in the dragon race. Since he did not comprehend the profound meaning of the heart of the Heavenly Dragon, then he does not have the qualifications to become the new Dragon Emperor. I also disagree. Suddenly, another 3 elders stood out. Another 2 elders secretly frowned. After hesitating for a few seconds, they also stood out and said faintly, "Since that's the case, we also disagree." Out of the 8 elders, 5 disagreed. There was no need for the succession ceremony to continue. The other 2 elders were the old Dragon Emperor's loyal subordinates. Their brows twitched as they carefully prepared themselves. At this time, one of the elders stood out and said solemnly, "The Dragon Emperor should be the strongest person in the dragon race. He did not comprehend the profound meaning of the heart of the Heavenly Dragon, then his strength is not even comparable to a 10-year-old child, and he does not have the qualifications to become the new Dragon Emperor. Now that the Dark Army is here, and today is the succession ceremony, it's just right to choose the new Dragon Emperor. I recommend the Earth Dragon King. I also recommend the Earth Dragon King." "Me too." The 3 elders who stood on the side of the Earth Dragon King immediately stood out. The other 2 elders glanced at the Earth Dragon King and frowned. They said faintly, "We also recommend the Earth Dragon King." It was obvious. Xianxia's momentum was already gone. If they continued to support him, they would only be seeking their own deaths. Furthermore, no matter if it was the individual strength of the Earth Dragon King or the overall strength of the Earth Dragon race, they were stronger than any other race. They could only stand by his side to survive. I also recommend the Earth Dragon King. Me too. He is the strongest expert of the dragon race and should be the new Dragon Emperor. He is not like some swindlers who only know how to cheat and play with our feelings. If he did not comprehend the profound of the heart of the Heavenly Dragon, he should have said so earlier. Our hope has been shattered just like that. I suggest that we expel him. The Dragon Clan does not need such a person. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Many of them stared at Xianxia with resentment. He had lied to them. His hopes were dashed. This feeling was really unbearable. However, Xianxia did not say that he had cultivated the profound of the heart of the Heavenly Dragon. The Earth Dragon King looked up and laughed. He clasped his hands and said, thank you, elders, for your support. When I become the Dragon Emperor, I will definitely bring the Dragon Clan to a new height. As for the wishes of the people, I will definitely follow them. I am the fairest. Little fellow, don't you think so? The Earth Dragon King looked at Xianxia and laughed proudly. Xianxia did not say anything. The Ice Dragon King's face was filled with hatred. He said in a deep voice, Earth Dragon King, you will pay the price for this. The Earth Dragon's face turned cold. He stared at the Ice Dragon King coldly and snorted, price? What price? For this fake brat to become the Dragon Emperor, the entire Dragon Clan will pay the price. Ice Dragon King, Do you want to see the dragon clan walk towards extinction? You definitely want that. You're lucky. You had so many ice dragons, but you lost to the Dark Army that didn't even have half of their forces. If I were the Dragon Emperor, I would definitely punish you severely. You don't have the qualifications to lead the Ice Dragon clan. Many people were unhappy with the defeat of the Ice Dragon clan. The people of the Dragon clan were even more so. The disparity in strength was so great, yet they had lost so miserably. This was simply a disgrace to the Dragon clan. If not for that defeat, they would not have to hide in the mountains. They would not be able to eat their fill, wear their clothes, and live an inhuman life. All of this was because of the defeat of the Ice Dragon King. When the Earth Dragon said this, it immediately aroused the unhappiness in many people's hearts. Some of the people who had deliberately arranged this immediately said loudly, "The Ice Dragon King does not have the qualifications to lead the Ice Dragon clan. He is just a piece of trash. The face of the Dragon clan has been completely thrown away by him. Expel him. Expel him." Following that, a large wave of people responded. Their voices shook the heavens. The Ice Dragon King's face turned sinister. Just as he was about to speak, Xianxia took a step forward and said, "Earth Dragon King, don't you just want to become the new Dragon Emperor? Why do you have to cause so much trouble? You should know best why the Ice Dragon King failed, right? Do you really want to explain everything clearly? Don't act like you've gotten away with it. If you really say what you've done, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as expelling you. Neither servile nor overbearing." His tone was steady, just like an adult. Moreover, Xianxia was not afraid in the slightest. From start to finish, he had never defended himself, and only stood up when he saw the Earth Dragon King bombarding the Ice Dragon King. The Earth Dragon King frowned, and thought to himself, "Does this brat know something, or is he just like his old undying father, sinister and despicable, like an old fox blowing me up?" Immediately, the Earth Dragon King did not dare to say much. He pressed his hands down and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, quiet down. Those things are all in the past. Since they are in the past, I will not pursue it any further. This Dragon King has always been magnanimous. Earth Dragon King is so kind. Only such a person has the qualifications to become the new Dragon Emperor. Long live the Earth Dragon King. Long live the Earth Dragon King." For a moment, the people arranged by the Earth Dragon King stirred up the emotions of the people, and all of them cheered loudly. The Earth Dragon King was very pleased. He stared coldly at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes, his killing intent rising, and thought to himself, "Little thing, when the succession ceremony is over, when I become the Dragon Emperor, you will all die. I will not let you off. I will definitely not tolerate your existence." Then, the Earth Dragon King said to Merlin, "Merlin, you can continue now." Merlin first glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was somewhat complicated. He was shouting in his heart, "Big brother Luo Tian, why aren't you here yet? Hurry up and come." The Ice Dragon King was also secretly anxious. Xianxia could not drag it on, and nodded helplessly at Merlin. Merlin's face was bitter, and said helplessly, "The new Dragon Emperor is the Earth Dragon King. Is there anyone who objects?" "I object. I object." As soon as he said that, the crowd went into an uproar. On the main road, a person stood at the entrance of the dragon tribe, his entire body covered in blood. Luo Tian. The crowd moved aside, everyone looked at Luo Tian, their eyes filled with doubt. Xianxia clenched his fists, "We're finally here." Ice Dragon King's expression also relaxed. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. The Earth Dragon King laughed coldly, "You object? You're just a lowly creature, what right do you have to object? Those who aren't from the dragon tribe don't have the right to object. Kid, I'll deal with you later." "Humph." Earth Dragon King snorted, looked at Merlin, and said, "He's just a human, his objection is invalid. Continue." Merlin did not say anything, nor did he continue. Earth Dragon King's face was filled with displeasure, his gaze darkened, and he scolded, "Old thing, I told you to continue, didn't you hear me?" Merlin said, "Didn't you hear anyone object?" Earth Dragon King's eyes were filled with anger, and he shouted, "Are you deaf or blind? didn't you hear what I said? He's just a human, he doesn't have the right to interfere with the matters of the dragon tribe, much less the right to object. Hurry up and announce that I'm the new Dragon Emperor. Merlin still did not move. Earth Dragon King was really angry, the yellow aura on his body became ferocious, he glared at Merlin and shouted, "Old thing, I think you're tired of living." At this moment, Xianxia took a step forward, and said, "Since only the dragon tribe has the right to object, then I'll object. Alright, I'm here." Ice Dragon King also took a step forward. Another elder also took a step forward, and the two of them stood behind Xianxia at the same time. Earth Dragon King laughed coldly, it was very proud, very arrogant, he pointed at the three of them and laughed, "You guys are still the elders of the dragon tribe, with just the three of you objecting, it's useless, don't forget that there are 5 elders who support me, plus myself, that's 6 votes, you guys only have 3 votes, your objection is invalid, I've won, do you understand? I've won, I'm the new Dragon Emperor, I'm the real Dragon Emperor." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Earth Dragon's expression became even more ferocious. At the same time, Luo Tian walked to the front of the soaring dragon stone pillar and sneered at the Earth Dragon King, "You won? What did you win? Scum of the dragon race like you colluded with Tai Long in order to weaken the Ice Dragon King's power. If you didn't betray the dragon race, the Ice Dragon King wouldn't have been defeated." Xianxia also took a step forward and shouted, "Earth Dragon King, do you think no one knows about your dirty deeds? My father already knows that you are a sinner of the dragon clan, yet you still dream of becoming the Dragon Emperor. Everyone is qualified, but you are not." The crowd was in an uproar. Colluding with Tyrone? Did the Earth Dragon King really collude with Tai Long? Looks like it's not that the Ice Dragon King is not as good as his opponent, but that someone betrayed him. Earth Dragon King, you're really heartless. You actually betrayed the entire dragon race for your own benefits. If it wasn't for you, would the dragon race be like this? That's impossible, right? Why would he do that? For the sake of the Dragon Emperor's position, I suspect that the reason why the Dragon Emperor was ambushed by Tyrone is definitely related to him. For a moment, the crowd was discussing animatedly. Those people arranged by the Earth Dragon King were also dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. The Earth Dragon King's expression changed abruptly. He laughed coldly and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. He's just a human. I really can't believe that you would actually believe a despicable and sinister human. Have you forgotten how the humans dealt with our dragon race? If not for the humans, why would we need to hide here? We are the overlords of the Tianxian continent. We helped the humans, but the humans hunted us everywhere like mad dogs. Now, you actually believe a human. I really feel sad for you." He was very smart. He instantly changed the topic and shifted the conflict to Luo Tian. Many people frowned and stared coldly at Luo Tian. The Earth Dragon King's words were effective. That's right, we can't believe a sinister and despicable human. Humans are the most untrustworthy. Our ancestors activated the bloodline in the human's body, but they hunted us crazily. Humans are the most hateful enemies of our dragon race. Xianxia did not expect it to be like this. His eyes narrowed, not knowing what to do. It was the same for the Ice Dragon King. The dragon race's hatred for humans was boundless and powerful. It came from their bones, and now that they were being oppressed by the Dark Army, they would blame everything on the humans. They would definitely not choose to believe Luo Tian. Furthermore, it would implicate Xianxia and the Ice Dragon King because of Luo Tian. Only they dared to speak up for Luo Tian. They would immediately become the target of attack, however, Xianxia stood out without hesitation. Using the power of the Dragon Emperor token, he said loudly, "Big brother Luo Tian is different from other humans. He saved me and killed the Blood Demon assassination group. He personally saw the Earth Dragon King and the Blood Demon meet at the volcano cliff. Everything he knows was told to him by the Blood Demon. We won't believe a human. Your Highness, are you going to wallow in the mire with this human? Don't forget your identity. You are from the Golden Dragon race. If you stand with him, have you forgotten how your ancestors died?" Instantly, Xianxia became the target of public criticism, and many people started to scold him. The Earth Dragon King laughed coldly once again. His gaze was gloomy as he stared coldly at Luo Tian and said with disdain, "Brat, you want to fight with me? You're still too inexperienced, ha ha ha," he laughed complacently. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and said with a smile, "Earth Dragon King, you're happy too early. The blood demon who talked to you yesterday has already been heavily injured by me and escaped." "What blood demon? I don't know him at all." The Earth Dragon King laughed complacently. Luo Tian laughed coldly again, and said, "I forgot to tell you just now, I let him go on purpose, and told him that I was from the Earth Dragon race. You were the one who arranged for me to kill him, and I said that you wanted to become the new Dragon Emperor to fight against Tai Long. Guess what Tai Long will do when he hears this?" Ha ha ha, this was. The Earth Dragon King's face became extremely ugly, and he no longer had the complacent expression from before. He was not afraid of anyone from the dragon race, and the only person he was afraid of in the entire Heavenly Palace divine race was Tai Long. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Luo Tian. He was so angry that he lost his mind, and roared, "Dog, I'm going to kill you." Luo Tian took a few steps back, and then looked at Qin Chong Tian. Qin Chong Tian understood tacitly. Then, Luo Tian laughed loudly, "Everyone look, the Earth Dragon King is angry. Now you should believe what I said. He is the one who colluded with Tai Long, the scum of the dragon race." The Earth Dragon King's face turned sinister, and said arrogantly, "So what if he colluded? History is in the hands of the strong. I will change everything today. Earth Dragon race elites, come out." Boom. A cloud-piercing arrow was shot towards the sky. The battle was about to start. As the saying goes, a cloud-piercing arrow can summon thousands of troops. After the Earth Dragon King shot out the cloud-piercing arrow, his face revealed a complacent smile as he sneered, "So what if we collude, so what if we don't? It's still the same sentence, history will always be in the hands of the strong. I will rewrite everything today, and I will become the hero of the dragon race." Ha ha ha, he laughed maniacally. The Earth Dragon King's gaze darkened, and said heavily, "Everyone, the tribe is surrounded by my people, if you don't want to die, you know what to do. After today, everything will return to normal, and I will lead everyone to live on, and lead the dragon race to the peak. Only by believing in me can you live." He began to threaten them without any restraint. The elites of the Earth Dragon race were all arranged around, waiting for him to shoot out a cloud-piercing arrow. At that time, even if everyone opposed him becoming the Dragon Emperor, it wouldn't matter. Everyone's face darkened. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to make a choice. Not making a choice was the best choice. To the Earth Dragon King, their silence proved one thing: they were afraid of him. They clearly knew that he was colluding with Tai Long, but they didn't dare to say anything. The Earth Dragon King immediately became complacent, and then said, "You still have time to choose, my troops will be here soon, and at that time, you won't have the chance to choose." The three clan elders who were originally standing on the side of the Earth Dragon King immediately expressed their stance, "We support you." The two indecisive clan elders became silent, their brows knitted, and also stood behind the Earth Dragon King. They did not say anything, but their actions had already proven everything. Among the crowd, there were many who expressed their stance. However, most of them chose to remain silent. This made Qin Chong Tian feel somewhat comforted. This was. Seeing that it was about time, Luo Tian took a step forward and said with a smile, "Earth Dragon King, I heard that the Earth Dragon clan's elite dragon warriors have the fastest reinforcement speed in the Dragon clan. Based on their cultivation, they should have arrived in just a few seconds with your cloud-piercing arrow. It has already been a minute, isn't the speed too slow?" The Earth Dragon King's eyes darkened. Without waiting for him to speak, Luo Tian sneered, "A cloud-piercing arrow, not a single one of them came. Sigh. I'm really sorry, I forgot to tell you. The Earth Dragon race's elite dragon warrior will not come. None of them will come." The Earth Dragon King's expression changed abruptly as he scolded angrily, "Brat, what did you say? Explain yourself clearly." At the same time. Report. At the entrance of the tribe, Karen was drenched in blood. She quickly walked to the front of the soaring dragon stone pillar and said in a heavy voice, "Reporting to your highness, all of the Earth Dragon elites at the eastern gate are under control." None of them will appear. While speaking, Karen looked at Luo Tian with eyes full of admiration. Heartfelt admiration. Reporting. The Southern Gates Earth Dragon Elite is also under control. Reporting. North Gates Earth Dragon Elites are all under control. The last to arrive were a man and a woman. Alan and Ash. Bang, 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 Alan took a step forward and said, Your Highness, the elite dragon warriors of Sheman Earth Dragon wanted to rebel and were all suppressed. They are all under control now. Beside him, Ash's physique was incomparably tall and sturdy, releasing an aura that was even more berserk than any of the Ice Dragon warriors. What was worse was that she kept making all sorts of charming movements towards Luo Tian, even blowing a kiss. Luo Tian's face was pale white, his stomach churning. He felt like he was carsick. His eyes were about to go blind. Luo Tian truly couldn't stand Ike. It wasn't because she was ugly, but rather because he couldn't accept this reality. In his heart, the ice archer goddess Ike had suddenly transformed into someone with a waist as thin as a bucket and a butt as thin as a millstone. Not only that, she would occasionally stuff the filth in her nostrils into her mouth. He couldn't bear to look at her. And because of this, Luo Tian simply wanted to die. He was too sad. His heart was broken. For the entire day, his mind was in a mess, and the image of Ash's huge figure would always appear. Qin Changtian smiled faintly, and said, Very good, you all did very well. All of this was arranged by Luo Tian. However, at this time, he could not snatch the credit from Qin Changtian. If he wanted to become the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, he had to convince everyone. If he could solve the internal crisis of the Dragon Clan, his status would greatly increase. Karen and the others' report to Qin Changtian was also deliberately arranged by Luo Tian. Qin Changtian said slightly, Earth Dragon King, what else do you have to say? Colluding with Tai Long and harming your own clansmen, what is your crime? It was also at this moment. The 5 elders behind the Earth Dragon King quickly pushed him away. Your Highness, I was forced by his despotic power. He is the biggest scum of the Dragon Clan. Your Highness, please give the order. I am willing to be the first to suppress him. He deserves to die. A scum like him deserves to die. They were all old foxes who had lived for thousands of years. They changed their faces faster than flipping a book, and their faces were not red, nor were they panting. They did not feel uncomfortable at all. The situation was hopeless. The Earth Dragon King laughed arrogantly, ha ha ha. Ha ha. You want to convict me? With just you guys, who in the entire Dragon Clan is my opponent? You old things, I really feel sad for you. No matter what happens today, even if the elites of the Earth Dragon Clan are not here, I will still become the new Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan. All of you must die. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura on the Earth Dragon King's body burst out crazily. The yellow sand floated in the air and flowed in the air, bringing with it an unparalleled power of the Dragon Clan. It was extremely powerful. The Ice Dragon King's face sank, and he immediately transformed into a Frost Wyrm, 1000 Ice 10,000 Strike. The icicles on his body fell, and he directly drew out thousands of sharp arrows that shot towards the Earth Dragon King. The cold air was oppressive. The Ice Dragon Chi crazily poured into it. This was the strongest power of the Ice Dragon King, and it was extremely terrifying. However, the Earth Dragon King only laughed coldly and said in disdain, You dare to fight with me with this kind of power? Ice Dragon King, even if I don't break through, you are still not my opponent. Oh right, I forgot to tell you that I broke through because Tai Long rewarded me with a high-level dragon crystal. It is your father's dragon crystal, ha ha ha. Your father's grave has been dug up, ha ha ha, as soon as the wild laughter faded. The Earth Dragon King's hands formed into claws and clawed at the air. Thick yellow sand appeared on his palms as he roared with a sinister expression, Die. Sandstorm. Previous chapter next chapter boom. His figure changed as he pierced through the gaps between the icicles and instantly landed beside the Ice Dragon King. The yellow sand rushed up like a hammer. Bam. Bam. With 2 loud sounds, the Ice Dragon King's chest was badly mutilated as his body flew out. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Ice Dragon King, you can't even withstand a single blow. No one can stop me. the Earth Dragon King roared arrogantly. At this moment, Luo Tian walked up step by step. Qin Chong Tian immediately shouted, "Everyone, get out of the way." The Earth Dragon King looked at Luo Tian coldly, his killing intent incomparably strong, and said, "Brat, if not for you today, I would already be the Dragon Emperor. Do you think a trash like you can stop me? Pitiful human, go to hell." The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, his right palm slammed onto the ground, and shouted, "Ancient dragon slaying array, open for me." Luo Tian had already arranged everything last night. The elites of the Earth Dragon clan gathered outside. He had taken everything into consideration. If the Earth Dragon King wanted to cause trouble during the succession ceremony, he would definitely bring a large number of elites from the Earth Dragon clan. Furthermore, with Luo Tian's current cultivation base, it would still be difficult to deal with the Earth Dragon King. His cultivation base was very strong, and he would be even stronger after dragon forming. Luo Tian's current level was only Mystic Venerable level 4. It was not enough. For this, he had to think of a way to kill the Earth Dragon King and help Qin Chong Tian solve the internal crisis of the Dragon clan. Then, he would fight against Tai Long's army. Therefore, he thought of the ancient dragon slaying formation. His formation engraving technique had already reached level 8. The ancient dragon slaying formation that he had refined was extremely powerful. Moreover, this formation was used by the ancestors of the gnomes to deal with the Dragon clan. Its destructive power against the Dragon clan would increase by several times. Luo Tian sneered. He slapped the ground with his palm, and the ground instantly revealed the dense formation runes that he had engraved. The runes quickly spread out with him as the center, forming a circle. Other than Luo Tian, only the Earth Dragon King was left in it. Ancient dragon slaying formation, open. Rumble. Rumble. Countless immortal powers fused and linked together. Then, they gathered at one point and formed the power of the stars. Above the power of the stars, a thick stone door slowly opened. The ancient power gushed out like a tidal wave. The entire dragon clan was shocked. The ancient dragon slaying formation of the gnomes. Oh my god, he knows how to engrave such a formation. What is his relationship with the gnomes? Back then, the gnomes used this formation to kill dozens of our dragon clan elites. Even if this kid is not from the gnomes, he must have a special relationship with them. We cannot let him leave alive. Other than humans, the gnomes are our dragon clan's biggest enemy. When the ancient dragon slaying formation appeared, all the dragon clan were shocked. Even Qin Chong Tian and the Ice Dragon King's expression darkened. They looked at Luo Tian and did not know what to say. This formation, it was too deadly for the dragon race. The stone door opened, and the ancient power came crashing down. The Earth Dragon King's expression changed abruptly. He lifted his eyes slightly and looked at the ancient giant door above his head. He coldly shouted, "I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. You've actually comprehended the ancient dragon slaying formation's profundity. You want to use this formation to kill me? You are really amazing. I can't help but admire you. Luo Tian, if it weren't for you, I would be the new Dragon Emperor now. I didn't expect you to have calculated everything. You are really smart. I will give you a chance now, a chance to live. As long as you submit to me and join hands with me to kill all these reckless things, I will spare your life." The Earth Dragon King's expression was very calm. Luo Tian didn't see any fear in his eyes, and his heart couldn't help but sink. Could it be that he's not afraid of the ancient dragon slaying formation? Or does he have a way? Luo Tian coldly smiled and said, "Earth Dragon King, don't think too much. You must die today, you will definitely die. It seems like you don't cherish the chance I gave you. Fine, then I'll just destroy you." The Earth Dragon King immediately transformed into a dragon, his huge body filled with an extremely powerful explosive power. He looked at the ancient door again and sneered in disdain. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, his mind controlled the formation, and he roared heavily, "Boom! Rumble! Rumble!" The ancient power that shot out from the ancient stone door formed the speed of light and descended from the sky, crushing everything. The power of the formation that was refined with immortal energy could not be described as powerful. In the past, it was only a thin bolt of ancient power, but now it had directly transformed into the speed of light, and like a cannon, it bombarded down. The Earth Dragon King still didn't have any fear. He smiled proudly and said, "I forgot to tell you. Back then, the goblins used this formation to kill many dragon elites, but only the Earth Dragon clan didn't hurt a single one. This is the secret of our Earth Dragon clan. Today, I don't mind telling you that this formation is very strong. Its lethality towards the dragon race is multiplied, but its weakness is underground." Ha ha ha. Luo Tian's eyes shook, an unexpected premonition surged in his heart. The Earth Dragon clan had the ability to control the soil beyond anything else. Luo Tian had calculated everything, but he still missed this point. Looking at Luo Tian's shocked expression, the Earth Dragon King became even more complacent, and said arrogantly, "I saw through you, ha ha ha. As long as I hide in the soil and wait for the formation's power to be exhausted, it will be your death, ha ha ha." Arrogant, contempt, the Earth Dragon King was quite arrogant. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, looking at the ancient power that was descending heavily. He gritted his teeth. "You want to enter the soil? That depends on whether you have the strength or not." Level 7 Berserk. Previous chapter next chapter boom. 9 dragons and 9 elephants, previous chapter next chapter boom. His body became scarlet red, his muscles were colliding, and the aura in his body became abnormally hot. Luo Tian released all of his power, his body turned into an afterimage, and instantly rushed towards the Earth Dragon King. In the blink of an eye. Everything happened too fast. Luo Tian's speed was fast, the Earth Dragon King's speed was also fast, and the ancient power speed was also equally fast. However, seeing Luo Tian rushing over, the Earth Dragon King's wings flapped fiercely, causing sand and rocks to fly everywhere. The formation was a blur, completely unable to see clearly. Moreover, the worst thing was that the soil was filled with the aura of the Earth Dragon King. Luo Tian was unable to accurately grasp the location of the Earth Dragon King. Luo Tian was secretly anxious. Just as he was about to give up, a dragon claw attacked fiercely from within the flying sand. The dragon claw grabbed. With a fierce swipe, it directly tore off a large piece of flesh from Luo Tian's chest. Such a powerful defense was actually torn apart, the Earth Dragon King's attack was too powerful. Luo Tian was in incomparable pain. At this moment, it was too late. His right palm moved, Earth escape formation. Whoosh! His body sank into the soil. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. The ancient power with the power to destroy heaven and earth bombarded down, constantly wreaking havoc in the formation. Beneath the ground, Luo Tian felt a huge force attacking him. Luo Tian. In the underground, I am the king, I am the invincible existence. If you don't drill into the ground, you will be hacked to death by the ancient power. You drill into the ground, ha ha ha. Just nice, I will kill you directly. The Earth Dragon King's deep voice came. In the soil, Luo Tian couldn't move at all. He was only using the earth escape technique. His body was completely in the soil and he couldn't move at all. He could only wait for death, his heart was overwhelmed with shock. Titan defense form. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Ding. Prompt, Titan defense system is unable to be used. 7 Berserk. Prompt, Berserk is unable to be used. He kept trying, but he couldn't use anything. The soil was the most disadvantageous place for Luo Tian. What to do? Wait for death? Wait for death? That was Luo Tian's only choice at the moment. Above ground, he would be struck to death by the ancient power of the ancient dragon slaying array. Below ground, the Earth Dragon King was about to arrive. He was like a fish in water underground, coming and going freely without any restrictions. Luo Tian frowned, the system kept on sending out warnings. Red light flashed. Luo Tian never knew that this would happen. He had never tried it before. He didn't know that he couldn't use any power underground. He couldn't even use his inner force. He was completely restricted. This was his Achilles heel. What should I do? Luo Tian asked himself. Thunder rumbled above his head, constantly bombarding. If he went up, he would definitely be killed in an instant. There was still some time before the power of the ancient array ended. However, this time was too long for the current Luo Tian. 1 second was as long as 10,000 years. He couldn't wait until then. Can't do anything? Wait for death? Luo Tian clenched his fists. He couldn't use any power. His celestial qi and immortal power couldn't be used. He was completely restricted. This feeling was as though he was tied up and couldn't move. It was extremely uncomfortable. Endure, Luo Tian gritted his teeth. Enduring was the only way. He could only grit his teeth and endure with all his might until the bombardment of the ancient power ended. Only then would he rush out of the ground. However, so what if he rushed out of the ground? Even the ancient dragon slayer formation could not kill it. His own attacks were completely ineffective against it. Even if the mysterious flame could deal 1 million damage, the Earth Dragon King's HP was as high as 10 million. 1 million damage was only 1/10 of the damage. It was completely useless. Moreover, the Earth Dragon King wasn't Yang Jin or Lu Zhen. It wouldn't give Luo Tian a chance just because it suffered a heavy blow. With its cultivation, it wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. No matter how one looked at it, Luo Tian would definitely die. There was no other way. Ha ha ha, brat, prepare to die. In the underground world, I am the king. You wouldn't have thought of this even in your dreams, right? Ha ha ha. The Earth Dragon race specially engraved the ancient dragon-slaying array of the Goblin race. I didn't think that you would use this array to deal with me. Do you think I'm the same as the other dragons? Ha ha ha. Laugh, he laughed loudly and arrogantly. He was extremely arrogant. The Earth Dragon King was extremely arrogant. His complacent face looked down on everything. Looking at Luo Tian, who couldn't move at all in the mud, he couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Wait till I'm done with you, then I'll slaughter that little bastard Qin Chang Tian, and then the 7 elders. I want them to kneel before me one by one. I want to kill them one by one. A bunch of old fools, only stubborn old fools like them would end up like this. Ha ha ha, suddenly. The Earth Dragon King laughed crazily. Moreover, he knew that Luo Tian couldn't move, so his speed wasn't fast. Step by step, he walked towards Luo Tian. His dragon claws were imbued with the power of earth. Ant. Humph. Lowly ant, how dare you ruin my plans? Today, I will use your life as a sacrifice to the heavens. The space between the Earth Dragon King's eyebrows twitched. The power of earth on the dragon claws moved crazily, and with the power to split mountains, it rushed towards Luo Tian. The power was too strong. It was too dense. Luo Tian was like a live target, unable to move at all. What should I do? Luo Tian suddenly sank, clenching his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, he roared out, "Come on, kill your father. If you can't kill your father will *CK you up sooner or later." There was no fear at all. At this time, Luo Tian was surprisingly calm. Carrying on was his only choice, his only path. Regardless of whether he could kill the Earth Dragon King or not, he had to survive first. As long as he was alive, there was hope. Live, he had to live. Luo Tian clenched his teeth and carried on. It was also at this time. The dragon egg started to jump. A young and tender voice sounded in Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. Boss, you have to live. As long as you go up, I have a way to kill him. You must live. The voice was very young and hurried, as if it was using a very strong power. This power was something that he could not withstand, to the point that his voice was trembling, as if he was sick. Luo Tian's heart sank. 2 balls? Boss, it's me. It's just that I can't use the name 2 balls. I'm a dragon, this name is too lousy. The dragon egg sent a sound transmission again, expressing its dissatisfaction. Luo Tian chuckled, and said, "All right, 2 balls. 2 balls. You can talk? You can talk. What did you do in the past? You always dance with me and roll around. Do you want me to play myself to death?" Luo Tian said in displeasure. The dragon egg giggled, and said, "I also entered the dragon tribe and only absorbed a little bit of my ancestors' power when I saw the heavenly dragon divine pillar. That's why I can speak, but it's still very difficult. Boss, let's not talk so much. The Earth Dragon King's attack is coming. The Dragon Egg's voice suddenly became anxious. He was extremely worried. He was very clear about the strength of the Earth Dragon King. In Luo Tian's current situation, it was very difficult for him to resist. If he couldn't release any power, how could he resist? He didn't even have the slightest bit of defensive power. He could only rely on his body. Luo Tian chuckled, and said, "Isn't it just the Earth Dragon King? He wants to kill me with just him?" Suddenly, Luo Tian was brimming with confidence. Not for anything else, but because of Tu Balz's words, he had a way to kill the Earth Dragon King. Just this point alone was enough. It allowed Luo Tian to see hope. When a person saw hope in a hopeless situation, he would definitely erupt with unimaginable tenacity. Luo Tian was still that Luo Tian, but his strong heart had become even more resolute. His eyes darkened, and he shouted, "Come." The Earth Dragon King's expression changed slightly. The aura on Luo Tian's body was clearly different from before, and he had become fearless. His heart was startled, and then he sneered and shouted, "Just a trash human, no matter how strong you pretend to be, it's useless. Die." As soon as he finished speaking, the Earth Dragon King's Dragon Clan's power of Earth shot out crazily. The Earth Dragon King roared, "Earth explosion!" The Earth tightened. It suddenly contracted. The power of Earth crazily poured in. A berserk power crushed Luo Tian's body. Suddenly, from the depths of the earth, the power of the earth element rushed up, and in that instant, the power of the earth explosion burst out. Bam! 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 Luo Tian's body continued to explode, his flesh continued to explode, blood spurting out like a pillar, but his eyes were even more resolute than before. He stared coldly at the Earth Dragon King and laughed, "If you can't kill me, your end will come." Boom! At this moment, the bombardment of the ancient dragon slaying array ended. Luo Tian's body moved, and instantly rushed out of the ground. His entire body was covered in blood, and he roared, "Earth Dragon King, come out." His entire body was covered in blood. Luo Tian's body seemed to have been pierced by 1,000 bullets. Blood was gushing out like a fountain. His hair was scattered. His face was covered in blood. Even his eyes were filled with blood. The surrounding people were in an uproar. What happened just now? He's covered in wounds. He must have been tortured by the Earth Dragon King. He's still not dead after losing so much blood? This kid's life is really tough. The crowd was discussing. Qin Changtian was so scared that tears were flowing out. He shouted loudly, Brother Luo Tian, what happened to you?" He was about to run out. The Ice Dragon King quickly pulled him back and said, "It's not over yet. Luo Tian must have a way to deal with the Earth Dragon King. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words. Let's wait first. If he's in danger, I'll use my life to protect him." Qin Changtian was only an 8-year-old child. He sincerely treated Luo Tian as his own brother. Seeing Luo Tian suffer such heavy injuries, his heart was filled with pain. Moreover, everything Luo Tian did was for his sake. This made him even sadder. Why is it like this? Why? Can't we just get along well? Can't the world be peaceful? Qin Changtian muttered softly. He had cried once when the Qin family was destroyed in Luoyang City. That was the first time he had cried. When he saw his adoptive father and the entire Qin family being cruelly killed by Yang Jin and the others, he could not stop crying. This was the second time he cried. He wanted to be strong. He risked his life to be strong. However, in the end, he couldn't hold it in. The wounds on Luo Tian's body were too shocking. Everyone who saw it was shocked. Of course, there were only a few people who felt sad for Luo Tian like him. The few people who blocked Ike was one of them. She cried out, "Idol, you can't die." Her voice was like a resentful wife. Luo Tian's body trembled when he heard it. He would rather endure the Earth Dragon King's earth explosion than face Ike. The image of the goddess in his mind was completely destroyed. Immediately, Luo Tian roared angrily again, "Earth Dragon King, get the hell out here." His voice shook the heavens. In an instant, Luo Tian's eyes turned ferocious as he roared, "Bedevilment!" Buzz, his unkempt hair instantly turned blood red, and he transformed into Demon Emperor Xianxia. This was another body. His human body was on the verge of collapsing, and if he continued to bleed, he would really bleed to death. There was no time for healing spells, and he didn't want to use regeneration spells. He could only turn into a demon and transform into Demon Emperor Xianxia, bringing with him even more violent power. Summoning the heaven-splitting divine axe, the huge axe shook violently as he shouted, "Still not coming out? Ha ha, ha ha ha," the ground arched and cracked. Immediately after, with a bang, the Earth Dragon King spread its wings and flew out. It landed heavily on the ground and transformed into its human form. It coldly glanced at Luo Tian and said with disdain, "I was wondering about the mysterious power. So it was demonization. Do you think you can fight me just because you transformed into a demon? Brat, in my eyes, you are just trash among trash. You don't even have the qualifications to be killed by me." Earth Dragon King was filled with disdain. The aura on Luo Tian's body expanded slightly, and he was extremely angry as he roared, "I don't even have the qualifications to be killed by you. Just now, I told you to kill me, but you couldn't even kill me. With that little bit of strength that you need to use both hands to support your own JJ, you want to kill me? It's like scratching an itch for me. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on, come up and kill me? F***ck. Luo Tian immediately cursed. Earth Dragon King was truly furious. His earth explosion was so powerful, yet it was unable to kill Luo Tian. This made him very unhappy, and seeing that he had transformed into a demon, his body did not feel any pain at all, which meant that his attack was completely useless. His eyes frowned. Earth Dragon King was furious. "Brat, you're courting death. When you go to the underworld and see the King of Hell, don't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, Earth Dragon King's body turned into a ball of light and flew into the air, softly chanting a few words. Immediately, Merlin stared at the Earth Dragon King in the sky and scolded angrily, "Earth Dragon King, are you crazy? That's a forbidden technique. If you use it, the entire dragon tribe will be destroyed by you. All of these people will die." Earth's Fury Burial. The secret technique of the Earth Dragon tribe, the power was extremely powerful. The caster had to be from the Earth Dragon tribe, completely controlling the earth elements, and then drawing a prison on the ground. Everything in the prison would be crushed, no matter how strong you were, unless you rushed out of the range of the Earth's Fury explosion, you would die inside. Earth Dragon King, aren't you being too heartless? What exactly do you want to do? Don't you just want the Dragon Emperor? We'll support you. Hurry up and come down. Crazy, you're really crazy. The crowd was in chaos. Everyone in the Dragon tribe knew how terrifying the secret technique of the Earth Dragon tribe was. They were all fleeing in all directions, screaming non-stop. "Ha ha ha, all of you have to die, all of you have to die. I am the ruler of the Dragon tribe, I am the strongest Dragon Emperor of the Dragon tribe. You lowly things do not have the qualifications to live in this world." The Earth Dragon King's expression was abnormally sinister. He laughed maniacally. Looking at the people in the tribe who were running away like rats, he became even more excited. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Don't even think about escaping. Don't even think about escaping. The entire tribe is under my control. Don't even think about escaping. All of you will die." Ha ha ha, just as he said. Whether it was by flying or by force, they were unable to break through the earth elemental barrier that surged up from the depths of the earth. It was completely sealed, turning the tribe into a huge cage. "Don't. Let us go. You lunatic." The crowd became even more flustered. Luo Tian stood in place without moving, looking at the Earth Dragon King in the sky. It was also at this time Qin Chong Tian walked forward and stood beside him. He smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Luo Tian, thank you." At this moment, Icy King walked closer. Little Xia walked closer. Karen walked closer. Aaron and Ike also walked to stand behind Luo Tian, their gazes indifferent. Following that, many people stood behind Luo Tian. Is there really no other way? There's only one way, but none of us can do it. What way? Killing the Earth Dragon King before the Earth's furious burial is completely unleashed. This is the only solution, but none of us have the strength to do so. The Earth Dragon King's cultivation is too strong. The Ice Dragon King said faintly. The Earth Dragon King was too powerful. Even if the Dragon Emperor was alive, it would be impossible to kill him in such a short period of time. Xianxia's expression was downcast as he turned to look at Luo Tian, and said, "Big brother Luo Tian, I'm sorry, I've harmed you. If not for me." Luo Tian interrupted him and said, "It's not over yet, don't say sorry." In that instant, Luo Tian moved, and said solemnly, "Two balls, it's time for you to explode." All of a sudden, the dragonstone pillar suddenly disappeared. "I have to wake up early tomorrow. Good night everyone." No one noticed this. The soaring dragonstone pillar disappeared. Of course. It had another name, Heavenly Dragon Divine Pillar. Luo Tian did not notice it either, he only felt an extremely powerful dragon aura surging into his mind. The idea moved, and this powerful energy came from the dragon egg. "Haha, two balls, is this your power? Good, is strong." Luo Tian said word by word, his heart filled with excitement. The soaring dragonstone pillar moved. The moment it disappeared, it had already flown above the 9 heavens, directly breaking through the Earth Dragon King's Earth Spirit enchantment. The most important thing was that the Earth Dragon King actually did not notice it. Everything happened too quickly. Even if he was the fiercest warrior in the dragon race, he still did not notice it. "All of you, go to hell." The Earth Dragon King's expression was still sinister, still arrogant and unbridled. Seeing the people in the tribe scurrying around like ants on a hot pan, he was incomparably happy. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, he laughed crazily. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back as he sneered. Xianxia frowned and blamed himself. "It's all my fault, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for my dragon race, it wouldn't have ended up like this. Brother Luo Tian, I've implicated you. I didn't expect the Earth Dragon King to unleash such a destructive forbidden technique. I'm really helpless. I'm really too weak. Even if I were to become the Dragon Emperor, I wouldn't have the qualifications. I've disappointed my father. Father, I'm sorry." Heartache. Seeing the dragon clan in such a state, Qin Changtian's heart ached more than anyone else. The Ice Dragon King said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, you have already done very well. It's just that the Earth Dragon King is too crazy, he is a complete madman. He can even release a forbidden technique like the Furious Earth Burial. The dragon race is going to be destroyed in his hands." Sigh, everyone's morale was low. Facing the secret technique, the Furious Earth Burial, none of them could do anything. Suddenly, Qin Changtian raised his head slightly and looked at Luo Tian. "Brother Luo Tian, do you have any ideas? The cultivation method you practice is something I have never seen before. It's like a cultivation method that doesn't exist in this world. Brother Luo Tian, you must have a way to cultivate all kinds of secret techniques, right?" The Ice Dragon King also looked at Luo Tian and said, "Brother Luo, if you have any ideas, just say it now. If you don't say it now, it will be too late. The power from the depths of the Earth's core has already begun to surge upwards. When it arrives, we will all be dead." Little Xia also hurriedly said, "Big brother Luo, you must have a way. You can refine the ancient dragon slaying formation, you can have us prepare to ambush the Earth Dragon elite warriors outside the tribe. You have thought of all these, you must have a way to deal with the Earth Dragon King, right? Little brother, if you have an idea, just say it." "Yes. The fate of the dragon race is in your hands. If you have any ideas, quickly tell me. Speak. Save us, please save us, for a moment." Many people in the dragon race looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian had become their savior. There was no longer any of the disdain, ridicule, and hostility from before. Yanran treated Luo Tian as the only savior of the dragon race. Luo Tian chuckled, turned around to look at them, and said, "I don't dare to guarantee other humans, but I will definitely not harm your dragon race. He is my brother, and he is also the Dragon Emperor of the dragon race. If he is in trouble, I will naturally do my best to protect him. I promised his father that I would definitely help him ascend to the throne. No one can stop me. If you stop me, you will die. The Earth Dragon King will definitely die, but I hope that his death will serve as a reminder to all of you. Don't anger me. Luo Tian did not forget to intimidate while establishing his might. Before the old Dragon Emperor died, he had begged Luo Tian to help his son. He had to let him succeed in becoming the Dragon Emperor and shoulder the mission of the dragon race's rise. Only then would there be more pressure, turning the pressure into motivation, and comprehending the profound mysteries of the heart of the heavenly dragon. When everyone heard Luo Tian's words, their faces lit up. A few elders immediately said, "Quickly kill the Earth Dragon King. As long as you kill him and save us, we will definitely loyally assist him to become the new Dragon Emperor. We will definitely not let down the old Dragon Emperor's trust." That's right, that's right. At this moment, the blade was already at their necks. Even if they had to kneel down, they would not hesitate. Regardless of whether it was a human or a dragon, any creature in the world was the same. The longer one lived, the more they feared death. Although these people were the elders of the dragon race and held great power, they were more afraid of death than anyone else. They had all lived for thousands of years. There wasn't much lifespan left. The more it was like this, the more afraid they were of death. Qin Changtian was extremely moved in his heart. He looked at Luo Tian and said, "Big brother Luo Tian, do you really have a way?" Luo Tian smiled faintly, and said, "Just watch carefully, he's about to die." Luo Tian raised his head and stared at the Earth Dragon King in the air, and laughed, "Don't be so smug, while you still have some time, kneel down and beg for mercy, I can spare your life." Spare his life? How was that possible? It was just that he didn't know what Erdan was doing right now. After so long, he still hadn't killed him. The Earth Dragon King laughed coldly, "Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, even if all of you kneel down and kowtow to me, I will not let you off. You will all die, and once you die, I will be the Dragon Emperor of the dragon race. Go. Luo Tian, why don't you go? Didn't you say you had a way? Don't tell me that your way is to fight with him? Hurry up, the power from the depths of the Earth's core is about to rush to the surface. In a while, this place will become a pile of ruins, and not even a single bone will be left. If you have a way, hurry up and go." Everyone was extremely anxious. His face was pale white. At this moment, the earth shook. A loud rumbling sound came from the depths of the Earth's core, as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake. Tremble, the trembling became more and more intense. The house collapsed, he could not stand steadily, and the ground began to crack. Erdan, what the hell are you doing? Luo Tian was also a little anxious. No reaction, the dragon egg did not have any reaction. However, the Earth Dragon King laughed crazily, "Ha ha ha. The Earth's furious burial is coming, all of you will turn into dust, ha ha ha, damn. I'm going to die here?" Luo Tian suddenly laughed. Rumble. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky shook and churned. The clouds surged and lightning from the 9 heavens surged down. A gigantic divine shadow descended from the sky. "Boss. Sorry, I didn't control my strength and broke through the 9 heaven barrier. Damn, the world outside the 9 heaven barrier is so terrifying, I almost couldn't come back." Don't worry, don't worry. He's going to die soon." Erdan's voice was transmitted to Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian was instantly dumbfounded. "Your sister, what kind of power is this? To directly break through the 9 heavens, it's too abnormal." Isn't it abnormal? The power was too strong and he couldn't control it and flew out of the 9 heavens. Damn it, Luo Tian really wanted to beat Erdan up. What the hell, flying out of the 9 heavens with too much power, do you think this is a vacation? Furthermore, he said that the world 9 days ago was very terrifying and he almost couldn't come back. If he really couldn't come back, then there was no need to come back. Once Luo Tian died, the dragon egg would definitely be broken, and he would also die. Hurry up. Stop being so cocky, kill him for me. I'm so annoyed just by looking at him. Luo Tian's heart relaxed, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with Erdan at such a critical moment. What he should do now was to get rid of the Earth Dragon King as soon as possible. Luo Tian laughed awkwardly, wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and said with a smile, I made it in time, I made it in time, he's about to die. Luo Tian hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, there's something in the sky. Everyone raised their heads to look. A huge black shadow with endless divine might descended heavily, landing on top of the Earth Dragon's head. Heavenly Dragon Divine Pillar, Supreme Divine Weapon, its power was a complete mess. How could the weapon refined by the Dragon God Ancestor not be fierce? Earth Dragon King looked up to the sky, his face darkened, and muttered, damn, what is it? Something that wants your life. Luo Tian laughed loudly, Dan, blast him to death. Bam! The divine might shook the heavens, it affected the entire Heavenly Palace divine race, and the enchantment was almost broken. The earth shook and the sun and moon lost their light. They were all crushed by the divine might of the Heavenly Dragon Divine Pillar like ants. Walala, the Heavenly Dragon Divine Pillar moved and arrogantly struck down. The Earth Dragon King had no time to react, nor did he have the time to react. No matter how fast he reacted, it was useless because he couldn't escape from the attack range of the Heavenly Dragon Pillar. The attack range of the Heavenly Dragon Pillar was too large. A pig like howl rang out in the sky. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. The divine pillar landed on the ground and pressed down on a person. Earth Dragon King, his face was pale white as he spat out black blood. At this moment, Dan's voice rang out, boss, it's yours. Not bad. At least you have some conscience. You know what I'm thinking. Ha ha ha, Luo Tian smiled excitedly. He was incomparably shocked. Just now, he clearly saw that Dopey Ball's attack had reduced the Earth Dragon King's HP from more than 10 million to less than 100 points. Moreover, this was done on purpose by Dopey Balls. His goal was to let Luo Tian kill the Earth Dragon King. Dan knew exactly what Luo Tian needed. So, Luo Tian's figure flashed and instantly landed below the soaring dragon stone pillar. He looked down from above and coldly looked at the dying Earth Dragon King. He smiled sinisterly and said, show off again. Aren't you very arrogant? Ha ha ha, you didn't expect this to happen, did you? The Earth Dragon King's eyes were like flames as he ruthlessly said, Luo Tian, you dare to kill me? My Earth Dragon clan will not let you off. Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian stomped down fiercely, let your sister off, go to hell. Bam! The injured Earth Dragon King did not have any defense at all. Luo Tian stomped on his head and exploded it. It was also at this moment the system sounded out, an incomparably beautiful notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Earth Dragon King for obtaining 3 million experience points, profound chi values 300,000 points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 5 elements spirit, Earth Spirit. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Earth Dragon King's Blood Essence. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the secret skill Earth's Furious Burial. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Sky Dragon Pearl. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Dragon Pearl. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Mystic Venerable level, level 5. A series of notifications sounded, big drop, it was definitely a big drop. It had been a long time since he felt so good. Ha ha ha, awesome! Luo Tian exclaimed and laughed out loud. Then, he opened the system and looked at the Sky Dragon Pearl without any attributes. However, Luo Tian did not care if it had any attributes or not, he just wanted to make sure that he did not hear wrongly. The blood from the 4 directions has been gathered. Now that I have the Sky Dragon Pearl, I can open the ancient battlefield when I return to Huashan Immortal Sect. I want to level up fiercely, and the day I come out of seclusion will be the day of Murong Wanjian's doomsday. It will also be the day of the death of the Immortal Sect and the Star Ocean Immortal Sect. Luo Tian thought excitedly. Thinking of this, the blood in his body began to boil. Then, Luo Tian looked at other things and saw a black ball that looked similar to the Sky Dragon Pearl. He could not help but be stunned. This is a Dragon Pearl? What is a Dragon Pearl? Could it be that gathering all 7 dragon pearls can summon the divine dragon and let the divine dragon fulfill one's wish? Damn, all 7 dragon pearls came to this world. Do you have to be so nonsensical? Erdan sent a voice transmission. Boss, are those really dragon pearls? His voice was very excited. Luo Tian could not help but say, yes. Erdan almost jumped up and said happily, you said it just now. Gathering all 7 dragon pearls might not be able to summon the divine dragon to fulfill one's wish, but you can obtain a trace of the dragon god patriarch's power. Don't underestimate this trace of power. Even 10,000 mystic thearchs would not be a match for it. What? Luo Tian was instantly stunned. How many mystic thearchs did you say? 10,000 mystic thearchs would not be a match for it? A trace of the dragon god patriarch's power is actually so strong? He could not believe it. However, Erdan said very proudly, of course, Patriarch Dragon God is the ancestor of all dragons. The time he has been cultivating is even longer than the time the Xian continent was born. Furthermore, the plane he is in is a high-class plane. A trace of his power can easily crush any mystic the arch-martial expert. Furthermore, the dragon race can fuse with the Heaven Dragon Pillar. Every time they fuse, the Heaven Dragon Pillar's power will increase by 1 level. After fusing all 7 dragon pearls, the Heaven Dragon Pillar's power will surpass the realm of a supreme divine weapon and reach an unimaginable realm. The fused dragon pearls can still be used. After gathering all 7, you can still obtain the Dragon God Patriarch's power. Erdan said excitedly. When Luo Tian heard this, he was a little stunned. It was as if he could not wrap his head around it. He was still thinking about that sliver of power that could crush 10,000 mystic thearchs. He swallowed his saliva heavily, and his eyes lit up. He said greedily, I want to gather all 7 dragon balls. I want to obtain the Dragon God Patriarch's power. Quickly tell me where I can find the dragon pearls. Erdan said, I don't know either. Luo Tian was speechless. Then why are you so smug? Erdan said with a wronged voice, the dragon pearls are obtained by the fated ones. If you can get one, you might be able to get the other 6. Sigh. Alright, take your time to find them. Luo Tian was not in a hurry. Such things were just like what Erdan said, the fated ones would obtain them. It felt good to explode. Bloodsea City. In the main hall. Tai Long frowned, his expression was ugly. Even he was afraid of that power. When did such an expert appear in the dragon race? Which human youth was it? It was impossible. His strength was not bad, but it was far from being that heaven-defying. He was very clear about the Earth Dragon King's cultivation. No matter how strong Luo Tian was, it was impossible for him to be his opponent. There must be something that he did not know. Report. A voice came from outside the main hall. Tai Long raised his eyes and immediately said, come in and talk. A blood ghost hurriedly walked in and said, reporting to Master, the investigation is clear. The Earth Dragon King rebelled, and his plan was seen through by that human, not waiting for him to finish. Tai Long directly said, don't say such nonsense, I want to know how the Earth Dragon King died. The blood ghost did not dare to be negligent and immediately said, the Earth Dragon King was pressed to the verge of death by the soaring dragon stone pillar, and then that human went forward to kill him. Before that, the Earth Dragon King used the secret technique, furious burial of earth. Just as the tribe was about to collapse, the soaring dragon stone pillar disappeared and suddenly fell from the sky, instantly crushing the Earth Dragon King. Soaring dragon stone pillar? The incomparably huge stone pillar in the Dragon Mountain that consumed countless of the dragon race's energy? Tai Long furrowed his brows. Although that stone pillar was left behind by the dragon god, it's just an ordinary pillar. It doesn't have any power. I've always treated it as a totem. How could it suddenly erupt with such powerful power? He could not understand. However, Tai Long was very smart and immediately asked, what other news is there? The more detailed the story before the Earth Dragon King was killed, the better. The blood ghost immediately told him everything that he had heard. Tai Long frowned and muttered to himself, seems like it is indeed related to that human youth. What is the background of that brat? Is he here to save the dragon race? With just him? Suddenly, A strange light flashed in Tai Long's eyes, revealing a cruel and cold light. He sneered and said, "A mere human from a low-level dimension wants to stop me? Humph, overestimating yourself. Pass down the order. Order the Black Dragon King and the Nether King to attack Dragon Mountain immediately. At this time, the Dragon Clan must be in chaos. I want to take this opportunity to eradicate all the remnants of the Dragon Clan. I want them to know that those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish." Tyrone's eyes were filled with brutality, incomparably ferocious. Bloodghost immediately clenched his fists and said, "Understood." Dragon Clan, in the Dragon Emperor's house. In a secret chamber, the secret room was very dark, and the surroundings were carved with all kinds of dragons. There were flying dragons in the sea, wild dragons in the wild, and 9 dragons soaring into the sky. Every path here was different from the dragons in the dragon tribe. They were dragon gods. It was not a dragon like the western lizards. Tian, you have to listen carefully. We must not make any mistakes." Luo Tian sat cross-legged with his eyes closed as he transmitted a message to Qin Chong Tian. Qin Chong Tian immediately replied, "Yes, I will definitely listen carefully." At this moment, Erden's voice reached Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian then transmitted his voice to Qin Chong Tian's mind. He didn't dare to say it. Sound transmission was the safest method. Luo Tian was imparting the profound mysteries of the heart of the heavenly dragon to Qin Chong Tian. This was the only power that could kill Tyrone. It was a pity that Luo Tian could not cultivate it himself. If he could, then he would not need to let Qin Chong Tian take the risk. The second stage of the mission was to kill the Black Dragon King and the Nether King. Without a doubt, the third stage was to kill the final boss, Tyrone. Only by killing him could he complete the mission. Only then would he be able to obtain the Dragon God's soul, but Luo Tian's cultivation was still unable to fight against Tyrone head-on. He had to borrow other powers, and the profound mysteries of the heart of the heavenly dragon was the only way. Moreover, if Qin Chong Tian wanted to stabilize his position, just relying on the Ice Dragon King and another elder was far from enough. He had to have his own strength, and in this world, strength was always king. If you were not strong enough, no one would submit to you. Qin Chong Tian's forehead was covered in sweat, his brows twitched a few times, and his heart was incomparably excited. So that's how it is. Don't be distracted. When cultivating the profound mysteries of the heart of the heavenly dragon, you cannot be distracted in the slightest. You must devote yourself wholeheartedly to it. Luo Tian warned. Qin Chong Tian immediately said, Big brother Luo Tian, let's continue." Outside the house, the Ice Dragon King paced back and forth, his face incomparably anxious. Little Xia was the same, his face was extremely anxious, and said, "Father, what are Dragon Emperor and Big Brother Luo doing? The Black Dragon King's army is about to arrive, we don't have any defenses at all. Furthermore, I just received news that the Earth Dragon Clan has separated from the Dragon Clan. The reason is that we shouldn't have killed the Earth Dragon King and killed their leader without their consent. This is disrespectful to them, and it seems like they are preparing to rely on Tyrone. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed all the elites of the Earth Dragon Clan back then." Little Xia said angrily. At this juncture, the separation of the Earth Dragon Clan was a fatal blow to the Dragon Clan. The outer defense line of the Dragon Mountain was all defended by the Earth Dragon Clan. Now that they had separated, the Dark Army was like walking on the main road, crazily pressing down, covering the sky and covering the earth. There were dark warriors everywhere. It wouldn't take long for them to reach here. The Ice Dragon King clenched his fists, burning with anxiety, and urged, "Why haven't they come out yet? Why haven't they come out yet?" Report. Karen hurriedly walked up and said, "Leader, the Dark Army will reach here in half a day's time. The warriors of the Ice Dragon Clan have all gathered. This time no matter what, we must avenge our previous humiliation." Report. A warrior rushed up with sweat all over his head and said, "Report to the Ice Dragon King, the 5th Elder, the 6th Elder, and the 8th Elder have all separated from the Dragon Clan. They have brought their own army and are retreating to the north of the Dragon Mountain." Damn. This bunch of heartless bastards. Yesterday, they said that they would pledge their loyalty to the Dragon Emperor. I didn't expect them to change their minds in less than a day. That's good, that's good. They will only ruin things by staying here. The Ice Dragon King's expression changed slightly. Another 3 forces separated from the Dragon Clan. For the current Dragon Clan, this was undoubtedly one disaster after another. Karen clasped her hands and said, "Leader, please give the order. We Ice Dragon Clan will not retreat even if we die." Little Xia also hurriedly said, "Father, the Dragon Emperor is in seclusion, now we can only rely on ourselves. The humiliation of the Ice Dragon Clan must be washed away with the blood of the Dark Army." Boom! A loud sound rang out. Qin Changtian and Luo Tian walked out at the same time. Luo Tian laughed excitedly, "Monsters attacking the city again? I love it. Good night. Monster Siege?" If it was a game, it would definitely be the favorite of the players. It was definitely the strongest and fastest dungeon in the game. The Monster Siege in the Heaven Sword City had allowed Luo Tian to earn a lot of money, and he was quite happy. This time, the Monster Siege was definitely going to overturn the heavens. Monster Siege? Brother Luo, what's a Monster Siege? Little Xia asked, confused. Luo Tian smiled, "Tai Long's army is a monster, and our tribe is a city. Aren't they going to attack us? Isn't this a monster siege? Don't worry. Listen to my orders." Luo Tian directly opened the leader system. The level 5 leader system did not have that kind of heaven-defying killing move. That golden sword could only be used once. Previously, it had killed the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch with one strike. This time, it could not be used again. However, with the support of the leader system, it was still a very powerful existence. The most important point was, the Dragon Clan's warriors were much stronger than the Heaven Sword City's guards. With the support of the leader system, their strength, spirit, and speed could not be ignored. Qin Changtian immediately said, "We'll listen to Brother Luo Tian." The Ice Dragon King also nodded, "Luo Tian, what's your plan?" "We'll listen to you." The ability that Luo Tian had displayed made everyone in the Dragon Clan gasp in surprise. Even the Ice Dragon King felt inferior. Looking at Luo Tian's confident smile, he had a feeling that as long as he was here, nothing would be a problem. Karen also agreed, "Brother Luo, the situation is like this. The Black Dragon King and the Underworld King each have an army. They are attacking the tribe from 2 different directions. They have about 100,000 soldiers. According to your human realm, they are all above the mystic venerable realm. Many of them are Saint Realm experts. As for the Black Dragon King and the Underworld King, their cultivation is above the Earth Dragon King. They are very difficult to deal with. And finally, Tai Long. We still don't know how strong his cultivation is. In the entire Heavenly Palace God clan, only the old Dragon Emperor has fought with him once. He was defeated in just a few moves. The old Dragon Emperor is already at the peak of the profound sovereign realm. For Tai Long to be able to defeat him in a few moves, his cultivation is probably at the peak of the profound sovereign realm, or even higher, reaching the supreme realm of the profound God realm. Xianxia? Luo Tian's eyes widened in surprise as a bright light flashed across them. There was no fear. Some of them were extremely excited. The stronger the boss, the stronger the items it would drop. Profound God realm, this was simply a super boss. What would he drop if he killed him? It was too exciting. Everyone looked at the excitement on Luo Tian's face and was somewhat puzzled. Qin Changtian also looked at Luo Tian as he made a prophecy. Luo Tian stopped him and said, "Changtian, you are the trump card of the Dragon Clan. You must not expose yourself. Tai Long is indeed very strong, but only you have the ability. You must not expose yourself until the end, even if you die." There was only one way to kill Tai Long. Kill with the heart of the heavenly dragon. Qin Changtian must not expose himself. Once exposed, Tai Long would be on guard. Then, he would not be of any use. Qin Changtian nodded. Everyone was puzzled. They did not know that Qin Changtian was in seclusion for 1 day and 1 night to cultivate the heart of the heavenly dragon. Luo Tian asked, "Uncle Karen, the Black Dragon King and Nether King's combined strength is slightly stronger. Currently, how many dragon warriors do the Dragon Clan have?" Ice Dragon King said, "The Black Dragon King's strength is slightly stronger. Those are the rebels of the Dragon Clan. They are all dark dragon warriors. Nether King's side is made up of dark angels. Although they have more people, their overall strength is slightly weaker. Currently, our dragon clan has about 80,000 elite warriors. Good. Ice Dragon King, you will help the commander block the dark angels. Luo Tian directly said, as long as you can block it, don't attack. Focus on defense. No matter how badly the other side is defeated, don't pursue. Focus on defense. Don't worry about anything else. Just block it, the rest would be left to Luo Tian. Actually, Luo Tian was afraid that the Ice Dragon King would kill too many dark angels, which would cause Luo Tian to lose a lot of experience. Ice Dragon King did not ask any further, and nodded, understood. Brother Luo, you are going against the Black Dragon King's army by yourself, this. Karen could not help but ask suspiciously. An army of 100,000. Coupled with the incomparably powerful Black Dragon King, this kind of strength was not weaker than some of the small immortal sections. Could Luo Tian withstand it alone? Everyone also looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian chuckled, and said, don't worry, I have my ways, but I need to borrow something valuable from the Dragon Clan. What is it? Big brother Luo Tian, only the Dragon Clan has it, you can take it. What else do you need to borrow? That's right. Luo Tian raised his eyes to look at the dragon pillar in the middle of the plaza, and said, I want to borrow it. The arrangement was complete. Everything was going according to Luo Tian's arrangement. The Ice Dragon King led the Dragon Clan army to form an incomparably hard line of defense in the Crescent Canyon. The Crescent Canyon was a natural stronghold, easy to defend and hard to attack. Although the Dragon Clan only had 80,000 warriors, it was enough to resist the Dark Angel army of the Nether King. As for Luo Tian? At this moment, he was like a madman, not waiting for the Black Dragon army to attack, he took the initiative to sneak up. Black Dragon King's camp. General, we have received news that the Dragon Clan's elites have all gone to defend against the Nether King's army. The Black Dragon King could not help but sneer, all of them? Yes. What the hell is the Dragon Clan doing? Defend against the Nether King with all their strength, then what about my side? Ignore? The Black Dragon King said with some disdain, and then he was too lazy to be long-winded, and directly shouted, pass down the order, attack in 2 hours. Understood. The Black Dragon army was divided into 2 phalanxes, one was the vanguard formed by a group of Black Dragon warriors, and the other was a phalanx formed by various dragon warriors. Luo Tian bypassed the vanguard and attacked the rear. At this moment, on the towering tree, Luo Tian held his breath, looking at the black mass of Black Dragon warriors, he laughed excitedly, and thought to himself, it's going to be the new year, how much experience do these dragon warriors have? It's just a pity. These dragon warriors do not have the invincible bloodline value reward, otherwise, not to mention the 4 divine beasts bloodline, even the Master God bloodline can be exchanged. At that time, who can fight against me? This was a disadvantage. Dragons were still a type of demon beast, so they did not have the invincible bloodline value. Of course. If there was, then it would be too heaven-defying. 100 to 200,000 invincible bloodline value, this was a little too sharp. 2 balls. Here. Boss, can you not call me Erdan? I'm a dragon after all. Okay, 2 balls. 2 balls, Luo Tian asked again, are you ready? 2 balls giggled, and said, of course. Boss, let's start killing. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The heavenly dragon pillar fell like a heavy cannonball, a large number of dark dragon warriors were crushed into powder. Ding. 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 Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Dragon Warrior for obtaining 11,000 experience, 1,000 profound chi values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Dragon Warrior for obtaining 11,000 experience, 1,000 profound chi values. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Pterosaur blood. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Dragon Tendon. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Dragon Bone. A series of notifications rang out. It was not that there was no experience just because it was killed by Erdan. It was just that the experience was a little low. This was also because the system had determined that Luo Tian and Erdan were in a team, and a portion of the experience had been absorbed by Erdan. Luo Tian had only received half of the experience, but this was already a very sharp existence. Awesome! Luo Tian shouted excitedly, and continued, Erdan, continue. Roar! The heavenly dragon pillar disappeared once again, and the moment it landed, another large wave of black dragon warriors fell. Attack! Someone is ambushing, someone is ambushing. Quickly tell the general that an unknown creature is ambushing, an unknown creature is ambushing, quickly report this. For a moment, the second square formation's military camp was in chaos. However, Luo Tian also said heavily, and immediately transformed into the demon emperor Xianxia. He then consumed a long-lasting pill that he had refined himself, and the time of the demon transformation increased to 4 hours. Holding the heaven-splitting divine axe in his hand, he wore the blood god armor, the blood god ring, his long scarlet hair fluttered in the wind. His entire body was blood-red. He looked like a berserk demon. The emperor's aura on his body made Luo Tian even more valiant and incomparably powerful. 7 Berserk. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. 10,000 Devils. Great art. Boom. Luo Tian grinned and released 2 surging forces. The aura around his body became even stronger. At this time, he raised his head and roared again, Blood Shadow. Great technique, Blood Shadow Berserk. Rumble. The huge demon emperor Xianxia's body directly transformed into a blood shadow that covered the sky. The blood shadow was like a black cloud that covered the entire barracks. The dark dragon warriors who were defending were all covered in blood. At this moment, in the void, Luo Tian suddenly roared, Explode. Rumble. 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 The entire camp turned into a sea of blood. Every dark dragon warrior was exploding. Some died on the spot while others were heavily injured. The moment Luo Tian released the blood shadow technique, 2 balls controlled the heavenly dragon god pillar to press down. Ding. Ding. Ding 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 ding, the sound was like tens of thousands of cannons being fired at the same time. The sound of the notification was so loud that one's eardrums were about to explode. A crazy explosion. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian 4 leveling up. Current level, Mystic Venerable rank 6. So good. I leveled up in such a short time. This feeling is too awesome. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian said excitedly. He looked around and saw that the entire camp was barren. Everyone was dead. Everywhere was a mess and blood flowed like a river. Next camp. Luo Tian's eyes moved. He turned into a blood shadow and instantly flew to another camp, in the vanguard formation. The Black Dragon King was just about to order his troops to advance at full speed. However, he did not expect his backyard to be on fire. What? An entire camp died in less than a minute? Pah! The Black Dragon King slammed down with all his might and directly smashed a table into powder. He was extremely angry and shouted, A bunch of trash. All of you are trash. A camp of a few thousand people can't even stop one person. What's the point of keeping you? He's that human, right? Alright. Since you want to play with me, I'll play with you. Let's see how capable you are. You're actually stupid enough to use one person to stop my Black Dragon army. No wonder the Ice Dragon King led all the elites of the dragon tribe to defend against the Hades army. Looks like this was all arranged by you, wasn't it? Mother ****. The Black Dragon King's eyes were filled with rage. Just as he was about to give the order, someone rushed into the tent. Someone rushed in from outside the tent and knelt on the ground. Great General, the Third Army has been wiped out. What? Pah! The Dark Dragon King's right palm moved and directly slapped the warrior's head off. White smoke rose from the warrior's head as he gnashed his teeth. His entire body erupted with a dense dark evil aura. Kill your way back. Boom. The Black Dragon King immediately transformed into a huge black dragon. With a flap of his wings, he shot out like a fighter jet. Fifth camp, kill them all. 2 balls, kill them. Kill them all. Ha ha ha, kill them again and I'll level up again. I'll be a level 8 mystic venerable rank soon. This is too motherfasterous king awesome. Luo Tian was too excited. This leveling speed was like sitting on a rocket. 2 balls' power was too mighty. He was like a killing machine that was crazily slaughtering. It was a true massacre. The god pillar fell from the sky. Rumble. A warhammer smashed down, and another large group of dark dragon warriors fell. Ding ding ding, another large wave of experience points. His experience bar increased at a crazy speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, level 8 mystic venerable rank. Haha. I leveled up again. 2 more levels and I'll be able to get the system reward. 2 balls, be a little more fierce. Luo Tian laughed loudly. He thought about stepping into the mystic sage realm and returning to the Huashan immortal sect. He would settle old and new debts together, he would properly settle them, he would properly settle the score with the Great Elder and the Supreme Elder. If they dared to show off in front of him again, he would directly kill them. Kill. Blood Shadow Technique, Blood Shadow Explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Ding, ding, ding. This was a very wonderful realm. His experience and Xianxia increased crazily. This was the fastest leveling speed Luo Tian had ever experienced since he transmigrated. It was even faster than when he was a newbie. 2 balls was really too fierce. Luo Tian couldn't wait to hatch him. A dragon egg was already so fierce. Wouldn't it be lawless after it hatched? He was looking forward to it. The 9th Army Camp. Kill them all. In less than 2 minutes, the 9th Army Camp was covered in blood. No one was left alive. They couldn't stop Luo Tian and 2 balls at all. The 10th Army Camp. Continue, in another place. The Black Dragon King was leading the vanguard. He saw that his army camp had been completely destroyed. Blood flowed like a river and dyed half the sky red. The Black Dragon King was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had never suffered such a huge defeat before. Luo Tian, I'm going to kill you. At the back, close to 100,000 dark dragon warriors were all killed. And it was done within an hour. This speed, it was an absolute change. Crazy. The worst thing was that Luo Tian had already reached level 9 Mystique Venerable rank. And his experience had already reached 90%. He was about to reach the strongest Mystique Venerable rank. That was too amazing. Luo Tian himself was shocked. Oh my god, do you have to be so fierce? Erdan giggled and said, Boss, as long as you don't call me Erdan, I can be even fiercer. Okay, Erdan. Erdan, suddenly. Erdan said telepathically, Boss, without waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian smiled and said, I know, the boss is here. A huge dark aura filled the sky. Even a blind person could feel it. The originally dark red sky turned black. The aura of the dark clouds was very powerful. Luo Tian's heart sank. He muttered to himself, what a strong aura. It's even stronger than the Earth Dragon King. How strong is this Black Dragon King? Erdan. Are you confident? Erdan hesitated and said, Boss, this place is a bit far from the dragon tribe. The power of the heavenly dragon divine pillar can't be fully released. If it was the tribe, I should be able to kill him. But here, I can't guarantee it. The soaring dragon stone pillar was the dragon tribe's guardian stone pillar. Its existence was like a guardian totem. If it left the place, its power would weaken. Luo Tian did not think of this. Erdan also did not mention it. If I hatch, I can completely control the heavenly dragon divine pillar. At that time, I can release all the power in its body. It won't be restricted anywhere. It won't be a problem to fight anyone. But Erdan's expression was slightly downcast. Luo Tian smiled and said, It's okay, I'm still here. Erdan said, Boss, this guy's cultivation is much stronger than the Earth Dragon King. You're only a level 9 Mystique Venerable rank, so you're not his opponent. Why don't we retreat and lure him to the dragon tribe? I'll release all the power in the heavenly dragon divine pillar and kill him. After all, Erden was just an egg. The only thing he could use was his will. He used his mind to control the heavenly dragon divine pillar, but his mind could not fully release the power of the heavenly dragon divine pillar. Furthermore, the reason why Erdan could speak through voice transmission was because he had absorbed the power of the heavenly dragon divine pillar. If he could attract the Black Dragon King to the tribe, then it would be different. Luo Tian smiled and said, "It's too late, he's already here." Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly pressed down. Heaven and earth changed colors. The Black Dragon King's aura of darkness smashed into Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian's body sank slightly as he raised his eyes. The aura of the heaven-punishing Devil Emperor also erupted from his body at this moment, directly resisting this powerful pressure. Luo Tian. Prepare to die. The Black Dragon King was enraged. He wished he could hang Luo Tian up and give him a good beating. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge dragon body of the Black Dragon King descended. His entire body was pitch black, his muscles were as hard as steel, and his entire body was black and shiny. He exuded an incomparably dense aura of power, which was extremely terrifying. Behind him, a large wave of Black Dragon army rushed forward like a tide, instantly surrounding Luo Tian. The Black Dragon King's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the mess in the barracks. Those dragon warriors were all killed, and the blood flowed like a river, causing him to become even more furious. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. 3 muffled thunderous sounds came from the Black Dragon King's body. Luo Tian's face changed slightly, and thought to himself, damn, he entered a berserk state before even fighting. This Black Dragon King's HP is around 15 million, his defense, strength, and speed are definitely higher than the Earth Dragon King's. 2 balls. Don't make a move yet, I'll test his power. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian did not wait for the Black Dragon King to make a move, and took the initiative to move, level 7 berserk. Previous chapter next chapter boom. 128 times the power of the attribute was unleashed. 10,000 Devil's Great Art. Previous chapter next chapter boom. 10,000 times the power of the devil was released. Explode for me. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Tian's body also emitted a series of furious explosions. His blood-red body turned scarlet red, as if he was being roasted by fire. His entire body emitted waves of heat, as if they were all substantial power. In that instant, Luo Tian suddenly moved, shadow shift. Whoosh. He moved at the speed of light. Previous chapter next chapter boom. A shadow landed on the ground, and a real body instantly rushed out, landing beside the Black Dragon King in an instant. Holding the heaven-splitting divine axe with both hands, he jumped into the air and directly slashed down heavily, battle axe style, decapitation strike. 100,000 kilograms of the heaven-splitting divine axe surged into the air. The black clouds in the sky were cut open, and Luo Tian channeled all of his strength into the axe. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Bam. The divine axe cut through the air, bringing with it an incomparable power as it chopped down. The Black Dragon King raised his eyes slightly, revealing a disdainful sneer. Insignificant skill, you dare to be impudent in front of me. Buzz. The Black Dragon King immediately transformed into his human form. With a move of his right hand, his arm turned into black smoke and directly extended into the air. Bam. A huge hand directly grabbed onto Luo Tian's throat. The decapitation strike had yet to land. Boom. The move that Luo Tian had released had completely disappeared. Skill interrupt? This was something that only existed in the game. Luo Tian never dreamed that the Black Dragon King would be able to interrupt the skill that he had released. This was something that he had never thought of. This is bad. The Black Dragon King grabbed onto Luo Tian's throat with one hand, and without waiting for him to react, he pulled with all his might. Luo Tian was directly pulled into the void, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to the real world. However, the distance between him and the Black Dragon King was only a dozen centimeters. The Black Dragon King formed a palm with his left hand and placed it on Luo Tian's chest. With a cold sneer, he said, "Black Dragon break." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. An extremely strong penetrating force rushed out from the palm of his hand. Walala, then, his back protruded and his body caved in. The clothes on his back were directly blown apart. His chest was badly mutilated. Black blood gushed out of his mouth. The power of this move was too fierce. However, this was not the end. The Black Dragon King laughed wildly. I thought you were so powerful, but you're just a piece of trash. You want to stop me with just a piece of trash like you? A complete mess. While they were talking, the Black Dragon King's left hand did not leave Luo Tian's chest, and once again roared, Black Dragon Break, 10 consecutive strikes. Holy sh*t, combo? Luo Tian's eyes stared blankly, constantly trying to break through the Black Dragon King's suppression, constantly trying to return to the virtual body, but to no avail, he was firmly suppressed. Bam. 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 After 10 strikes of the Black Dragon Break, Luo Tian's chest was almost pierced through. The last strike directly sent Luo Tian flying, heavily crashing into the side of a mountain. The entire mountain was smashed into him. Uncomfortable, his internal organs were all split open, and black blood continuously spurted out. Luo Tian was no match for him at all. Absolute suppression in terms of strength. Luo Tian's injuries were too severe. Even if he used the regeneration technique, he would not be able to save him. The only way. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, looking at the large wave of Black Dragon warriors behind the Black Dragon King. He shouted, 2 balls, attack. Good night. 10 consecutive strikes. The damage that Luo Tian suffered was so high that it was incalculable. His current body couldn't take it at all. He couldn't even release a single skill, and even if he did, it would be useless. His entire body was almost rotting, and his HP was rapidly decreasing. At this time, healing was no longer of any use. The only way was to level up. As long as he leveled up, all of his statuses would be restored to full. All of the injuries on his body would disappear. And the only thing he could rely on now was 2 balls Heavenly Dragon Divine Pillar. 2 balls, attack. His life was hanging by a thread. All of his hopes were placed on 2 balls attack this time. 2 balls also displayed his might, and did not disappoint Luo Tian. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Pillar descended from the sky, bringing with it the might of the Dragon Ancestor. This was because Luo Tian had purposely told him that the target was not Black Dragon King, but the Black Dragon warriors beside him. Black Dragon King frowned, and shouted, "Be careful." At the same time, he immediately flew out. The might of the Heavenly Dragon Divine Pillar made him a little wary, not because he was afraid, but because he was careful. Furthermore, before he left, Tai Long had told him not to fight head-on against an unfamiliar and powerful force. Naturally, he didn't know that 2 balls' target wasn't him. He could escape. But the group of Black Dragon warriors behind him were much slower. Rumble. Rumble. The Heavenly Dragon Divine Pillar swept out, directly crushing a group of Black Dragon warriors. In an instant, in Luo Tian's mind, the system was about to short-circuit, constantly emitting a red light, and flashing a warning. Notification, HP is rapidly decreasing, player Luo Tian is in danger, please replenish, at the same time. Ding. 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 The Black Dragon warrior was killed, and the system sounded out. Luo Tian's eyes stared at the experience slot, watching as the number continued to increase. Soon, just a little bit more. The system beep continued. 10 seconds later. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian 4 leveling up, current level, Profound Sage rank 1. Hahaha, it leveled up. At this moment, the power of a Profound Sage poured into Luo Tian's body from all directions. The surging power of the Sage realm was incomparably powerful, and it was countless times more powerful than the power of a Mystique Venerable. At this moment, Luo Tian's body recovered in an instant. It was as if he had been resurrected on the spot. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the novel skill reward. The reward skill is Dragon Slaying / Do you wish to cultivate it? F***CK. System, if you were a woman, I would definitely marry you and love you for the rest of my life. Is there anything more loving than this? Knowing that I want to slay a dragon, he immediately provided me with a dragon slaying technique. Just the name alone is already very awesome. Luo Tian said excitedly. He never thought that the system would give him a set of dragon slaying skills at this juncture. This was simply true love. As for whether the dragon slaying / was the skill cultivated by the main character of the novel, Luo Tian really couldn't think about it. Right now, there was only one thing in his mind, and that was to kill the Black Dragon King. Cultivate. Luo Tian did not hesitate at all. With a move of his mind, he immediately confirmed the cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating dragon slaying / Following the system's beep, a new skill appeared in the skill bar. Skill Art, Dragon Slaying / Grade, Divine Level Cooldown, None Consumption, 1 million Profound Chi Value Description. This skill is only effective against the dragon race. Against other races, the attack power is 0. Against the dragon race, the attack power is increased by 300%. Description 2, this skill is a stacking skill. After hitting the target, it can instantly trigger a second attack. A full 10 attacks can trigger a critical hit. The critical hit damage will be stacked again. After stacking 10 times, the attack released by the player will ignore the target's defense. Note, the stacking effect is random and depends on the player's attributes. XXX, this skill. Luo Tian didn't care about the rest. His eyes were fixed on description 2, and his heart was boiling with excitement. 2 attacks stacked together, and then a critical hit that ignores defense. Isn't this F** King skill too powerful? System sister, I love you to death. As for the note, Luo Tian did not take it seriously at all. After playing games for so many years in his previous life, he understood very well that this kind of stacking randomness was completely dependent on the player's luck value. The higher the luck value, the faster the stacking, and there would be no mistakes. Luck value? Luo Tian had 100 points of luck value. Therefore, he did not care about the reason why the stacking could not be done. F***ck. Black Dragon King, right? I'm coming. Luo Tian's body moved and stood up from the ruins. The rubble on his body fell to the ground. With a twist of his neck and a move of his 10 fingers, there was a burst of explosive sounds. The aura of the profound sage realm erupted from his body. At this time, Luo Tian was incomparably domineering. Boss, hurry up, I can't take it anymore. While Luo Tian was looking at his status, the Black Dragon King saw that his subordinate had been killed by a large stone pillar. He did not care about Tai Lon's reminder and directly used his strength to the maximum. He grabbed the stone pillar and fiercely smashed it. Two Ball's consciousness was almost unable to take his attack. This was not the dragon tribe. The power of the heavenly dragon divine pillar could not be released at all. Moreover, Two Balls was only an egg, and the consciousness he released was not even 1%. In this kind of situation, he could not withstand the Black Dragon King's random attacks. Luo Tian grinned and said, 2 Balls, can I borrow your divine pillar to play with? Eh? Boss, what do you want to do? Luo Tian said, I don't want to do anything. It's just that I don't have a suitable weapon at the moment. Looking at your large stone pillar, it seems pretty good. Can I borrow it to play with? I don't need to release too much power, I just want to use it as a weapon. 2 Balls directly said, now that the heavenly dragon divine pillar is in his hands, if you want to play with it, you can only snatch it yourself. My consciousness is almost unable to control it. Luo Tian smiled slightly. Understood. Suddenly, Luo Tian roared at the sky and said heavily, Black Dragon King, I'm not dead yet. Get over here. Extremely domineering. The Black Dragon King's face darkened. His 10 consecutive attacks did not kill Luo Tian, he was even more furious. Putting down the stone pillar, a black shadow flashed and directly landed in front of Luo Tian. His expression was even more shocked as he said, You're actually fine. It seems like you're not injured at all. How is this possible? Even Tai Long would be injured by his attack. Luo Tian was only a Mystique Venerable, wait. You were clearly a Mystique Venerable rank 9 just now. How did you suddenly break through to the Mystique Saint realm? Shocking, extremely shocking. How could he break through with such injuries? Was he a human or a ghost? Luo Tian's figure flashed and landed beside the heavenly dragon divine pillar. End of chapter 559. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.